The spirit realm, an infinite and extraordinary world. As Blue Star draws closer to the spirit realm, extraordinary elements surge in like tides. Spatial rifts and dimensional passages frequently appear, allowing humans to enter the spirit realm and giving creatures from the spirit realm a chance to come to Blue Star. For Blue Star, this is both an opportunity and a challenge. Fortunately, the will of the spirit realm seems to harbor goodwill towards this new world, bringing various extraordinary legacies along. With the help of technology and emerging extraordinary powers, humanity not only defended their homeland but also began exploring the spirit realm. It was in this context that the term Huo Ling was born. This term has existed on Blue Star for nearly 300 years. Before that, the world was an extraordinary desert, known as the era of the end of magic. But an accident changed everything. Blue Star was captured by the spirit realm. It was discovered that compressing the spirit essence and releasing it back on Blue Star could accelerate the influence of extraordinary factors on humans. When the extraordinary factors in a human body reach a certain level, the spirit realm would actively transport them there. Under the rich magic of the spirit realm, some lucky individuals could complete Huo Ling, transforming from ordinary humans into extraordinary beings capable of cultivation. This transformation is akin to a fish leaping through the dragon gate. Those who succeed can choose from various extraordinary legacies to train, becoming warriors, knights, sorcerers, mages, or wizards. The extraordinary world is not only a realm of aspiration but also a highly envied class. The world is thus divided into two strata, the extraordinary and the mundane. For the lower-tier ordinary people, the only hope is to work hard, support their families, and hope that their children might one day successfully undergo Huo Ling, achieving a leap in social class. Huo Ling's thoughts were pulled back to reality by the sudden quiet in the classroom. He looked up to see the homeroom teacher standing at the podium. "Class," the teacher looked around, nodding with satisfaction. "We've been together for 3 years, and now it's time to part ways. This semester marks the crossroads of your destinies. Class monitor, please distribute this form." The class monitor handed out a form to each student. Huo Ling looked down and saw the bold words, "Shirshi 3rd Senior High School Huo Ling Application Form. Take this form home today and discuss it with your parents. If you wish to participate in Huo Ling, fill it out and submit it to me tomorrow," the homeroom teacher continued. Huo Ling is not 100 safe, and not everyone succeeds. The state does not mandate that every child participate, though the extraordinary has existed for over 300 years and Blue Star has long passed its most dangerous period. Huo Ling remains a gamble. For those eager to join this gold rush akin to the age of exploration or who yearn for a leap in social class, this is a rare opportunity. However, the state has not arranged for ordinary children to learn about the spirit realm from a young age. This is partly due to limited educational resources and partly because the ruling class does not want the top of the pyramid to become overcrowded. What Decisive needs now is a constant supply of extraordinary individuals. Thus, Huo Ling is scheduled for the second semester of senior year. If you want to take a chance, you come to learn about the spirit realm and participate in this life and death game. If you don't want to take the risk, you continue with ordinary studies and become a regular cog in Blue Star society. Those from wealthy families often don't need to gamble. They have access to better educational resources and equipment, naturally leading to higher success rates in Huo Ling. It seems everything is predetermined from birth. Huo Ling tightly gripped the application form in his hand. He knew he had to take this chance, even at the cost of his life. This was his only opportunity. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the bottom of society like his parents for the rest of his life. "All right, everyone. You've worked hard cleaning the classroom today. Class is dismissed." With the sound of the highest tower's bell, the homeroom teacher announced the end of the day. The students scattered. Huo Ling was no exception. He grabbed his backpack, climbed out the window, and headed straight for the school gate. Although the school term had started, he still had a part-time job to do working as a waiter at a nearby restaurant. The job was tough, especially for a part-time student. Besides serving dishes and cleaning tables, he sometimes had to help wash dishes. Whenever Huo Ling complained about the dirty and tiring work, the boss would coldly say, "If you don't want to do it, then leave." Huo Ling worked from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. every day, earning only 20 yuan. Though it wasn't much, part-time jobs were hard to come by after the school term started, and this job included a free dinner, which was already an advantage. Rushing into the restaurant, Huo Ling changed into his work uniform and began his busy shift for the day. Late at night, the bustling tavern finally embraced a rare moment of tranquility. Huo Ling carefully packed some of the better-looking leftover meat dishes, intending to take them home. In his working-class family, meat was a luxury not seen every day. These leftover dishes, once thoroughly cleaned and recooked, would provide much-needed nutrition for his younger brothers. When Huo Ling opened the door to his home, the clock's hands had already crept past 11. In the living room, his parents were still awake, quietly awaiting his return. Upon hearing the door, his mother rose and gently patted the dust off his clothes, as if to brush away the fatigue of the day. She took the food from his hands and headed to the kitchen to start washing it. Huo Ling motioned for Huo Ling to sit down. Did the teacher hand out the application forms today? His father asked directly. Yes, Dad. Here it is. Huo Ling retrieved the completed application form from his bag, only needing a parental signature to submit it. Huo Ling took the form, his eyes lingering on the densely written words. He was silent for a moment, then lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Are you sure about this? There was a faint tremor in his voice. I'm sure. Huo Ling nodded firmly. Through the swirling smoke, Huo Ling noticed his father's hands trembling slightly, revealing the inner turmoil that belied his calm exterior. Good. My son. I believe you can successfully awaken your spirit. Huo Ling patted Huo Ling's shoulder forcefully, managing a strained smile. It's late. Go wash up and get some rest. Huo Ling hurriedly washed up and lay down in his bed. He could faintly hear his mother's muffled sobs. The awakening process, seemingly simple yet incredibly complex, was fraught with danger. Out of 10 people, at least 3 or 4 would perish, and among those who survived, only 1 or 2 would successfully awaken and gain extraordinary abilities. For children from poor families, this was a life-or-death gamble. Success meant a leap to greatness, failure meant ruin. Huo Ling took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. In the days to come, he needed to maintain his best condition. Early the next morning, Huo Ling arrived at school. The homeroom teacher collected all the students' application forms, carefully sorting them into 2 piles. Class, the teacher's voice echoed in the classroom. We have over 40 students who have chosen to participate in the awakening process. Let's give them a round of applause. Applause filled the room. The participants were excited, while those who didn't participate seemed somewhat uneasy. In this class of over 90 students, nearly half had chosen this path filled with uncertainty. Those participating in the awakening, stand up and follow me, the teacher announced. Huo Ling and the other participants followed the teacher to a new classroom. This would be their preparation ground for the awakening. The curriculum underwent significant changes. A new main course on spiritual realm knowledge, and 2 additional courses on physical training and wilderness survival. Meanwhile, the students who stayed in the original class would continue with different subjects. In the following months, Huo Ling and his classmates embarked on an intense and exhilarating journey of learning. Every morning, they delved into various knowledge about the spiritual realm. Afternoons were dedicated to high-intensity physical training, including long-distance running, sprints, and combat techniques. Huo Ling even gave up his part-time job to fully commit to this life-and-death preparation. The school's cafeteria provided the nutritional needs, and his body absorbed knowledge and strength like a sponge, gearing up for the imminent challenge. In the blink of an eye, this semester is coming to an end. After months of training and studying, Huo Ling's body seems to have been revitalized. Not only has his muscle mass increased, but he has also grown taller. Now standing at over 1.8 meters, he is both strong and lean. With the end of classes comes a week-long break, a chance for students to recharge. June's sun scorches the earth, and even at 6 p.m., the heat is relentless. Huo Ling, with his backpack on, jogs through the bustling streets, occasionally hearing the loud calls from shop speakers. Rujiamo. Rujiamo. 3 yuan each. He crosses the road and quickly slips into the shade of a building, continuing his run along the sidewalk. Soon, an old apartment complex comes into view, with the rusted words, Guangming Community, prominently displayed. Huo Ling takes the stairs 2 at a time and unlocks the door to his 4th-floor apartment. The house is empty. His parents are still at work, and his 2 younger brothers are either at boarding school or on their way home from elementary school. Huo Ling opens the family's decade-old refrigerator, pulls out some ingredients, and starts preparing dinner. Since his parents' factory doesn't provide dinner, he always makes sure to have a meal ready when they get home. The saying children of poor families grow up early is neither entirely praise nor criticism. But children of poor families start working early is a fact. Given a choice, who would want to shoulder household responsibilities at such a young age? Around 7 p.m., his parents and youngest brother arrive home. The family of 4 gathers around the table, quietly enjoying the 3 dishes and 1 soup that Huo Ling has prepared. Homemade tofu, stir-fried pork belly with chili, scrambled eggs with bitter melon, and seaweed egg soup. Huo Ling's cooking skills are quite good, thanks to years of helping with household chores and tips he picked up while working part-time at a restaurant. After dinner, his father, Huo Ling, puts down his chopsticks first and says to Huo Ling, "Ailing, I bought you something. It's in your room. Check if it fits." "Okay," Huo Ling replies, quickly finishing his meal and heading to his small room. Besides a bed and a desk, the room is filled with books. On the floor is a cardboard box. Opening it, he finds a stab-proof vest. Inspecting it closely, Huo Ling realizes it's from a well-known brand, costing at least 10,000 yuan. Given that his parents' combined monthly income is just over 4,000 yuan, and they also support his grandparents back home, this must have taken years to save up for. He clutches the vest tightly, overwhelmed by mixed emotions. Despite his parents' good intentions, Huo Ling knows from his studies of the spiritual realm that such a vest offers limited protection. The attacks it can block are rare in the spiritual world. When it comes to real combat, the wisest choice might be to find the right moment for a swift death to avoid unimaginable suffering. The week-long break flies by. After bidding farewell to his family, Huo Ling returns to school. Today is the day of the awakening ceremony, and the campus is buzzing with activity. Regular classes are canceled, and the school is filled with students about to undergo the ceremony. The entrance is crowded with cars as parents drop off their children. Huo Ling. A familiar voice calls from afar. Huo Ling turns to see his classmate, Ren Zhengyang, running towards him. Unlike Huo Ling, who has little in the way of equipment, Ren Zhengyang is fully geared up with all sorts of items. You're wearing a stab-proof vest too, Ren Zhengyang exclaims, noticing the vest under Huo Ling's jacket. Yeah, Huo Ling replies briefly. Check this out, I even have stab-proof pants. Ren Zhengyang boasts, lifting his pant leg to reveal the protective gear. Huo Ling, accustomed to his friend's personality, remains unfazed. Ren Zhengyang's family is relatively well-off, owning a shop and living comfortably. Here, I got something for you. Ren Zhengyang hands Huo Ling a small bag. What's this? Huo Ling asks, unzipping the black bag. A survival kit. See how good I am to you. Ren Zhengyang slings an arm around Huo Ling's shoulder, his gear clinking noisily. Inside the survival kit are several sharp knives, a first aid kit, a rope, fire-starting tools, and other essential items. It's a well-equipped survival pack, worth at least 1,000 yuan. Not bad, you really are a good brother, Huo Ling says with a genuine smile, calling Ren Zhengyang big brother wholeheartedly. Despite his quirks, Ren Zhengyang is indeed a good friend. Soon, the homeroom teacher gathers the students, and they board a bus. The awakening ceremony is dangerous and can't be conducted at school. It requires a specialized venue. The students excitedly discuss their post-awakening dreams, while the teacher watches them with a smile that gradually fades, knowing that at least half of them might not survive. After a 2-hour drive, the bus arrives at the awakening base far from the city. A battalion of the Daxia army is stationed here to protect the base and the students. Although Shirshi City is just a small county, it has 5 high schools, and over 3,000 students are here for the ceremony. As more buses arrive, the base becomes increasingly lively. The students are led into a classroom where the homeroom teacher holds a crystal ball the size of a pomegranate. The students watch curiously. Students, this is the simulator for the awakening orb that you will use shortly. I'll demonstrate how to use it. The teacher announces from the podium, beginning the demonstration. The students watch intently, knowing that this is crucial for their upcoming awakening. The teacher quickly demonstrated how to use the fake awakening orb, and even passed it around for the students to experience firsthand. Next, they had a lot of preparation to do. The staff distributed enough compressed food to last 10 days, ensuring the students wouldn't have to risk their lives searching for food while finding a safe place. As the preparations neared completion, the noise in the classroom gradually subsided. The impending awakening made some students nervous. Some were fidgeting, while others had sweat beading on their foreheads from anxiety. The homeroom teacher noticed their state and couldn't help but feel uneasy. He clapped his hands and raised his voice. All right, future extraordinaries, don't be nervous. Gather your gear, and let's go awaken. At this moment, there was no turning back for any of the students. The country had invested significant resources, and if they backed out now, they would face imprisonment. Led by the teacher, the students filed out of the classroom and arrived at a circular area. It resembled a sports field but was dotted with small rooms. Huo Ling immediately recognized these as the awakening chambers. He recalled the book's description. Small rooms about 4 square meters in size, built with heavy concrete walls, no windows, and only a thick iron door. Awakening was filled with unknowns and dangers. Most of the time, the awakened would be transported to the spirit realm and then sent back to Blue Star. During this process, some lucky ones would leave behind a space rift leading to the spirit realm when they returned. These rifts would expand or contract over time. If the spirit realm on the other side was relatively safe, the state would take over the rift and send exploration teams to scout it out. As long as the danger was within controllable limits, it became a treasure trove. Major spirit realm bases in Daxia were established this way. Of course, if the other side was too dangerous, the base guards would use special equipment to destroy the space rift to ensure Blue Star's safety. Huo Ling snapped back to reality and followed the teacher into his designated awakening chamber. After the staff locked the heavy door, he looked around. In the center of the room was an awakening orb, and next to it was a short knife, prepared for the student's survival in the spirit realm. The choice of a short blade over other weapons had its reasons. The spirit realm was home to numerous powerful species, generally stronger than these students. The short blade was mainly a survival tool. If it could handle an enemy, no other weapon was needed. If it couldn't, other weapons wouldn't help either. More importantly, due to the spirit realm's unique magical environment, even basic physical and chemical conditions differed from Blue Star, rendering firearms useless and only effective on Blue Star. Huo Ling carefully checked his backpack and gear, ensuring everything was securely fastened. He sheathed the short knife in his belt and picked up the awakening orb from the floor. As he looked at the orb, his mind raced with thoughts of his parents, classmates, and his past jobs. Taking a deep breath, he silently encouraged himself. I can't stay at the bottom forever. With a determined look, Huo Ling sat down and opened the awakening orb. A strange aura began to fill the room, and as he breathed, the spirit realm's magic entered his body. Now, it was a waiting game for the spirit realm to capture him as the infection completed. Finding a comfortable position, Huo Ling lay down, still gripping the short knife. Time passed maybe half an hour, or perhaps an hour when suddenly, a space rift opened behind him. A powerful suction pulled him in, along with the dust in the chamber, before finally calming down. In the space rift, Huo Ling couldn't feel the passage of time. In what seemed like an instant, he was transported from the awakening chamber on Blue Star to an unfamiliar place. The rift spat him out like discarded trash, and Huo Ling officially stepped into the spirit realm. Bending slightly, he first checked his body and equipment. The transportation process was fraught with risks, and some arrived in the spirit realm with only fragments of their bodies. Fortunately, Huo Ling was unharmed, but when he touched his backpack, he felt a chill. The bottom had been neatly sliced open, and at least half of the contents were gone. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he thanked his luck that the rift had sliced the backpack and not him. Huo Ling then began to survey his surroundings. It looked like an abandoned city, with plants breaking through the hardened roads and climbing up the building's walls. He drew his short knife and cautiously moved forward. Although he hadn't encountered any spirit realm creatures yet, Huo Ling remained vigilant. He selected a relatively intact building and carefully climbed up. It was one of a row of buildings lining the street, standing about 20 to 30 meters tall. Unfortunately, the city had been abandoned for so long that he couldn't find any identifiable items or signs. Most of the doors inside the building were open, but Huo Ling noticed one iron door that remained locked. The door had a large hole in the center, with the metal torn, leaving a jagged opening, as if ripped apart by a beast. This made Huo Ling realize the place wasn't safe, but compared to venturing further, this building was relatively the safest option for now. After careful consideration, Huo Ling decided to continue climbing. He scouted the entire building and, aside from some locked rooms, heard and saw no signs of other creatures. On the third floor, he found a room with an open iron door that was mostly intact. Entering quietly, Huo Ling placed his half-empty backpack on the floor. When he tried to close the iron door, the rusty hinges screeched, startling him into stopping. With his short knife in hand, Huo Ling cautiously began to explore the rest of the room. Gently pushing open a slightly ajar wooden door, Huo Ling stepped into a dilapidated bedroom. An old wooden bed came into view, covered with filthy bedding that bore the clear marks of time. In one corner of the room stood a wardrobe, which Huo Ling cautiously pried open with a short knife. The clothes inside were equally decrepit. A mere touch caused them to disintegrate like dust. After leaving this room, Huo Ling turned and opened another door. The sight before him made his heart race. A skeleton lay against the wall opposite the doorway. Instinctively holding his breath, he gripped the short knife tightly. After a moment of deliberation, Huo Ling decided to switch to a more intimidating weapon. He quietly retreated, opened his backpack, and pulled out a red fire axe. He had found it in an old firebox downstairs in his apartment complex and had sharpened it meticulously at home to ensure its blade was razor sharp. Returning the short knife to its sheath at his waist, Huo Ling re-entered the room with the skeleton, fire axe in hand. The layout of the room was similar to the previous one: a bed, a large wardrobe, and a bedside table. The skeleton lay at the foot of the bed, with a dark brown stain underneath it, possibly the remains of a decomposed body. Huo Ling cautiously approached and gently prodded the skeleton with the handle of the axe, causing the skull to roll off easily. Once he had calmed down, Huo Ling continued to examine the blackened skeleton. Besides the fallen skull, ribs were scattered across the floor, some visibly fractured. Strangely, he couldn't find the leg bones, and only one arm bone remained. Suddenly, Huo Ling noticed faint bite marks on the bones. Picking up a rib and examining it closely, he confirmed they were indeed teeth marks. Recalling his own experiences of gnawing on ribs during hard times, Huo Ling realized these marks were eerily similar to those made by human teeth. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this person have been eaten by others? The idea sent chills down his spine. Even more disturbing, the bite marks on the bones suggested something sinister. Had the body been cooked before being gnawed on? Or did the person who ate it possess inhuman strength capable of chewing through raw bones? Forcing himself to stay calm, Huo Ling reminded himself that the skeleton had been there for a long time. Whatever had happened, the danger should have long passed. To be safe, he used the fire axe to thoroughly smash the skeleton, preventing it from becoming a mythical skeletal warrior. After checking the last room, Huo Ling decided to use the place as a temporary shelter. He placed his backpack in the innermost room and moved a tattered sofa to the doorway as a makeshift barricade. The iron door couldn't close properly and would make a piercing noise at the slightest movement, potentially attracting unwanted attention. Finally, having a moment to inspect his backpack, Huo Ling found a large tear at the bottom, likely caused by a spatial rift. Fortunately, most of his essential items were intact, though he had lost his tent and some miscellaneous items. While some food was missing, the survival kit given by Ren Jingyang was mostly untouched. A quick inventory of his remaining food supplies assured him that, if rationed carefully, they would last for a while. After a brief cleanup, Huo Ling decided to rest directly on the floor. Although the room had a wooden bed and bedding, they were in such poor condition that he preferred the ground. Lying on the floor with his backpack as a pillow, Huo Ling finally allowed himself to relax a bit. The tension that had gripped him since the start of his spiritual awakening began to ease. Despite the less than ideal situation, he had found a temporary safe haven. As long as he remained cautious, surviving until he could return to Blue Star seemed feasible. Closing his eyes, Huo Ling tried to focus on the faint beacon in his mind. This was his hope for returning to Blue Star. According to the book, when the beacon became clear enough to seemingly grasp, it would be time for his return. Suddenly, a strange sensation swept over him, growing stronger by the second. Huo Ling felt as though his mind was turning to mush, his body thrown into a violently spinning washing machine. Despite the discomfort, he felt a surge of excitement. This was the process of spiritual awakening. He was on the brink of gaining extraordinary abilities, a monumental leap forward. Even in this state, Huo Ling remained vigilant. He gripped the fire axe tightly, eyes fixed on the doorway, ready for any unexpected dangers. He bit down hard, determined not to make any noise that might attract trouble. After what felt like an eternity, Huo Ling's mind cleared. He shook his head to dispel the dizziness, tasting blood in his mouth. Touching his face, he found dried blood around his mouth and nose. Realizing the potential danger, Huo Ling quickly retrieved tissues from his belongings and carefully wiped away the blood. In this perilous spiritual realm, silence and the absence of blood scent were paramount. He sealed the blood-stained tissues in a plastic bag to prevent any scent from escaping. Upon checking his physical condition, Huo Ling was thrilled to find his strength had increased, his body felt lighter, and his senses were extraordinarily sharp. Even his thoughts were clearer and more agile. Without a doubt, he had successfully completed his awakening. Huo Ling couldn't contain his excitement and almost burst into laughter. But realizing he was in the spirit realm, he managed to suppress the impulse. Just then, a sharp pain struck him, and a virtual panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. What on earth is this? Huo Ling muttered in surprise, scrutinizing the sudden interface. The panel displayed his basic information. Name, Huo Ling. Race, human. Strength, 1.3. Constitution, 1.1. Agility, 1.1. Mental power, 2.1. Skills, none. Potential points, 0. Huo Ling stared thoughtfully at the data. Is this my physical condition? He pondered. If this panel stays in front of me all the time, it would be quite inconvenient for daily life or combat. As he wished it would disappear, the semi-transparent panel actually retracted. Huo Ling was momentarily stunned, but then mentally commanded, "Show up again." Sure enough, the attribute panel reappeared. Great, Huo Ling nodded to himself. Though I don't know where this panel came from, it will be handy for tracking my progress during training. He carefully analyzed the data on the panel. His strength, agility, and constitution were slightly above 1. A bit higher than an average adult's 1 point, likely due to the enhancements from his successful awakening. His mental power was the highest at 2.1, which made Huo Ling smile. Looks like I can train to become a spellcaster when I get back. Next, Huo Ling picked up his axe and cautiously opened the door. He thoroughly checked the entire house, even venturing up and down the hallway, ensuring no danger was attracted before retreating back into his room. Leaning against his backpack, he opened a pack of compressed biscuits and cut off a piece with his knife, chewing the dry food silently. Meanwhile, he focused on the blue star beacon in his mind, checking its energy status. To his surprise, he discovered a book beside the beacon. A blessing from the spirit realm. Huo Ling's heart leaped with joy. He knew that some fortunate blue star individuals would receive blessings from the spirit realm upon successful awakening, either in the form of rare high-level resources or precious inheritances. Eagerly, Huo Ling touched the book with his mind. With a snap, the book materialized in reality, floating in front of him. He reached out and grabbed it, seeing unfamiliar characters on the cover. Yet, with the spirit realm's aid, he could understand its meaning. Alec's Book of Magic? Is this a mage inheritance from someone named Alec? Huo Ling's heart burned with excitement. He knew that inheritances bestowed by the spirit realm were perfectly suited to the recipient's physique, providing a clear path for cultivation. He couldn't wait to open the book, and the first thing he saw was densely packed characters. Thanks to the spirit realm's translation, Huo Ling took a deep breath and discovered it was a meditation method called Breath of Darkness. Though puzzled about why someone like him, a sunny youth, would receive a dark attribute inheritance, he kept reading. Next came the spells. The first zero-level spell was Grey Mist, a simple area spell that released a cloud of gray fog to obscure vision. Despite being a basic spell, it occupied 3 full pages in the book. The second zero-level spell was Bone Tooth, which conjured a bone tooth to shoot at enemies. The third was Touch of Fatigue, which released an illusory tendril to induce fatigue in the target. When Huo Ling tried to turn further pages, he found them unmovable. He realized it might be because his current power level only allowed him to learn this meditation method and the 3 zero-level spells. He turned back to the first page and carefully read the Breath of Darkness content. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a gold-tier meditation method. I've hit the jackpot, Huo Ling thought excitedly. He knew that on Blue Star, Spirit Realm blessings were categorized into Iron, Silver, Gold, Sanctuary, and Legendary tiers. Most people could only learn Iron or Silver tier inheritances, with Gold tier being extremely rare, let alone Sanctuary or Legendary. Taking a deep breath, Huo Ling looked at the spellbook in his hand and thought, Breath of Darkness. I'm sorry for judging you too quickly. So what if it's a dark attribute? I, Huo Ling, love dark attributes. I wouldn't be able to train in any other attribute without coughing. Gold tier. How sweet it is. Huo Ling meticulously studied the meditation technique, memorizing every detail word by word. He focused not only on the original content, but also carefully absorbed the meditation tips and notes left by Alec. These additional insights made it easier for him to grasp the essence of the technique. After half a day of diligent learning, Huo Ling was finally ready to begin his first meditation practice. Recalling the steps, he found a comfortable position, sat down, and closed his eyes to meditate. Time passed slowly, and after more than half an hour, Huo Ling opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment. Could he really be a genius? On his first attempt, he had already initiated the dark breath meditation technique and could clearly feel the newly absorbed magic flowing within him. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Driven by curiosity, he checked his attribute panel to see the changes brought by this meditation. Name, Huo Ling. Bloodline, human. Rank, apprentice level 0. Strength, 1.3. Constitution, 1.1. Agility, 1.1. Spirit, 2.1. Magic, 1.7. Skills, dark breath initiation. Potential points, 0. The panel indeed showed some changes. A new rank section appeared, displaying apprentice level 0, indicating that he had officially stepped into the extraordinary realm after initiating the meditation. The attribute panel now included magic, and although the value was not high, Huo Ling felt that it had room for improvement, considering this was only his first meditation. The skills section now listed dark breath initiation, clearly a result of his recent learning. The direct feedback from the attribute panel was exhilarating for Huo Ling. This immediate observation of his progress provided strong positive reinforcement. Many people give up on training because they don't see significant changes, but now Huo Ling had clear indicators of his growth. After finishing his meditation, Huo Ling stood up, stretched, and looked out the window. The sky was beginning to darken, and it would be completely dark in about an hour and a half. Seeing no signs of danger, he sat back down to continue meditating. At that moment, Huo Ling was like a child with a new toy, eager to meditate every possible moment. After another round of meditation, Huo Ling felt satisfied with the abundant magic within him. He checked the attribute panel again, noting that only the magic attribute had increased, now reaching 2.1. It seemed that the growth of magic was indeed related to his spirit. Unfortunately, although he had acquired magic, he hadn't learned any spells yet, so the magic was temporarily useless. Just as Huo Ling was lamenting this fact, a growing noise from downstairs made his face turn pale. He cautiously stood up, grabbed a fire axe, and quietly moved to the window. Peeking through the drafty window, he saw the source of the noise. A large group of zombies was stumbling along the road. Huo Ling's heart pounded like a drum, his palms sweating. He gripped the fire axe tightly, seeking some semblance of security. He recalled reading about zombies in a book on the spirit realm. Zombies were common, unintelligent creatures in the spirit realm, typically mutated from species unable to withstand the realm's aura. They could naturally absorb magic to sustain their bodies, with lifespans reaching up to a century. Zombies from different worlds had varying characteristics. Some could grow continuously, some were bloodthirsty. Although they lacked intelligence, they retained the instinct to reproduce, and might even evolve intelligence in the future. Huo Ling regretted not studying the detailed information about zombies more thoroughly. Though he knew that even with this knowledge, it might not have been useful, as zombies from different worlds had different habits. Some had vision, some had keen hearing, and others had an extraordinary sense of smell traits that couldn't be determined by appearance alone. It was then that Huo Ling understood the origin of the skeleton in the adjacent room. It was likely an unfortunate soul discovered and devoured by zombies, explaining the bite marks on the bones. Everything made sense now. The zombie horde downstairs numbered in the thousands, shambling along the road with no clear destination. Huo Ling remembered that although zombies lacked intelligence, their hearing and sense of smell were often very sharp, capable of detecting sounds from great distances. Most of them were blind, avoiding light. Although sunlight didn't harm them, it made them uncomfortable. So they usually hid in dark places during the day and roamed in groups at night, drawn to various sounds. Huo Ling's position on the 4th floor was relatively safe as long as he didn't make any noise. The zombie horde stretched for kilometers, moving slowly. Huo Ling didn't dare to rest, fearing that he might make noise in his sleep or that zombies might suddenly come upstairs. Fortunately, he had been meditating quietly before, not attracting the zombies' attention. If he had made any noise then, the zombies' reaction could have been completely different. According to records, zombies moved very quickly when hunting, as fast as a normal adult running. Moreover, some zombies were particularly powerful. Although they lacked intelligence, prolonged absorption of magic enhanced their strength. Generally, the longer a zombie existed, the stronger it became. While ordinary zombies lived for about a century, some lucky ones accumulated enough magic to gain rank advancements, significantly boosting their physical strength. Huo Ling recalled a mage's record of venturing deep into the spirit realm. The mage had encountered a massive horde of zombies, including powerful individuals of black iron and silver rank, and even a few at the gold rank. Fortunately, these formidable zombies, despite their strength, still lacked intelligence and only retained animalistic instincts. Otherwise, the mage's escape might not have been possible. After a long wait, the 1,000-strong zombie horde finally moved on. Huo Ling's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but he remained cautious. The prolonged tension had left him feeling exceptionally tired. He slowly slumped against his backpack, still not daring to make a sound. He also refrained from meditating further, knowing that in a meditative state, he would be completely unaware of his surroundings. Huo Ling couldn't meditate anymore. He didn't even dare to sleep, so he leaned against the window, using the faint moonlight to summon his magic book. He focused on learning 3 0-level spells from the book: Dim Mist, Bone Fong, and Touch of Fatigue. In this perilous spirit realm, mastering offensive spells was essential for survival, so Huo Ling decided to start with Bone Fong. Although Bone Fong required only a few spell runes, memorizing them was quite challenging. Without a teacher's guidance and relying solely on a magic book, Huo Ling knew that mastering a spell would take a long time. The book mentioned that it typically took an apprentice about a week to half a month to get the hang of a 0-level cantrip. Even then, the spell might still fail. To cast spells more quickly and effectively, long-term practice was necessary. As Huo Ling studied, he pondered the path of a spellcaster's growth. From apprentice to legendary, a spellcaster's abilities continually improved, evolving from simple cantrips to moving mountains, filling seas, and traversing plains. In contrast, the development of warriors seemed much more straightforward, primarily focused on enhancing their combat skills. The silence of the night was broken, and Huo Ling listened intently. After a long wait without hearing any more movements from the undead, drowsiness finally overtook him. He decided to get some sleep to prepare for potential daytime dangers. Sunlight woke Huo Ling, marking the second day in the spirit realm. After taking care of his basic needs, he resumed his spell studies. The morning hours passed as he memorized and sketched runes. He took brief breaks to address his physiological needs, carefully burying his waist with debris to avoid leaving any scent. Just as Huo Ling was deeply engrossed in his magic book, he heard a noise again. He cautiously peeked out and looked towards the source. At the end of the road, he saw several green figures. It was goblins. Huo Ling observed these common spirit realm creatures closely. He recalled what he knew about goblins. They ranged from 1.2 to 1.4 meters tall, were omnivorous, and lived in groups. Their intelligence was generally akin to that of 7 or 80-year-old children. Goblins had complex temperaments, being both fierce and cowardly, with their courage often depending on the number of their companions. As their tribe grew, some goblins became smarter and could even train in combat techniques or become spellcasters. This group of goblins consisted of 6 creatures, none of whom noticed Huo Ling, who was only showing his eyes. Among the naked goblins, only the leader wore a necklace made of grass stems adorned with a few tangled bird feathers, indicating his status. They wielded stone spears nearly 2 meters long, with sharp stone tips bound to somewhat crooked shafts with grass ropes. As they walked, the goblins shouted and hollered, occasionally banging their spears against the walls and speaking in a language Huo Ling couldn't understand, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Huo Ling watched in confusion, wondering why these seemingly weak goblins weren't afraid of attracting dangerous predators. Suddenly, the goblins split into 3 groups and entered several buildings. Huo Ling felt a foreboding sense of danger. He quickly grabbed a fire axe and strapped a short knife to his waist, keeping a close eye on the goblins' actions. After about 10 minutes, The first group of goblins emerged from a building, carrying a metal pot and some miscellaneous items. The other two groups soon followed, each holding various objects. They put their findings down and randomly entered other buildings. Huo Ling felt a heavy weight on his heart, silently praying that the goblins wouldn't enter the building or room he was in. Unfortunately, his prayers went unanswered. A group of goblins, empty-handed and cursing, emerged from a building across the street and headed straight into Huo Ling's building. Huo Ling's heart sank. He hadn't wanted any trouble. He had just successfully awakened his spiritual power and received blessings from the spirit realm, along with a mysterious attribute panel. If he could return to Blue Star, he would have a promising future as a mage. But now, an unexpected danger had appeared. As the two goblins approached, Huo Ling, despite his nervousness, began to calm down. Though he was afraid, he wouldn't back down. Being tall and strong, he figured he could handle a goblin or two. Once he dealt with these two, the remaining four would be easier to manage. Hiding behind the door, Huo Ling gripped the fire axe in his right hand and held the short knife in a reverse grip with his left, waiting for the goblins to come. He had blocked the door with a dilapidated sofa, but it didn't stop the goblins. They shoved the sofa aside, sending debris and dust into the air, making them cough. The goblins first checked two other rooms, pausing for a moment in a room with a skeleton. Then, they pushed open the door to Huo Ling's room. Huo Ling held his breath, catching the sour smell of the goblins. The two goblins excitedly discovered Huo Ling's backpack and the pile of food and tools in the corner, shouting with joy. At that moment, Huo Ling quietly emerged from behind the door. One goblin was holding random items scavenged from other rooms, with a skull from the neighboring room perched on its head. The other goblin held a stone spear, and the two were engrossed in their discussion. With a fierce expression, Huo Ling raised the fire axe high and swung it down on the goblin holding the spear. The sharp axe easily cut through the goblin's flesh, spraying green blood. The goblin managed only a brief scream before dying. The other goblin stood frozen in shock. Huo Ling yanked the axe from the bones and raised it again. The goblin finally screamed, but it was too late. It tried to block with the items it was holding. Huo Ling's powerful strike smashed through the items and hit the goblin. Though the objects absorbed some of the impact, sparing the goblin's life, Huo Ling kicked it onto the wooden bed. He followed up with another axe swing to the goblin's head. The goblin's skull shattered, brain matter mixed with green blood splattering everywhere, killing it instantly. The battle over, Huo Ling panted heavily, his body aching. This was his first real fight, far more intense than any combat training at school. Although he had killed fish and chickens in a restaurant before, this experience was undoubtedly more nerve-wracking and exhilarating. Huo Ling stood on the rickety wooden bed, which was on the verge of collapsing after a fierce battle. He bent down to pull out the fire axe still lodged in the goblin's head, causing the creature beneath the bed to take its final breath. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light emerged from the dead goblin and shot straight into Huo Ling's body. He blinked in surprise, but felt no different, and decided to set the matter aside for now. Quickly, he grabbed his backpack and stuffed it with food and tools, relieved that it hadn't gotten any blood on it. Tossing the backpack into the adjacent room, Huo Ling turned to face the remaining four goblins, a determined glint in his eyes. Returning to the goblin's corpse, he picked up a stone spear, cut the rope binding the stone tip with his short knife, and discarded the stone head. An idea struck him, and he tied the short knife to the wooden shaft, creating a sharper, longer weapon. Leaning by the window, he kept a wary eye on the other goblins while skillfully securing the knife with grass rope. Before long, a brand new spear was ready, far superior to the goblins' stone spears. Huo Ling gripped the spear and the fire axe tightly, then quietly descended the stairs, sneaking into a building where another group of goblins was searching. As he was about to go upstairs, he heard two goblins chattering as they came down. With no time to spare, Huo Ling quickly crouched in the shadows under the stairs. The goblins, carrying random items, descended one after the other, oblivious to the imminent danger. Holding his breath, Huo Ling let the first goblin pass. As the second goblin reached the bottom, he sprang up, both hands gripping the spear, and thrust it forward with force. The spear pierced the goblin's chest with a sickening squelch, blood gushing from the wound. The goblin let out a painful wail, alerting its companion ahead. Without hesitation, Huo Ling kicked the injured goblin to the ground and withdrew his spear. The front goblin turned around, seeing the scene, and screamed in terror, dropping its items and spear in panic. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Ling closed the distance in a few strides, driving the spear through the goblin's back. He swiftly pulled out the spear as the goblin turned, clutching its chest and staring at Huo Ling in horror, blood pouring from its mouth. At that moment, two more goblins from the opposite building rushed out, drawn by the commotion. Huo Ling, expressionless, turned to face them, knowing this would be a tough fight. The goblins, gripping their spears tightly, let out threatening cries, seemingly to bolster their courage. Taking a deep breath, Huo Ling gripped his spear with both hands, slightly bending his knees, ready for battle. The goblins circled him slowly, looking for an opening. Huo Ling knew he couldn't wait passively. With a loud shout, he charged at the nearest goblin. The goblin, also enraged, charged back. But the height difference was clear. Huo Ling easily parried the goblin's stone spear and stabbed it in the shoulder. The goblin cried out in pain, clinging to the spear. Unable to pull it free, Huo Ling let go of the spear and drew his fire axe. The goblin watched in terror as the axe came down. With a crunch, Huo Ling's axe cleaved through half of its neck. Another faint light emerged from the goblin and entered Huo Ling's body. The last goblin, seeing its comrades fall one by one, lost its will to fight and fled, dropping its spear. Gritting his teeth, Huo Ling knew he couldn't let it escape. He yanked the spear from the corpse and gave chase. As the goblin ran about 10 meters ahead, Huo Ling took a running start and hurled the spear with all his might. The spear arced through the air and struck the goblin's leg with a sickening thud. Dragging its injured leg, the goblin struggled to move forward but was soon overtaken by Huo Ling. With one final chop of his axe, he ended the goblin's life. After the battle ended, Huo Ling didn't dare to relax even for a moment. He took a brief rest, quickly shed his blood-stained outer clothing, leaving only his stab-proof vest. Slinging a backpack filled with essentials over his shoulder, he cautiously proceeded along the desolate road. The 6 goblin corpses and the heavy scent of blood made the area extremely dangerous. Huo Ling knew all too well that this could attract more trouble. Worse still, there might be other goblins lurking nearby. Having just gone through an intense fight, his stamina was nearly depleted. If he encountered a few more goblins, his chances of survival would be slim. After carefully walking for about half an hour, Huo Ling quietly slipped into a dilapidated building. He meticulously searched every corner to ensure it was safe before settling in a relatively clean room. After a brief cleanup of the dust and debris, he lay wearily on his backpack, reflecting on the recent battle and feeling a chill of fear. Good thing I used a surprise attack. Otherwise, facing 6 goblins hidden would have been tough, Huo Ling thought with relief. Suddenly, he remembered seeing 2 faint lights flying towards him during the fight. What were those? He checked himself thoroughly but found nothing unusual. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. To his surprise, the potential points, which had been at 0, were now at 2. Could it be from killing those 2 goblins? But why didn't the other 4 give any points? He couldn't figure it out. He tried to allocate the potential points to attributes like strength but found it impossible. What's the use of these potential points? Huo Ling decided to set his doubts aside for now and focus on eating. He cautiously nibbled on a compressed biscuit, wary of eating too much and risking post-battle drowsiness. After a short rest, he moved near the window, attentively listening to any outside noises. He then summoned his spellbook to continue studying the spell, Bone Tooth. Suddenly, the attribute panel popped up again, displaying, use potential points to speed up learning? Huo Ling was taken aback, not expecting the potential points to have such a use. Without hesitation, he chose yes and buried himself in study. The results were astonishing. The previously obscure runes now seemed clear and easy to understand, forming effortlessly in his mind. If learning spells before felt like a grade schooler tackling advanced calculus, now it was like a college student doing basic arithmetic. Potential points, let's see your limits. Huo Ling thought excitedly but remained focused on his studies, not wanting to waste precious time. As the sun set, Huo Ling emerged from his intense learning session. The boost from the potential points had faded, but the time spent studying had been highly productive. He silently traced the magic runes in his mind, and 3 seconds later, a sharp, peanut-sized tooth floated beside him. Bone Tooth, spell cast successfully. The tooth sliced through the air, whistling as it shot towards a building 30 meters away, leaving a head-sized dent in the wall. Though it didn't penetrate, the power was considerable. Huo Ling calculated that if it hit a goblin's head, it would be fatal. He brought up the attribute panel again and found the potential points depleted. He couldn't help but marvel at their value. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to acquire them reliably, only guessing that the light spots from the goblins were potential points. But why only 2 goblins provided points while the other 4 didn't remain a mystery? Huo Ling continued to assess his condition. 1 Bone Tooth spell consumed 3 mana points, allowing him to cast it 7 times currently. This was a significant improvement, providing him with a ranged attack capability. He imagined that if he had mastered this spell earlier, the previous goblin battle would have been much easier. Utilizing his newfound mental power, Huo Ling scanned the surrounding area within 50 meters, confirming it was safe before relaxing slightly. He realized that with mental power, future reconnaissance would be much easier. However, full-scale scanning rapidly depleted his mental energy, lasting only about half an hour. Huo Ling understood that once his mental energy was exhausted, it recovered very slowly, even with meditation, slower than mana. He couldn't help but reflect that while this new ability was powerful, it required careful use. Magic is closely linked with mental strength, complementing each other. The upper limit of mental strength determines the upper limit of magic power, and meditation can cultivate magic power, increasing its upper limit while also enhancing mental strength. Despite mastering an offensive spell, Huo Ling still felt inadequate in the perilous spirit realm. A few bone teeth were simply insufficient against an onslaught of goblins or a horde of zombies. Huo Ling kept a vigilant watch for half a day, and, seeing no signs of goblin pursuit, he relaxed a bit. Leaning against the window, he entered a shallow meditation to restore his magic and mental strength. Shallow meditation allowed him to maintain awareness of his surroundings and respond to sudden threats, while deep meditation would completely shut off his senses, only ending when he finished or was attacked. Although shallow meditation was less efficient, Huo Ling dared not risk deep meditation after discovering the threats of goblins and zombie hordes. Meditation, whether shallow or deep, could replace sleep. Magic flowed through his body, easily sweeping away fatigue, much to Huo Ling's delight. He could now rest while staying alert. In the dead of night, rustling sounds suddenly echoed through the streets. Huo Ling peered through the window but couldn't locate the source. He smiled slightly, recalling that he had mastered a more convenient mental detection ability. Activating his mental scan, he quickly spotted a small mouse on the ground floor of the building across the street. It was surprising to see a mouse in this dead city, apart from the zombies. Zombies, though mindless, instinctively absorbed the spirit realm's magic to sustain their bodily functions. Yet, this mouse clearly lacked the ability to absorb magic, leaving Huo Ling curious about how it survived here. As Huo Ling pondered, he heard faint footsteps in the distance. Looking up, he saw another group of zombies approaching. Holding his breath, he dared not make a sound. This city deserved its title as a city of the dead, with hordes of zombies emerging every night. Unlike the cautious Huo Ling, the mouse downstairs continued to scurry around obliviously, occasionally emitting squeaks. Huo Ling grimaced, knowing the mouse was in imminent danger. Sure enough, the zombies, still 100 meters away, noticed the mouse's movements. The leading zombies stopped, listened intently, and quickly pinpointed the mouse's location. They broke into a run, charging toward the mouse. These zombies, naked and emaciated yet muscular, had skin as pale as paper from lack of sunlight. They sprinted like arrows, their ghostly white forms darting straight at the foraging mouse. The leading zombies' sprint ignited the rest of the horde, which followed suit, their thunderous footsteps echoing in the night, scaring the mouse into a frantic escape. The foremost zombies chased it into a building. The entire horde, resembling a human-shaped dragon, surged into the building. Huo Ling quickly used his mental scan to monitor the mouse's situation. He saw the terrified mouse climbing the stair railing, pursued closely by zombies whose heavy steps kicked up dust. The poor mouse had barely reached halfway up to the second floor when a large hand snatched it. With a snap, the mouse was caught, letting out a desperate squeak. Its life ended abruptly. A big mouth filled with yellow teeth opened wide, swallowing the mouse in one gulp, leaving only a half-eaten tail hanging out. As the zombie bit down, blood spurted from its mouth. The chewing sound seemed to echo in Huo Ling's ears, as if he could hear the mouse's flesh being torn apart. Another zombie licked the blood off the stairs, ensuring none was wasted. After a while, the frenzied horde gradually calmed down. Huo Ling had already retreated in fear at the sight of the mass pursuit. The sight of hundreds of zombies chasing a single mouse left a deep psychological impact on him. Zombies, usually as slow as the elderly, became incredibly swift and agile once they had a target. Huo Ling realized that if he were pursued by zombies, he would never outrun them. Discovery would mean certain death. With a large number of zombies gathered downstairs, Huo Ling dared not move. He cautiously scanned with his mental power from time to time. The horde gradually quieted, clustering together. After lingering for a while, they began to disperse, continuing along the road. Only then did Huo Ling breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from having hundreds of zombies below had been immense. He didn't even dare to let his heart race too much, fearing the sound might alert the zombies, nor did he dare to sweat, lest the scent be detected by their keen noses. It took over an hour for the zombie horde to completely disperse, their shuffling footsteps fading into the distance. Huo Ling finally relaxed, but the harrowing scene was etched into his memory, making him even more cautious in this treacherous dead city. As the horde of zombies gradually moved away, Huo Ling wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead, inwardly marveling at how he had underestimated these creatures. Although this wave consisted of only a few hundred zombies, and none had reached the level of a black iron professional, even ordinary zombies had created such a terrifying scene. He couldn't imagine what it would be like facing hordes of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of zombies. Night fell, and the air was tinged with the metallic scent of rat blood. The deafening noise from the zombies' rampage earlier was bound to attract even more of them. Huo Ling entered a shallow meditative state, staying vigilant and ready to respond to any potential danger. Throughout the night, Groups of varying sizes passed by. Some had 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, others a few hundred, and there were even smaller groups of about a dozen. Huo Ling noticed some zombies clambering up the building where the rats had died, a sight that filled him with dread. He resolved to leave this place at first light. He couldn't help but worry about the 6 goblin corpses left from the daytime battle and how many zombies they would attract. The scene would likely become a gruesome feast. As dawn broke, Huo Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. Dozens of zombies still lurked downstairs, with a few searching for the source of the blood sent upstairs. This was the final wave, but it was also the most dangerous. As sunlight began to bathe the ground, the zombies started to retreat, with some entering the building Huo Ling was in. Holding his breath, Huo Ling used his mental powers to carefully probe the area. 2 zombies on the first floor, 3 on the second, totaling 5. He quickly contemplated his options. Wait until nightfall? Too risky. Escape through the window using a rope? No secure anchor points. The only viable choice seemed to be fighting his way out. He quietly observed the zombies' movements downstairs. As the sunlight grew stronger, the zombies retreated further into the shadows. Huo Ling thought that if he moved cautiously, he might slip through unnoticed. However, one zombie was blocking the critical path between the first and second floors. After waiting for an hour, Huo Ling decided he couldn't delay any longer. He gently strapped on his backpack, armed himself with a spear and a fire axe, and stealthily stepped out. While his bone tooth couldn't turn corners, he had other spells at his disposal. Using his mental powers for reconnaissance, Huo Ling noticed that the zombies were in a dormant state during the day, only moving when directly exposed to sunlight. He carefully descended to the 3rd floor and peered through the gaps in the stairway, spotting the zombie blocking his way. Huo Ling sketched a rune in his mind, and 3 seconds later, a small bone tooth appeared beside him. He aimed at the zombie's head and launched the attack decisively. The bone tooth sliced through the air with a faint sound. The zombie's ears twitched slightly, sensing something, but it was too late. Bang! The zombie's head exploded instantly, splattering blood and emitting a foul stench. Huo Ling held his breath, fully alert to any reactions from the other zombies in the building. To his relief, although they heard the sound and smelled the blood, they neither opened their eyes nor took any action. This discovery boosted Huo Ling's spirits. It seemed that during the day, with sunlight present, the threat posed by these zombies was significantly reduced. His chances of escaping had just increased considerably. At that moment, a faint point of light flew out from the headshot zombie and landed on Huo Ling. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately called up his attribute panel to check. Name: Huo Ling. Mana: 1821. Skills: Breath of Darkness, Meditation, 0 level spells, Bone Tooth. Potential points: 0.5. Sure enough, his potential points had increased by 0.5. Huo Ling was overjoyed. These potential points were valuable. A single zombie provided only 0.5 potential points, less than a goblin, which he guessed was because zombies lacked intelligence. Huo Ling's gaze swept over the room filled with grotesque and ferocious zombies, as if he could see potential points beckoning to him. But he quickly suppressed his greed, reminding himself that he was not out of danger yet and couldn't risk it for a bit of potential. He cautiously walked down the stairs, trying not to make any noise. He carefully stepped over the headshot zombie, avoiding the bloodstains, and after reaching the ground floor, he changed direction to move away from the zombie horde. The previous direction had seen several zombie hordes the night before, and Huo Ling guessed they might be hiding in the hallways due to the sunlight. He decided to explore the direction he had come from, planning to find another building to temporarily stay in. However, the spirit world is always full of surprises. Huo Ling had just taken a few steps when he heard a familiar sound ahead. He kneeled down on one knee, listening intently, and his face changed dramatically. It was the sound of goblins talking. Could it be that the goblins had tracked the traces he left yesterday to seek revenge? That shouldn't be possible. After a whole night with so many zombies passing by, how could they still track him? There was no time to think. Huo Ling ignored the need to hide his footsteps and turned to run. After all, the area was full of zombies, and they wouldn't come out during the day, making it somewhat safe. After running about 100 meters, he glanced back and saw a group of green figures in the distance. Huo Ling dared not run anymore. Using his mental power, he found a building without zombies and climbed in through a first-floor window gap. He carefully climbed to the 4th floor and hid in a room, observing the goblins' movements from the window. This group of goblins was much larger than the one he had encountered yesterday, with over 20 of them. They were noisy, chattering non-stop, and occasionally roughhousing. Their weapons were similar to those of the goblins from yesterday, and there were even more goblins wearing feather grass necklaces. Huo Ling dared not make any rash moves. With so many goblins, there was no way he, a novice apprentice mage, could handle them. Relying on his bone tooth spell, which he could cast once every 3 seconds, even if the goblins stood still, he could only kill 7. Close combat was out of the question. 3 goblins attacking together would be more than enough for him to handle. He could only hide himself well, and hoped the goblins wouldn't discover him. The goblins walked down the street, occasionally banging on building walls to make noise. Sometimes, one or two goblins would enter a building and come out a moment later. Huo Ling couldn't understand their behavior. In such a dangerous place, shouldn't they try not to make any noise? Finally, the goblins approached the building where Huo Ling had previously hidden, where there were dozens of zombies. Huo Ling was curious about what would happen when the goblins encountered the zombies, so he peeked out, keeping a close eye on the nearby goblins. The 20-something goblins formed a long line, and two goblins entered a building. Huo Ling's heart tightened. There were a few zombies in that building. Soon, the two goblins rushed out, excitedly shouting. Though Huo Ling couldn't understand goblin language, he could hear the joy in their voices. With the two goblins' calls, the other goblins also burst into excited shouts, charging into the building with their spears. After about 10 minutes, the goblins came out. Some goblins had blood on their spears and were cheerfully exiting the building. The last few goblins worked in pairs, carrying zombie corpses. These zombies were completely dead, with spear wounds on their bodies and black blood dripping from the wounds. Their limbs were tied to the goblins' spears and carried out of the building. Not a single zombie in that building had escaped. They were all killed. The goblins continued to sweep through several buildings, killing the zombies inside and tying them to their spears like pigs before carrying them out. The closest time, Huo Ling could observe their movements with his mental power. He saw that when the goblins discovered zombies, they would call their companions, and 7 or 8 goblins would rush in. When they found the zombies, the goblins would smile. In contrast, the zombies, though they heard the noise, didn't open their eyes or move. A goblin with a sinister grin thrust its spear into a zombie's chest, the sharp stone spear piercing its body. Only then did the zombie react, opening its eyes wide and flailing its arms, but it was too late. With its chest pierced, it couldn't get close to the goblins, and another goblin finished it off with another spear thrust, ending the zombie's life. Even when one zombie was killed with a loud noise and a strong smell of blood, the other zombie in the same room remained unresponsive. Its ears and nostrils twitched slightly, indicating it had heard the sound and smelled the blood, but it stayed completely still. Soon, this zombie met the same fate as its companion, easily killed by the goblins and then tied to a spear and carried downstairs. Over 20 goblins quickly killed around 10 zombies, lifting the bodies and heading back along the street they came from. Huo Ling suddenly realized the goblins' purpose for making noise and searching the buildings during the day they were looking for these zombies. As for the reason behind killing the zombies, Huo Ling guessed it was most likely for food. Goblins, being omnivorous creatures of the spirit world, eat everything from grassroots to carrion. They don't even spare the bodies of their own kind, let alone these zombies. Although these zombies have lost their intelligence, their bodies are not infected with any virus. They turned into this state because their consciousness was destroyed by spiritual energy. To the goblins, these daytime zombies were probably just walking meat pigs. From upstairs, Huo Ling watched as the goblins carried the zombie bodies away until they disappeared from sight. Suddenly, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, releasing the long-suppressed emotions he had felt in the spirit world. The daytime zombies were just sitting targets, and the goblins had given Huo Ling a perfect demonstration. Potential points, here I come. Huo Ling muttered excitedly to himself. He put down his luggage, picked up a spear and a fire axe, and headed downstairs. He spread his mental energy and quickly located a building with zombies, then began to climb the stairs. Entering a room, he saw 2 zombies standing in a dim corner. Although he knew the zombies wouldn't move, Huo Ling still felt a bit nervous facing them directly. He carefully observed the zombies and found that they were not much different from humans, except their skin was unnaturally pale, likely due to lack of sunlight, and covered in filth. The 2 corpses in front of him were male, with visible genitalia. Huo Ling speculated that these were second-generation zombies, born from the reproduction between zombies. Despite lacking intelligence, the zombies still thrived by their reproductive instincts. Although they had little opportunity to obtain food, they could still grow by relying on magic, though they appeared rather emaciated. Huo Ling's mind raced with thoughts, but he quickly began to take action. First, he drew a rune and released a bone tooth, letting it float in the air as a precaution. In case of an emergency, he would have a countermeasure. After making his preparations, Huo Ling gripped the spear tightly and thrust it with all his strength into the chest of one zombie. The zombie immediately came to life, letting out a low growl and wildly flailing its arms, its sharp claws trying to reach Huo Ling. But the spear's length kept it at bay, and Huo Ling closely watched the other zombie for any movement. Seeing that it remained still, he felt somewhat relieved. The spear pierced the zombie's heart, and it quickly died. Huo Ling waited for a moment, but did not see any potential points appear, feeling a bit disappointed. However, he quickly rallied and raised the spear again, killing the other zombie. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as this zombie also did not yield any potential points. Despite this, Huo Ling was used to such occurrences. He picked up his spear and methodically eliminated the remaining zombies in the building. This time, he had better luck and managed to obtain 2 potential points from the zombies, bringing a smile to his face. He looked around at the nearby buildings, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As he continued to slaughter zombies, Huo Ling finally encountered something unusual. He had seen many male, female, and elderly zombies, but in this building, he finally came across a child zombie. Unlike adult zombies, this child zombie still had a bit of hair, though it was dry and brittle. Huo Ling guessed that it wouldn't be long before the hair fell out, leaving it bald like the adult zombies. Initially, Huo Ling wanted to spare the child zombie, but curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to see if it could consistently produce potential points. In the end, he killed it, but the result was no different from the adult zombies. Potential points were not guaranteed. After nearly 2 hours of fighting, Huo Ling finally eliminated all the zombies in the vicinity, reaping a substantial harvest. He checked his status. Name, Huo Ling. Race, human. Rank, level 0 apprentice. Mana, 2121. Skills, dark breath meditation. Level 0 spells, bone tooth. Potential points, 7.5. In total, he had killed nearly 40 zombies, but only gained 7 potential points, far below his expectations. He still hadn't figured out the pattern for generating potential points. Sometimes they appeared on strong zombies, and other times on weak ones, with no discernible pattern. However, Huo Ling didn't waste time pondering things he couldn't understand. He picked up his backpack and, while the sun was still high, began to move to a new hiding place. He realized that the buildings on this street attracted not only zombies but also frequent visits from goblins. Staying here was not safe, as he could be cornered by zombies or goblins at any time. Huo Ling moved quickly, trying to make as little noise as possible. After over an hour, he finally found a suitable place. It looked like a residential complex, surrounded by walls. When he found the main gate, he saw some characters above it. It seemed to be the script used by the humans of this city. He glanced at it briefly but didn't pay much attention, as he couldn't understand it anyway. To understand the language of spirit world creatures, aside from learning it, the simplest way was to use the Iron rank spell Comprehend Languages. When cast, this spell allowed the user to understand the speech of spirit world creatures for its duration. Not only could mages cast this spell, but it could also be made into spell scrolls for other professions to use, making it quite convenient. The neighborhood meticulously chosen by Huo Ling was indeed impressive. Tall walls encircled the area, creating a spacious and sunlit environment inside. Sunlight was particularly crucial for Huo Ling. It naturally repelled most zombies and avoided attracting goblin hunting parties, significantly enhancing his safety while hiding here. Within the neighborhood stood 7 towering buildings, each over 20 stories high, bearing the marks of time. Tiles on the walls were peeling and weathered, and the lower floors were covered in climbing plants, accelerating the building's decay. Huo Ling selected the building with the best lighting and, after dropping his backpack, immediately began scouting the entire area. Thanks to his mental abilities, he thoroughly explored all 7 buildings in just half an hour, without needing to check each door. Although the neighborhood was deserted, there were still about a dozen scattered zombies in the buildings. Huo Ling dealt with them one by one, happily earning 2 potential points in the process. Back in the plaza, basking in the warm sunlight, Huo Ling pondered. These zombies were clearly not original residents, but had wandered in from outside during the night and got trapped. The entire neighborhood was devoid of even a single rat, likely all consumed by the zombies. Since he decided to use this place as his hideout for the next few days, safety was his top priority. Taking advantage of the reduced zombie activity during the day, Huo Ling began a series of preparatory tasks. He carefully inspected the entire perimeter wall of the neighborhood and discovered a gap besides the 2 main gates. Huo Ling overlooked no detail. He closed the 2 rusty iron gates, even though their defensive capability was much diminished. Then, he started a small-scale demolition project, moving decaying furniture from the lower floors to pile up at the gates and the gap in the wall. These obstacles were enough to deter any potential zombie hordes during the night, forcing them to take a detour. After completing these preparations, Huo Ling chose a room on the 15th floor with ample sunlight and good ventilation as his temporary residence. He cleared out the useless furniture, stacking them in the opposite room, and carefully selected some usable pieces to furnish his room. To his surprise, he found a set of bedding sealed in a vacuum bag in the closet, giving him a decent bed for the first time in 3 days in the spirit realm. Sitting on a chair, munching on a compressed biscuit, Huo Ling felt somewhat resigned about the food but was overall satisfied with his current living conditions. As night fell, he took out his magic book and began studying by the faint moonlight, aiming to quickly master the remaining 2 spells. Using potential points to accelerate his learning, Huo Ling soon mastered the 2 cantrips, Dim Mist and Touch of Fatigue. He successfully conjured a cloud of gray mist, watching it slowly descend, and then reluctantly tested Touch of Fatigue on himself, experiencing the resulting weariness. After completing his spell studies, Huo Ling reviewed his attribute panel and felt very satisfied with trading 4 potential points for entry-level mastery of 2 cantrips. Such learning speed was probably unparalleled even by historical geniuses. Although he couldn't currently learn new spells from the magic book, Huo Ling's thirst for knowledge remained undiminished. He began to consider whether he could use potential points to accelerate his learning of the meditation technique, Breath of Darkness. With this in mind, he adjusted his posture and entered a meditative state. When the system indicated that potential points could be used to speed up the learning of the meditation technique, Huo Ling's breathing quickened. He was eager to discover the acceleration effect of potential points on meditation. Ensuring the neighborhood's safety, Huo Ling decided to enter a deep meditative state, fully committed to exploring the limits of potential points. Huo Ling emerged from his deep meditation with a sense of clarity and ease, thanks to the potential points he had acquired. The once elusive magical energy now flowed into him effortlessly, like a docile lamb being herded by his mental prowess. He could feel the magic coursing through his body, stimulating every cell like a gentle electric current. Opening his eyes, Huo Ling stretched his body in satisfaction. The benefits brought by the potential points were undeniable, though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret at their scarcity. Reflecting on his usual arduous meditation routines, he marveled at how dramatically different this session had been. After organizing his thoughts, Huo Ling waved his hand to summon his status panel, eager to see the results of his meditation. The data displayed clearly. Name, Huo Ling. Mental power, 2.62.6. Magic, 2626. Skills, Dark Breath Meditation. 0 level spells, Bone Fong, Gray Mist, Touch of Fatigue. Potential points, 0. A smile crept across Huo Ling's face as he read the numbers. Although the potential points were exhausted, their effects were exhilarating. His mental power had increased by 0.5, and his magic had risen by 5 points, boosting his combat effectiveness by a significant 25. Unable to contain his joy, Huo Ling grinned widely. He estimated that this meditation session had taken only about 2 hours, yielding remarkable results. In contrast, the previous night's meditation had lasted the entire night with no noticeable improvement in his attributes. A stark difference. Huo Ling understood that his past efforts hadn't been in vain. They simply hadn't produced enough progress to reflect on the status panel. This realization sparked a bold idea in his mind. Perhaps he should go hunting zombies again tomorrow. Daytime zombies were almost defenseless, as easy to kill as chickens. As greed ignited within him, Huo Ling began plotting how to accumulate more potential points. When night fell, he didn't waste any time and entered a shallow meditation state, thinking that any bit of magic he could gather would be beneficial, especially since meditation could substitute for sleep. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky, jolting Huo Ling out of his meditation. The abrupt interruption triggered a backlash of magic, causing him to feel an intense, drum-like pounding in his chest. Ignoring his discomfort, Huo Ling rushed to the window to investigate. Under the faint moonlight, he finally saw the source of the roar dragon soaring through the sky. Huo Ling swallowed nervously, awestruck by the sight. Dragons, these fearsome beings from the spirit realm, possessed immense power. Most adult dragons were of saint-level strength, and even the weaker dragon species could reach the golden tier. His mind raced with information about dragons. Their robust physiques, thick scales, sharp claws, and innate magical abilities. These attributes were part of their lineage, often allowing dragons to awaken with powerful spells. He also thought about the treasure trove a dragon represented. Scales for armor, skin for mage robes and high-level scroll bases, blood for spell ink, meat to enhance warriors' physiques, and bones for crafting weapons and staffs. Even dragon saliva and excrement were valuable as fertilizer for magical plants. Huo Ling scrutinized the dragon, which was circling and roaring in the sky. Despite the distance, he could make out its silhouette under the moonlight and the faint red glow of its scales. The dragon seemed to be battling something, angrily flapping its wings, diving, and spewing dragon breath. Estimating the dragon to be about 6 to 7 meters long, Huo Ling guessed it was either a juvenile or young dragon. Even so, its strength was formidable. Juvenile dragons usually had silver tier combat abilities, and some young dragons were already at the golden tier. He felt a surge of relief, knowing that facing this dragon would likely be fatal for him. This realization made him even more curious about what could be fighting the dragon. Was it a horde of zombies? But zombies had nothing of value to attract a dragon. Even the stronger, evolved zombies wouldn't have treasures worth a dragon's attention. Deciding not to delve further, Huo Ling focused on watching the blockbuster unfolding in the sky. He leaned against the window, engrossed in the dragon's aerial combat. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The commotion might attract zombies from miles around. Zombies had highly sensitive hearing, and by now, countless of them could be converging on the area. This thought made Huo Ling worry for the dragon's opponent. If it were zombies, the situation might be manageable. But if it were another creature, it could be in serious trouble. The dragon could fly away at any moment, but its ground-bound adversary would have no escape. Once the zombie horde arrived, it would be in grave danger. Huo Ling knew that while individual zombies were weak, most not even reaching the iron tier, their collective strength could be formidable. He continued to observe the dragon intently, his mind already drifting to the potential chaos the impending battle might bring. The dragon continued its assault for a while longer, but it seemed to have exhausted its breath and could only circle the sky, roaring in fury. Huo Ling couldn't understand the dragon's language, but he guessed the roars were filled with obscenities. It appeared that the enemy fighting the dragon was quite formidable to withstand such a ferocious attack. Before long, the dragon flew off, cursing, leaving only the distant battlefield flickering with firelight, obscured by tall buildings and difficult to discern. With the spectacle over, Huo Ling prepared to rest. His meditation had been interrupted, and it was now unsuitable to continue. He decided to conserve his energy. Shortly after lying down, he heard rustling footsteps in the silent night. Alert, Huo Ling got up and looked out the window to see a large group of zombies passing by the neighborhood. Fortunately, he had blocked the entrances and patched up the gaps in the walls during the day, so the zombies did not force their way in. However, any noise or the scent of blood from within the neighborhood might have been enough to draw them in. The zombies bypassed the neighborhood, heading towards the battlefield where the dragon had attacked, as if drawn by a powerful attraction. Huo Ling speculated that the sounds of battle or the scent of blood might have been the cause, but he had already decided not to risk going outside. In this terrifying city, venturing out at night was akin to walking into a trap. Though he couldn't see it, he could imagine that zombies from within a 20-kilometer radius were likely converging on the battlefield. After the dragon incident, Huo Ling abandoned the idea of hunting zombies during the day. He realized he was still too weak, and besides zombies and goblins, there might be other dangerous spiritual creatures in this abandoned city. It wasn't worth risking his life for potential points. Huo Ling believed that with caution, he would eventually rise to greater heights. He was determined to be the master of his potential points, not a slave to them, and not to rely entirely on them to accelerate his training. Time flew by, and soon it was the 7th day. According to the usual practice of awakening, students transported to the spiritual realm typically stayed for 3 to 7 days. Huo Ling felt that the energy in the blue star beacon in his mind was nearly full, estimating that he could return in another hour or two. Since witnessing the dragon that night, his inflated mindset had been deflated. As an apprentice mage with only 3 0-level spells, there were far too many powerful creatures in the spiritual realm. His current strength was insignificant, so he had stayed quietly in the tall building for the past few days, focusing on meditation aside from daily activities. Persistence paid off, and daily meditation had indeed brought Huo Ling some progress. His attribute panel showed: name, Huo Ling; bloodline, human; mental power, 2.72.7; mana, 2727; skill, dark breath meditation; 0-level spells, bone tooth, gray mist, touch of fatigue. Potential points, 0. These days of meditation had increased his mental power by 0.1 and his mana by a bit. At this rate, it took about 4 days to increase mental power by 0.1, which was a decent pace. According to magical records, an apprentice mage needed to increase their mental power to 10 times that of an ordinary person to break through to an iron mage. Given Huo Ling's current state and training speed, it would take about a year. A year to become an iron mage. This meant a complete class leap. Huo Ling closed his eyes, envisioning his future life. In the mortal world, his family had no high prospects. His parents were both in their 40s, earning a combined monthly salary of just over 4,000. They had been ordinary workers for years, with no chance of promotion. If Huo Ling hadn't successfully awakened, he would have had to attend a technical school, and 4 years later, he would have repeated his parents' life. Working in a factory, saving money for a few years to marry an ordinary woman, having children, and the cycle would continue. This wasn't the life Huo Ling wanted. So he pursued awakening, and fortunately, he succeeded. Now his primary goal was to survive, and secondly, to enhance his strength. As long as he was alive, even as an apprentice spellcaster, he would earn much more than his parents. Being alive meant opportunities, at least enough to let his hard-working parents rest, and he could finally become the pillar of the family. This was also the main reason Huo Ling hadn't gone out to hunt zombies in the past few days. He didn't need to gamble with his life anymore. Even if he trained steadily through meditation, he could reach the peak of an apprentice within a year. So why take unnecessary risks? Feeling the blue star beacon in his mind finally fully charged, Huo Ling got up and packed all his gear. He walked to the window for a last look at the abandoned city. Empty streets, weathered walls, and overgrown plants. I'll be back. Huo Ling took a deep look, then no longer hesitated and summoned the blue star beacon from his mind. He focused on the beacon in his hand, shaped like an hourglass, and gripped both ends with a slight force. With a crack, the beacon shattered, and Huo Ling took 2 steps back. At the spot where the beacon broke, an oval-shaped portal opened, exuding a warm feeling from the other side. That side was Blue Star. Huo Ling gathered his gear and stepped boldly into the portal. As the blinding light flashed, the portal in the spiritual realm began to shrink until it disappeared. On Blue Star, within the awakening base of Shirshi City, a tense atmosphere permeated the air. By the third day of the awakening process, students began returning from the spirit realm, keeping the staff extraordinarily busy. Some lucky ones came back unscathed, while others returned with injuries, urgently needing medical attention. In the command room of the Awakening Center, dozens of people were gathered in the spacious hall. They came from various backgrounds: staff from the Awakening Base, officers of the Daxia Army, university professors, and teaching assistants. All eyes were fixed on the giant screen at the front, displaying the terrain map of the entire Awakening Center, monitoring the status of each Awakening room in real time. It seems Shirshi City won't be generating a stable spatial passage this time either, said Captain Zhao, a burly officer, staring at the monitoring screen. The county mayor, a middle-aged man dressed in elegant attire, responded with a smile. Captain Zhao, if stable spatial passages were so easily formed, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Hearing this, Captain Zhao couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. As the station captain of the Daxia Army, he was well aware of the pros and cons of stable spatial passages. His command consisted of over 300 soldiers, all apprentice-level combatants, with squad leaders and above being of the Black Iron rank. Captain Zhao himself had reached the silver rank, a force to be reckoned with. Stable spatial passages were a double-edged sword for Blue Star. They were a significant source of profit, but also harbored unpredictable dangers. Each time students were transported to the spirit realm, their locations varied, sometimes safe, sometimes extremely perilous. Some even ended up in alien tribes, and even if they survived and left a stable passage, the station troops might not dare to keep it. In the 300 years since Blue Star was captured by the spirit realm, the creatures from the spirit realm had invaded multiple times, their extraordinary might rendering Blue Star's technological weapons ineffective. In the early decades, humanity had to frequently resort to nuclear weapons to destroy everything around the spatial passages, a catastrophic approach for both sides. Fortunately, Blue Star's wisdom prevailed. The forefathers invented a magical potion that changed the situation entirely. Ordinary soldiers in the Daxia Army, though destined to remain at the apprentice level, could gain extraordinary physiques through this special potion. This method, while limiting their potential, significantly boosted the overall strength of Blue Star citizens. Because of this, even with bases established in the spirit realm, students still had to risk their lives participating in the awakening rituals, randomly teleporting to the spirit realm. The stable passages left by students became the only way for those who couldn't awaken extraordinary physiques to enter the spirit realm. As more and more people from Blue Star mastered extraordinary inheritances, and with armies composed of apprentice-level combatants and more Black Iron and Silver-ranked officers, Blue Star finally had the power to contend with the natives of the spirit realm. The tide began to turn, and Blue Star gradually expanded its bases in the spirit realm. The benefits of the spirit realm bases were numerous. Firstly, the aura concentration on Blue Star was extremely low, making cultivation there inefficient. Secondly, the spirit realm bases served as outposts, facilitating deeper hunts in the spirit realm to acquire valuable magical materials. People even developed plantations around the bases to cultivate various magical materials. However, these stable spatial passages established through the awakening rituals also posed potential threats. If the other end of the passage was safe, it was fine, but if it led to dangerous alien territories, Captain Zhao and his troops had to step up and fend off the first wave of attacks. If the enemies were too powerful, they might even have to destroy the hard-earned spatial passage. Just then, a blinding flash of spatial rift light appeared and vanished in Awakening Room 1078. A young boy named Huo Ling appeared in the previously empty room. He looked around, a surge of uncontrollable joy filling his heart at the sight of the familiar yet strange Awakening Room. Soon, footsteps echoed outside the heavy iron door. Huo Ling looked up, seeing two pairs of vigilant eyes staring at him through the small window in the door. Awakening Room 1078 is currently stable. The student is in good condition, no injuries detected, no stable spatial passage found. A soldier outside reported to the command center via walkie-talkie. Copy that, take him to the examination room, came the new instruction from the walkie-talkie. Roger that, the soldier responded. Listening to the conversation outside, Huo Ling understood that this was a standard procedure. After all, students returning from the spirit realm might have encountered all sorts of unexpected situations, potentially carrying unknown dangers, or even not being themselves. With a click, the heavy iron door was opened from the outside. The warm sunlight of Blue Star once again shone into the dim awakening room. Huo Ling squinted, ready to undergo the upcoming inspection. Two people came to pick up Huo Ling, one leading the way while the other followed closely behind. The one in front was a staff member dressed in a uniform, and behind him was a soldier from the Daxia Army in military attire. The soldier kept a sharp eye on Huo Ling, his right hand resting on the gun at his waist. ready to respond to any sudden situation. Student, please hand over your weapons to me for safekeeping, the soldier said sternly. Huo Ling nodded in agreement and obediently handed over his spear and fire axe to the soldier. He understood that during the apprentice phase, firearms were far more powerful than the zero-level spell he had just mastered, Bone Tooth. Even this spell's attack power was only comparable to a sniper bullet, with a much shorter range. The soldier took the spear Huo Ling had crafted and noticed the dried blood on it, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This student had evidently encountered enemies in the spirit realm and emerged victorious. Student, follow us. We're heading to the testing room, the staff member said, leading the way. The soldier followed closely behind Huo Ling, vigilantly watching his every move. The three walked through a long corridor lined with empty awakening rooms on either side. Every 50 meters or so, a tall watchtower stood, each manned by 2 soldiers and equipped with a heavy machine gun. Huo Ling glanced up, noting the formidable firepower before quickly returning his gaze to follow the staff member. Soon, they arrived at the testing room located beneath the command center. Unlike the dim surroundings outside, the testing room was bright and spotless, illuminated by incandescent lights. The cool air from the air conditioner, mixed with a faint scent of air freshener, was invigorating. Student, head to testing room 7. Good luck. I hope you achieve great results in your awakening, the staff member said, clenching his fist in encouragement. Thank you. Huo Ling replied softly, pushing the door open and entering the testing room. Inside, a young tester wearing glasses greeted him warmly. Come in, student. Have a seat. Hello, sir. Huo Ling said respectfully, guessing that the young man might be a university professor or teaching assistant. Student, let's begin the test. First, we'll test your blood. Please extend your arm, the tester instructed. He drew a small vial of blood from Huo Ling's arm and placed it into a machine emitting a faint magical aura. Moments later, the tester received the report and announced with a smile, Congratulations, student. Your extraordinary physique has successfully awakened. Thank you, sir. Huo Ling, though having anticipated this result, couldn't help but smile. After Huo Ling composed himself, the tester continued, Based on the test results, your physique leans towards that of a spellcaster. Next, let's test your spellcasting aptitude. The tester took out a crystal ball the size of a human head, demonstrated the procedure, and then placed it in front of Huo Ling. Huo Ling wiped his hands and placed them on the crystal ball. He felt 2 streams of energy flow from the ball into his hands, extend to his mind, and then return. The crystal ball began to emit a faint glow. Suddenly, a loud shout came from above. How dare you? The tester immediately sprang into action, flipping over the table to shield Huo Ling. Student, get behind me, he said, his face showing rare signs of panic. From the adjacent room came the sound of a struggle and faint cries. A translucent ghost phased through the wall, emanating an oppressive high-tier aura. Though terrified, Huo Ling did not remain idle. He began to outline runes in his mind, preparing to cast a spell. Meanwhile, the tester cursed under his breath, Damn it, a ghost. He quickly gathered his magical energy, several arcane missiles orbiting around him. However, before they could act, a spell ray suddenly pierced through the ceiling from above, striking the ghost midair. The ghost let out a faint wail and shattered like broken glass. Huo Ling quickly canceled the incomplete Bone Tooth spell. Just then, a light spot appeared where the ghost had disintegrated, darting towards Huo Ling's body like lightning. Huo Ling was startled, realizing it might be a potential point he had gained, but worried the conspicuous light might be noticed. To his relief, he soon found that the light spot seemed visible only to him. Even the tester, through whom the light had passed, showed no reaction. Realizing that others couldn't see the light spot of the potential point, Huo Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is that? Huo Ling finally asked, staring at the scene before him. The crisis seemed to have passed, but a hint of tension still lingered in the air. The glasses-wearing examiner let out a deep sigh of relief, as if reborn. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling slightly. That was a ghost of at least silver rank. The sight of it scared me out of my wits. Huo Ling turned to the examiner with sincerity in his voice. Big brother, thank you for protecting me just now. He vividly remembered how the examiner had shielded him without hesitation when the ghost charged in. This act of kindness was something he would never forget. No need to thank me, the examiner said, patting his chest and forcing a smile. Luckily, the ghost didn't attack us, or we'd both be goners. He added with a bitter smile, I'm just an iron rank mage. No match for it at all. Huo Ling nodded thoughtfully. A silver rank ghost was indeed terrifyingly powerful. The most effective way to deal with such entities was through the divine spells of priests, followed by the magic of mages and sorcerers. Unfortunately, the Daxia dynasty prohibited priests of the gods from entering the country to preach, so no priest existed within its borders. The one who had just vanquished the ghost must have been a mage. What happened next door? Huo Ling asked curiously. The ghost had emerged from the adjacent room, and now that no more spells were being cast from above, the danger seemed to have subsided. The examiner glanced at Huo Ling helplessly. I wish I knew. This examination room blocks spiritual detection. Otherwise, a quick scan would reveal everything. Huo Ling noticed the examiner's eagerness and suggested, how about we go take a look? Is that really a good idea? The examiner's tone softened, his eyes drifting toward Huo Ling as if to say, there's still you, a newly awakened student, to consider. Huo Ling continued to persuade him. There might be injured people next door. We should go help them. Good point, let's go. The examiner immediately agreed, as if finding the perfect excuse. The two cautiously opened the door and made their way to the adjacent room. The hallway was in chaos, with staff members running around frantically. Huo Ling and the examiner exchanged a glance and proceeded silently. The examiner pushed open the door to the next room and peeked inside, only to recoil in shock. Huo Ling followed closely and saw the startling scene inside. A large hole had appeared in the ceiling, revealing the command room above. The room was in disarray, with bricks scattered everywhere and examination equipment toppled over, as if a minor earthquake had struck. 3 people stood inside, a military officer in uniform and 2 middle-aged men in civilian clothes. On the floor lay 2 individuals. A student with a deathly pale face exuding a chilling aura, and a pale examiner slumped in a chair, eyes closed, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, and his chest soaked in blood. Damn it, come help. One of the 3 inside yelled at Huo Ling and the examiner. Yes, sir. I'm coming. The examiner responded like a startled rabbit. He glanced at Huo Ling, clearly regretting his decision to join the commotion. Huo Ling realized that one of the middle-aged men might be the examiner's teacher. Facing the examiner's reproachful look, he could only scratch his head awkwardly and offer a sheepish smile. The examiner quickly approached and checked the student on the ground. Teacher, this student is already dead, he said heavily. Huo Ling, standing at the door, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Even though he didn't know the student, the thought of a life being snuffed out so suddenly brought a wave of sadness. The examiner then helped the fallen examiner, confirming he was still alive. I've stabilized his soul. Take him to the infirmary. I'll deal with you later, one of the middle-aged men said with a cold snort. Yes, teacher. The examiner, looking like a quail, lowered his head and dared not argue. He cast a spell to levitate the injured man and prepared to take him to the infirmary. At the door, the examiner seemed to remember something and said bitterly, Teacher, I still have a student's examination report to complete. The middle-aged teacher, who had already returned to the command room, jumped back down upon hearing this. Idiot! How did I end up with a student like you? He scolded, slapping the examiner on the forehead and sending him off. The middle-aged teacher's expression softened into a kindly smile as he turned to the nervous Huo Ling. You haven't finished your spellcaster examination report, have you? That's right, Professor, Huo Ling quickly replied. Come on, let's go finish it. The middle-aged man led Huo Ling back into the examination room. Huo Ling thought to himself, he didn't correct me when I called him Professor. He must really be one. The middle-aged man sat behind a desk and motioned for Huo Ling to sit down. My name is Li. Please, have a seat. Yes, Professor Li, Huo Ling responded respectfully. Professor Li's lips curved into a slight smile, but he didn't laugh. Following his instructions, Huo Ling placed his hand on the crystal ball used for the examination. As 2 auras intertwined, the crystal ball began to glow softly. Seeing this, Professor Li's interest peaked, and he glanced at Huo Ling. All right, you can remove your hand now, he said, taking the crystal ball and placing it on a nearby device. It soon produced a paper report. Professor Li carefully examined the information on the report, occasionally looking up at Huo Ling, who felt increasingly puzzled. After a moment, Professor Li set down the report and clapped his hands lightly. Congratulations, Huo. Your spellcaster aptitude is quite impressive at level 2. Really? Huo Ling exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He had sensed his aptitude was good, but he hadn't expected it to be this excellent. Spellcaster aptitude was ranked from 5 to 1, with 5 being the lowest and 1 the highest. The higher the rank, the greater the advantage in cultivation. Of course it's true. Professor Li's face lit up with a satisfied smile as he nodded gently. And within the 2nd tier, your aptitude is quite commendable. You were just shy of reaching the 1st tier. Huo Ling respectfully responded. Thank you, Professor. Suddenly, Professor Li shifted the topic, asking, what is your spirit realm blessing? Huo Ling was taken aback, trying to maintain a composed expression. He recalled the information he'd previously read. Spirit realm blessings are governed by the consciousness of the spirit realm and cannot be forcibly given or taken. Even the recipient themselves cannot articulate this information until they fully master the inheritance, due to the constraints of the spirit realm's will. Seeing Huo Ling's hesitation, Professor Li reassured him, don't worry, no one can take away a spirit realm blessing. Whether it's a weapon or an inheritance, only the blessed individual can use it. A weapon blessing in someone else's hands is nothing more than a stick. The same goes for an inheritance. No one else can even comprehend it, and at this stage, you can't even describe the contents of the inheritance yourself. Huo Ling nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of this. Curiously, he asked, Professor Li, how did you know I received a spirit realm blessing? Professor Li raised the test report in his hand and explained, your test results show traces of high-level consciousness. This is typically a sign of having received a spirit realm blessing. Huo Ling suddenly understood, marveling at the precision of the test. Professor Li, smiling pleasantly, asked, can you briefly describe the blessing you received? Ill recorded in your file to help you attract top universities. After a moment of thought, Huo Ling decided to withhold some details. I received a mage inheritance, which includes a silver-tier meditation technique and a few zero-tier spells. A silver-tier meditation technique? Impressive. Professor Li praised. You're quite fortunate. Even though you didn't receive any spell inheritance, just that silver-tier meditation technique is a huge gain. You know, even in top-tier universities, cultivating a silver-tier meditation technique requires significant resources. Professor Li then shifted gears again, extending an offer. What? Are you interested in joining Tiannan University? Tiannan University was one of the top-tier institutions, one of only 10 in the country. Huo Ling knew that with his second-tier spellcaster aptitude and spirit realm blessing, he could easily gain admission to any university. It was now a matter of seeing which school offered the best conditions. Huo Ling politely declined, Professor Li, I need to discuss this with my parents before making a decision. Professor Li nodded in understanding, then organized the documents and sealed them in a file. All right, Huo, your test is complete. You can go to the lobby and wait for your homeroom teacher to pick you up. Huo Ling stood up, bowed slightly in thanks and left. A few minutes later, his homeroom teacher arrived at the lobby, warmly greeting Huo Ling, eager to know the results. The teacher was delighted to learn that Huo Ling had successfully obtained second-tier spellcaster aptitude, congratulating him with a pat on the shoulder. On the way to the dormitory, Huo Ling curiously asked about the situation in the adjacent testing room. The teacher whispered that a student from another school had been found to be parasitized by a ghost during the test. The ghost was eliminated, but the student had already died. Soon, they arrived in front of a 10-story dormitory building. The surrounding buildings were also dormitories, now filled with students returning from the spirit realm. Huo Ling was brought to a dormitory door by his homeroom teacher, who then hurriedly left, seemingly to pick up another student. Pushing the door open, Huo Ling surveyed the modest single dorm room. 2 beds, 1 desk, with one of the beds occupied by a sleeping figure. Just as Huo Ling set down his luggage, a delighted shout came from behind him. Xiao Huazi, big brother knew you'd make it back alive. It was Ren Zhengyang, who had been awakened by his instincts honed in the spiritual realm, immediately sensing Huo Ling's presence. Huo Ling turned and sat on the bed, chuckling. Of course. Did you think something like this would be too much for me? Ren Zhengyang moved closer, slung an arm around Huo Ling's shoulders, and eagerly asked, so, did you awaken? Huo Ling nodded lightly. Hearing this, Ren Zhengyang's grip tightened with excitement. Good job, kid. Looks like the dynamic duo of our school are indeed extraordinary talents. So, what level of aptitude did you get? Your big brother here has a third-class warrior aptitude. I'll keep looking out for you. Huo Ling raised an eyebrow at Ren Zhengyang's proud expression and responded, well, I'm a bit better than you. Second-class mage aptitude. That was like a bolt from the blue. Ren Zhengyang was stunned, his hand dropping weakly. Then he pounced on Huo Ling, shaking his shoulders wildly. Wow. I told you to stay safe, not to become this amazing. Second-class mage aptitude? You little rascal, this is harder to take than if you had killed me. Ha ha ha. How am I supposed to be your big brother now? Where's my dignity? Huo Ling teased. No worries from now on. I'll be your big brother and look after you. Ren Zhengyang immediately knelt and hugged Huo Ling's leg. Huo Ling, let me hug your leg. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he continued, Xiao Huazi, I can't be your big brother anymore. But you know I have a sister. She's beautiful like a fairy. How about this? I'll take a hit and introduce her to you, and then I can be your brother-in-law. Huo Ling pushed Ren Zhengyang away, laughing. Get lost? I've met your sister before. Huo Ling and Ren Zhengyang had known each other since elementary school, and he had no interest in Ren Zhengyang's chubby sister. The two laughed and joked, easing the tension they had felt in the spiritual realm. After a while, Ren Zhengyang asked, do you know Wu Yishuang's awakening result? What happened with her? Huo Ling asked curiously. Ren Zhengyang said with schadenfreude, she failed. She always acted so high and mighty, but she came back from the spiritual realm in just 3 days without succeeding. Now she can't be so arrogant anymore. For the next 3 days, Huo Ling and Ren Zhengyang stayed in the dormitory. Counting from the day of awakening, it had been 10 days. Normally, it took 3 to 7 days to return from the spiritual realm. Any longer, and it was likely they wouldn't return. With a call from the homeroom teacher, Huo Ling and his classmates gathered in a classroom. As they entered, Huo Ling noticed the varied expressions on their faces. Some were silent, others were visibly pleased. After a while, Huo Ling counted the students and realized there were only 31 left, meaning at least 13 had died during the awakening process. He exhaled heavily, feeling the weight of the situation. The homeroom teacher walked to the podium and clapped to get everyone's attention. First, let's have a moment of silence for the students who didn't make it back, he said solemnly. After a few minutes, he continued, now, let's give a round of applause for those who succeeded in awakening. The room erupted in applause. I never imagined that among my students, there would be someone who awakened with a second-class mage aptitude. Let's give another round of applause for Huo Ling, the teacher said excitedly. As the students clapped, they couldn't help but look at Huo Ling in amazement. Once an unremarkable student known only for his physical prowess, he had now awakened with an exceptional aptitude. The girls looked at him with admiration, and everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Huo Ling remained composed but felt a despondent gaze. Turning, he saw it was Wu Yishuang. He looked at her briefly before turning away, thinking that she, who once stood in a different social class due to her affluent background, was now just an ordinary person who had failed to awaken, while he had become a professional, again placing them in different social classes. Finally, the homeroom teacher said, those who did not succeed in awakening, don't be discouraged. Even without becoming extraordinary professionals, we can still have a bright future. For now, I wish you all the best in repeating a year and getting into a good vocational school. Applause filled the room once more. In this awakening, Huo Ling's class had 44 participants. 13 died or went missing, 20 failed to awaken, and 11 succeeded. Besides Huo Ling, another girl had a third-class mage aptitude, while the rest mostly had third or fourth-class warrior aptitudes. With the homeroom teacher's speech concluded, the students began to disperse. Up next was the university application process. Huo Ling returned home, eagerly sharing the news of his successful awakening with his parents. Huo Liren, upon hearing this, was so excited that he started dancing with joy, his eyes gleaming with pride. Son, with your talent, getting into a top-tier university won't be a problem, he exclaimed, quickly heading to the study to start researching various top-tier universities. Bai Xiaolan, on the other hand, was so overwhelmed with joy that tears blurred her vision. Thank our ancestors. I'll make sure to offer more incense tomorrow to thank them for blessing my Ling, she murmured, her voice trembling with emotion. Huo Liren, holding a steaming cup of strong tea, paced back and forth in the living room, a happy smile on his face. Son, have you decided which university you want to attend? He asked impatiently. Huo Ling thought for a moment and replied, I haven't decided yet. I want to see which school is the best fit and what benefits they offer. That's the spirit. I'm proud of you. Huo Liren chuckled, patting Huo Ling on the shoulder with approval in his eyes. His younger brothers, Huo Feng and Huo Yi, also gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Bro, you're amazing, they exclaimed in unison. In the midst of this joyful atmosphere, Huo Ling's phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Huo Ling. Yes, hello teacher. It was another call from the admissions office of a second-tier university, offering fairly decent terms. In the past few days, Huo Ling had received over 20 similar calls, including offers from 3 top-tier universities and several second-tier ones. The offers from the top-tier universities were each unique. Haichang University, 50 credits upon enrollment and a house in Haichang City. Wuhan University, 30 credits upon enrollment and a military rank promotion upon graduation. Wufu University, 80 credits upon enrollment. These offers left Huo Ling deep in thought. Through conversations with the admissions officers, he learned more about the importance of credits. Credits are a product of the University Alliance and can be exchanged for various resources and legacies, including meditation techniques, breathing techniques, spells, and combat skills. In Daxia, universities are almost like academic oligarchs, strictly controlling the dissemination of knowledge. Enrolling students is not just about teaching. It's part of a comprehensive system to cultivate and harvest talent. Many precious resources can only be exchanged with credits by officially joining a university. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 1 magic stone, or even more. The market price of 1 magic stone is about 100,000 yuan. This means the benefits offered by these universities are worth millions. The house offered by Haichang University in Haichang City is estimated to be worth around 2 million yuan. Wuhan University, as a military academy, promises a rank promotion upon graduation, meaning a black iron level graduate could directly receive a lieutenant rank, which is also very tempting. The 80 credits offered by Wufu University are equivalent to about 8 million yuan, equally enticing. However, what puzzled Huo Ling was that Tainan University in Tainan Province had not contacted him yet. It was a professor from Tainan University who conducted his assessment and invited him to attend Tainan University. Huo Ling had politely declined at the time. Could it be that Professor Li had given up on inviting him because of that? Meanwhile, in a hotel in Shirshi, Professor Li was busy making recruitment calls. He let out a long sigh, put down the phone, and tiredly asked the student beside him, "How many calls are left?" The student with glasses glanced at the list and replied wearily, "Almost done. Just about 10 more." "All right, you handle the rest." "I need a break," Professor Lee said, slumping into a chair without any semblance of dignity. The student with glasses prepared to continue the calls, but suddenly noticed Huo Ling's name and information on the list. It noted second-class spellcaster aptitude, silver-tier meditation technique from the spirit realm, and the offered benefits, 60 credits and a free first-tier spell voucher. The student seemed to remember something and asked, "Professor, is this Huo Ling the same student you helped assess?" Professor Lee took the list, glanced at it casually, and said dismissively, "Yes, that's him. I invited him, but he brushed me off. He has a silver-tier meditation technique from the spirit realm, and we're only offering this much. Can we really attract him to Tainan University?" The student asked, puzzled. "It's just a silver-tier meditation technique. Even if it matches his attributes, he'll need to change it later anyway." Professor Lee waved his hand, unconcerned. The student nodded, picked up the phone to dial but suddenly remembered something. He hesitated, then cautiously said, "Professor, there's something I forgot to mention about this Huo Ling." "What is it?" Professor Lee frowned at him. The student hesitated, then said, "When the ghost rushed into our assessment room, I pulled Huo Ling behind me. While I was casting a spell, I faintly felt a magical fluctuation behind me, but I was too nervous at the time, and your spell immediately destroyed the ghost, so I didn't think much of it. I thought I might have imagined it and didn't pay it much attention." He swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Professor, I just saw that he has the spirit realm's blessing for meditation techniques and several zero-tier spells. Do you think he might have already mastered the meditation technique and also learned a spell?" "What? Are you sure?" Professor Lee abruptly sat up straight in his chair, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. The man with glasses adjusted his frames on the bridge of his nose and muttered softly, "I can't be 100% sure, but there was definitely a noticeable magical fluctuation behind me at that time. We usually conceal such fluctuations when casting spells, so if it was that clear, it must have been a novice mage just learning their craft." Professor Lee furrowed his brow, recalling the events of that day. He had indeed sensed a spellcasting fluctuation from downstairs while he was on the second floor, but he had dismissed it as the man with glasses being too nervous to properly conceal it. Now, thinking back, he realized something felt off. It was quite possible that Huo Ling had indeed learned a spell. If it's true, that would be incredible. Professor Lee murmured to himself, starting to pace back and forth in the room. Receiving a blessing from the spirit realm during enlightenment was rare, but not unheard of. A second-tier spellcaster's aptitude was good, but not exceptionally genius, as there were quite a few first-tier spellcasters among this year's students. However, successfully meditating and mastering at least one zero-level spell within just 7 days was extraordinary. Professor Lee suddenly stopped and turned to the man with glasses, saying, "Let's go to Huo Ling's house and ask him personally if he has learned any spells." The man with glasses was surprised. "What about the remaining students we haven't called yet?" he asked, pointing to the list in his hand. "We'll call them later," Professor Lee said decisively, already heading for the door. Meanwhile, Huo Ling was sitting in his room, focused on examining his attribute panel. After killing the specter in the testing room, a light point had fallen on him, granting him a precious 10 potential points. He had only recently found time to start meditating, but discovered that the spiritual energy on Blue Star was extremely thin, making meditation results less than satisfactory. Even trying to use a potential point to accelerate the process yielded minimal effect, a stark contrast to his experience in the spirit realm. As Huo Ling was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door. He instinctively used his mental power to probe, and was surprised to find that it was Professor Lee and the man with glasses standing outside. Outside the door, Professor Lee and the man with glasses exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves, as expected, Huo Ling has already developed mental power and started meditating. Huo Ling opened the door, pretending to have just noticed them, and asked in surprise, "Professor Lee, and this teacher, what brings you here?" After a brief introduction of the man with glasses, Professor Lee got straight to the point. "Hua, we're here to invite you to join us at Tiannan University." Huo Ling brought out some tea, smiling. "Professor Lee, you could have just called about this. Why come all the way here?" Professor Lee put down his teacup and looked Huo Ling straight in the eye. "Have you successfully meditated using the spirit realm's blessing method and mastered a spell?" Huo Ling felt a slight surprise but quickly composed himself. He nodded, admitting, "Professor Lee, you have a sharp eye." Professor Lee was full of praise and formally invited Huo Ling to join Tiannan University. Huo Ling, feigning some hesitation, asked about the benefits of joining Tiannan University and mentioned the offers from other universities. Professor Lee and the man with glasses exchanged a glance, and then Professor Lee said, "That makes it even more reason for you to choose Tiannan University. If you enroll with us, the benefits include an initial 100 credits and the free exchange for 5 first-level spells." Professor Li cleared his throat and addressed Huo Ling, who was deep in thought. Hua, given our strong connection, if you sign the application agreement today, I can personally introduce you to an associate professor or even a full professor as your mentor. Huo Ling and Guan Borong gasped in unison. Guan quickly explained, you need to understand, even if you get into a top-tier university, it's not guaranteed that you'll have a mentor of such high caliber. Professors and associate professors are top-level professionals, while most university instructors are mid-level, and the advisors for new students might be entry-level assistants. Having a professor as your mentor gives you a significant advantage in your studies. Huo Ling's breathing became heavy as he realized that a good mentor could provide not only academic guidance but also valuable connections. Coming from a humble background, these resources could greatly expand his future prospects. Huo Ling's gaze fell on Professor Li, and a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that Professor Li intended to take him on as a student after he enrolled? Professor Li seemed to read his thoughts and gave a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Guan Borong looked confused, glancing between his teacher and Huo Ling, not understanding their silent exchange. I'll apply to Tainan University, Huo Ling declared without hesitation. Professor Li was overjoyed and immediately instructed Guan Borong to fetch the contract. Guan handed over 2 copies of the agreement, and after carefully reading them, Huo Ling signed his name. Excellent. Hua, I look forward to seeing you at Tainan University in 2 months, Professor Li said with satisfaction. Before leaving, Huo Ling exchanged contact information with both of them. After Huo Ling left, Guan Borong and Professor Li walked out of the neighborhood. Once they confirmed no one was around, Guan whispered to Professor Li, Teacher, weren't you promising too much back there? With your connections at the university, where are you going to find a professor-level mentor for him? If you had such connections, could you help with my employment issues first? I'm still an intern assistant without even a formal position at the school. Professor Li gave Guan a light slap on the back of his head and sighed. Didn't I say I'd introduce him personally? It's not written in the contract. Besides, when we get back to the university, I'll ask around to see if any professor is willing to take him on. Just making the introduction counts, doesn't it? If they refuse, there's nothing more I can do. Teacher, you're really shrewd, Guan Borong praised, rubbing the back of his head. But what if one makes a fuss about it later? What's there to fear? I'm a seasoned mage, Professor Li said, feigning deep thought with his hands behind his back. If it comes to that, I'll just be his mentor myself. Teacher, stop joking, Guan said, barely suppressing his laughter. What keeps calling you professor? And you're really starting to believe it? You're still mid-level. Insolent brat. Professor Li's facade crumbled as he slapped Guan on the head again. I've already touched the threshold of the mid-level bottleneck. It won't be long before I break through. When that happens, I'll be his mentor, and it won't be a lie. Yeah, right teacher, Guan muttered, rubbing his head. You've been saying that since I became your student, and it's been years. Who knows when you'll break through to the top level? How dare you? I'll beat you senseless. Professor Li chased after Guan in a rage, while Guan ran and shouted, Teacher, I'm sorry. Stop hitting me, you'll kill me. Meanwhile, Huo Ling returned home and carefully stored the contract. He calculated that this contract was incredibly valuable. 1 credit was worth about 100,000 yuan, and Tainan University had given him 150 credits, equivalent to 15 million yuan. He hadn't even started school yet, and had already gained a fortune. The gap between extraordinary professionals and ordinary people was truly immense. However, there were still nearly 2 months before the semester started. Huo Ling pondered finding a way to earn money. While credits were precious and best kept instead of converted to cash, his family's financial situation needed improvement. His parents worked over 12 hours a day in a factory, and their bodies, already over 40, would eventually wear out. Huo Ling resolved to shoulder some of the family burden. The immediate task was to find a job that could earn money and make good use of his apprentice-level mage abilities. 2 months of meditation on Blue Star wouldn't significantly improve his strength. He had already mastered his 3 spells, and further improvement in casting speed and power would require time and repeated practice to accumulate experience. Huo Liren, filled with excitement, escorted the visiting high school leaders and class teacher out the door, thanking them profusely. The efficiency of Tainan University was truly impressive. The day after signing the agreement, the admission letter was delivered to the Huo family. The news spread quickly. Upon learning about Huo Ling's family situation, the class teacher applied for a scholarship for him. The school leaders, seizing the opportunity, personally delivered the scholarship to the Huo family the next day after a brief chat with the parents. Bai Xiaolan looked at the neatly arranged 100,000 yuan on the living room table, her eyes sparkling with joy. She carefully picked up a few stacks of money, held them tightly to her chest, and murmured, Our Huo Ling just succeeded in awakening his powers, and he's already earned such a large sum of money. Not bad at all. Huo Liren picked up a stack of bills, gently rubbing them between his fingers, then set them down and said to Huo Ling, Xiaoling, we can't provide much support for your extraordinary studies. This scholarship is something you earned yourself. Use it to buy something that can help with your studies. Huo Ling's gaze swept over the 10 stacks of cash on the table, his expression blank. He silently calculated that 100,000 yuan was equivalent to just 1 credit. At that moment, he felt the insurmountable gap between the extraordinary and ordinary once again. A new student could earn credits worth over 1,000,000 yuan, and that was just because he was an apprentice. Thinking about the enormous amount of money needed to continue down this path, Huo Ling shook his head and said, "Mom, Dad, let's keep this money at home. Tainan University will provide some resources when I enroll, so I won't need this money for now." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolin hugged Huo Ling tightly, saying with joy, "You're amazing, son." After a moment of thought, she added, "All right, I'll deposit it in the bank first. Let me know when you need it." Huo Liren nodded in agreement without further comment. The family chatted in the living room for a while, longer before Huo Ling returned to his room. Huo Liren went to handle the deposit, and Bai Xiaolan began making a series of congratulatory phone calls. "Hello, second sister? Yes. Our Huo Ling has successfully awakened his powers. Right. He's got a second-class spellcaster qualification and got into Tainan University with a scholarship. Hello, Auntie Hua." In his room, Huo Ling listened to his mother's excited phone conversations, feeling her overflowing joy. His meditation had not been very effective these past few days. Having experienced the high efficiency of meditation in the spirit realm, the slow progress on Blue Star was almost unbearable. After some thought, Huo Ling took out his phone and sent a message to Guan Borong. He had been consulting this teaching assistant frequently over the past few days, and they had talked a lot. "Senior Guan, my meditation on Blue Star is very slow. Do you have any good solutions?" About 10 minutes later, Guan Borong replied. He explained in detail the issue of insufficient spiritual energy on Blue Star, which not only affected spellcasters' meditation speed, but also significantly reduced the effectiveness of breathing techniques for warriors. He suggested 3 solutions. First, using the small space portal at Tainan University to train at the school's established training base. Second, directly going to the spirit realm to train. And third, using magic stones for training, which are even more effective than the spirit realm but very expensive. Looking at the 3 methods listed on the screen, Huo Ling smiled wryly. "Senior, magic stones are too expensive. I can't afford them. A single magic stone costs 100,000 yuan, the same as my high school scholarship, and they're not even available for purchase. Even if you want to buy one, people might not sell it to you." Guan Borong laughed, "Haha, don't worry about it. Even I can't afford them." He then mentioned the last method, using a personal spirit realm beacon to teleport to the spirit realm for training. Since everyone who successfully awakens has a spirit realm beacon, as long as your spirit realm is safe, there's no problem with teleporting there to train. But it must be safe. If it's dangerous, you might as well wait until you get to school to meditate. For the next couple of months, just enjoy yourself. By the way, is your spirit realm safe? Safe? Images of the hordes of undead running downstairs, the terrifying sight of thousands of zombies passing by, the goblin hunting parties, and the dragons circling in the sky flashed through Huo Ling's mind. Was this considered safe? But then he thought of the small hideout he had spent days setting up. Safe, relatively safe, Huo Ling finally replied. Guan Borong continued to explain that if it was indeed safe, then training in the spirit realm was a good option. Many top students at the school did this, saving a lot of resources and gaining an early advantage. In school, an early start means staying ahead. Falling behind means constantly playing catch-up, he emphasized. Huo Ling pondered Guan Borong's words. As a top-tier university, Tainan University only admitted geniuses. With his second-class qualification, he might just be an ordinary student there. To stand out and succeed, he would need to work even harder. Many students there would have family resources supporting them, unlike him. These wealthy students wouldn't be training at Blue Star's slow pace. The gap between the rich and people like him could widen significantly during the 2-month break. "Senior, if I decide to train in the spirit realm, do you have any advice?" Huo Ling asked. Guan Borong replied, "Think it through. If your spirit realm is truly safe, the most important thing is to be cautious." Cautious? Yes, as a novice meditator, anything could be dangerous for you. Find a safe spot to hide, train, and return. Don't do anything else. You have no offensive capabilities yet, so avoid unnecessary trouble. Guan Borong paused. "Wait, you have spirit realm blessings. Do you have any offensive spells in your inheritance?" "Yes, I have one offensive spell, Bone Spike," Huo Ling answered honestly. "Have you learned it?" Guan Borong asked, his tone tense. "I've learned it and can cast it successfully." "Damn, I hate geniuses," Guan Borong muttered on the other end. Guan Borong patiently explained to Huo Ling, "Mastering offensive spells can indeed make you safer in the spirit realm, but you mustn't let your guard down." He then mentioned a side job opportunity that piqued Huo Ling's interest. Huo Ling immediately asked for more details. Guan Borong explained that it was a long-term task organized by the school and the government, transporting spirit orbs to the spirit realm to absorb magical energy. Every 12 orbs could be exchanged for a magic stone. Intrigued, Huo Ling asked, "Why do the school and the government need so many spirit orbs?" With a smile, Borong revealed the secret. Spirit orbs are actually a colloquial term for magic energy compressors. Non-natural magic stones are created by compressing the collected energy. He elaborated on the importance and widespread use of magic stones, and why such tasks were continuously issued. Huo Ling then inquired why this work couldn't be done in the already established spirit realm bases. Borong explained that while such practices do exist, the placement of spirit orbs requires strict conditions, and the demand for magic stones on Blue Star is enormous. He specifically warned Huo Ling to be extremely cautious and discreet when placing the orbs to prevent them from being stolen by spirit realm creatures. Upon hearing this, Huo Ling immediately thought of a spirit realm ghost city he had once teleported to, considering it a potential ideal location. He then asked how to obtain empty spirit orbs. Borong promptly sent him a software link, guiding Huo Ling to download and register for Tiannan University's dedicated software. Huo Ling quickly completed the registration process and began exploring the software's various features. He found not only school introductions, forums, and study materials, but also a task section and an online store. The myriad of items in the store caught his attention, especially the magical scrolls and enchanted equipment. However, the prices left Huo Ling astounded. He carefully examined the popular first-tier spell, comprehend languages, and learned about its significance in the spirit realm. Shocked by the high cost of spell scrolls, he realized the lucrative potential of the mage profession. He pondered the differences in earning potential between mages and combat professionals. Mages could not only craft various magical items, but also excel in fields like agriculture. However, Huo Ling also understood that becoming a proficient mage required substantial upfront investment and experimentation. This series of discoveries and reflections gave Huo Ling a deeper understanding of the economic workings of the magical world and provided new insights for his future development. Huo Ling sat in front of his computer, browsing through the online store's pages with rapt attention. The wide array of products amazed him, including some peculiar items he had never heard of before. When he saw adult red dragon's blood, his curiosity got the better of him, but the string of zeros in the price quickly made him close the link. Snapping back to reality, Huo Ling remembered his main task. He opened the task board, where a prominent headline caught his eye: Urgent. Seeking mana absorption compression devices. Clicking on it, Huo Ling carefully read the task description. It was an ongoing task with no time limit or cap. For every 10 spirit orbs submitted, he could exchange them for 1 mana stone, and submitting 100 would earn him an additional academic credit. Huo Ling did a quick calculation and thought, 10 spirit orbs can fetch about 100,000. Not a bad deal. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. Despite being a newcomer who hadn't officially enrolled yet, thanks to Professor Li and Borong's help, he could take on tasks just like any new student. According to the instructions, freshmen could apply for 50 spirit orbs without a deposit using their student ID. Huo Ling found this a bit stingy and greedily clicked the plus sign to request more. However, the system immediately prompted that an additional deposit was required. Curious, he checked the deposit amount and quickly gave up the ID. Each spirit orb required a deposit of 10,000. 50 spirit orbs mean carrying a debt of 500,000. Huo Ling muttered to himself, and if I lose them, I'll have to pay out of my own pocket. He quickly filled out the necessary information and awaited the arrival of the spirit orbs. A few days later, Professor Li called him first. Xiao Hua, I heard you plan to meditate in the spirit realm and took on a mana gathering task? Yes, Professor Li. The place I'm teleporting to is relatively safe. The mana density in Blue Star is too low, so I want to train in the spirit realm and complete the task at the same time. Huo Ling replied honestly. Professor Li pondered for a moment. The mana density in Blue Star indeed isn't suitable for training. If the teleportation point is really safe, you can go. I'll send you 2 practical 0-level spells to enhance your self-defense abilities. Remember, don't take unnecessary risks in the spirit realm. Staying alive is the most important thing. Huo Ling thanked him profusely. Professor Li explained, these 0-level spells can also be borrowed from the library after you enroll. I'm just giving them to you in advance. Once you've mastered them, ask me for new ones. After hanging up, Huo Ling quickly received 2 pages containing the spells Lesser Defense Armor and Lesser Surveillance Eye. One for defense and one for reconnaissance, exactly what he needed. Huo Ling felt deeply grateful for Professor Li's thoughtful arrangement. On the 3rd day, the 50 spirit orbs arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, Huo Ling carried the box containing the spirit orbs, quietly activated the teleportation, and arrived in the spirit realm. This teleportation went much more smoothly than the last, and he found himself back in the abandoned house he had left before. Huo Ling took a deep breath, feeling the abundant mana, and shivered with delight. Compared to the thin mana in Blue Star, the spirit realm was like moving from high altitude to low altitude. Even breathing became easier. He didn't rush out but waited for the return beacon to fully charge. This way, even if he encountered danger, he could teleport back to Blue Star within seconds, providing an extra layer of security. During this waiting period, Huo Ling began studying the spells sent by Professor Li. Would you like to use potential points to accelerate learning? The system prompted. Yes, use potential points. Huo Ling chose without hesitation, using the points he had previously obtained from the Silverdeer Ghost. A few hours later, Huo Ling emerged from his intense study session. He checked his attributes panel to confirm that he had mastered both spells. Still a genius as always. Huo Ling couldn't help but praise his learning abilities. He carefully assessed the effects of the new spells, feeling grateful once again for Professor Li's thoughtfulness. Lesser defense armor could form a protective shield around the caster, covering the chest, abdomen, and head, providing semi-comprehensive defense. Continuous input of mana could extend the duration and maintain the shield strength. Huo Ling noted the specific parameters of the spell. Casting time of 8 seconds, consuming 5 mana points, lasting 15 minutes, with 2 mana points required every 10 minutes for upkeep. The shield had a strength of 12 units, with each mana point restoring 3 units of strength. He recalled his previous knowledge. The defense strength of a shield is calculated based on the attack power. Generally, apprentice-level spells had attack strengths ranging from 5 to 10 units, and the zero-level spell, Bone Fa, he knew had an attack strength of 7 units. Huo Ling carefully examined the new defensive spell he had acquired. This spell was akin to a lightweight yet highly effective bulletproof vest, capable of withstanding a single strike from a bone tooth without shattering. It could also be restored by infusing it with mana. However, it had its limitations. It only protected the main torso, including the head and chest, leaving the limbs unshielded. Huo Ling eagerly anticipated becoming an Iron Mage, when he would learn a true first-level defensive spell that offered comprehensive protection. Next, Huo Ling turned his attention to the second zero-level spell, Lesser Surveillance Eye. This spell allowed him to release 3 surveillance eyes, which could be fixed in specific locations to gather surrounding information. The caster could share the vision of these eyes, but if an eye was attacked and destroyed, the effect would dissipate. Casting the spell required 6 seconds and 6 mana points, maintaining it for 30 minutes. The surveillance range depended on the caster's mental strength, requiring 3 mana points every 30 minutes to sustain, with an additional point for each extra eye. After learning these spells, Huo Ling immediately put them into practice. He went to a dark corner on the first floor and cautiously placed a surveillance eye. Through the spell, he could open a small window in his vision, viewing the scene captured by the magical eye as if watching a surveillance feed. The surveillance eye's range was about 20 meters, and Huo Ling could set specific targets to receive alerts when objects passed by. With preparations complete, Huo Ling began his formal task. He opened a box filled with spirit orbs, carefully reading the manual before activating the mana absorption function of one orb and placing it in a corner of the room. According to the manual, the absorption range of a spirit orb was 30 meters, requiring 2 months to accumulate full mana. This time frame was perfect for Huo Ling, as he would have a substantial amount of pocket money by the time he went to Tiannan University. However, the manual also noted that each spirit orb needed to be at least 30 meters apart to avoid absorption interference. Faced with a box of 50 spirit orbs, Huo Ling realized this would be a daunting task. But for his financial future, he decided to tackle the challenge head-on. Huo Ling embarked on his money-making venture. He listened vigilantly to his surroundings while searching for suitable spots to place the spirit orbs. To minimize the risk of detection, he wrapped each orb in dirt and hid them under various beds in different buildings. He knew that besides the ubiquitous zombies, goblins also roamed the city, necessitating extra caution. Although the city was devoid of zombie activity during the day, it was more dangerous for Huo Ling. Various spectral creatures might appear, whereas the night became relatively safer due to the zombies' dominance. As long as Huo Ling remained quiet in a high-rise building at night, he could ensure absolute safety, with the zombies inadvertently acting as his free bodyguards. Before dusk fell, Huo Ling successfully placed all the spirit orbs around his neighborhood. He initially planned to place a surveillance eye on the main route back to his community, but considering the distance exceeded 270 meters, making visual transmission impossible, he abandoned the idea. From the 15th floor, he could already see clearly within a 200-meter radius, making it unnecessary to waste mana. Before nightfall, Huo Ling returned to his temporary residence on the 15th floor. He took a break to have dinner at home, informing his parents that he would be meditating and not to disturb him, then teleported back to the spirit realm. Upon returning to the spirit realm, the city had fallen into silence. Feeling the abundant mana, Huo Ling sat on his bed, beginning his first formal meditation in days. He chose to use potential points to accelerate his learning. As the meditation deepened, mana continuously flowed into his body under the guidance of his mental strength. The cold wind blew through the broken glass, and Huo Ling felt the flow of mana within him, his strength subtly increasing. When the morning sunlight hit his face, Huo Ling awoke from deep meditation. He exhaled deeply and checked his attribute panel. Name, Huo Ling. Race, human. Rank, 0 level apprentice. Strength, 1.4. Constitution, 1.2. Agility, 1.1. Mental strength, 3.2 3.2. Mana, 3,232. Skills, dark breath meditation. 0 level spells, bone tooth, gloomy mist, touch of fatigue, lesser protective armor, lesser surveillance eye. Potential points, 0. Despite having used up his potential points, the gains were significant. His mental strength and mana had increased to 3.2 and 32, respectively, and both his constitution and strength had increased by 0.1. Sensing the ample mana within him, Huo Ling couldn't help but smile. He realized that under the influence of mana, his physical attributes were also gradually improving. Huo Ling recalled the rumors about the physical attributes of mages. Contrary to common belief, a mage's body was not as frail as imagined. Some mages even surpassed warriors in physical prowess. He remembered hearing about a legendary unnamed mage who, through mastery of the flash spell combined with formidable physical strength and spells that enhanced constitution and power, could engage in close combat with a legendary demon from the abyss. Such power was truly terrifying. Early in the morning, as the sun rose once again, Huo Ling prepared for the day's mission. He knew well that the zombies wouldn't be active during the day, and these zombies were a crucial source of potential points. Not wanting to return empty-handed, Huo Ling picked up his carefully prepared weapon and stepped out the door once more. This time, armed with a spear he had bought online and his increasingly refined spells, he confidently set out on his zombie hunting journey. Huo Ling walked cautiously along the abandoned streets, navigating the uneven ground with dense vegetation and broken bricks on either side. The roots of plants had broken through the hard pavement, giving the entire city a desolate appearance. Huo Ling periodically released his mental energy, carefully scanning the houses on both sides for any signs of zombies. In this city of the dead, zombies were numerous, and it didn't take long for Huo Ling to find his target. Inside a dilapidated shopping mall, Huo Ling's mental energy detected a large number of zombies. He cautiously slipped through the broken entrance, but the scene before him made his heart skip a beat. At least dozens of zombies stood in the first-floor lobby, and looking up, the situation was even more alarming. Every floor of the 5- or 6-story mall was densely packed with zombies, even on the escalators. Huo Ling roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 zombies in the building. The power was out, leaving the mall in total darkness, making it an ideal place for zombies to avoid sunlight. Nervously swallowing, Huo Ling quietly turned to leave. Although the zombies were currently motionless, the pitch-black environment made him uneasy. He feared that once he began hunting, the remaining zombies might suddenly spring to life. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary risks, Huo Ling decided to find another hunting ground. Soon, Huo Ling found a residential building nearby. Although there were also many zombies here, the building had sunlight streaming in, forcing the zombies to hide in dark rooms. This environment was perfect for hunting. Even if something went wrong, the sunlight would provide a barrier, allowing Huo Ling to escape. The 17- or 18-story building housed at least 100 zombies, more than enough for Huo Ling's hunting needs today. He knew that killing a single zombie would take 2 to 3 minutes, even without using spells. After thrusting his spear into a zombie's chest, Huo Ling wouldn't dare to pull it out until he was sure the zombie was completely dead, holding it firmly to prevent any sudden attacks. Starting from the ground floor, Huo Ling cleared the building level by level. With a thud, his sharp spear pierced a zombie's chest, and dark brown blood oozed from the wound. The zombie awoke from its slumber, flailing its arms, but the spear prevented it from harming Huo Ling. Meanwhile, Huo Ling drew runes in his mind and released a bone tooth spell, instantly killing 2 other zombies in the room. With continuous research and practice, Huo Ling's spellcasting speed had increased significantly. Each time his mana was fully restored, he would cast several spells to not only speed up the clearing process, but also practice his skills. In the spirit world, a mage's mana recovery rate was greatly enhanced. The recovery speed was proportional to the remaining mana in the body. If a mage's mana was completely depleted, it would take about 6 hours to recover naturally, or around 2 hours through meditation. When half of the mana remained, the recovery speed would increase significantly, taking only an hour naturally or 20 minutes through meditation. If only a small portion of mana was consumed, the recovery speed was astonishing, taking less than 10 minutes naturally and just 1 or 2 minutes through meditation. Therefore, mages learned to control their mana consumption during battles. They typically maintained their mana at above 75 and rested at appropriate times to recover, ensuring sustained combat effectiveness. If their mana was overly depleted or exhausted, it would take at least half a day to recover, which was extremely dangerous for the fragile mages. Especially in prolonged battles, mages would seize any opportunity to meditate and quickly recover their mana with the protection of teammates. This sustained combat capability made mages an absolute force on the battlefield. After more than 3 hours of fierce fighting, Huo Ling finally cleared the entire building of zombies. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the rooms were filled with corpses, with black blood pooling on the floor. Realizing he couldn't stay there any longer, Huo Ling worried that the scent of blood might attract other predators from the spirit world. On the first floor, Huo Ling cast a minor defensive shield on himself and waited for his mana to recover before heading out again. He moved cautiously, trying not to leave any traces behind. Only when he returned to his hideout did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Today's harvest was substantial. He had killed 70 or 80 zombies, earning him 17.5 potential points. Huo Ling decided to quit while he was ahead and planned to convert these points into real combat power promptly. Although continuing to hunt in another building could accumulate more points, he knew that without meditation and training, these points wouldn't contribute significantly to his strength. Afterward, Huo Ling returned to Blue Star to rest. Despite being very careful during the hunt, his clothes were still stained with blood. He took the opportunity to cook a meal and wash his clothes. It wasn't until evening that he transported back to the spirit world. Once darkness had fully settled, Huo Ling began his meditation. The darkness served as his best camouflage, and the zombies were his second-best bodyguards. The potential points he had earned today were finally going to be put to good use. Over the next 2 days, Huo Ling immersed himself in meditation, exhausting all his potential points. When he opened his eyes and checked his stats, he found that his magic power had reached 50 points, bringing him closer to the 100-point threshold needed to break through to the Black Iron tier. Brimming with confidence, Huo Ling set out once more, targeting the mall he had hunted in last time. His steps were light and his movements agile, much quicker than before. However, as he neared his destination, a strange aura made him wary. Silently, Huo Ling climbed up a tall building, avoiding the dozen or so wandering zombies below. From his vantage point, he saw a surprising scene. A group of lizardmen had taken control of the mall's perimeter. These otherworldly creatures stood between 1.5 to 1.8 meters tall, their bodies covered in fine scales and skin as tough as leather. Their heads resembled giant lizards, and they frequently flicked their forked tongues to sense the air. Their sturdy lower limbs supported their bodies, while their powerful upper limbs wielded various weapons with ease. Huo Ling quietly observed the unexpected visitors. He noticed 2 lizardmen knights mounted on giant swamp lizards, their strength likely at least at the Black Iron tier. The remaining 20 or so appeared to be ordinary warriors, with no spellcasters among them. It didn't take long for Huo Ling to understand their purpose. They were also there to hunt zombies. He watched as the lizardmen dragged out the corpses of slain zombies from the mall. While Huo Ling was contemplating, a sudden commotion erupted inside the mall. The lizardmen fled in panic, followed by an earth-shattering roar that echoed all around. One lizardman was hurled out like a cannonball, smashing into the opposite wall and turning into a pulp. From the dark entrance of the mall, a massive, menacing zombie emerged. Its roar awakened the other zombies inside the mall. Led by this powerful zombie, possibly a zombie king, the horde surged out fearlessly into the sunlight and launched a fierce assault on the lizardmen. The lizardmen quickly organized a defense, brandishing their weapons to fight back. Their tough skin and scales provided decent protection against the zombies' claws and bites. However, the overwhelming number of zombies made the battle extremely intense. Common zombies, relying solely on their frail physical strength, find it difficult to match the prowess of adult lizardmen warriors. After all, these lizardmen possess the strength of apprentice-level combatants. However, some zombies that have existed for a long time have become as powerful as the lizardmen. Even more terrifying is the fact that these mindless, fearless zombies can unleash astonishing combat power. On the battlefield, the casualty rate among the lizardmen skyrocketed. Blood and severed limbs flew everywhere, and screams filled the air. Witnessing their comrades fall one after another, 2 lizardman knights could no longer hold back. They let out furious roars, spurred their giant lizards, and with a burst of combat energy, wielded their heavy weapons and charged against the tide of zombies. Their target was clear: the powerful zombie leader. If they could kill it, the remaining zombies would retreat into the dark corners of the mall. The giant lizards charged forward with heavy steps, shaking their heads. One opened its massive jaws and bit down on a zombie, tearing it into 3 pieces with a violent shake, scattering the remains. The thick scales on the giant lizard's head provided strong defense, knocking aside any zombies in its path. The lizardmen riding on the giant lizards were not idle either. They swung their long-handled battle axes, cutting down zombies on both sides one by one. Each swing sent a zombie's head or limb flying. Hearing the commotion, the zombie leader no longer stood still. It let out an earth-shaking roar and charged at the lizardman knights. As it got closer, it leaped and pounced directly onto one of the knights. The knight swung his battle axe with all his might, but even with the added combat energy, the blade barely left a shallow mark on the zombie leader, as if chopping an unsharpened knife into tough leather. The lizardman knight was stunned, clearly not expecting this result. However, the zombie leader didn't pause. It extended its sharp claws and grabbed the lizardman's shoulder with immense strength. Then, it opened its jaws and bit down hard. The armor and scales that the lizardmen prided themselves on were as fragile as paper before the zombie leader. The defense was easily torn apart, and blood gushed out as the zombie leader bit down. The lizardman let out a blood-curdling scream, calling for help. The other lizardman knight did not abandon his comrade. He quickly approached, his combat energy surging, and swung his battle axe with all his strength at the zombie leader's back. This strike finally left a shallow wound on the zombie leader's back. This infuriated the zombie leader completely. It flung the bitten lizardman knight aside and charged straight at the other knight. The knight screamed in terror, desperately swinging his weapon to fend off the zombie leader's advance, but to little effect. The giant lizard beneath him let out a deafening roar, its foul breath filling the air as it bit down on the zombie leader's waist. The knight on its back cheered it on excitedly, but his joy was short-lived. The bitten zombie leader launched a fierce counterattack. Its sharp claws easily grabbed the giant lizard's snout, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds. Then, with tremendous force, it tore the lizard's jaw apart. The giant lizard let out a painful shriek, thrashing wildly on the ground. The lizardman knight on its back was thrown off, landing heavily on the ground. He barely had time to draw his sword and kill an approaching zombie before the zombie leader attacked again. The knight mustered all his remaining combat energy, swinging his sword with all his might. But his attacks were still insignificant to the zombie leader. It dodged nimbly and pounced on the knight, shredding his armor and scales in an instant. The zombie leader lowered its head, eagerly devouring the fresh lizardman flesh. The other lizardmen, witnessing this, saw their morale collapse completely. They abandoned their injured comrades and fled in all directions. This retreat led to the collapse of their defense line. Except for a few who ran fast, the rest of the lizardmen fell into the hands of the zombies, becoming their blood feast. The sounds of screams, biting, and breaking bones filled the air, creating a gruesome scene. On the top of a nearby high-rise, Huo Ling watched everything unfold, his heart pounding like a drum. One of the reasons he dared to hunt zombies was the belief that they wouldn't act during the day. But this scene shattered his understanding. As the battle below calmed, all the zombies feasted on the lizardmen corpses. Occasionally, some zombies fought over the flesh. However, over time, their instinctive fear of sunlight began to show. Some zombies suddenly stood up while eating and quickly ran back to the dark corners of the mall. Soon, all the zombies retreated into the mall, even leaving behind some uneaten lizardman flesh. Seeing this, Huo Ling made some guesses. Zombies still feared sunlight, but if there was a powerful zombie leader among them, it could temporarily suppress this instinct and lead them to attack during the day. But once the battle ended and the leader stopped giving orders, the regular zombies couldn't resist their fear of sunlight and had to retreat to the darkness. This explained why there was still so much flesh on the ground, yet the zombies hurriedly withdrew. With this realization, Huo Ling felt slightly relieved. But today's scene was too shocking. Hundreds of zombies attacking during the day, and even the powerful black iron-ranked lizardman knights were easily killed by the zombie leader. What level of strength had this zombie leader reached? It must have been at least silver rank. Even more alarming was that these zombies didn't cultivate combat energy. Their sheer physical strength alone was enough to achieve such combat power, making them truly formidable. Today's encounter left Huo Ling deeply shaken, his legs weak and his desire to continue hunting completely gone. Huo Ling cautioned himself to thoroughly scout before hunting zombies in the future. If he ever encountered a zombie leader, his small frame wouldn't stand a chance. Thinking of this, he shivered and decided to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Huo Ling restrained his urge to leave and calmly analyzed the situation before him. Although the zombies, led by their king, seemed unafraid of sunlight, they should remain harmless as long as they weren't provoked. He chose a safe vantage point and patiently waited for the war lizards to return and collect the corpses. Time ticked by, and just as Huo Ling was about to doze off, he noticed several blurry figures in the distance. As he had predicted, a few war lizards cautiously returned to the battlefield. They scanned the mall entrance vigilantly, confirmed there were no zombies around, and quickly gathered more of their companions. The war lizards began collecting the corpses methodically. Huo Ling observed that they prioritized handling the slain zombies over their own fallen comrades. Clearly, the primary goal of this mission was to gather prey, even at a significant cost. As the war lizards hoisted the bodies and prepared to leave, Huo Ling decided to take the risk of following them. He maintained a safe distance, using his mental powers to scout the surroundings and avoid detection by the wary war lizards. Despite keeping a considerable distance, Huo Ling wasn't worried about losing track of them. The traces left by the war lizards carrying the bodies were quite evident. Although they had carefully cleaned up the blood, the scratches on the ground were still clearly visible. After some time of following, Huo Ling finally discovered the war lizard's tribe. He didn't approach recklessly. Instead, he noted the location and quietly retreated. Given his current strength, he couldn't confront the entire tribe, but knowing their location was enough to avoid the area in future activities. As a new day dawned, Huo Ling awoke from his meditation. He sensed that his strength was nearing the peak of the apprentice level, but breaking through to the iron rank would still take some time. He pulled up his attribute panel and carefully reviewed the data. Name, Huo Ling. Mental power, 9.99.9. Mana, 9,999. Skills, Dark Breath Meditation. 0 level spells, Bone Fong, Gloomy Mist, Touch of Fatigue, Lesser Defense Armor, Lesser Surveillance Eye. Potential points, 41.5. Since witnessing the war lizards massacre by the zombies, Huo Ling had become more cautious in his hunting strategy. He only targeted small groups of zombies, numbering around a few dozen, avoiding larger groups that might contain iron-ranked zombies. After each hunt, he would meditate immediately, converting the accumulated potential points into strength. Huo Ling originally planned to ask Teacher Li for more 0-level spells, but considering that this might deplete the teacher's goodwill towards him, he decided against it. The spells he currently mastered were sufficient for now. When his mental power and mana both reached 9.9 and 99 respectively, Huo Ling paused his meditation to avoid accidentally breaking through to the iron rank. The reason being, transitioning from apprentice to iron rank required specific magical materials or biological organs to enhance oneself. The secret technique unlocked by the dark breath meditation was called the Seed of the Bone Graveyard, which required 3 main materials: a lesser dimensional stone, a nether flower, and river Styx water, along with over a dozen auxiliary materials. Huo Ling had already ventured to the cemetery outside Shirshi City one night to collect all the auxiliary materials. As for the main materials, he found that they could be purchased with credits at the Tiannan University store, so he would have to wait until the semester started to make his breakthrough. With only a few days left until the semester began, Huo Ling continued to hunt zombies in the surrounding area, accumulating potential points. He planned to make the breakthrough immediately after enrolling, aiming to stand out among his classmates. Today was finally the day to go to school. Huo Ling stood at the bus station in Shirshi County, ready to embark on his journey to Tiannan University. Located in the capital city of Tiannan Province, Huo Ling had to first take a bus to Donghe City and then catch a train to the provincial capital. Despite the extraordinary phenomena that had emerged in the Xia Kingdom on Blue Star, there was still a clear divide between the lives of ordinary people and the extraordinary world. For hundreds of years since the founding of Xia, magical and other supernatural powers had developed rapidly, while ordinary technology had progressed at a snail's pace. The root of this phenomenon lay in the fact that the ruling extraordinary professionals were more focused on acquiring more powerful enchanted equipment rather than improving the lives of ordinary people. Seated on the train to the provincial capital, Huo Ling enjoyed the privilege of a relatively comfortable seat as a reserve professional. This was his first time leaving Donghe in over a decade and his first time on a train. Even though he had witnessed many marvelous things in the spirit world and had already become an apprentice mage, he felt a sense of novelty and excitement as he watched the scenery whiz by outside the window. After more than 4 hours, the train slowly pulled into the provincial capital station. Huo Ling grabbed his luggage and followed the other passengers off the train. He noticed that the Real professionals were the first to leave the luxury carriages, followed by apprentice professionals like himself. This class distinction was omnipresent in Xia society and particularly evident here. As he exited the ticket gate, Huo Ling quickly spotted the reception area for Tiannan University. He approached and showed his admission letter, and a senior student promptly led him to the lounge. "Please wait here for a while. We'll head to the university at 5 o'clock, the senior said. In the lounge, 7 or 8 fresh-faced freshmen were already seated. A friendly boy came over and asked, "Hey buddy, where are you from?" "Donghe," Huo Ling replied succinctly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Su Hao from Baishur," the boy said, extending his hand for a handshake. They shook hands, and Su Hao continued, "So, are you a spellcaster or a warrior?" "Spellcaster. What about you?" "I'm a warrior," Su Hao said, a hint of envy in his eyes. During their conversation, Huo Ling learned that Su Hao came from a well-off family. His father was a silver-ranked knight. Su Hao had applied to the Knight Academy, while Huo Ling had chosen the Mage Academy. Suddenly, Su Hao lowered his voice and said, "Did you hear? Someone in our freshman class has already broken through to the iron rank." "What? It's only been 2 months since the awakening," Huo Ling said in surprise. Su Hao explained that some students with good aptitude and affluent backgrounds might have started their awakening as early as 11 or 12 years old. They had access to suitable cultivation methods, various auxiliary potions, and advanced equipment, significantly improving their survival rate and cultivation speed. After hearing Su Hao's explanation, Huo Ling couldn't help but marvel at the vast class differences. He realized that what he knew might only be the tip of the iceberg, and in the families of higher-ranked professionals, there could be even more unimaginable resources and advantages. Just as a farmer couldn't fathom the life of an emperor, Huo Ling couldn't fully comprehend the world of top-tier professional families. The joys of the wealthy were not only beyond his experience, but also beyond his imagination. Although they come from good families, they also have their own attribute panels and potential points. With this thought, Huo Ling regained his confidence and silently encouraged himself. I won't be any worse than them. You know so much. Did you gain a lot of advantages during the awakening process? Huo Ling asked with a curious sparkle in his eyes. Su Hao shook his head modestly. I can't compare to those prodigies. I just used an awakening orb my family bought, so I started a bit earlier than others, giving me a few extra months of training. I couldn't afford those potions that increase awakening probability and talent. Is there a difference between the purchased awakening orb and the ones provided by the school? Huo Ling inquired, frowning slightly. Not really, they're all produced from the spirit realm bases. You know how awakening orbs are made, right? Su Hao replied with a question. Huo Ling nodded. Yes, I know how they're made. Then I don't need to explain. The orbs are all the same. My family spent 10,000 yuan on one, and I used it after the new year. Even without the potions, my aptitude is still quite decent. Su Hao said confidently, a hint of pride showing on his face. Huo Ling and Su Hao continued chatting about their hopes and concerns for a while. Just as they were deep in conversation, the school shuttle finally arrived. This is your dormitory. A senior student led Huo Ling to a dorm room, handing him his student card and reminding him, make sure to keep your student ID safe. You'll need it to access various places on campus, especially classrooms, labs, and the library. Thank you, senior. Huo Ling expressed his gratitude. The senior quickly left, evidently having other tasks to attend to. Huo Ling began to survey the room that would be his home for the next 6 years. The dorm was modest, about 20 square meters, a typical single room with a small bathroom next to the balcony. The room contained only an empty bed, a wooden desk, and a wardrobe. He unpacked his luggage, did a quick cleanup, and set up his bed before lying down. The day's journey had left him exhausted. Although the dorm wasn't spacious, it was more than enough for Huo Ling, considering it was even more spacious than his room back home. As the school term began, Huo Ling received a message from his teaching assistant on his phone. Following the instructions, he arrived at a large auditorium on campus. The grand hall, with its towering dome, was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate several thousand people. The freshman welcome ceremony was simple yet solemn. A school leader gave a half-hour speech, followed by several outstanding senior students who welcomed the newcomers. After the ceremony, Huo Ling was guided by the teaching assistant to his designated classroom. Arriving early, Huo Ling found the classroom nearly empty. About 10 minutes later, his classmates started to trickle in. The class consisted of 23 students, all mage apprentices. Tiannan University had high admission standards, requiring at least a third-level aptitude, except in cases of students with special bloodlines. This year, the university admitted only around 150 mage apprentices. Huo Ling looked around and realized that his second-level aptitude wasn't particularly rare here. There were even students with first-level aptitude. As he observed the prodigies around him, a young man entered the classroom with some documents. The young man scanned the room and introduced himself. I'm your teacher and advisor, Xia Yang, and also your senior. I'll be responsible for your academic and personal guidance. Xia Yang opened the documents and asked, who is Dan Tai Shuang? A girl with jet black hair, wearing a pure white t-shirt and black slim-fit pants, stood up. In a clear but cold voice, she answered, Teacher Xia, I am Dan Tai Shuang. Huo Ling glanced at her from the side, noticing her fair, rosy face and well-proportioned figure. He couldn't help but think to himself, she's beautiful. Xia Yang smiled warmly and said, Dan Tai, you've already reached the black iron rank. You'll be the class monitor. The girl frowned slightly but didn't refuse. Yes, teacher. Xia Yang then sought the opinions of the other students, but no one objected. Instead, they were surprised that someone had already advanced to the black iron rank. This stage signified a significant leap. While apprentice mages had some combat ability, they were still quite vulnerable on Blue Star. However, black iron rank mages were different. Their spells could withstand most technological weapons, except for heavy artillery. Huo Ling thought to himself, it seems Dan Tai Shuang is one of those prodigies Su Hao mentioned. Her family must be very powerful. He couldn't help but glance at her slender legs, thinking, I wish I could latch onto her success. Teacher Xia used a spell to distribute a timetable to each student's desk and said, this is your schedule. You can choose your core and elective courses. Take a look. Huo Ling examined the timetable, which listed a wide array of courses. Core subjects like runes, fundamental magic theory, meditation and spellcasting techniques, spell analysis, magic scroll creation, equipment enchantment, potion making, material science, and spirit realm biology, totaling over 30 courses. The sheer number made his head spin. Xia Yang continued, you don't need to take all these courses. You must choose at least 2 core subjects, and the rest can be electives. The number of electives is up to you, depending on your learning capacity and needs. All courses have Endofire exams. Passing them will earn you credits, but failing will cost you credits, so choose wisely. After careful consideration, Huo Ling chose fundamental magic theory and runes as his core subjects, and magic scroll creation, material science, and spirit realm biology as his electives. He believed these courses would be the most beneficial for enhancing his abilities. The first day of classes ended quickly, and there wasn't much content to cover. After returning to his dormitory, Huo Ling immediately logged into the Tiannan University software to check his credits and found they had been credited. He then opened the online store to order 3 primary materials for his advancement. However, an unexpected issue arose. The secondary dimension stone and the nether flower were in stock, but the Styx water was out of stock. After contacting customer service, Huo Ling learned that Styx water has a limited shelf life and turns into ordinary water if not used within 7 days of extraction. Therefore, it needs to be reserved a month in advance. Reluctantly, Huo Ling placed an order for the reservation, deciding to wait for the Styx water to arrive before considering his advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Ling sent a message to Professor Li, asking if he could visit. He remembered that Professor Li had promised to recommend a mentor of the golden rank, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. However, his message received no response. Perplexed, Huo Ling reached out to Senior Guan Borong to inquire about the situation. Unfortunately, this message also went unanswered, leaving Huo Ling with a growing sense of unease. At that moment, in a dense forest outside the school's spirit realm base, Professor Li and Guan Borong were resting in a cave. With a bitter expression, Guan Borong complained, "Professor, do we really have to undertake such a dangerous mission just because of an unfulfilled promise?" Professor Li replied enthusiastically, "You don't understand. I genuinely feel like I've hit a bottleneck and need to take this chance." Guan Borong sighed, "But Professor, risking your life is one thing. Why drag me along? I'm not at a bottleneck yet." Professor Li dismissed his concerns. "Fool, this is to give you some early experience. Why can't you appreciate my good intentions?" After waiting a day with no response, Huo Ling decided to call Teacher Xia to ask about the situation. When the call connected, Huo Ling briefly explained his situation, omitting the part about Professor Li's promise to recommend a mentor. Teacher Xia called back after checking. "Huo Ling, I looked into it. Professor Li from the Spirit Biology Department and his assistant Guan Borong went to Shirshi County. They took a leave of absence from the university half a month ago to carry out a mission in the spirit realm. You can visit them once they return." After hanging up, Huo Ling clenched his fist, realizing that the two were likely avoiding him. It seemed the golden rank mentor was out of reach. Huo Ling smiled bitterly but didn't plan to make a fuss about it. After all, the enrollment benefits at Tiannan University were already quite generous, and the two had indeed helped him a lot initially. In the following days, Huo Ling threw himself into his studies. The course content was very engaging, and he listened attentively, asking questions whenever he didn't understand something. Despite his efforts, he often felt he couldn't keep up with his classmates. One day, Huo Ling made a firm decision. "I initially intended to blend in as an ordinary student, but this has only led to isolation. No more pretending. I'm revealing my true self. I'm a genius." With that, he opened his books and began using his potential points to study. With the help of potential points, Huo Ling's learning speed skyrocketed. Previously difficult concepts became easy to grasp with just a glance. He used 10 potential points to finish the entire year's content of the basic law course, and then spent another 40 points to master 2 main courses and 2 electives. Despite this, Huo Ling didn't show off in class. When his potential points were exhausted, he felt restless, itching to hunt a few hundred zombies to accumulate more points. But he knew that now he was in a university full of knowledge, he should make the most of this opportunity. Huo Ling went to the library, which housed a vast collection of spells ranging from apprentice level to third-year golden rank spells. Considering his current strength, he stayed on the first floor, browsing through the zero-tier spells. Among the extensive spell library, Huo Ling carefully selected 3 zero-tier spells: minor healing, minor wind acceleration, and minor shadow bind. These spells were all practical, especially minor healing. Minor healing is the only zero-tier spell with a healing effect, and it's quite effective. It can heal wounds no larger than 5 centimeters, as long as they don't involve vital organs or limbs. The spell can stop bleeding and, for more severe injuries, it can be stacked. 3 casts of minor healing are roughly equivalent to 1 cast of light healing. Huo Ling finally acquired the 2 additional spells he had meticulously chosen and eagerly began to examine their effects. The lesser wind acceleration spell allows the caster to communicate with wind elements and release a gust of elemental wind, increasing the recipient's movement speed by 15. The spell requires 3 seconds to cast, consumes 5 mana points, and lasts for 15 minutes. The effect can be extended by paying 3 mana points every 10 minutes, but it can be dispelled. The lesser Shadow Bind spell uses shadow energy to release 3 tendrils, reducing the target's movement speed by 15. It also takes 3 seconds to cast, consumes 6 mana points, and lasts for 5 minutes. The effect can be extended by paying 4 mana points every 5 minutes and can similarly be dispelled. After obtaining these valuable spells, Huo Ling immediately returned to his dormitory and transported himself to the spirit realm. This time, he aimed not only to hunt zombies to gain potential points, but also to retrieve his long-stored spirit orbs. Huo Ling moved swiftly, collecting all the spirit orbs that night while killing a few zombies along the way to gather the potential points needed for learning the new spells. He spent several hours mastering the new spells and then cautiously left the spirit realm, careful not to accidentally advance to the bronze tier. In the second month of the semester, Huo Ling eagerly paid the remaining balance to acquire 3 types of magical materials. The lesser dimensional stone, containing spatial power, was the most expensive at 50 credits. The nether flower was the cheapest at 10 credits, and the Styx water was also costly at 20 credits. This purchase reduced Huo Ling's credit balance from 100 to 20, but he didn't care. Huo Ling immediately began infusing the materials with mana in preparation for the crucial moment ahead. Using potential points, he quickly mastered the secret technique Seed of the Bone Graveyard and commenced his final meditation as an apprentice. As his meditation deepened, Huo Ling felt a sense of completeness. His mana started to boil and surge within him, and his mental strength broke through a thin barrier. With an imperceptible pop, Huo Ling could now sense his mana space with his mind. He had successfully advanced to the bronze tier as a mage. Wasting no time, Huo Ling cast the Seed of the Bone Graveyard secret technique. While his mana space was still unstable, the materials infused with mana shattered and reformed under the spell's influence, condensing into a seed that entered his mana space. Once the seed touched the bronze tier mana, it began to grow, with a vine spiraling upward around the mana space. To Huo Ling's astonishment, the vine not only stabilized and protected the mana space, but also helped expand it. Even more surprisingly, it created a small subspacia bone graveyard using the dimensional stone. This space, though only 5 square meters in area and about 3 meters high, was a miniature graveyard. The dark brown soil had an open grave mound with a tilted tombstone in front of it. Huo Ling could hardly contain his excitement. With this spell, his combat strategy would undergo a significant transformation. Meanwhile, Alec's spellbook glowed anew, indicating that new spells had been unlocked. He quickly summoned the spellbook and examined the 9 newly added first-tier bronze spells: Bloody Bones, Bone Shaping, Soul Modification, Bone Revival, Bone Armament, Negative Energy Ray, Bone Spike, Bone Cage, and Soul Lash. Although all were necromancy spells, Huo Ling didn't mind their dark nature. In this power-centric society, necromancers were acceptable as long as they didn't resort to grave robbing. Among these, the soul modification spell particularly caught Huo Ling's attention. This spell allows the caster to modify a soul, embedding a combat plan into a skeleton, enabling it to execute the plan. The spell requires 15 seconds to cast and consumes 30 mana points. Huo Ling realized that this spell could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of skeleton soldiers. In the necromancer spell system, skeleton soldiers are a crucial part of their strength. There are 3 main ways to summon skeleton soldiers. The first is by paying mana to generate a skeleton warrior of the caster's level from a spirit realm template, lasting 15 minutes. The second is through necromantic summoning, which calls forth a skeleton warrior from the necromantic plane, often stronger but with the risk of summoning a defective one. The third type of skeleton warrior is a personal creation of the mages. These undead creatures are formed through a combination of various spells and have the ability to absorb the flesh and soul energy of their enemies, growing stronger over time. Mages can control these skeleton warriors with minimal magical maintenance and can transport them to the plane of the undead when not needed. In that realm, the skeletons continue to absorb death energy and become even more powerful. During battle, mages can summon them back at any moment. These skeleton warriors are commonly used by necromancy specialists due to their cost-effectiveness, permanence, and continuous growth in strength. If the mage has sufficient space, they might choose not to send the skeletons to the undead plane, as it is filled with various death creatures, leading to constant battles and absorption of enemies by the skeletons. Sending them back to the undead plane means being prepared for the possibility that they might return significantly stronger or dead. For instance, a recently created skeleton at the Iron rank might come back as a seasoned high-tier Iron warrior or as a crippled one. Both outcomes are possible. After his breakthrough, Huo Ling exhaled softly, closed his eyes, and meditated to adjust his state. Moments later, he opened his eyes and called up his status panel. Name: Huo Ling. Bloodline: Human. Rank: Tier 1 Iron Mage, Level 1. Strength: 5.3. Constitution: 5.1. Agility: 5.0. Mental power: 15.3. Mana: 153,153. Skills: Dark Breath Meditation. Tier 0 spells: Bone Fong, Grey Mist, Touch of Fatigue, Lesser Defense Armor, Lesser Surveillance Eye, Lesser Wind Speed, Minor Healing, Lesser Shadow Bind. Secrets: Seed of the Bone Graveyard. Potential points: 73.5. Huo Ling looked at his rank, realizing he had achieved the status of an Iron Mage. The Iron rank is divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are ordinary, levels 4 to 6 are elite, and levels 7 to 9 are veteran. When mana accumulates to 1,000, one can prepare to break through to the silver rank. However, this was still far off for Huo Ling, as his mana was only 153, boosted by about 50 points during his breakthrough. Despite this, it was already quite impressive, almost halfway through the first level of the Iron rank. His next task was to learn new spells from his spellbook. Huo Ling immediately began using his potential points. He quickly discovered that Tier 1 spells required more potential points than Tier 0 spells, increasing from 2 points to 10. However, this was within his acceptable range. The existing 70+ potential points were enough to learn 7 spells. After careful selection, Huo Ling chose 5 spells: Bloody Bones, Bone Shaping, Soul Reforging, Bone Resurrection, Bone Armament, and an attack spell, Bone Spike. He planned to reserve some potential points for learning a life-saving spell. For the next 2 days, Huo Ling devoted himself entirely to learning these new spells. Although the process left him feeling dizzy, his efforts paid off significantly, greatly enhancing his strength. However, this was not yet the peak of his current power, as he had not obtained his own summoned skeleton warrior. After completing his studies, Huo Ling decided to temporarily return to Blue Star to rest and acquire a life-saving spell. He stood up, summoned the Blue Star beacon without hesitation, and returned to Blue Star. Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling eagerly took out his phone to share the joy of his breakthrough to the Iron rank with his family. He found his mother Bai Xiaolan's number and dialed. At that moment, Bai Xiaolan was working on the assembly line. Despite Huo Ling having given his high school scholarship to the family, she did not quit her job, wanting to earn more money to support her younger sons. Suddenly, her phone rang. The line supervisor stood up and handed her the phone, saying, "Sister Bai, it's your son calling. Please take it." Since learning that Huo Ling had been admitted to Tiannan University, the supervisor's attitude had noticeably improved. Bai Xiaolan quickly put down her work and took the phone. "Hello, son. What made you call out of the blue?" There was no response from the other end, and she anxiously asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Is there a problem at school, or do you need more living expenses?" Her co-workers, hearing this, slowed their work and perked up their ears, their curiosity piqued. "Mom, I broke through to become an Iron Mage." Huo Ling's excited voice came through. That simple sentence nearly caused Bai Xiaolan to lose her balance, her legs almost giving way. The concerned supervisor quickly stepped in to support her, softly saying, "Sister Bai, what happened? Hang in there." Huo Ling listened to the silence on the other end of the phone, patiently waiting for his mother's reaction. Moments later, Bai Xiaolan's trembling voice came through. "Son, what did you say?" "Mom, I've advanced to the Black Iron rank as a mage." Huo Ling reaffirmed with conviction. You're not joking?" Bai Xiaolan's tone was filled with disbelief. "Yes." Huo Ling replied firmly. Bai Xiaolan screamed in excitement, her voice so loud through the phone that it hurt Huo Ling's eardrums. She jumped up, her joy palpable. After hanging up, her co-workers immediately gathered around. A middle-aged woman sitting next to Bai Xiaolan leaned in and asked, "Bai Jia, what happened to make you so happy?" "Our Huo Ling has become a Black Iron rank mage," Bai Xiaolan announced excitedly. "What? That's incredible." The co-workers started talking all at once. "I always said your Huo Ling was a smart kid. Bai Jia, you're going to have a great life from now on." Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling sent the news of his breakthrough to his teacher, Xiaoyang. Over the phone, Teacher Xia exclaimed, "What? You've reached the Black Iron rank?" His voice cracked with surprise. "Yes, teacher, I was lucky to succeed," Huo Ling replied calmly. "Come to my office," Xiaoyang said before hanging up. In Xiaoyang's office, Huo Ling saw the unmistakable surprise on his teacher's face. Xiaoyang said "not bad" several times before starting to register Huo Ling, as required for all those who advance to the Black Iron rank on Blue Star. "I didn't expect you to be the first in the class to break through quietly," Xiaoyang said with a smile, still somewhat in disbelief. "It's thanks to your guidance, teacher," Huo Ling complimented. Xiaoyang poured Huo Ling a cup of tea and asked about his future specialization. Huo Ling mentioned he planned to specialize in necromancy, which aligned with his meditation method and the secret techniques he used to break through. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement and then made an unexpected offer. "Would you be interested in becoming my junior apprentice?" Huo Ling was a bit puzzled, so Xiaoyang explained that his own teacher, Professor He Han, was a golden rank mage specializing in necromancy and was looking for talented students. "If Professor He is willing, I would be honored," Huo Ling readily agreed. Xiaoyang said he would take Huo Ling to meet Professor He when he returned next month. After chatting a bit more, Huo Ling took his leave. Xiaoyang then posted the news of Huo Ling's breakthrough in the class group chat, sparking an enthusiastic reaction from his classmates. In a smaller group chat without the teacher, everyone started tagging Huo Ling, asking him to treat them to a celebration. Huo Ling readily agreed. "Tonight at the usual place, let's all get together." Unexpectedly, even the usually aloof class monitor, Dan Aishuang, agreed to join. Huo Ling took a photo of his updated student card and posted it on his social media. It's been a month since I arrived at Tiannan University, and through my hard work, I've finally become a black iron rank mage. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I will continue to strive harder in the future. This post quickly garnered a lot of likes and congratulatory comments. Huo Ling's phone kept buzzing with calls from relatives, friends, and school teachers offering their congratulations. Upon reaching the black iron rank, Huo Ling shared his joy with family and friends but was quickly brought back to reality. The advancement had nearly exhausted his resources. Not only were his magic stones depleted, but the credits he earned at the start of the term were also almost gone. To sustain his future studies and training, Huo Ling decided to continue his side job. He went to the school office, paid a deposit, and received several hundred spirit awakening orbs. Although this task was relatively low risk, it provided a steady income of magic stones. Compared to the 50 orbs he could handle before the term started, Huo Ling expanded his capacity tenfold this time. For safety, Huo Ling only carried one box of spirit awakening orbs each time he traversed the spirit world. After multiple trips, he finally transported all the orbs to an abandoned building. As night fell, Huo Ling began his operation. First, he moved all the orbs downstairs and then made a paste from soil and water, immersing the orbs in it. He deliberately mixed in grass leaves and stems to ensure the coating wouldn't easily fall off once dried. Once the outer layer was dry, Huo Ling used a mage hand to lift the box filled with spirit awakening orbs and proceeded along pre-scouted safe streets. Huo Ling cautiously entered a residential building and placed the orbs in the corners of dilapidated rooms. He hid them under beds, in worn-out wardrobes, and amidst piles of clutter, covering them with debris to prevent discovery by other creatures. For Huo Ling, activating his mental power made locating these orbs effortless, but for others or spirit world creatures, they would be hard to find without a thorough search. After 2 full days, Huo Ling finally secured all the orbs, carefully avoiding buildings with high zombie activity. However, just as he was about to leave, his mental scan detected an anomaly. On a side street, a scavenging team of dozens of goblins was searching the buildings. Huo Ling quickly hid on the roof of a rundown building, cautiously concealing himself. Through mental detection, he noticed that the team was led by a black iron-ranked goblin warrior. One goblin, wielding a stone spear, swaggered into a room, poking around for useful items. A rusty iron pot in the kitchen caught his eye but crumbled into rust dust when he squeezed it. Annoyed, the goblin shook his hand and then swept the stone spear across, smashing all the broken kitchenware before letting out a wicked laugh. This scene made Huo Ling frown. Inside the cabinet in that very room was a spirit awakening orb he had placed just 2 days ago. The goblin pushed open the decayed wooden door and strode into the dust-covered room. He noticed an intact wardrobe and approached to check for useful items inside. Opening the wardrobe, the goblin found a round lump of dirt at the bottom. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up but accidentally applied too much force, causing a chunk of the outer shell to fall off. The broken shell revealed a transparent crystal orb inside, making the goblin overjoyed, nearly drooling. He hurriedly cleaned off the remaining shell, staring at the intact transparent crystal orb with delight. Witnessing this through his mental power, Huo Ling couldn't help but face Spalmus' worst fear had come true. This goblin was too nosy, even picking up a lump of dirt. Excitedly shouting, the goblin rushed out of the room, quickly attracting the attention of other goblins. Eventually, the spirit awakening orb ended up in the hands of the leading black iron-ranked goblin. The large goblin held the orb, smiling with satisfaction, clearly having never seen such a beautiful item before. Well done. You'll be handsomely rewarded when we return, the large goblin praised, patting the scavenging goblin's shoulder. Everyone, keep searching. See if there are more treasures like this around. The other goblin scavengers, envious of the treasure, eagerly rushed into nearby houses, hoping to find similar valuables. After half a day of searching, they discovered 2 more spirit awakening orbs. As dusk approached, the goblins finally regrouped and left. Damn it! After the goblins had gone far, Huo Ling dared to reveal himself from hiding. He quickly collected all the nearby spirit awakening orbs, but did not head back immediately. Instead, he carefully followed the goblins, wanting to locate their base. Once he found their base, Huo Ling could decide on his next move. If the goblins were weak, he could seek revenge. If they were too strong, he would avoid them for now to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The goblin scavengers, leisurely when searching for trash, moved much faster on the way back. After traversing the abandoned streets, they finally returned to a goblin tribe hidden within the zombie-infested city. Following from a distance, Huo Ling took one look and lost interest, quickly retreating. The goblin tribe occupied an entire neighborhood, densely populated with goblins, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000 or 2,000 strong. This discovery made Huo Ling immediately abandon any thoughts of short-term retaliation, deciding to come back after thorough preparation. With the spirit awakening orbs secured, Huo Ling took advantage of the remaining daylight to swiftly return to his hideout in the spirit world. After his break, Huo Ling dove back into his studies. He first used the 5 first-level spell vouchers he received upon enrollment to exchange for 3 practical spells: Comprehend Languages, Mage Shield, and Cure Light Wounds. These are essential foundational spells for every mage. Huo Ling prioritized learning Mage Shield, as protecting oneself is crucial in the dangerous spirit realm. He carefully studied the spell description. After a 3-second cast, a magical shield forms around the target, capable of withstanding minor attacks. The shield has a strength of 150 units, lasts for 15 minutes, and consumes 20 mana points every 15 minutes to maintain. Restoring the shield requires 1 mana point per 5 units of armor. This is an upgraded version of the 0-level spell Lesser Defense Armor. Although it consumes more mana, it provides comprehensive, all-around protection, making it highly valuable. Huo Ling summoned his attribute panel to check his latest status. Name: Huo Ling. Race: human. Rank: First Level Iron Mage, Tier 1. Skills: Breath of Darkness, Meditation, 0-level spells, Bone Tooth, etc. First Level spells: Bloody Bones, Bone Shaping, Soul Reformation, Bone Revival, Bone Armament, Bone Spear, Mage Shield. Secret Art: Seed of the Bone Graveyard. Potential points: 3.5. His power had significantly increased. Not only had he mastered 7 first-level spells, but his 0-level spells had also become stronger. Take Bone Tooth, for example. Spell effect: releases 13 bone teeth to attack the enemy. Casting time: 1 second. Cost: 2 mana points. Range: 30 times mental strength. Now, Huo Ling could continuously cast Bone Tooth like using a rifle. Ready for action, Huo Ling stepped through the portal and returned to the spirit realm, prepared to create his trusty assistanta skeleton warrior. He walked slowly towards a familiar hunting ground, using his mental strength to probe for zombies nearby. Soon, he found a dozen zombies inside a building. Huo Ling quickly cast a spell, forming 3 bone teeth around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp teeth sliced through the air, accurately hitting the heads of 3 zombies. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies fell, and a tiny light flew out from one of the corpses, heading straight for Huo Ling. He selected the strongest zombie and began casting the Bloody Bone spell. Gray magical energy seeped into the corpse, as if countless miniature black holes were forming inside, rapidly devouring the flesh. A few minutes later, only a human-shaped skeleton covered in blood-red patterns remained. Next was bone shaping. Huo Ling skillfully manipulated the bone structure with his magic, correcting the spine's curvature and healing dark fractures, making its distribution more reasonable. The third step was soul reformation. Huo Ling extracted a soul from the skeleton, stabilized and strengthened it with spell runes, and infused it with basic combat techniques for a skeleton soldier. Finally, he placed the soul back into the skeleton. Huo Ling explained that a soul consists of spirit and essence. After death, the spirit returns to the underworld according to one's faith or contracts, while the essence, which records life memories, remains in the body and gradually dissipates with decay. His soul reformation spell targets this essence. The final step was the crucial bone revival. A spirit from the underworld was summoned and infused into the skeleton. Huo Ling held his breath, waiting until a ghostly fire ignited in the skull. The soul energy flowed through the skeleton, which slowly stood up, its joints creaking. Sensing Huo Ling's presence, the skeleton knelt on one knee, bones clattering. It bowed its head, and a message emanated from the ghostly fire in its eyes. Master, thank you for granting me new life. I will fight for you until my soul fire extinguishes. Not bad, it worked on the first try. Huo Ling couldn't help but admire the green soul fire flickering within the skull in front of him. With a slight exertion of his mental power, he issued a command. Rise. The skeleton immediately stood up, though its movements were still somewhat stiff. Huo Ling assessed it silently. Due to the poor quality of materials, this skeleton, even crafted through spells, only reached the level of a low-grade apprentice. When compared to a nocturnal zombie, the outcome of a fight was uncertain. However, this wasn't a problem, as the skeleton still had room for improvement. After regaining some of his magical energy, Huo Ling cast his 5th spell, Bone Armament. He placed his hand on the skeleton's skull, infusing the spell's runes into the flickering soul fire within. Once completed, he released his hand and commanded, "Absorb the corpses and arm yourself." "Yes, my master." The skeleton mouthed silently and walked towards another corpse. Pressing its hand against the zombie's skull, it began extracting the soul essence within. This was an innate ability of undead creatures, enhancing their own soul fire by absorbing the soul essence from corpses. As the absorption process continued, the soul fire within the skeleton's skull flickered more intensely. Not only that, but the essence of the corpse's flesh and bones was also being absorbed. After about 10 minutes, only a small pile of gray-white bone powder remained. The skeleton, now strengthened by the absorption, had even formed a bone sword. Huo Ling inspected it closely and noted that the sword's strength was still lacking, but this was just the beginning. He ordered the skeleton to continue absorbing the remaining corpses, and if they ran out, to hunt down other zombies in the building. Huo Ling then left the building and moved to another nearby structure to continue his work. By the end of the morning, Huo Ling had created 5 bone warriors. These undead creatures continually killed zombies, absorbing their essence to strengthen themselves. By evening, Huo Ling returned to his hideout with them. The bone warriors had significantly transformed. They had all reached the peak of the apprentice level, and Huo Ling could check their status through an attribute panel. Bone warrior. Bloodline. Undead bone clan. Rank. 0 level apprentice warrior. Strength. 9.5. Constitution. 7. Agility. 6. Soul power. 9. Skills. Basic bone warrior combat techniques. Among these attributes, strength was comparable to that of peak apprentice level warriors, but constitution and agility were still lacking. Nevertheless, as cannon fodder, this was their limit at the apprentice level. To further enhance them, they would need to advance to the iron rank. In comparison, apprentice warriors at school usually consider advancing only when at least one attribute reaches 10. Some, with exceptional talent or lofty ambitions, wait until all 3 primary attributes reach 10 to gain a higher physical enhancement upon advancing. However, Huo Ling's bone warriors could no longer improve through conventional methods. Advancement was the only option. But this was no easy feat. Huo Ling estimated that each bone warrior would need to devour 400 to 500 zombies to break through to the iron rank. Enhancing their strength was undoubtedly a long and arduous task. Despite this, the current combat power of these bone warriors was already quite helpful to Huo Ling. After a day of slaughter and enhancement, they were no longer bare skeletons. Thanks to the bone armament, their bodies were covered in a layer of black-gray bone armor, providing decent defense. This armor wasn't simply draped over them but grew from within, supported by hollow bones that were both sturdy and shock-absorbing, offering impressive protection. Among the 5 bone warriors, 3 were sword and shield soldiers, each wielding a bone sword and shield. The other 2 were spear and shield soldiers, each holding a shield and a 4-meter-long bone spear. Additionally, they carried 4 bone javelins on their backs for ranged attacks. With the protection of these bone soldiers, Huo Ling's combat capabilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to cast spells more freely and effectively. Upon returning to his dormitory, Huo Ling decided to strike while the iron was hot and immediately began learning 2 additional spells. The first spell was Comprehend Languages, which allowed the caster to understand the languages of intelligent beings in the spirit realm and accelerated language learning. The second spell was Cure Light Wounds, which could heal wounds up to 15 centimeters and stop the bleeding of larger injuries. These 2 spells significantly enhanced Huo Ling's practicality and survivability. After completing his studies, Huo Ling checked his latest attribute panel. As of now, he had mastered 9 first-level spells, and his combat capabilities were beginning to take shape. However, just as Huo Ling was feeling pleased with his progress, reality soon hit him hard. In an elective class on enchanted equipment, he noticed the class monitor, Tanai Shuang, sitting in the front row, adorned with various enchanted accessories. These items not only provided a range of auxiliary spell effects, but could also boost attributes or carry offensive spells. It was then that Huo Ling realized the immense value of these reusable enchanted items, far exceeding that of ordinary spell scrolls. Observing the equipment on Tantai Shuang, Huo Ling couldn't help but be astonished by her wealth and simultaneously recognize the significant gap between himself and the truly powerful. However, even enchanted equipment cannot be used beyond one's rank. A black iron rank professional can only utilize equipment of the same rank. Despite this limitation, the enhancement these items provide to their owner's abilities is still quite remarkable. Huo Ling sat in the classroom, listening to the teacher while mentally calculating his own power. With over 150 points of magic, casting 0-rank spells was still manageable for him. Factoring in his magic recovery rate, he could cast nearly 100 of them consecutively. However, if he switched to first-rank spells, the number would drastically decrease. Even if he exhausted all his magic, he could only cast around 10. Moreover, in actual combat, he couldn't afford to deplete his magic entirely, or he'd be left without any means of attack or defense, making him less effective than an apprentice-level warrior. Huo Ling's gaze unconsciously fell on the class monitor, Danai Shuang, who sat in the front row. Her delicate hairpin, sparkling necklace, fine bracelet, intricate wristband, shiny earrings, and the little shoulder bag full of unknown treasures. Her wand was undoubtedly among them. These pieces of equipment could provide her with at least a dozen different spells, covering everything from passive and active defense to attack and escape methods. How envious, Huo Ling thought, while listening to the lecture and pondering the enchantment properties of Dantai Shuang's equipment. What he didn't realize was that with her considerable mental acuity, Dantai Shuang had already noticed the wandering gaze from behind. Suddenly, Dantai Shuang turned her head sharply, glaring fiercely at Huo Ling a few rows back. Startled by the sudden eye contact, Huo Ling awkwardly forced a smile. The little rich girl was angry. Huo Ling smacked his lips and decided not to stare at her so blatantly anymore. Instead, Huo Ling's gaze began to wander around the classroom, examining the enchanted equipment on other students. To his surprise, he discovered that in this large classroom, among the hundreds of new and old students, whether apprentices or black iron rank professionals, many of them possessed enchanted equipment. It seems there aren't many as poor as me, Huo Ling thought, shaking his head in resignation. But he quickly regained his determination. Although he was poor now, with hard work, he believed he would eventually become wealthy. When that day came, enchanted equipment would be nothing could afford to use one and discard it without a second thought. As the class ended, Huo Ling rushed back to his dormitory, opened a portal, and continued his efforts in the spirit realm. His primary goal now was to acquire a few skeletal warriors with black iron rank strength. Today, Huo Ling expanded his hunting grounds and created 15 more skeletal warriors. These newly created warriors were relatively weak, and Huo Ling would command them to stop absorbing corpses after consuming just 2 or 3 zombies. Instead, he instructed these low-level skeletal warriors to drag the corpses to the 5 advanced skeletal warriors with apprentice-peak combat strength, allowing them to focus on absorbing the soul energy, flesh, and bone essence. Huo Ling chose a new hunting spot, a large office building over 30 stories high. He stayed on the first floor with 5 skeletal warriors, overseeing their absorption of the essence. Suddenly, Huo Ling frowned as he sensed the connection to one of his skeletal warriors sever. It had been destroyed by a zombie. Immediately alert, Huo Ling checked the last known location of the fallen warrior room on the 8th floor. He maneuvered several skeletal warriors towards the room and began scouting the area through their eyes. The room was a spacious office, once orderly but now cluttered with scattered desks and chairs. 6 zombies stood motionless in the room. On the floor lay the shattered remains of the defeated skeletal warrior, even its once sturdy skull cracked with a large hole. Huo Ling quickly identified the culprit, a formidable-looking zombie with taut muscles, leathery skin like old cowhide, and a white spot on its chest. He surmised that the skeletal warrior had encountered this tough opponent while trying to kill and transport the zombies. Its attacks likely failed to penetrate the zombie's defenses, leading to its destruction. To further test his theory, Huo Ling left only one skeletal warrior and commanded it to attack the powerful zombie. The skeletal warrior thrust its bone spear at the zombie's chest, but the attack failed to break through. The awakened zombie roared in anger, pouncing on the skeletal warrior. Its teeth gnawed on the warrior's armor with a grating sound, and its claws tore at it until the skeletal warrior was reduced to pieces. Finally, the zombie smashed the warrior's skull, extinguishing its soul fire. Seeing this, Huo Ling actually felt relieved. Although this zombie was strong, it wasn't as formidable as the corpse king he had encountered in the mall. From the recent battle, it was evident that its roar hadn't awakened the other zombies, indicating its strength was around the black iron rank. Huo Ling's eyes lit up, realizing this zombie was exactly what he needed. The process of upgrading his skeletal warriors to black iron rank through continuous absorption of soul energy and flesh essence would take a long time. But this zombie was the perfect material for creating a black iron rank skeletal warrior. Huo Ling cautiously climbed to the 8th floor, where a zombie came into view not far ahead. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, "Zombie, you will become a great asset in my cultivation." He began to meticulously sketch runes, magic surging at his fingertips. As the spell took shape, a bone spike the length of a forearm materialized, hovering before him. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Huo Ling launched the bone spike. It flew with a piercing sound, striking the ironclad zombie's head with precision. The seemingly tough skin of the zombie was as fragile as paper under the powerful spell. The bone spike effortlessly pierced its skull. Without hesitation, Huo Ling cast several more bone spikes, swiftly taking down the remaining zombies around him. Confirming the area was clear of threats, Huo Ling immediately began to work on the Iron Tier zombie's corpse. Despite being slain, the body still emanated a formidable presence. Zombies truly are excellent materials, Huo Ling mused. He cast a spell, and the bones greedily absorbed the flesh's essence. Huo Ling could clearly feel the bones strengthening, confident that this would become a powerful Iron Tier skeletal warrior. After several spells, draining much of his magic, Huo Ling finally completed the creation of the Iron Tier skeletal warrior. He carefully examined the attributes of his new creation. Skeletal warrior. Bloodline. Undead bone clan. Tier. Iron Tier 1. Strength. 13.7. Constitution. 10. Agility. 9. Soul power. 15. Skills. Basic skeletal warrior combat techniques. Satisfied, Huo Ling nodded. The attributes were decent for a newly created skeleton. He then commanded the skeletal warrior to descend and continue absorbing the corpses brought by other skeletal warriors. The absorption speed of this iron-tier skeletal warrior was noticeably faster than that of apprentice-level skeletons. Huo Ling calculated that this skeletal warrior would become a crucial asset. According to the rules, a skeletal warrior could be up to 2 minor tiers higher than the caster. With continuous absorption of soul power and flesh essence, this skeletal warrior could reach up to Iron Tier 3. Although the overall attributes of the skeletal warrior couldn't match those of a same-tier combatant, the resources required to cultivate a combatant far exceeded those needed to create a skeletal warrior. For a mage, a completely obedient skeletal warrior could be more reliable than a combatant ally. Pleased with his success, Huo Ling considered searching for more zombies to defeat. However, knowing that zombies were inactive during the day and relied solely on physical strength without cultivation, he decided against it for now. As night fell, Huo Ling returned to his base. He now had 1 iron-tier skeletal warrior, 5 peak apprentice-level skeletal warriors, and 20 low-level apprentice skeletal warriors. He stationed the lower-level skeletons around the area for security, while the 6 higher-level skeletons guarded the entrance. That night, Huo Ling studied several spells he hadn't yet mastered: Negative Energy Ray, Bone Prison, and Soul Whip. These spells would significantly enhance his attack repertoire. A few hours later, Huo Ling successfully learned the 3 spells, feeling a noticeable boost in his combat capabilities. Taking advantage of the remaining night, he continued his meditation practice. The next morning, Huo Ling reviewed his progress and checked his attribute panel. Name: Huo Ling. Mental power: 16.316.3. Magic: 163,163. Skills: Dark Breath Meditation. 0-tier spells: Bone Spike. Minor healing. 1-tier spells: Blood Skeleton, Bone Shaping, Soul Modification, Skeleton Resurrection, Skeleton Armament, Bone Spike, Mage Shield, Comprehend Languages, Light Healing, Negative Energy Ray, Bone Prison, Soul Whip. Secret Art: Bone Graveyard 05. Potential points: 17. Huo Ling frowned, noticing that he had used 30 potential points the previous night, but only gained 1 point in mental power and 10 points in magic. He surmised that the effect of potential points diminished with tier advancement. This meant that reaching the silver tier would take longer, but having potential points to aid in learning was still a significant advantage. Huo Ling stored the skeletal warrior and 4 skeletal soldiers in the bone graveyard, leaving the rest in the spirit realm. He crushed the blue star beacon and stepped through the portal. In the days that followed, Huo Ling's life was simple and monotonous. After his classes each day, he would venture into the spirit realm to hunt zombies, collect potential points, and strengthen his skeletal warriors. After more than half a month of diligent effort, Huo Ling's power had significantly increased. He now had 4 skeletal warriors, the strongest of which had reached Iron Tier 2 due to its robust foundation. With these dependable protectors, Huo Ling's time in the spirit realm became much more secure. Huo Ling, pack your things. I'm taking you to meet your new master. This was the unexpected but long-awaited news Huo Ling received from teacher Xia Yang after class one day. Huo Ling's heart raced with excitement. A golden-ranked mage. He was finally going to meet one. He quickly gathered his belongings and followed teacher Xia deep into the school grounds. Usually, they only had classes in the outer campus. But now, stepping into the inner campus, Huo Ling instantly felt the spiritual energy intensify. While it couldn't compare to the spirit realm, it was far superior to the outer campus. Huo Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only the school's training rooms weren't so expensive to rent, he would have loved to train in such an environment. As they walked through the inner campus, Huo Ling's eyes were drawn to several towering mage towers. These were every spellcaster's dream, but the exorbitant construction costs made them out of reach for ordinary mages. Xia Yang led Huo Ling to a laboratory, where he finally met the person who would become his master professor Huo Ling. At that moment, the golden-ranked spellcaster was engrossed in an experiment, with a silverback gnoll strapped to the table. Gnolls, intelligent creatures from the spirit realm, stood nearly 2 meters tall and were notoriously vicious. They lived in tribes, and adult gnolls typically reached the peak of apprentice-level strength. Some even became warriors or spellcasters, and a rare few became priests capable of channeling divine magic. Professor Huo Ling merely glanced at the newcomers before resuming his experiment. Huo Ling watched as the professor, wielding a scalpel, carefully operated on the anesthetized gnoll's chest. He extracted the gnoll's heart and connected it to another heart from a sealed magic box. After the experiment, an undead mage emerged from the shadows to drag the gnoll away. Professor He wiped the blood from his hands before finally turning to the waiting Xia Yang and Huo Ling. The three moved to a sitting room, where Huo Ling and Xia Yang engaged in a lively conversation. Huo Ling answered Xia Yang's cultivation questions with ease, despite their different specializations. As a golden-ranked archmage, he effortlessly addressed Xia Yang's doubts. Huo Ling listened quietly, knowing that even if he couldn't use the information now, it would be beneficial to remember it. After more than an hour, Xia Yang reluctantly took his leave. Only then did Professor He turn his full attention to Huo Ling, carefully appraising the young man. I've heard from Xia that you're planning to specialize in necromancy. You seem to have potential, Professor, he said, taking a sip of tea. I've been quite busy these past 2 years with several projects and wasn't planning to take on any new apprentices. But Xia has praised your talent, so I'm willing to give you a test. If you pass, I'll take you as my apprentice. Huo Ling nodded earnestly. Professor, please tell me the details of the test. I will do my best to complete it. After a moment of contemplation, Professor He outlined the test. I've reviewed your records. You have a secondary aptitude and a spirit realm blessing inheritance. You advanced to Black Iron rank just over a month ago, which is indeed impressive. Given that you've just advanced, I'll make the test a bit easier. I want you to independently create a skeleton warrior with Black Iron level strength within 2 months. If you succeed, I will take you as my apprentice. If you fail, don't be discouraged. I will introduce you to another professor. With your talent, they will be more than happy to take you on. Creating a skeletal warrior typically requires mastering 4 first-level spells. Given the usual time needed for study, Huo Ling barely has any time left to hunt spirit realm creatures. However, Professor He's challenge is not impossible to complete. If Huo Ling can speed up his learning, he still stands a chance to finish the task within the allotted time. Professor He lifted his teacup, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Huo Ling. So, are you willing to accept this challenge? Without hesitation, Huo Ling nodded. No problem, Professor He. I accept the challenge. Do you have any other requirements? Professor He smiled and replied, none. As long as you can independently create a skeletal warrior within 2 months, I will take you as my disciple. Huo Ling pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, Professor, I've already completed this challenge. Please take a look. With that, he cast a spell to summon a skeletal warrior. As the summoning circle on the ground lit up, a skeletal warrior, standing 2 meters tall and clad in gray-black bone armor, appeared out of thin air. It held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, kneeling before Huo Ling and speaking in a deep voice, My lord. Professor He Wan Han, who was sipping his tea, was so shocked that he choked, spraying tea everywhere. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Did you make this thing this month? Huo Ling explained that this skeletal warrior was the strongest under his command, made from a corpse that had Black Iron strength in life, and now had reached Black Iron Tier 2 strength. Professor He quickly flipped through the documents that appeared in his hand, confirming once more, You really only advanced to Black Iron last month? Huo Ling nodded solemnly. Yes, Professor. Professor He scrutinized Huo Ling, wondering if he had truly found a treasure. With a thought, a dark warrior carrying a corpse walked into the reception room. Pointing to the corpse on the ground, Professor He said, Go ahead, cast a spell and create a skeletal warrior in front of me. Huo Ling readily agreed. He carefully examined the gnoll corpse on the ground, noting its muscular build and thick fur, with a fatal wound in its chest likely pierced by a bone spike. Huo Ling began casting spells, one by one using the 4 standard spells. Soon, the gnoll corpse transformed into an unarmed skeletal warrior, kneeling to pledge its loyalty. Although Professor He remained seated, he couldn't hide his excitement. He clapped his hands in praise. Excellent, Huo Ling. Your talent is indeed suited for further study in necromancy. He then asked seriously, Huo Ling, you've passed my test. Are you willing to become my student? Huo Ling immediately responded, Greetings, teacher. Professor He nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you can keep this skeletal warrior. I didn't prepare an appropriate gift for this occasion, but I'll make it up to you later. I'm quite busy these days, so we'll set aside one day each week for you to bring all your questions, and I'll address them in one go. Huo Ling understood and mentioned that he already had many questions to ask. Although he had learned spells quickly through potential points, this method only allowed him to grasp the standard casting procedures. To cast spells faster or with greater power using less mana, he needed further study. The two of them continued their discussion in the reception room until late into the night, resolving all of Huo Ling's questions. Professor He was very pleased with Huo Ling's performance, noting his intelligence and eagerness to learn. Huo Ling's questions, once answered, showed that he could quickly integrate and understand the concepts. As it was already late, Huo Ling stayed at the professor's residence. Although he didn't get a full tour, he noticed that the place was heavily guarded. Each intersection had 2 dark warriors on watch, and ghosts occasionally floated by in the air. These were all silver-level combat forces, and Huo Ling saw no fewer than 10 dark warriors. Considering that this was only the ground level, there were likely even stronger undead creatures guarding the lower levels of the laboratory. Through their conversation the previous night, Professor He also learned why Huo Ling could so quickly obtain a Black Iron Tier skeletal warrior. He slapped his thigh and said, Hua, it's a good thing you decided to pursue necromancy. Otherwise, your city of the undead would have been wasted. Huo Ling agreed. Before leaving, Professor He handed Huo Ling a long box, saying it was a gift for becoming his disciple. Huo Ling took the box and asked, Thank you, teacher. What's inside? Professor He casually replied, A staff and a spatial ring. This made Huo Ling almost drop to his knees in gratitude. He quickly said, "Teacher, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Opening the box, he found a staff about 1.8 meters long, with a unique design made from some kind of bone and a gemstone embedded at the top. Next to it was a small ring, a piece of spatial equipment that, even with just 1 or 2 cubic meters of space, was worth hundreds of energy crystals. "Professor," he waved it off. "All right, it's a gift for you. Just take it and stop fussing." His tone made it seem like he was giving away a piece of paper, not enchanted equipment. Huo Ling felt a warmth in his heart and sincerely said, "Thank you very much, teacher." After leaving the teacher, Huo Ling couldn't wait to share the success of being accepted as a disciple with Xia Yang. After all, teacher Xia had worked tirelessly for this moment, and this good news deserved to be shared with him first. Huo Ling carefully put the space wristband on his wrist, closed his eyes, and focused his mental energy to leave a mark on it. Immediately, he sensed the impressive 4 cubic meter space inside the wristband. Not bad at all. Huo Ling thought to himself. If I had to buy this with energy crystals, it would cost at least 800. Next, he picked up another gift, a bone staff. This black iron-grade magical item was engraved with intricate runes, emitting a faint magical aura. Huo Ling examined its properties closely. The bone spike spell could be used 3 times, with a spell strength of 50 units and a casting time of 2 seconds. Additionally, it had a passive enchantment that could be triggered once a day, increasing spell damage by 15 and magic recovery by 5. Even though the staff's magical effects can only be restored once a day, I'm a mage, Huo Ling thought with a confident smile. As long as my magic power is sufficient, I can continuously recharge the staff, keeping its spell effects at full capacity. He gently waved the staff, feeling the power within, and then stored it in the space wristband. Huo Ling was filled with gratitude. Simply becoming a disciple had earned him such valuable gifts, and the combined worth of these enchanted items likely exceeded 1,000 energy crystals. "The teacher is truly a generous person," he said sincerely. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Huo Ling had been at Tiannan University for over 3 months. Each day was fulfilling and busy, attending classes, hunting in the spirit world, and training. On weekends, he could consult with mentors of the gold rank about difficult issues. As his strength grew, so did his ambitions. To acquire more equipment and enhance himself, Huo Ling set his sights on the creatures of the spirit world. Besides the common zombies, he discovered other races such as goblins, dragons, and lizardmen. The quickest way to get rich is undoubtedly to rob the spirit world races, Huo Ling calculated. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. At this point, Huo Ling, in addition to being a black iron-ranked mage, had amassed 8 black iron-ranked skeletal warriors under his command. The strongest among them had reached the 3rd tier of the black iron rank, making it a formidable force. For his targets, he decided to take a gradual approach, starting with the easier ones. In a corner of the spirit world, a dozen goblins were carrying 7 or 8 zombie corpses, chattering away as they moved down the street. Huo Ling quietly followed them from over 200 meters away, looking for the goblins' lair. He chose goblins as his target because of their generally weak strength, with most being no stronger than ordinary humans. Along the way, Huo Ling used a language comprehension spell to try and eavesdrop on the goblins' conversation. However, these creatures' intelligence and cultural level were so low that their chatter was rather uninteresting. After more than 2 hours of trekking, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon when the goblins finally returned to their nest. Huo Ling hid in the shadows, carefully observing the goblin settlement. The area was on the outskirts of a city, originally a residential neighborhood. Now, the low buildings and dilapidated walls were surrounded by piles of waste and filth, making it hard to imagine how the goblins could live there. Only a small central area was relatively clean, likely the residence of the higher-ranking goblins. Before long, Huo Ling noticed a more significant target: hobgoblins. These creatures, similar to goblins but larger in size, had also appeared. Hobgoblins stood between 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall and were covered in coarse hair, forming a highly aggressive and militarized race. Huo Ling observed several hobgoblin warriors training tirelessly under the scorching sun. They wore leather armor and wielded various weapons, their movements sharp and precise. After careful observation, Huo Ling had a rough understanding of the tribe's strength. The entire tribe consisted of about 1,200 to 1,500 goblins. Most had combat abilities comparable to ordinary humans, but a few had trained in combat skills, reaching apprentice levels. Additionally, there were around 170 to 180 hobgoblins, with at least 120 to 130 being capable warriors. Huo Ling identified 7 black iron-ranked hobgoblins and estimated the actual number to be around 10. In one corner of the camp, he also spotted a pen with a dozen or so wolves. These low-level magical beasts, mostly of apprentice-level strength, were undoubtedly the hobgoblins' trusty mounts. This goblin tribe is quite formidable, Huo Ling thought. Though challenging, it's not impossible. He planned to lead his 8 black iron skeletal warriors, along with himself as a black iron mage, to weaken the tribe through several ambushes. After each attack, he could easily hide his skeletal warriors and find a room to hide, then safely return to Blue Star. After a few days, he would come back to harass them again, believing the goblins would soon be unable to withstand it. However, Huo Ling had one lingering doubt. What would he gain from conquering this goblin tribe? If the returns weren't sufficient, he might as well hunt the less dangerous zombies. With this question in mind, Huo Ling continued to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Huo Ling found a vantage point and set up a concealed observation post. He quietly observed the goblin tribe below, occasionally using his eagle eye spell to enhance his vision. This spell, with a casting time of just 3 seconds, could significantly improve his sight for 15 minutes. Thanks to eagle eye, Huo Ling could clearly see the goblins' every move even from hundreds of meters away. As time passed, Huo Ling noticed some peculiarities. This goblin tribe had taken over what used to be a human neighborhood, but most goblins were filthy, making the entire area reek. However, 3 places stood out for their cleanliness. The building where the goblin chieftain lived, the kennel for the wargs, and another mysterious building. Huo Ling pondered the reasons behind this anomaly. While the goblin chieftain was slightly better than ordinary goblins, he wasn't much cleaner. The regular goblins avoided these areas because the chieftain and the wargs were extremely vicious. The chieftain despised the ordinary goblins, often beating and scolding them, while the wargs might even devour them. The third clean place particularly caught Huo Ling's attention. The next day, as sunlight bathed the land, the mystery was finally revealed. Through his eagle eye spell, Huo Ling saw that the building was filled with drying herbs, indicating the presence of a goblin shaman. Goblin shamans were spellcasters among goblins, skilled in witchcraft, and could enhance their power through blood rituals or herbs. They could cast spells like frenzy, bloodlust, and even curses on their enemies. No wonder the other goblins avoided this place. Shamans were ruthless not only to their foes but also to their own kind. Their power largely came from blood sacrifices, obtaining energy by offering tributes to various spirits. This discovery excited Huo Ling. The presence of a shaman meant there were certainly valuable magical materials here. This became his reason to plan an attack, though he needed a well-thought-out strategy given the shaman's formidable long-range spellcasting abilities. As Huo Ling was contemplating his next move, the goblin nest received a group of unexpected visitor lizardmen warriors. Using his eagle eye spell, Huo Ling carefully observed the group of 11 lizardmen. The leader exuded the aura of an iron rank, while the others were slightly weaker. The goblins seemed accustomed to the lizardmen's arrival and quickly led them to the shaman's residence. Only the leading lizardman was allowed inside, while the others waited outside. Realizing this could be a chance to gather crucial information, Huo Ling immediately commanded his skeletal rat, which was lurking in the goblin tribe, to take action. The skeletal rat swiftly navigated through the blind spots of the goblin's vision and soon reached the outside of the shaman's building. It cleverly hid among the withered climbing plants on the wall, waiting for the right moment. Inside, the elderly goblin shaman, Marlowe, emerged from a room filled with herbs with the help of an assistant. He inquired, "Petly, what do you want to purchase this time?" The tall lizard man Pet respectfully lowered his head, trying not to look down on the short goblin elder, and replied, "Shaman Marlowe, I need 100 bundles of hemostatic herbs, a bloodlust totem, and 50 vials of boiling blood potion." Marlowe keenly sensed something and asked, "So much? Are you planning to go to war with the Red Fawn clan?" Pet grinned malevolently, his forked tongue licking between his sharp teeth. "Indeed, Shaman Marlowe, we plan to wipe out those kobolds." Marlowe shook his head and sighed. "Unfortunately, you're too late. The Red Fawn clan has already bought most of my stock. I'm afraid I can't meet your demand this time." "What?" Pet stood up abruptly, his mouth wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, looking ready to go berserk. A nearby iron-rank goblin warrior entered upon hearing the commotion. Suppressing his anger, Pet asked in a low voice, "How much can you sell us?" Marlowe remained unfazed, slowly saying, "I can only give you 10 bundles of hemostatic herbs." "Why only so few?" Pet pointed to a nearby herb rack. "You clearly have more over there." Marlowe explained, "Those haven't been processed yet and can't be sold. Besides, the children in the tribe also need medicine, so I can only sell you 10 bundles. Do you want them or not?" Gritting his teeth, Pet took out a shiny stone from his waist, broke off a small piece, and handed it over. "Yes, we want them. A mana stone." Through the skeletal rat's eyes, Huo Ling was astonished to see the item being traded. The shaman's assistant took the mana stone and handed Pet the 10 bundles of hemostatic herbs. Pet glared at the assistant, let out a cold snort, and left with the other lizard men in a hurry. The assistant opened a wooden box and placed the mana stone inside. The skeletal rat almost fell off the wall in shock. The box was filled with various sizes of natural mana stones. This crate of natural mana stones shimmered enticingly in Huo Ling's eyes. He calculated silently that if converted to Earth's currency, these mana stones would be worth at least 300 to 400 bucks. Besides the mana stones, the crate also contained various loot ear potions, which, although not of high grade, were still quite valuable. He recalled the hemostatic herb the battle lizard man had just bought, which contained potion ingredients, explaining its high price. After the battle lizard man left, the busy goblin assistant couldn't help but ask, "Shaman, the Red Fang clan clearly hasn't bought herbs and totems from us. Why did you lie to the lizard man?" The goblin shaman, Marlowe, gently patted the head of his young assistant. This assistant was his grandchild, the only one in the tribe with the gift of magic. Marlowe had been teaching her diligently from a young age, hoping she would succeed him as shaman one day. "Child, you're still young. It's normal you don't understand these things," Marlowe chuckled. "Let me ask you, if the lizardmen bought enough herbs and totems from us and fought the Red Fang clan, what would happen?" Scratching her head, the assistant replied, "The lizardmen are already stronger than the Red Fang clan. If they bought enough herbs and totems from us, they would probably defeat the Red Fang clan soundly." "Ha ha ha, good child, you're right, but not entirely," Marlowe smiled, then turned serious. "The lizardmen would crush the Red Fang clan, kill all the resisting kobolds, and enslave the rest. The Red Fang clan would cease to exist. And without the Red Fang clan as their enemy, where do you think the lizardmen would turn their attention?" "Where? It wouldn't be us, would it?" the assistant asked, puzzled. "Exactly, they would target us," Marlowe said gravely. "By then, even our brave goblin warriors might not be able to fend off lizardmen with kobold slaves." The assistant suddenly understood. "So you told the lizardmen that the herbs and totems were sold to the kobolds to prevent them from becoming too strong, right?" "Correct, and I will also inform the Red Fang clan about the lizardmen's impending attack and sell them the herbs and totems. If they can't afford them, I'll even lower the price," Marlowe said solemnly. "Why would we sell to them at a lower price if they can't afford it?" the assistant asked, confused. Marlowe smiled and explained, "Because we can't let the power gap between the lizardmen and the kobolds grow too large. Only if they are evenly matched and constantly fighting will they keep coming to us for herbs and totems." Listening to the goblin's conversation, Huo Ling couldn't help but admire the old goblin. Not only was he making money from both sides, but he was also acting as an intelligence broker, sowing discord everywhere. If he were found out, he might not survive even 10 deaths. Huo Ling thought to himself, "This old goblin is a born arms dealer, unfortunately born into the goblin race." With this new information, Huo Ling's plans changed. Initially, he intended to weaken the goblin tribe through occasional raids, but now he had a better idea. He quietly left his hiding spot and followed the tracks left by the lizardmen. The lizardmen were one of the stronger races in this area, so they hadn't bothered to conceal their tracks. Huo Ling reached their destination before nightfall but didn't venture down immediately. It was getting dark, not a good time for negotiations, and he had no leverage. It was unwise to approach them now. The lizardmen's camp resembled a zoo, with various pits filled with rainwater, just the environment lizardmen preferred. As night fell, both the lizardmen and the giant swamp lizards quieted down. Huo Ling couldn't help but marvel at how these otherworldly species had adapted to this lifestyle. They could move freely during the day, but at night, they had to yield the city to the undead. Huo Ling decided not to linger in this realm. He needed to prepare something to win over the simple-minded lizardmen. He remembered clearly the items the lizardmen wanted to buy today: hemostatic herbs, bloodthirsty totems, and boiling blood herbs. From the names alone, their purposes were evident. Back in the real world, Huo Ling immediately opened the school's online store to search for similar items. He first found the bloodthirsty totem, a shamanic casting tool similar to a scroll. When activated, it could boost the strength of at least 20 warriors within a certain range by 10 and reduce pain by 20 for 1 hour. Looking at the detailed product page with its intricate designs, Huo Ling estimated that the goblin shaman's totems were probably not as effective. However, the price of this bloodthirsty totem was steep, costing 12 mana stones. "This is way too expensive." Huo Ling almost fainted at the price. Besides the 2 pieces of equipment given by his teacher, all his assets combined were worth less than 2 mana stones. He continued searching for the other 2 items, but found nothing. The school's online store didn't carry such low-tier products. There were some advanced alternatives, like a healing scroll instead of hemostatic herbs and a boiling battle spirit spell scroll instead of boiling blood herbs. But these weren't what Huo Ling needed. The rustic lizardmen didn't deserve such high-end items, and using these scrolls would make Huo Ling's initial investment too high. Huo Ling found himself in a dilemma, realizing his knowledge was still insufficient. He considered using regular human first aid kits, but doubted the lizardmen would accept them. After all, even the low-quality herbs made by the old goblin contained magical properties and had some effect on healing. Human first aid kits might not work, and the lizardmen probably wouldn't know how to use them properly. Sighing deeply, Huo Ling scratched his head. He had no choice but to seek his teacher's help. However, he decided not to bother Huo Han and contacted Xiaoyang instead. After all, Huo Han was at least a gold-tier expert, and it wouldn't be appropriate to trouble him with such a small matter. So, Huo Ling sent a message to teacher Xiaoyang. Teacher, I have a question about potions I'd like to ask you. Xiaoyang quickly replied to the message. Huo Ling immediately asked, Teacher, do you know about the hemostatic herbs and boiling blood herbs made by the goblin shamans in the spirit realm? As a silver-tier spellcaster and university lecturer, Xiaoyang had a solid grasp of these basic concepts. He responded, Yes, I'm familiar with them. They are part of the goblin shaman's tradition, made using some magical herbs, though their effectiveness is quite average. Huo Ling continued to inquire, Do you know where I can buy these things? After a moment of thought, Xiaoyang explained, These two products have a low utilization rate of magical herbs, and this alchemy method has long been abandoned in our country. However, there are similar products, such as the hemostatic ointment from Linglong Hall and the boiling blood pills from Qingxin Hall. He paused, then asked with concern, What's going on? Huo Ling, did you get injured recently? Why do you need these items? Huo Ling replied honestly, I'm not injured. I want to trade with the spirit realm creatures. Xiaoyang suggested, For trading, the two medicines I just mentioned are reasonably priced. You might want to consider them. After thanking Xiaoyang, Huo Ling immediately searched for these products on his phone. He found that they were indeed much cheaper than the mage scrolls, but 4 portions of the hemostatic ointment still cost a magic stone, which was too expensive for him. Although the ointment was effective, capable of stopping bleeding immediately and healing wounds within a day, the price was a significant drawback. Huo Ling realized that the war lizards probably wouldn't accept advance payment either, making this approach unfeasible. With no other options, Huo Ling returned to the spirit realm and once again lurked outside the goblin tribe. He planned to have his skeletal rats steal some magical materials when the goblin shaman was away to alleviate his financial pressure. In an abandoned flower bed outside the shaman's house, 7 or 8 skeletal rats were already on standby, their soul flames dimmed to the lowest level, almost undetectable. This was Huo Ling's rat spy squad. At that moment, the goblin assistant woke up the sleeping shaman, Malu. Teacher, the Red Tooth clan has arrived. It turned out that the goblin tribe had new visitors, over 30 kobolds. Kobolds are a small, low-tier humanoid race in the spirit realm, typically standing between 1 meter and 1.2 meters tall. Their skin is usually reddish-brown, covered with fine scales. They have strong leg muscles that enable them to walk upright, long clawed fingers, and crocodile-like sharp jaws. Their heads feature white or brown horn-like protrusions, and the stronger individuals might even grow horns. Kobolds are industrious and combative, skilled in digging and mining. They usually live in caves or mines, with their own miners and blacksmiths who can craft decent weapons and equipment. They communicate using Orcish and Low Draconic, which, although it sounds like barking, is indeed draconic. As distant relatives of dragons, they possess a faint trace of dragon blood, and a few gifted individuals can activate this bloodline to become kobold sorcerers. A kobold officer, about 1.5 meters tall and likely a warrior or guard of black iron rank, entered the shaman's house. He respectfully said, Shaman Malu, thank you for your warning. We are here to purchase enough herbs to take back with us. Shaman Malu had prepared in advance and signaled his assistant to bring out a large wooden box. The kobold officer gratefully bowed and handed over a heavy money pouch from his waist to the assistant. Seeing the weight of the pouch, both Malu and his assistant smiled. After some polite conversation, the kobolds prepared to leave. Huo Ling watched the kobolds carrying the box, a cold gleam in his eyes and a slight smile on his lips. He thought, why bother investing in making ointments myself when these kobolds have brought enough trade goods? Huo Ling quietly followed the kobold group, using his mental power and vision to assess their strength. There were 35 kobolds in total, 3 of whom were black iron rank, while the rest were ordinary soldiers, ranging in strength from weak to apprentice level. Huo Ling calculated that he had more than enough confidence to deal with this group of kobolds. Huo Ling was surrounded by 5 skeletal warriors, standing as loyal guards. He quickly scanned the path ahead of the kobolds, realizing it led outside the city. Kobolds typically made their nests in mountain caves, as cities were unsuitable for them. The mage chose a 2-story house in the suburbs and summoned the 5 skeletal warriors, hiding himself inside. The skeletal warriors stood like statues behind the roadside buildings, awaiting Huo Ling's command to attack. In the distance, the kobold troops were advancing. Pick up the pace. We need to get back to the tribe sooner, barked the kobold officer, frowning at his comrades carrying crates of herbs. Their slow pace was dragging down the entire group. The scolded kobolds dared not talk back, forcing themselves to lift the crates higher and quicken their steps. Suddenly, a gray fog enveloped the kobold troops, completely obscuring their vision. Who's there? The kobold officer shouted angrily, summoning his black iron battle energy and drawing his weapon to disperse the fog, but with little effect. Everyone, Gather around me. The officer's command gave the panicked kobolds direction. Among them were 3 black iron rank members, 2 warriors, and a rogue. Using the fog to his advantage, the rogue vanished, beginning his search for the enemy. From 200 meters away, Huo Ling observed everything calmly. He knew that even if the rogue reached him, he posed little threat. As he gave the order, the 5 skeletal warriors charged into the fog, weapons ready. Huo Ling swiftly cast a spell, forming a bone spike. Whoosh! The bone spike sliced through the air, aiming straight for the kobold officer. The black iron elite officer sensed the danger, roaring as he gathered his battle energy into his shield, raising it to defend against the threat. Boom! The bone spike collided with the battle energy, creating a loud explosion. Despite the shield being enhanced with substantial battle energy, it shattered, but the attack was blocked. Shards of bone flew, leaving cuts on the surrounding kobolds. The officer had just sighed in relief when another bone spike whistled towards him. With no time to think, he grabbed a nearby apprentice-level kobold warrior and hurled him towards the spell's direction, then rechanneled his battle energy into his blade. The bone spike easily pierced through the kobold, continuing towards its target. The officer yelled, swinging his battle energy-infused blade at the spike. Boom! The bone spike shattered once more. Over there. The officer pointed towards Huo Ling's hiding spot, signaling the rogue to strike. Huo Ling remained unperturbed by the 2 shattered spells. These were basic staff spells that consumed almost no mana. He continued casting, forming multiple bone shards. After advancing past the black iron rank, each cast could produce 1 to 3 bone shards. Whiz whiz whiz. The bone shards flew like the scythe of death, striking down kobold soldiers with headshots. A few stronger apprentice-level warriors managed to block some, but Huo Ling was unfazed. If 1 shard wasn't enough, he'd send more. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors had already plunged into the kobold ranks. Unaffected by Huo Ling's spells or the gray fog, they moved freely, whereas the kobolds were still trapped in the mist, unable to see their enemies. It was a one-sided slaughter. The skeletal warriors' blades made quick work of the kobold soldiers, deliberately avoiding the black iron-level foes. Their strategy was to eliminate the weaker soldiers first, then focus on the elite. Even when engaged by black iron kobolds, the skeletal warriors did not fall easily. Although the kobold officer was a formidable 5th or 6th rank, with superior attributes and battle energy reserves, Huo Ling had 5 skeletal warriors, the strongest at black iron rank 3, the others at rank 2. The skeletal warriors worked in perfect harmony, and with Huo Ling's spell harassment, the kobold officer found himself in a tough fight. As his numbers dwindled and another black iron kobold grew increasingly injured, the officer roared in frustration, "Move now," urging the black iron kobold rogue into action. The rogue had already crept close to Huo Ling but was waiting for the right moment. Huo Ling's continuous casting of basic spells was a precaution against him. Hearing his comrades urging, the rogue gritted his teeth and decided to strike. He stealthily approached Huo Ling from behind, his dagger coated with poison, needing only a small cut to be lethal. The rogue gathered all his battle energy, using the skill backstab, thrusting his dagger towards Huo Ling's back. Clang! The dagger struck the mage's shield. Realizing what had happened, the rogue's eyes widened, and he frantically continued his assault. Huo Ling had already cast a mage shield, wary of the lurking kobolds. As the battle erupted, the invisible kobolds launched a surprise attack. The first heavy strike reduced Huo Ling's shield by over 40 points. Each subsequent stab chipped away more than 20 points of armor. However, this ambush also revealed the kobold's position. Grinning wickedly, Huo Ling channeled mana to repair his shield. He quickly unleashed a pre-prepared bone cage, trapping the kobold with precision. The ambusher, now panicked, futilely slashed at the cage with its dagger, trying to break free. Not giving his opponent any respite, Huo Ling immediately cast a second spell. A thumb-thick ray of negative energy shot from his staff, piercing through the cage's gaps and striking the kobold's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The ambusher's terrified expression froze forever as its life force dissipated. A small light emerged from the corpse, merging into Huo Ling's body. The kobold, of iron rank, had provided him with 5 potential points of decent gain. On the main battlefield, the mage was entangled with a rogue, his mana nearly depleted. The kobold officer, noticing the cessation of harassment spells, seized the opportunity to rally his troops. Yet, the spells soon resumed, causing him to roar in frustration and fear his comrade might have already failed. As the common kobolds fell one by one, only 2 iron rank kobolds remained, back-to-back against their foes. Though the 5 skeletal warriors were heavily scarred, their combat prowess remained undiminished. The kobold officer, gasping for breath and bleeding profusely, was barely holding on. His companion was on the verge of collapse. A silent ray of negative energy cut through the dim mist, striking the kobold warrior's head and ending its life. The kobold officer howled to the sky, summoning his last bit of fighting spirit to charge at the skeletal warriors in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. But a fatigued touch spell landed on him, instantly making him drowsy. He managed a final swing, his weapon clanging heavily against a skeletal warrior's shield. Immediately, the other skeletal warriors closed in, their spears piercing through his armor and scales, stabbing into his vitals. A swift slash ended the life of the formidable kobold officer. With the battle over, Huo Ling finally revealed himself. He waved to dispel the dark mist, uncovering the objective of this mission: a large chest of magical herbs and a bloodthirsty totem. To avoid unforeseen complications, he commanded the skeletal warriors to lift the chest and summoned a few skeletons to carry the bodies of the 3 iron-rank kobolds, then swiftly retreated from the battlefield. At a safe location, Huo Ling set the skeletons to guard duty and entered a light meditation to recover his mana. Later, he transformed the corpses of 2 common kobolds into skeletal warriors and used skeletal shaping to increase their height. As for the elite Iron Rank corpse, Huo Ling gave it a simple treatment, planning to create a more powerful skeletal warrior in the future. Upon inspecting the spoils, he found that the equipment of the 3 Iron Rank kobolds was somewhat remarkable but lacked any enchantments. The scattered magic stones amounted to over 10 units, a decent haul. The chest was filled with hemostatic herbs and boiling blood herbs, much to Huo Ling's satisfaction. Finally, Huo Ling quickly set up the hideout as a temporary base and then teleported back to Blue Star. Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling handed over the hemostatic herbs and boiling blood herbs he brought from the spirit realm to Xiaoyang for inspection. These herbs were meticulously crafted by Goblin shamans, and Huo Ling eagerly awaited his mentor's assessment. Xiaoyang examined the herbs carefully and shook his head. These shaman-made herbs are too crudely processed, losing most of their medicinal properties. Extracting the active ingredients again would be more trouble than it's worth. Huo Ling sighed upon hearing this. He had hoped to make a fortune from these herbs, but it seemed his efforts were in vain. After bidding farewell to his mentor, he began to contemplate his next move. Since these confiscated herbs had little value, Huo Ling decided to trade them with the lizardmen. He analyzed the current situation. The kobold purchasing team had been eliminated by him, and their strength was already inferior to the lizardmen. Directly wiping out the kobolds, or allowing the lizardmen to enslave them, would not be in Huo Ling's best interest. Apart from some potentially valuable minerals in their mines, the kobolds had almost nothing of worth. In contrast, the goblins offered considerable profit. Just the herbs Huo Ling had seen could fetch hundreds of magic stones, enough to alleviate his financial pressure. After weighing his options, Huo Ling decided to incite the lizardmen to attack the goblins. Once the goblins were defeated, the lizardmen's strength would also be weakened. At that point, Huo Ling could pose as a goblin shaman, using magic and herbs to control both tribes, ensuring sustainable development and greater profits. Allowing the lizardmen to easily destroy or enslave the kobolds would lead to chaos. As Huo Ling was planning, a lizardman hunting party was returning to their tribe with the carcass of a zombie. The team was led by a black iron rank lizardman warrior and included over 20 regular soldiers. Suddenly, the captain halted, sensing danger. Several skeletons stood on the path ahead, making him tense. Then, a voice spoke in an odd lizard tongue. "Lizardman friends, don't be alarmed. I'm not your enemy." It was Huo Ling, using a spell to understand their language. The lizardman warrior flicked his tongue nervously. "Hiss, who are you? And why are you blocking our way?" He felt a sense of threat from this strange being, and the undead skeletons behind him added to his unease. Unfazed, Huo Ling introduced himself. "I am a wandering human mage, looking to make a deal with you lizardmen." "What kind of deal?" "Hiss." The lizardman warrior relaxed slightly. Huo Ling gestured for one of the skeletal warriors to step forward, carrying a box to the lizardman warrior. The warrior was shocked to find that the black skeleton's strength matched his own, and there were 9 more similar skeletons behind the human mage. The lizardman warrior opened the box, finding the goblin shaman's hemostatic and boiling blood herbs, originally meant for the kobolds, but now repurposed by Huo Ling for the lizardmen. "Hiss, how much do you have?" The lizardman warrior sniffed the herbs, verifying their authenticity. Huo Ling smiled, his teeth gleaming in the sunlight. "I have plenty, enough for your war needs. I also have bloodlust totems." "How do you know we need them for war?" The lizardman warrior grew wary again. Huo Ling explained, "It's not surprising. Besides you, the kobolds also bought a large amount of herbs and totems. What else could it be for if not war? If you want to trade, have your people bring magic stones here tomorrow, and we'll make the exchange." With that, Huo Ling turned and left. The lizardman warrior watched Huo Ling's departing figure, suppressing his doubts, and returned to the tribe to report to the chief. Huo Ling chose a trading spot half an hour's walk from the lizardman tribe, a distance that would make the lizardmen less suspicious. The next day, Huo Ling arrived as scheduled. He sensed a small group of lizardmen approaching, numbering over 40, with 5 at the black iron rank. "Wizard, we heard you want to trade with us?" The speaker was Gresly Fong, the chief of the Lizardman tribe. He was the tribe's strongest warrior, at the veteran Black Iron level, and served as a Lizardman knight. With his swamp giant lizard mount, his strength was formidable. That's right. I brought the herbs and bloodlust totems you need. Huo Ling signaled a skeletal warrior to bring out the goods. Gresly Fong squinted and waved a hand, signaling a lizard man to inspect the goods. Were you the one who killed the kobold escort team a few days ago? Gresly Fong asked. The speed of information flow in this area far exceeded Huo Ling's expectations. Yes, these goods were bought by the kobolds. Huo Ling smiled faintly. Since the information was already exposed, he didn't mind showing his hand. Chief, the goods are fine, the inspecting lizard man reported. Gresly Fong took out a pouch and suggested, let's trade at goblin prices, shall we? Though ruthless, Gresly Fong was not foolish. Someone who could easily kill the kobold escort team must be strong, and he didn't want any complications now. No problem. Huo Ling had a skeleton receive the pouch from the lizard man, sensing through his mental power that it contained over 100 units of natural magic stones. Wizard, you're quite powerful. Are you interested in working for me? Fighting for me? Gresly Fong's gaze shifted from Huo Ling to the skeletal warriors, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Working for you? Who's the enemy? Huo Ling feigned interest. The Red Fong Kobold clan. Gresly Fong's tone was cold. You've already killed many of their kin, including 3 Black Iron rank fighters. The Red Fong clan is now your blood enemy. Join me, and we'll wipe them out together. You'll get a share of the spoils. Gresly Fong's tone grew more excited, as if victory was within reach. The leader of the lizardfolk tribe confidently boasted about their strength, and he had every reason to do so. This tribe wasn't small, with around 200 apprentice-level adult warriors, including over a dozen elite warriors at the Iron rank. Even at their peak, the kobolds had been suppressed by them. Recently, 3 Iron-ranked kobolds had been killed by Huo Ling, further weakening the strength of the Red Fong clan. Faced with the lizardfolk's recruitment, Huo Ling didn't hesitate to decline and warned the leader not to underestimate the goblins. However, the lizardfolk leader dismissed the warning and boldly claimed he would eliminate both the goblins and the kobolds. Huo Ling smiled faintly and left with his rewards, knowing that now was not the time to ally with the lizardfolk against the goblins. Instead, he needed their strength to be somewhat diminished. Meanwhile, the goblin tribe was also preparing intensely. The goblin warriors were equipping themselves with weapons and gear, clearly not for a casual outing. Their objectives were likely twofold, either to assist the kobolds in defense or to launch a surprise attack on the lizardfolk's base. Huo Ling's warning had been sufficient. Now it was time for the lizardfolk to suffer a bit, so they would be more cooperative in the future. Back at his residence, Huo Ling weighed the bag containing over 100 magic stones, feeling its substantial weight. His long empty wallet could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that money wouldn't grow just by sitting in his hands. It needed to be spent to enhance his strength. Next, Huo Ling logged into the school's online store and began shopping. He first purchased 10 vials of Tier 1 Mana Restoration Potion, each capable of restoring 200 points of mana within a minute, priced at 2 units of mana crystals per vial. These consumables would significantly enhance his sustained combat capability. He also bought 5 Tier 1 Fireball spell scrolls, each costing 5 energy crystals. Fireball was an essential spell for home defense, travel, and combat, and using scrolls made it even more convenient. Additionally, he purchased 2 Tier 1 Mage Shield scrolls, each priced at 15 units of energy crystals. Although Huo Ling could cast Mage Shield himself, having extra life-saving measures was always beneficial in intense battles. In the following days, Huo Ling shuttled between the lizardfolk and goblin tribes, while also instructing his skeletal warriors to continue hunting zombies to strengthen themselves. After a period of training, Huo Ling's attributes saw significant improvement, with his mental power reaching 19.4 and mana reaching 194. He had mastered several Tier 1 spells, including Bloody Bones, Bone Shaping, and Soul Modification. Additionally, he expanded the capacity of the secret bone graveyard to hold 2 more skeletons. While the 3 tribes were actively preparing for war, Huo Ling was not idle either. Among his summoned creatures, he now had 10 iron-ranked skeletal warriors and over 50 apprentice-level skeletal soldiers. Although these apprentice-level skeletal soldiers couldn't be summoned to Blue Star or other realms, they would serve as effective cannon fodder in the upcoming battles. After several days of preparation, the lizardfolk finally mobilized. Through observation, Huo Ling learned about their full strength. Over 200 apprentice-level adult warriors, 17 Iron rank professionals, and the most powerful leader, who had reached the veteran Iron rank, estimated to be around 7 or 8 segments strong. Upon hearing about the lizardfolk's mobilization, Huo Ling immediately headed to the Goblin tribe to check on their situation. The Goblin's intelligence system lagged behind Huo Ling's, only receiving news of the lizardfolk's deployment by midday. With the help of Eagle Eye, Huo Ling observed the frequent movements of Iron-ranked Goblin warriors in and out of the buildings. Soon, the Goblin forces were also assembled. They dispatched over 100 apprentice-level Goblin warriors, 8 iron-rank goblin warriors, and over 400 ordinary goblins. Although most of these ordinary goblins were not powerful, their sheer numbers, under the command of goblin warriors, could effectively wear down the enemy. In the goblin tribe, a goblin assistant looked worriedly at the departing goblin army and questioned his teacher, "Teacher, why are we helping the kobolds? Attacking the lizard folk now means we won't be able to trade with them in the future, right?" The goblin shaman, Marlowe, gasped for breath and scolded the goblin warriors. "This matter is beyond my control. The goblin tribe doesn't fully obey my orders. Those brute goblin warriors don't understand the importance of respecting spellcasters." Although Marlowe was a shaman, his personal strength was not outstanding. In the goblin tribe, the goblin warriors with higher military prowess held the power. Marlowe only controlled the ritualistic aspects. On the issue of attacking the lizard folk, the goblin warriors were surprisingly unanimous. Help the kobolds defeat the lizard folk. The reason is simple. The goblins currently lack the strength to conquer the kobolds and the lizardmen, Marlowe explained to his apprentice as he sat in his chair. Even though the goblins are striving hard to reproduce, their numbers remain limited. If the lizardmen manage to wipe out and enslave the kobolds, those scaly creatures will undoubtedly turn their attention to us. Marlowe shook his head and continued, "If we don't help the kobolds this time, they will surely be defeated, and that's something we can't afford. As for the future, once the lizardmen are defeated, they won't be able to become our outright enemies as they'll be struggling for survival. Business can continue as usual." He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough about them. Bring in the herbs, we need to get back to potion making. After the battle, it will be the perfect time for us to make some money." Meanwhile, Huo Ling eyed the now vulnerable goblin tribe, eager to strike. Initially, he had planned to wait until the lizardmen were weakened by the combined forces of the kobolds and goblins before joining forces with the lizardmen to attack the goblin tribe. But seeing the current state of the tribe's defenses, he decided to change his plan. Quickly assessing the situation, Huo Ling estimated that there were originally over 1,000 goblins, but now only 200 to 300 regular goblins and a few dozen apprentice-level goblin soldiers remained. There couldn't be more than 5 goblins with iron-level combat capabilities. Calculating his own strength, Huo Ling saw an opportunity. Without hesitation, Huo Ling sprang into action. He first sent 5 skeletal champions leading 50 skeletal warriors to attack Hedon and distract the goblins. Meanwhile, he would lead the remaining 5 skeletal champions in a decapitation strike. The battle began swiftly. The skeletal warriors marched in orderly formation, cutting through the goblin tribe like a hot knife through butter. A goblin officer clad in iron armor and wielding a battle axe stood on a hill and shouted, "Don't panic. Everyone, follow me." His rallying cry quickly organized the other goblin soldiers and strengthened the tribe's defenses. "Loose the arrows," came the command from a lower-ranking officer. Sparse arrows flew from the goblins' short bows, but proved ineffective against the skeletal warriors. At this moment, Shaman Marlowe, supported by his assistant, arrived at the battlefield. He immediately recognized the undead creatures and deduced that a necromancer was controlling them nearby. Analyzing calmly, Marlowe said, "Give the goblins blood-boiling herbs. We need to break these skeletons quickly and find the necromancer. He can't be far, or he wouldn't be able to control these summons." The goblin warriors swiftly followed his orders, giving the regular goblins the blood-boiling herbs. As the herbs took effect, the goblins' muscles swelled, their breathing grew heavy, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Marlowe instructed his men to erect a bloodthirst totem, which, once activated, cast spells to enhance the goblin warriors' strength and courage. Under Marlowe's encouragement, the previously timid goblins now charged at the skeletal warriors with fierce determination. Even when their bodies were pierced or their limbs severed, they continued to attack relentlessly. The undead, however, showed no fear, silently wielding their weapons and causing continuous harm. Marlowe wasn't idle either. He had his assistant drag over a bound goblin slave. Using a small knife, he slit the unfortunate goblin's throat, letting the blood gush out. Dressed in his shamanic feather attire, Marlowe chanted an incantation, casting a powerful spell on a few iron-rank goblin officers, boosting their strength. One of the enchanted iron-rank goblin warriors roared towards the sky, swinging his battle axe to break a skeletal warrior's spear, then charged directly into the skeletal ranks. He grabbed a skeletal warrior's skull and crushed its soul fire with his fighting spirit. However, his boldness drew the attention of the skeletal champions. The 5 skeletal champions hidden among the skeletal warriors were specifically tasked with eliminating any daring goblin officers. One skeletal champion silently issued a soul roar, commanding 2 skeletal warriors to hold down the iron-rank goblin. The goblin officer remained unfazed, cleaving open a skeletal warrior's chest with his axe. Then, he reached through the broken ribcage, grabbed the spine, and yanked it out forcefully. He laughed maniacally. Ha! Ha 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 ha. The goblin warrior laughed excitedly as his blade severed the spine of a skeletal soldier. However, He underestimated the resilience of these undead creatures. The soul fire still flickered within the skull of the skeletal warrior, and it reached out with bony claws to grasp the goblin. Though the skeletal warrior, now lacking a spine, was easily shaken off due to its weakened strength, this brief entanglement created an opportunity for another skeleton. It lunged forward, tightly clutching the goblin officer. Nearby, another skeletal soldier seized the moment, swinging its bone blade down with force. The sharp bone blade sliced through the air, severing the skeleton's arm, the goblin's armor, and flesh in succession. The goblin let out a cry of pain, struggling to break free and flee. But his injuries slowed him down, and a short spear flew through the air, piercing his back with precision. The fierce goblin officer fell under the relentless assault of the skeletons. On the battlefield, despite the constant slaughter of skeletal warriors, the goblins held the advantage with their superior numbers and the aid of herbs and Marlowe's shamanic spells. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in favor of the goblins. Near Marlowe, 2 more bodies lay lifeless, indicating he had just cast 2 new spells. The goblin warrior's combat prowess was significantly boosted by the Bloodlust Curse and Stoneskin Charm. Despite Marlowe's vigilance, he failed to notice Huo Ling stealthily approaching. In the chaos of the battlefield, no one paid attention to a goblin house 200 meters away, where Huo Ling was intently watching Marlowe perform his shamanic dance, preparing to cast a 4th spell. The house's original occupants lay on the ground, their necks twisted. Judging that Marlowe was about to complete his spell, Huo Ling immediately began his own incantation. Bone spikes. Bone spikes. Bone spikes. He activated 3 spells from his staff in quick succession. 3 bone spikes, each as thick as a child's arm, shot out with great energy, catching Marlowe off guard. Ugh! Marlowe spat out a mouthful of blood, a backlash from the interrupted spell. 2 more cracking sounds followed as Marlowe's protective amulets absorbed the remaining attacks. Marlowe's heart ached as he looked at the shattered ancestral amulet around his neck. It was a treasured item he had crafted with a large amount of magical materials, and he hadn't expected it to be destroyed today in a surprise attack. It's you. Marlowe's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Huo Ling by the window. I'm going to kill you. Trembling, he pulled a dried snake's body from his pouch, dipped his fingers in his own blood, and prepared to cast a retaliatory spell. But Huo Ling wasn't about to give him the chance. With a mental command, 5 iron-boned skeletal warriors charged forward like tigers. Stop them! Marlowe's assistant screamed, directing the guards around the shaman. Even Marlowe cast a grateful glance at his assistant, though he couldn't speak while chanting. Huo Ling was prepared. Negative energy ray. A gray beam shot towards Marlowe. Another amulet was destroyed, but Marlowe remained unharmed. Huo Ling gritted his teeth, frustrated that these protective amulets, which should have been his spoils, were being consumed. Marlowe's attack spells were powerful but required time to cast. Huo Ling quickly drank a mana potion and began drawing runes. Soul Lash. Though not very damaging, this spell caused excruciating soul pain, bypassing defenses. Arg! The Soul Lash hit Marlowe, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Ling cast several dark mist spells, enveloping the battlefield and demoralizing the goblins. The skeletons, guided by soul fire, remained unaffected. Marlowe struggled to his feet, ignoring the blood, and roared, "Damn necromancer! I'll kill you!" He activated a beast bone inscribed with an attack spell, and a shadowy figure shot towards Huo Ling. Boom! The powerful spell struck Huo Ling's mage shield, rapidly depleting its energy. As the spell's residual force lingered, Huo Ling quickly activated a new shield scroll. After several rounds of attacks, the spell's energy finally dissipated. Huo Ling wiped cold sweat from his brow, acknowledging the shaman's formidable power. As the battle neared its end, Huo Ling downed another mana potion. The guards around the shaman had been slain by the skeletal warriors, who continued their relentless assault on Marlowe. One by one, Marlowe's protective items were consumed. Seizing the moment, Huo Ling cast Exhaustion Touch, Soul Lash, and Negative Energy Ray in quick succession. Finally, after Huo Ling drank his 3rd mana potion, a skeletal warrior delivered the fatal blow to Marlowe. A gleam of satisfaction flashed in Huo Ling's eyes as he ordered the skeletal warriors to carry away Marlowe's corpse. He then tore open several fireball scrolls, launching them into the goblin village, causing massive explosions and roaring flames. The battlefield, already shrouded in dark mist, now erupted in fire and explosions. The remaining goblins, completely demoralized, scattered in all directions. Huo Ling had achieved his goal and decided not to pursue the worthless goblins any further. The most urgent task now was to quickly transport the spoils before the main goblin force could return. First, he approached the shaman's quarters, cautiously ordering the skeletal warriors to loot the place while he stood guard outside. The lairs of spellcasters often concealed various curses and voodoo traps, and a single misstep could be disastrous. Under Huo Ling's mental command, the skeletal warriors swiftly gathered all valuable items from the shaman's quarters. Without taking a closer look, Huo Ling stored them directly into the space within his bracelet. He hastily packed the herbs that couldn't fit into the bracelet using a large animal hide. The battle had taken a heavy toll on Huo Ling's skeletal army. Of the 50 skeletal soldiers, only 11 remained, all of them injured. 3 of his 5 skeletal warriors had also perished. But it was all worth it. The battlefield was too chaotic to take everything, so Huo Ling focused on the most valuable items. Besides the deceased shaman Maro, he also took the corpses of 2 Black Iron Tier Goblin officers' valuable resources. With the remaining skeletal forces, Huo Ling quickly evacuated to avoid being trapped by the main Goblin force. He retreated to his original hideout, planning to lay low for a while. He stored the 7 strongest skeletal warriors in the bone graveyard and stationed the others in the spiritual realm, programming them to remain active only during the day. The 3 Black Iron Tier Goblin corpses couldn't be reanimated immediately. After using a bloody bone ritual, Huo Ling left their skeletons in the spiritual realm. He then bundled the large packs of herbs with ropes, opened a portal to the spiritual realm, and struggled to carry the hundreds of pounds of herbs through it. Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling began to inventory his spoils. He emptied the contents of his bracelet space into the hall. A large box of magic stones worth about 400 units, several crude alchemy vessels still bearing traces of potions, some finished magical potions like hemostatic herbs and boiling blood herbs, and finally, a vast assortment of various loose herbs that filled the room with a mixed aroma. Faced with these unfamiliar herbs, Huo Ling felt overwhelmed and decided to seek help from his mentor, Xiaoyang. He sent a message asking how to handle the herbs. Xiaoyang quickly replied, requesting a video call to assess the situation. During the video call, Huo Ling showed the herbs scattered across the floor. Xiaoyang couldn't help but comment on the disorganized state. He suggested that Huo Ling enlist the help of a senior who had experience with potions and worked part-time in the school's herbology department. Before long, the senior arrived at the dorm on her bike. Huo Ling led her to his room, where she was immediately drawn to the scattered herbs. She knelt down to examine them and criticized the poor handling of the herbs. The senior was dressed in a black jacket and white shirt, with a black pleated skirt and white knee-high socks, giving her a cute appearance. She pointed out that many herbs had lost their potency due to improper handling, and some were even deformed from being crushed. When she saw the animal hide Huo Ling had used for packing, she couldn't help but complain about the wasteful method. Huo Ling explained that the situation had been urgent, and he had no other choice. He asked if she would be interested in buying the herbs. She agreed but noted that the large and disorganized quantity meant she would need to call 2 classmates to help sort them before discussing the price. Soon, 2 more girls arrived to assist in processing the special batch of herbs. 3 girls were bustling around in Huo Ling's room, sorting and selecting herbs while complaining about the collection and processing methods. Huo Ling, having some free time, brewed a pot of tea and quietly observed the busy trio. After a long day of hard work, the herbs were finally sorted. The senior student took out a notebook and meticulously recorded the details of all the herbs. The inventory showed there were around 70 to 80 types of herbs, most of which were common varieties. There were 14 types of magical herbs, with snake pattern grass being the most abundant. This snake pattern grass is a crucial ingredient for mana restoration potions, and also the most expensive one, the senior student explained. Do you know how much all these herbs are worth? Huo Ling eagerly asked the question he was most concerned about. The senior student replied, altogether, they're worth 536 magic stones. I've detailed the prices in this table. Take a look. She handed the notebook to Huo Ling. Huo Ling carefully examined the weights, qualities, and purchase prices of each herb listed in the notebook, nodding in satisfaction. Although he wasn't an expert in herbs, the pricing list looked highly professional and not like a scam. He had originally estimated that these herbs would fetch around 200 to 300 magic stones, so this turned out to be a significant gain. By the way, do you need these alchemy tools? Huo Ling pointed to some items that had once belonged to the goblin shaman, Marlowe. The senior student inspected them while holding her nose, then tossed them aside like trash. No, these things are ruined. Plus, they're covered in potion residues, which makes them too dangerous to use. Huo Ling was a bit disappointed. He had thought these items might have some value. Let's settle for 500 magic stones. I'll sell you all these herbs as a package, Huo Ling said generously, deciding to give them a discount since they had worked hard all day. Hee, no need, Junior. The senior student smiled gently, declining Huo Ling's offer. The prices we've quoted already leave us with a good profit. As a truck loaded all the herbs and drove away, Huo Ling waved goodbye to the 3 girls. Back in his room, he poured the magic stones onto the floor and sighed contentedly at the sight. Having earned some money, Huo Ling decided to invest immediately in enhancing his abilities. He opened an online store and went on a shopping spree. First, he ordered a robe he had long coveted, the contemplative mage robe. This robe was not only stylish but also packed with powerful magical effects, priced at 300 magic stones. Next, Huo Ling purchased an accelerated mage bracer and a pair of swift boots, costing 100 and 290 magic stones respectively. Lastly, he bought some spell scrolls to bolster his reserves. After this shopping spree, Huo Ling's original wealth of over 900 magic stones was now down to just 200. Besides making money, Huo Ling also acquired his first caster's corpse. He hoped to make good use of it, potentially turning it into a summon caster. However, this process required a certain level of luck and skill. Facing this challenge, Huo Ling decided to seek his teacher's help. He brought the goblin shaman Marlowe's remains to Professor He Han's laboratory. The professor was busy dissecting a dire wolf. Huo Ling quietly put on an assistant's coat and began helping his teacher. After more than an hour of work, the professor finally completed the surgery. He asked Huo Ling about his recent dealings in the spirit realm. Huo Ling briefly reported his success and then raised his questions about creating a skeletal mage. Professor He showed interest in the caster's corpse that Huo Ling had brought. After a detailed examination, he explained the challenges and solutions for creating a skeletal mage based on the characteristics of the remains. Listening to his teacher's guidance, Huo Ling felt enlightened and was filled with confidence for the task ahead. Necromancer Huo Ling stood in the dimly lit laboratory, staring intently at the skeleton before him. He knew all too well that creating undead creatures was an extremely private endeavor, one that allowed no interference from others. Not even his most trusted mentor could be involved in this process. Huo Ling began the intricate task of creating a skeletal mage. Compared to the relatively simpler skeletal warriors, crafting a spellcasting skeleton required meeting two crucial conditions. First, the skeleton must have belonged to a highly talented spellcaster in life. Second, during the reanimation process, it needed to fortuitously attract the spirit of a spellcaster. Although spellcaster skeletons naturally drew the spirits of undead spellcasters, the success rate was only about 2/3. Huo Ling meticulously followed each step. When he reached the third step, soul reconstruction, he cast a unique spell of dark breath. By sensing the residual soul within the skeleton, Huo Ling determined that he could inscribe 2 first-level spells and 3 zero-level spells. After careful consideration, he chose Bone Tooth, Shadow Mist, and Touch of Fatigue as the zero-level spells, and Bone Spike and Negative Energy Ray as the first-level spells. Holding his breath, Huo Ling began to inscribe the runes of these spells into the skeleton's soul essence with utmost precision. The process allowed no room for error. A single mistake could ruin the entire soul essence. Fortunately, Lady Luck smiled upon Huo Ling, and he successfully completed this critical step. With the final spell, Skeleton Reanimation, the small skeleton slowly stood up. To ensure absolute success, Huo Ling hadn't even altered its physique. A spark of sentience was injected into the skeleton's soul fire, transforming it into an intelligent, undead creature. Master? It worked, the skeletal mage croaked. Eager to inspect the attributes of this newly reanimated skeleton, Huo Ling's excitement was palpable. The skeleton, named Marlowe, not only possessed 5 spells but also boasted impressive attributes, surpassing Huo Ling himself in certain aspects. Over the next few days, Huo Ling took Marlowe on hunts in the spirit realm, swiftly leveling him up to Black Iron Tier 3. Marlowe's spellcasting abilities soon outstripped Huo Ling's, becoming a powerful asset. With Marlowe's assistance, Huo Ling's hunting efficiency skyrocketed. He only needed to locate clusters of ghouls, and Marlowe, leading the skeletal warriors, would handle the rest. A significant influx of potential points began to accumulate for Huo Ling, who seized the opportunity to intensify his meditation and rapidly enhance his magical power. As Huo Ling's magic advanced to Black Iron Tier 2, his skeletal minions also saw an increase in their power limits. Marlowe, in particular, reached Black Iron Tier 4, boasting nearly 400 soul power points, truly deserving the title of Elite Black Iron. By now, Huo Ling's undead army had grown considerably. 9 Black Iron Tier 3 skeletal warriors, 1 Black Iron Tier 4 skeletal mage, and about 70 skeletal soldiers serving as cannon fodder. With Marlowe sharing some of the command duties, Huo Ling finally felt some of the pressure lift. Seeing his increasingly formidable undead army, Huo Ling decided to temporarily halt the addition of new skeletons and instead focus on enhancing the quality of his existing ones, preparing for future battles. After waiting for a few days, Huo Ling decided to personally investigate the fate of the goblins, lizardmen, and kobolds. He led his army of skeletons toward the goblin tribe. As they approached, he cautiously concealed his skeletons and went ahead alone to scout. Reflecting on the battle that took place, it was initially a one-sided assault by the lizardmen against the kobolds. Just as the lizardmen were about to savor their victory, the goblins suddenly attacked from the rear. While ordinary goblins were weak fighters, the hobgoblin warriors were well-organized and excelled in team coordination, far surpassing the lizardmen who preferred solo combat. Encouraged by the reinforcements, the kobolds emerged from their mines and launched a 2-pronged attack, leading to a crushing defeat for the lizardmen. The lizardmen suffered heavy losses. 5 Black Iron warriors were killed, and over 60 adult warriors perished. However, when the main force of the goblins returned triumphant, they found their tribe engulfed in smoke, with even the shaman dead. This was a devastating blow for the goblins, who had relied on the shaman's potions and totems to maintain their superiority over other races. Now, not only was their strength diminished, but their accumulated resources over the years were also plundered. The current balance of power had become delicate. The goblins had 11 black iron hobgoblin warriors, fewer than 90 hobgoblin warriors, and over 700 relatively weak ordinary goblins. The lizardmen had 12 black iron warriors, and about 150 adult warriors remaining. The kobolds, being the weakest, had retreated into their mines and dared not emerge. The lizardmen were initially ready to concede defeat, but upon learning that the goblin stronghold had been attacked and severely weakened, their desire for revenge flared. The chieftain led the remaining warriors to once again approach the goblin tribe, determined to win this time without the threat of spellcasters. The green-skinned dwarfs posed no real danger. When Huo Ling arrived, he saw the lizardmen blocking the goblin gates, poised for action. Inside the goblin tribe, the hobgoblin warriors were deeply troubled. Not only were they at a disadvantage in strength, but they also had to contend with the lurking necromancer. Their kobold allies were too frightened to provide any support. Maybe we should agree to the lizardmen's demands, one hobgoblin warrior reluctantly suggested. The lizardmen demanded hemostatic herbs and 200 magic stones as a condition for withdrawal. If the shaman were alive, there might have been room for negotiation, but now the herbs were increasingly precious. Sony, can you make these herbs? They pinned their hopes on the shaman's assistant. I can't. Making them requires communicating with the ancestral spirits. Since the teacher's death, the spirits have vanished. Sony sobbed, her head bowed. Damn that necromancer. The hobgoblin warriors cursed in unison. Suddenly, a warrior burst into the meeting room. Lords, bad news. The necromancer is here. At these words, the room full of green faces instantly turned pale, especially those warriors who had previously fought the skeletons. How many skeletons? Have they started attacking? A warrior asked, trying to stay calm. Not yet, but there are at least 70 or 80 skeletons, the messenger replied. The hobgoblins climbed the city walls and gazed at the necromancer and his army of skeletons. The skeletons were stationed opposite the lizardmen, clearly targeting the goblins. Go and ask them what conditions they have to leave, the leading warrior ordered after a moment of contemplation. The skeletons had not attacked immediately, indicating there was room for negotiation. Meanwhile, in the lizardmen camp, Jess Lizardfang received news of Huo Ling's appearance. Go. Ask the necromancer if he's willing to join forces against the goblins. We'll split the spoils 50-50. Jess Lizardfang hissed, a sinister smile on his face. They had cooperated with Huo Ling before, and he recalled how Huo Ling had warned him about the goblins. It seemed the necromancer still harbored some goodwill towards the lizardmen. A lizardman quickly set off, heading straight for Huo Ling's location. Huo Ling's appearance was meant to stir the waters. On the surface, the hobgoblins and lizardmen were at each other's throats, but both sides were licking their wounds. Without Huo Ling's interference, the lizardmen might have extorted some resources and then backed off, which wasn't what Huo Ling desired. Soon, the goblin envoy, trembling with fear, approached, passing through the towering skeleton warriors to reach Huo Ling. Master, the Green Vine tribe pays its respects. May I ask what brings you here? Feeling the terrifying aura of death around him and the oppressive presence of Huo Ling and his followers, the envoy's legs gave out, and he knelt on the ground. I'm just here with my subordinates to visit some old goblin friends, Huo Ling replied with a smile. Hearing this, the envoy's face lit up with joy. He looked up, hoping to see his goblin friends, but saw only the tall skeleton warriors and a small skeleton, with no other living beings in sight. Licking his dry lips, the envoy asked in a trembling voice, Master, which one is the goblin friend? Huo Ling raised his chin slightly, signaling to the skeletal mage beside him, Marlowe. The goblin envoy cautiously eyed the skeleton, trembling as he asked, Who is he? Huo Ling burst into a proud laugh. Ha ha ha, he's Marlowe, the goblin shaman, but now, he's the skeletal mage Marlowe. The words hit the goblin envoy like a sledgehammer. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the skeleton before him, his legs growing weak and an urgent need to relieve himself suddenly overwhelming him. Huo Ling sneered menacingly, If you wet yourself, I'll turn you into a skeleton too. The goblin envoy, shaking with fear, collapsed to the ground, tightly squeezing his legs together. He pleaded in a quivering voice, Master, what will it take for you to spare our vine tribe? Just then, a black iron warrior and envoy of the lizard folk named Pete Sharpfang arrived. Huo Ling waved his hand, signaling the skeletal mage to drag the goblin envoy aside as he turned to greet the new visitor. Pete Sharpfang entered the room, immediately noticing the crumpled goblin in the corner. He flashed a sinister smile before respectfully bowing to Huo Ling, esteemed necromancer. I bring you greetings from our chieftain, Gus Sharpfang. Huo Ling nodded slightly, Send my regards to your chieftain as well. Pete Sharpfong continued, Master, I am here to propose an alliance on behalf of our chieftain. Together, we can conquer the Goblin tribe. Huo Ling asked with interest, and how will we divide the spoils? 50-50. Pete Sharpfong replied confidently, smiling. Huo Ling nodded, very well, I will consider it. Pete Sharpfong, feeling uneasy in the bone-filled environment, quickly took his leave. Huo Ling turned back to the Goblin envoy, his voice cold. You heard it. The lizard folk have invited me to attack, and will split your assets 50-50. He paused, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Goblin slaves are assets too. I'll make you my slave. The Goblin envoy fell to his knees, his voice trembling with desperation. Master, we will offer 300 magic stones. Please spare us. Huo Ling shook his head. 300 magic stones are not enough. If I kill you all, I'll get much more. The Goblin envoy quickly increased his offer. 400. 450. Huo Ling revealed his true intention. If you are willing to submit to me and become my vassals, I might spare you. The Goblin envoy looked up in shock. Ah, Master, it's not uncommon for us goblins to serve a mage, but you're a necromancer. He pointed to the skeletal mage Marlowe nearby. Huo Ling laughed. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Your value alive is greater than dead. I won't turn you into skeletons. If I need skeletons, I'll find corpses in the city. The Goblin envoy cautiously asked, what do you want us to do? Huo Ling explained, I need magic stones, various magical herbs, and magic materials. Your job is to supply them to me. The Goblin envoy requested, I need to report back to the leaders of my tribe and see what they decide. Huo Ling coldly warned, be quick. If I don't have an answer by nightfall, tomorrow I'll join forces with the lizard folk to attack. The Goblin envoy hurriedly left, racing back to his tribe. In the council hall of the Goblin tribe, the elder goblins were fiercely debating Huo Ling's terms. The Goblin chieftain finally made a decision. We have no choice but to agree. Submitting to a stronger power is not disgraceful. Under this master's protection, we might even have a better life. Though the other elder goblins had their doubts, they had to admit it was the best option. However, in the corner, a goblin assistant silently wept, vowing in his heart, even if they all submit to the evil necromancer, I will avenge you, teacher. The earth goblins quickly surrendered and decided to accept the necromancer Huo Ling as their new master. When Huo Ling arrived at the Green Vine tribe, all the goblins knelt down, gazing fearfully at the skeletal warriors surrounding him. These goblins, who had previously fought against undead creatures, knew well the terror they represented. In the council hall of the earth goblins, Huo Ling was ushered to the front where the goblins were kneeling. Swear your loyalty to your new master, he commanded. Gai Lutong, the chieftain of the earth goblins, was the first to crawl to Huo Ling's feet, kissing his boots. Master, I, Gai Lutong, swear eternal loyalty to you under the witness of my ancestors, until the flame of life extinguishes. The other goblins followed suit, each pledging their allegiance in various ways. Huo Ling accepted their loyalty with satisfaction. Though the goblins were weak, this marked his foothold in the spirit realm. However, he knew that the goblins' loyalty needed to be secured, and the lizardmen army outside the Green Vine tribe still posed a threat. To consolidate his rule, Huo Ling led the earth goblins to the city walls. These so-called walls were merely earthen barriers built upon the foundations of a small enclosure. He stood in the center of the camp and called out to the lizardmen on the other side. Gus Lidduth, the chieftain of the lizardmen, rode a giant swamp lizard to meet him, his eyes filled with suspicion. Master Necromancer, why are you emerging from the Goblin tribe? The Green Vine tribe has just decided to submit to me, Huo Ling replied casually. They are now my property. Gus Lidduth narrowed his eyes, his tongue flicking rapidly. These goblins ambushed my people. We need revenge. Huo Ling smiled. I think you need to rest and heal your wounds. Before he finished speaking, the skeletal warriors on the walls exuded an aura of dark iron, and the skeletal mage Malo cast a spell, causing a bone spear to hover in the air. Seeing this, Gus Lidduth realized the unfavorable situation and abandoned his plans for an attack. Master Necromancer, I thought we were friends, he said, turning to Huo Ling. Of course, we are friends, Huo Ling replied, ordering the skeletons to bring a box of herbs. This is a gift for a friend. Take it to heal your people. Looking at the herbs in the box, Gus Lidduth understood that Huo Ling was offering a way out. He bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Master Necromancer. I will take my people back to recover. Soon, the lizardmen army packed up their camp and left. Back in the council hall, Huo Ling sat in the chieftain's former seat and spoke. The guests have left. Guy, tell me about the current assets of the Green Vine tribe. Guy knelt on one knee and reported, Great Master, we have over 600 magic stones, 2 fields for growing magical herbs, some food, 11 black iron earth goblin warriors, 86 adult earth goblin fighters, 36 juvenile earth goblins, and more than 780 ordinary goblins. All adult earth goblins are competent warriors and can become your sharp blades. Huo Ling nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Bring the magic stones. I want to inspect them." Soon, the goblins brought a box of magic stones. Using his mage's hand, Huo Ling counted the stones, his joy evident. "Not bad, all natural magic stones. I like it." He quickly stored the stones in his bracelet. Seeing the envious looks on the goblin warriors' faces, Huo Ling took out some magic stones from his bracelet and gave each of them 5 units. "These are your rewards." "Thank you, master." The goblin warriors were overjoyed, completely forgetting that these magic stones originally belonged to the tribe. Guy watched this scene, his heart aching. As the former chieftain, he had once controlled these magic stones, but now he was left with a mere 5 units. It was truly a bitter pill to swallow. "All right, everyone, get back to your tasks. Guy, take me to see the potion plantation," Huo Ling ordered, following Guy towards the goblins' potion planting area. The tribe's territory wasn't large. A few steps brought them to the plantation. Huo Ling looked at the 2 small potion fields, totaling less than half an acre, with an unchanging expression. He had thought there would be more potion plants based on Guy's report, but this was all there was. Huo Ling bent down to closely examine the magical herbs being cultivated. Most of it was materials for hemostatic herbs, which had some value but were not particularly high. The other plot had a mix of various potion ingredients, including serpent grass needed for mana recovery potions, but the quantity was minimal. Huo Ling had already assessed the value of these 2 plots in his mind. Who was in charge of managing these plots? Huo Ling asked Guy, thinking that goblins capable of cultivating potions were rare talents and needed proper training. Guy explained, previously, it was managed by Shaman Malo and his assistant, with a few goblin slaves taking care of the potions. He waved, and 7 or 8 goblins immediately ran over and knelt down. "These are the slaves responsible for tending the potions." Guy pointed at one of the goblins. "And this is Shaman Malo's assistant." "Oh, it's a female." Huo Ling observed the assistant, then summoned the skeletal Malo. "From now on, you will continue to manage this place. Work hard, and there will be rewards for a good harvest. If you fail, you'll lose your heads." The young goblin girl looked at her former master, now a skeleton, and burst into tears. Huo Ling clapped his hands, looking displeased. "Enough with the crying. You're reunited with your master, aren't you? Work well, or I'll make you end up like him." At his words, the goblin assistant's crying stopped abruptly. Huo Ling then continued to inspect the territory with Guy. Along the way, he was extremely dissatisfied with the tribe's sanitation conditions and immediately ordered Guy, "Dig deep latrines and prohibit goblins from relieving themselves anywhere. Violators will go without food for 2 days." Huo Ling was determined to turn this place into his first base in the spirit realm and wouldn't let the goblins' filth ruin its image. After assigning tasks, Huo Ling left the skeletal Malo and most of the skeletal warriors in the spirit realm, taking only 2 back to Blue Star. These skeletons would be the key to ensuring the goblins' loyalty. Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling began to study how to efficiently and quickly use the goblins to make money. Late at night, he put down his book and shook his head. It seemed that developing the spirit realm wasn't as easy as he had imagined. There were generally 3 ways to make money after acquiring territory in the spirit realm. First, active trade, but Huo Ling's location was remote, surrounded by impoverished kobolds, war lizards, and undead, making trade impossible. Second, establishing plantations to grow potion ingredients using the fertile land of the spirit realm. This business was stable and could bring long-term profits, but the initial investment was enormous. Many potion ingredients had strict growing conditions, and modifying the environment required significant funds. The goblin's current potion cultivation was rudimentary and couldn't scale up. To make big money from potions, Huo Ling needed to set up magic arrays to gather mana and provide a conducive growth environment for the potions. However, this was too difficult for him. Although he had managed to gather 500 or 600 magic stones from the goblins, it was a drop in the bucket compared to the investment needed for a plantation. Third, setting up a breeding farm for magical beasts. Many large companies had developed breeding farms in the spirit realm, using its mana to raise magical beasts, which were then slaughtered for their valuable components. Skins and scales for armor, bones for weapons or necromancers, meat for consumption, and blood for magical ink. If a beast happened to have a magic crystal, the owner would profit even more. But for now, this was also out of Huo Ling's reach. Currently, he could make some money from the goblins, but investing in them was out of the question. The next day, back in the spirit realm, Huo Ling called Guy over and asked, "How do you get your magic stones?" Guy began to explain, "Some of our magic stones come from kobold mining," but Huo Ling interrupted excitedly, "The kobolds have a magic stone mine?" "No," Guy replied honestly, "they mine iron, and the magic stones are just a lucky byproduct." Huo Ling's excitement quickly faded. It wasn't unusual for iron mines to have magic stones as a byproduct. In the spirit realm, many minerals had magic stones associated with them. Strictly speaking, spirit realm minerals differed from those on Blue Star. For instance, iron in the spirit realm contained magic, unlike on Blue Star. Thus, equipment forged from spirit realm iron was more suitable for professionals, allowing them to channel their energy or magic. Blue Star iron lacked this feature. Otherwise, with Blue Star's industrialization, they could quickly arm a well-equipped army. Nonetheless, Blue Star humans, with their industrial capabilities, still produced strong basic weapons and equipment from spirit realm minerals. Go on. Huo Ling gestured weakly. Guy continued. The other source is from trading with merchant caravans. Merchant caravans? What caravans? Huo Ling asked with interest. They are from the Beastman Empire. Every year, a caravan travels deep into this wilderness, and most of our magic stones come from trading with them, Guy recalled. How far is the Beastman Empire from here? Huo Ling hadn't expected a Beastman Empire so close by. Very far, very far. We are in the Kachi wilds, and it takes their caravan at least half a year to reach us from the Beastman Empire. After hearing Guy's explanation, Huo Ling gained a deeper understanding of the Kachi wilderness. This vast expanse of land is home to various spirit world tribes, including goblins, kobolds, and half-dragons. The presence of these diverse races makes the Kachi wilderness a chaotic place. The area where the Green Vine tribe resides is particularly remote within the Kachi wilderness. The nearby city of the undead often has wandering spirits, causing many races to relocate. In the distance, a powerful orc empire covets this land, frequently sending caravans and nobles to expand their territory. Huo Ling realized that continuing to lead the Green Vine tribe in expansion was unrealistic. A young red dragon and its slaves inhabited a nearby mountain, and with his current strength, he couldn't possibly contend with them. Understanding this, Huo Ling started calculating the revenue he could generate from the Green Vine tribe. Potion farming was the main source of income, and he decided to switch entirely to the most expensive herb, snakeweed, after the next harvest. Harvested biannually, snakeweed could bring in at least 50 magic stones. Additionally, the goblins collected wild herbs contributing around 10 magic stones monthly. Huo Ling also planned to purchase low-level potions from Blue Star and trade them with lizardfolk and kobolds, earning an extra 10 magic stones per month. Roughly estimated, Huo Ling could earn 160 magic stones every 6 months. This number made him scratch his head, feeling the income was too low. He couldn't help but think that plundering the spirit world tribes might be a faster way to make money. Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling faced a new dilemma: insufficient credits. After purchasing the materials needed for advancing to Black Iron, he had only 20 credits left. He urgently needed to learn new first-tier spells, but his credits were running low. Of the 5 first-tier spell vouchers he received during enrollment, only 1 remained after using Eagle Eye. After much deliberation, Huo Ling decided to use his last voucher and 15 credits to exchange for 2 spells, Eye of Investigation and Lesser Weakness. One was for scouting enemy information, and the other for weakening opponents, both quite practical. Although there were other spells he wanted to learn, his limited credits forced him to temporarily set them aside. Seeking more ways to obtain spells, Huo Ling decided to ask his mentor, Professor He Han, who was in the gold rank. Hearing Huo Ling's request, He Han chuckled. Running out of spells, are we? Huo Ling admitted that he had exhausted his credits and, thick-skinned, asked if he could be directly taught spells. He Han shook his head and explained that even acquiring spells from him required credits. He elaborated on the principle that knowledge is wealth, and that since Blue Star people mastered extraordinary powers, the inheritance of knowledge has never been free. He Han pointed out that university students were relatively fortunate as they could acquire spells or martial skills through credits. After graduation, obtaining such knowledge would require a higher price, often involving signing near-slavery contracts with universities or corporate conglomerates. Huo Ling suddenly understood that Tiannan University and the adjacent Spirit World base were established by legendary mages. As a student, acquiring knowledge required contributing to the school in exchange for credits and spell inheritance. He Han suggested that Huo Ling could take on some tasks at the school, such as assisting in experiments or other time-consuming and labor-intensive work to earn credits. If these methods seemed too slow, he could also go to the school's Spirit World base, where there were more opportunities to earn credits. Leaving his mentor's office, Huo Ling's mood gradually calmed. He realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If there was, it was likely a honey-coated poison. The only path before him was to serve the school. Huo Ling knew that simply increasing his magic power had limited benefits. A mage's strength lay in mastering a vast number of spells. Having magic power but lacking spells made one easily targeted and unable to handle various challenges. With this understanding, Huo Ling went to the school's task hall to check the available tasks. Although there were many internal tasks, the credits offered were generally low. He saw 2 recruitment notices, one recruiting Black Iron mages to assist in spell experiments, offering 10 credits per month, and the other recruiting Black Iron combatants for the school patrol team, offering 3 credits per month. Although these internal jobs were relatively safe, the credit income was indeed low. Huo Ling fell into deep thought, weighing how to pave the way for his future with the limited options available. In contrast, the missions at the Academy's Spirit Realm base offered substantial credit rewards, but also came with higher risks. As a Black Iron level student, Huo Ling just met the minimum requirements to enter the Spirit Realm base. However, he did not rush to go there. Instead, he chose to first enhance his own strength. Huo Ling understood well that in the perilous Spirit Realm, relying solely on a few first-level spells was far from enough. He decided to elevate his cultivation level and increase his mana reserves to better face future challenges. In the following days, Huo Ling was rarely seen in the classroom. His time was divided into two parts. During the day, he hunted zombies in the city of the undead, and at night, he meditated deeply in the Green Vine tribe. This intense training regimen lasted for several months. Each day, Huo Ling would hunt down hundreds of zombies, including formidable Black Iron level opponents. These defeated zombies were not wasted. Huo Ling turned them into skeletal warriors, bolstering his own army. One day, a newly created skeletal warrior suddenly spoke, much to Huo Ling's surprise. This indicated that the skeleton had gained intelligence and had the potential to break through to the silver level. Huo Ling named it Skeleton 1 and decided to focus on cultivating this capable assistant. As time went on, Huo Ling's strength steadily increased. His attribute panel showed that he had reached Black Iron level 6, becoming an elite Black Iron mage. However, the situation in the city of the undead was also quietly changing. Small zombie hordes had been cleared out, leaving only large hordes led by silver-level zombie kings, which even Huo Ling's current strength could not handle. Facing this situation, Huo Ling decided to temporarily leave the spirit realm and return to the academy to seek new opportunities. Before departing, he stationed some skeletons in the Green Vine tribe as a precaution. Back on Blue Star, Huo Ling began striving to earn credits. He realized that to acquire higher-level knowledge, he needed to join a faction. Even in the extraordinary world, gaining knowledge was not free, which made Huo Ling reflect on the various constraints that existed in the supernatural realm as well. A new day began as Huo Ling geared up and boarded the campus shuttle. Outside the window, the scenic views of Tian and University whizzed by. His destination was the Portal Fortress, a gateway to the spirit realm established by the university's president, a powerful legendary mage using his own spirit realm beacon. Inside the shuttle, Huo Ling overheard a few students whispering nearby. "I heard every university has a sanctuary or even a legendary professional backing it," said a bespectacled boy. "That's right," another student chimed in. "They set up universities to train armies to fend off attacks from the spirit realm natives." Huo Ling pondered these insights. Indeed, exploiting the spirit realm was immensely profitable, with each spirit realm base being akin to a river of magic stones. However, the accompanying dangers were just as apparent. The shuttle arrived at the station, and Huo Ling disembarked along with the others, heading towards the underground passage. Here, they would switch to the subway to reach the Portal Fortress. The passage was bustling with activity, not just with students, but also many professionals from society. Some were university graduates, while others were freelancers seeking wealth or training. Boarding the subway, Huo Ling found the car packed to capacity. He glanced around, observing the diverse array of passengers. Most were students with limited power, venturing into the spirit realm because their own realm beacons were too perilous. There were also armored warriors wielding weapons, archers in light armor, and spellcasters in robes. Huo Ling noticed a golden dragon sorcerer not far away, with golden hair and eyes. The occasional aura of dragon might indicate he had yet to fully control his power. A female druid sat nearby, holding a wooden staff with a black cat perched on her shoulder. The subway sped through the dark tunnels, making occasional stops to pick up new passengers. Finally, the train arrived at its terminus, Tian Fortress. This colossal steel fortress was situated 200 meters underground, its ruined exterior exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Huo Ling stepped off the train, observing the heavily guarded interior filled with bustling garrison troops. These soldiers were all peak apprentice warriors, with low-ranking commanders being full-fledged professionals. After passing through multiple security checks, Huo Ling reached the teleportation hall. A crowd had already gathered, waiting for the portal to open. A female voice announced over the loudspeaker, "The spirit realm portal is about to open. Please ensure you have all your belongings and prepare to depart. Do not linger at the entrance." As blinding light flickered, a massive portal slowly opened under the influence of powerful energies. Huo Ling joined the crowd, stepping through the portal and setting foot once again on the soil of the spirit realm. The defenses of the spirit realm base were even more formidable than those of the Blue Star Fortress. Exiting the teleportation hall, Huo Ling was met with the sight of towering city walls. This place had evolved into a bustling metropolis, New South City. Here, Blue Star inhabitants and local residents lived together, creating a unique cultural landscape. Huo Ling spent the entire day exploring the city. The facilities were complete, indistinguishable from those in Blue Star cities, except for the imposing city walls. In this piece of spirit realm land, developed over a century, The people of Blue Star had firmly established themselves, creating a thriving community. Huo Ling stepped into the office of Shinan City School and registered his information. He looked around, took a deep breath, and prepared to begin his work. This wasn't a place for cultivation. It was a battleground for earning credits. Shinan City offered various ways to earn credits. Huo Ling glanced out the window and saw the distant plantations and magical beast farms. These places, in collaboration with the authorities, were options for earning credits through labor. He then turned his gaze to the other side of the city, where the entrance to the spirit realm was located. Hunting magical beasts and gathering magical herbs to exchange for credits was also a viable option. Huo Ling's attention was drawn to the towering mountains in the distance. These mountains stretched out, covered by dense forests, teeming with countless magical beasts. These beasts often roamed, disrupting the daily operations of the plantations and farms. He recalled the rumors about the Gnoll Empire. Once the lords of the land, their vast territory and formidable strength were not to be underestimated. Since the establishment of Shinan City over a century ago, 80% of the time had been spent in conflict with the gnolls. Participating in this prolonged war and earning military merits was another way to gain knowledge. Huo Ling understood that in this perilous spirit realm, going solo was not an option. He needed to find a suitable team. As a newcomer, he had to tread carefully. The dangers in Shinan City were evident. The Gnoll Empire on one side and the forest beasts on the other. Acting rashly could lead to a point of no return. With these thoughts in mind, Huo Ling arrived at the Hunter Center located in the city center. This place was not only where the Daxia authorities issued tasks, but also a hub for recruitment and job seeking. He approached the counter and handed over his filled-out form to a customer service representative. "Hello, this is my information," Huo Ling said. The representative took the form and looked Huo Ling over carefully. She had seen countless professionals, but it was her first time encountering a freshman taking on tasks in the spirit realm. "Mr. Huo Ling, your information is verified. I'll upload it now," she said softly. After a moment, she handed him an electronic card with both hands. "This is your hunter card. Please keep it safe." Huo Ling accepted the hunter card, feeling its weight. This card was not only an ID but also functioned for transactions, accepting tasks, and could even be used as a phone within Shinan City. He moved to the lobby on the first floor, where several large screens caught his attention. These screens displayed not ordinary electronic systems, but special systems powered by magic stones. Though not as sophisticated as Earth's electronics, they were sufficiently practical in the spirit realm. Huo Ling scanned the rolling recruitment information. Urgently seeking a silver rank shield guard, minimum 3 years of combat experience, crank hunter or above, temporary task, reward. 100 magic stones, loot shared equally, recruiting a life specialized iron rank mage, proficient in healing spells, crank hunter or above, long-term team member, monthly salary. 20 magic stones, broadsword team expanding, looking for wanderers, warriors, knights, spellcasters. If you have the skills, join us. Compensation negotiable. Huo Ling used his hunter card to search these recruitment listings, checking the team's past performance and anonymous reviews. He quickly realized that most teams required experienced hunters, which was a headache for him as a newly registered rank trainee hunter. Just as Huo Ling was pondering his next move, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, buddy, looking for work?" A man approached him. "Yeah," Huo Ling responded succinctly. "I'm from the Broadsword Hunter Group, in charge of recruitment," the man said with a friendly smile, handing over a business card. "We're expanding our team. Interested in learning more?" Huo Ling took the card, which read Broadsword Hunter Group HR Specialist, Lu Yifan. "Buddy, judging by your look, are you a mage?" Lu Yifan inquired. Huo Ling nodded. "Yes, I am a mage, just registered as a hunter." Lu Yifan's eyes lit up and he enthusiastically said, "Great. Then you should definitely consider joining our Broadsword Hunter Group. Our group leader is a gold rank powerhouse, and we have over 500 members, including many silver rank hunters. We have a comprehensive training program for newcomers. If you join us, you won't regret it." The conditions sound pretty good, but they're not suitable for Huo Ling. He came here not just to make money but, more importantly, to earn academic credits. Large teams usually have their own group of mages, and the higher the rank of the profession, the stronger the thirst for knowledge. For Huo Ling, academic credits are the most valuable resource. Politely declining the Broadsword Hunting Group's offer, Huo Ling continued to search for a suitable team among the smaller groups. Soon, he narrowed his choices down to 2 potential options: Iron Fist Hunting Group and Spark Hunting Group. More importantly, the leaders of both groups were graduates of Tiannan University, which would undoubtedly make cooperation smoother thanks to their alumni connection. After submitting his resume, Huo Ling returned to his hotel to wait for responses. As expected, both groups quickly sent interview invitations. Checking the addresses, he found they were close by, so he packed his things and decided to visit the Spark Hunting Group first. The Spark Hunting Group's base was located in a quiet and pleasant corner of the southern part of the city. After navigating through a narrow alley, Huo Ling arrived at a wooden door covered in ivy. He knocked gently, and soon heard a crisp coming from inside. The door opened to reveal a bright and charming face. Fair skin, rosy lips, and hair tied into a cute bun with a green ribbon. "Who are you?" the girl asked, tilting her head. "Hello, I'm here for the interview," Huo Ling replied with a smile. "Oh, right. Please, follow me." The girl led Huo Ling into the courtyard. The spark hunting group's base was lush and verdant both inside and out. The courtyard was filled with various flowers, plants, and trees, and the air was filled with a fresh floral fragrance. "One of our teammates is a druid. She planted all these. Beautiful, aren't they?" the girl said, pointing to a flower bed. Huo Ling nodded in agreement, also noting the faint scent of the girl's perfume mixed with the fresh air, creating a pleasant environment. Arriving at a door, the girl called out, "Sisterin, the interviewee is here." Soon, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Huo Ling looked up to see a sophisticated beauty leaning over the railing. Dressed in a white blouse with a noticeable curve, she waved at the two below. "Come on up." Huo Ling followed the girl upstairs to a spacious reception room. Inside were 3 women and 1 man. The man sat with his eyes closed, while the women were chatting. Huo Ling couldn't help but marvel at the attractiveness of the female members, each scoring at least an 8.5 out of 10. "Please have a seat, Mr. Huo, right?" the sophisticated beauty invited, pointing to a tea table. "I'm Rurue, the leader of the Spark Hunting Group," she said, extending her hand. Huo Ling felt her soft hand and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Seniorin. I'm Huo Ling, a freshman at Tiannan University." "A junior?" And Rurue's eyes lit up. "Please, introduce yourself." Huo Ling gave a brief introduction. "I'm currently an elite black iron mage at Tier 4, specializing in necromancy with some knowledge in other spells." He kept some information to himself as a strategic reserve. After listening, and Rurue asked with a complex expression, "Junior, are you really a freshman this year?" "Absolutely," Huo Ling confirmed. "So, you're a necromancer specializing in necromancy?" And Rurue's eyebrows furrowed but quickly relaxed. "Yes, currently specializing in necromancy," Huo Ling nodded. "We have a druid on our team, and you know druids are close to nature. Would you mind?" And Rurue asked. Huo Ling responded confidently, "As long as my teammates don't mind, I certainly won't." Being a necromancer, he was used to others' prejudices. And Rurue then introduced the team. "We currently have 7 members, all black iron rank professionals. I'm the highest ranked, a tier 8 swift swordswoman. Our team includes a nature druid, 2 archers, a knight, and 2 warriors. The group has been around for 3 years with a high task completion rate and no casualties, which I'm quite proud of. We started recruiting new members after a mage and a knight left the team to get married." Huo Ling nodded in approval. "It sounds great." And Rurue then discussed the compensation. "As a mage, your monthly salary would be 30 magic stones. Hunting rewards are divided according to market rules, and you can purchase any suitable items first." She produced a form detailing the terms. Huo Ling then asked his most pressing question. "How are academic credits from task completion distributed?" "As a freshman, I have a significant need for credits. Credits are distributed based on contribution to the task," and Rurue answered. "Can I forego the distribution of hunting rewards in exchange for additional credits?" Huo Ling inquired. This was an unwritten rule within hunting groups. Some came to the spiritual realm for money, others for advanced knowledge. Therefore, members could choose to forego rewards in exchange for other teammates' task credits. This even created a gray market for buying and selling credits. The academy turned a blind eye to this practice as long as it wasn't excessive and regulatory bodies typically didn't intervene. This might be a bit challenging. Hearing what Huo Ling said, and Rurue furrowed her brows again. Her expression caught Huo Ling's attention. Even a frown looked charming on her. Huo Ling explained, "Normally, in a small team like ours, not everyone would have such a high demand for credits. We recruited a new member half a month ago, and he has the same requirement. So, there won't be many credits available for trading." And Rurue looked troubled and said softly, "Maybe I can talk to him?" Huo Ling immediately exuded confidence. I'll ask him about it." And Rurue pondered for a moment. There weren't many spellcasters in the job market, and finding a suitable one was rare. She also wanted to secure Huo Ling. "Linjia, come here for a moment," she called out. "And Jia, you called me?" Huo Ling looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man who had been sitting with his eyes closed stand up. The handsome youth approached, dressed in black martial arts attire that highlighted his tall figure. His dark, thick hair framed a pair of bright, intelligent eyes, and a slight smile played on his lips. This sight made Huo Ling think, "This kid's looks are just a notch below mine." And Rurue motioned for Linjia to sit down and briefly explained Huo Ling's situation, especially emphasizing the need for credits. Linjia is also a freshman at Tainan University this year. He's a Tier 1 Black Iron Knight. Freshmen are really impressive this year, she introduced to Huo Ling. After listening to Rurue's explanation, Linja frowned at Huo Ling, clearly not expecting him to also need more credits. And yeah, I have a duel on the platform in 6 months, but my combat skills aren't good enough. You know how much I need the credits, Linja said softly to Enrurue. Then, Linja turned to Huo Ling, his gaze sincere. Hua, I have some personal issues. Could I save up some credits first? After 6 months, I won't compete with you for them. At this moment, another young woman approached, having overheard the conversation. Linja, don't worry. If necessary, I'll let you use the credits I earned from the task. Huo Ling assessed the newcomer. She wore a light green robe, her dark hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin that had a small sprout on it. She exuded a fresh, plant-like fragrance. Huo Ling guessed she must be the druid. Xiaoyi, thank you. Linja turned and looked at the druid with deep affection, a gaze that seemed capable of melting ice. Seeing this, Huo Ling felt completely overwhelmed. Linja seemed like a typical protagonist, named Lin, a genius, from a poor background, hence the need for credits like Huo Ling. In the spirit realm, he joined a hunter team full of single beauties, and not long after, he had won a girl's heart. Meanwhile, this protagonist who never sought trouble had already provoked a major enemy at the start of the school year, leading to a duel in 6 months. Huo Ling had heard of the dueling platform. At Tainan University on Blue Star, fighting was not encouraged, but as extraordinary professionals, each with their own pride, conflicts were inevitable. If disputes arose, they could be resolved on the dueling platform where life and death were determined, and no revenge was allowed off the platform. With all the protagonist's attributes maxed out, Huo Ling recalled the novels he read in middle school, where the protagonist's teammates and enemies rarely had good outcomes unless they were humorous, chubby sidekicks. Reflecting on his own handsome looks, tall stature, and 8-pack abs, Huo Ling felt he was in danger. I'll think about it and get back to you, he said, feeling it was best to leave. He bid farewell to Enrurue and left. Whoever wanted to join the Starfire Hunter team could do so, but Huo Ling was out. Next, Huo Ling had an interview with another hunter team. The Iron Fist Hunter team wasn't far away, and it took Huo Ling half an hour to reach their base. The map showed that the base was near a bustling market, with its entrance right on the main street. Looking at the large sign of the Iron Fist General Store, Huo Ling took a deep breath. The Iron Fist Hunter team and the Starfire Hunter team were polar opposites. While the Starfire team was hidden in a secluded alley, the Iron Fist team had a storefront right on the street, running a general store. Upon entering, Huo Ling saw that they indeed sold a variety of items, from daily necessities to magical artifacts. Welcome. A shop assistant's eyes lit up as she saw a customer and eagerly approached. Is this the Iron Fist Hunter team? Huo Ling asked. The young shop assistant, an apprentice-level professional, lost some enthusiasm upon hearing this. Yes, it is. I'm here for an interview. For what position? Fill out this form first, the assistant said weakly, retrieving a form and a pen from behind the counter and handing them to Huo Ling. Huo Ling quickly filled out the interview form and handed it back. The assistant, slumped over the counter, took it without much interest and glanced at the name. All right, Mr. Huo, follow me, she said, leading him to the back. To Huo Ling's surprise, the back area opened up into a spacious courtyard, which appeared to be a training ground. Bro, someone's here for an interview, the assistant shouted, waving Huo Ling's form. A guy named Huo Ling is here, and he's a mage. Her high-pitched shout abruptly ended as if someone had choked a duck. She turned to Huo Ling with a look of despair, muttering, "We're doomed? Why didn't you tell me you were a mage?" You didn't ask, Huo Ling replied, amused. A burly man came rushing down from upstairs, not even fully dressed and missing a shoe. Grabbing Huo Ling's hand, he exclaimed, "Mr. Huo, we've been expecting you." Huo Ling's eye twitched as he gazed at the man in front of him, who stood at least 2 meters tall. The man resembled a human bear, with a disheveled shirt exposing a chest full of thick, black hair that fluttered in the breeze, creating a comical scene. Brother, why did you come down without properly dressing? The young female store clerk beside him exclaimed, covering her face in exasperation. Her voice was filled with helplessness. She sighed inwardly, thinking that this mage who had finally sent in his resume for an interview might not be joining the Iron Fist Hunter group after all. I heard Mr. Huo was here and got too excited to dress properly. The man quickly released Huo Ling's hand, fumbling clumsily with his shirt buttons like an oversized child. Captain Li, you're really flattering me, Huo Ling said with a faint smile, a subtle hint of resignation in his eyes. While he didn't care about such trivial matters, he had to admit that the first impression was quite unique. Come on, Mr. Huo, let's go inside and chat. Captain Li waved his large hand, leading the way. Xiao Qing, bring us some good tea. The two sat in the reception hall of the Iron Fist Hunter group. The hall was plainly decorated, with the walls painted white and no adornments, matching the rough demeanor of the captain. Mr. Huo, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Feihong, the captain of the Iron Fist Hunter group, Li Feihong said seriously after dressing properly. I've reviewed your profile. It's impressive and suits our group well. Seniorly, there's no need to be so formal. I'm also from Tianan University and your junior. Just call me Xiaohua, Huo Ling said with a friendly smile. All right, Xiaohua. Li Feihong paused. I've seen your profile. You're a 4th-rank black iron mage specializing in necromancy. Let me introduce our Iron Fist Hunter group to you. I'm all ears, Huo Ling said, leaning in with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Li Feihong began to detail the group situation. The team had 9 members, with Li himself being a 7th-rank black iron warrior, the strongest among them. The other 8 were either elite or regular black iron ranks, including 6 hunters and 2 rogues. They mainly hunted low-level magical beasts in the forest outside the city. The team had a harmonious atmosphere, with members of similar age, mostly students from the university town. The group has only been around for a little over a year, Li Feihong said with a slightly heavy tone. We lost a team member once, but we managed the compensation well. As Li Feihong spoke, Huo Ling nodded occasionally, showing he was listening attentively. When Li mentioned they had never recruited a mage, but always hoped to, a spark of interest appeared in Huo Ling's eyes. Xiaohua, what do you think of our group? Any thoughts on joining? Li Feihong asked nervously after finishing his introduction. The young store clerk, who had brought the tea, stayed by the door, listening intently with a look of expectation and worry. Huo Ling pondered for a moment before asking, what caused the death of that team member? Li Feihong's expression turned somber as he explained that it was an accident 5 months after the group's formation. Overconfidence from early successes led them to target a silver-ear magical beast. They underestimated its strength, and although they eventually killed it, one hunter tragically lost his life. My condolences, Huo Ling said softly, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He didn't mean to reopen old wounds, but felt this unmentioned detail was crucial. Outside the door, the store clerk bit her lip, lamenting silently. She had repeatedly warned her brother not to mention the team member's death, fearing it would affect recruitment. Yet, he had let it slip. Can I exchange my share of the loot for my teammates' academic credits if I forego my own? Huo Ling asked another key question. That's no problem, Li Feihong assured, patting his chest. Several of our members don't need credits as much now, so those can be allocated to you first. Huo Ling nodded slightly, considering the Iron Fist Hunter group as a potential option. And what about the salary and benefits? No worries there, Li Feihong said confidently. A monthly salary of 30 magic stones, a 30% share of the loot, and 50% if you make a solo kill. If you don't want the loot, you can exchange it for credits with other teammates. The offer was indeed generous, exceeding the usual compensation for an elite black iron mage. Huo Ling nodded inwardly, appreciating Li Feihong's qualities as a good leader. How about it, Xiaohua? Think it over. Li Feihong looked at Huo Ling expectantly. Senior, the conditions of the Iron Fist Hunter group are quite good, Huo Ling said thoughtfully. I'll think it over and give you an answer within 3 days. Good. Take your time. I'll await your good news. Although a bit disappointed, Li Feihong understood that mages needed time to make decisions. After bidding farewell to the Li siblings, Huo Ling continued to the Hunter Center to explore other suitable groups. Over the next few days, he interviewed several other groups, carefully weighing their pros and cons. In the end, the Iron Fist Hunter group stood out. Despite its short history and the incident of a member's death, its merits outweighed its flaws. After making his decision, Huo Ling contacted the Iron Fist Hunter group using his hunter card. At that moment, in the Iron Fist General Store, the clerk, Li Qingshu, was lazily lying on the counter. Suddenly, the spirit phone rang. Hello, this is the Iron Fist General Store. Xiao Qing answered the phone. Hello, Xiao Qing. This is Huo Ling. A familiar voice came from the other end. I've decided to join the Iron Fist Hunter group. Please inform Senior Li that I'll report in tomorrow. Wah. Okay. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Qing could barely form a complete sentence as she listened to Huo Ling finish speaking. After hanging up, Xiao Qing finally reacted. Ah, he's coming. Her piercing scream echoed through the store, announcing that the Iron Fist Hunter group was about to welcome an important new member. The next day, Huo Ling arrived at the Iron Fist General Store with his gear. One of the perks of joining this hunting crew was the accommodation provided. Behind the store stood a 3-story building, spacious enough to house all the members. In New South City of the Spirit Realm, such a property was quite expensive, even pricier than prime real estate in the center of Blue Star's Tianan City. Huo Ling couldn't help but wonder how the sibling owners afforded it. As he approached, he saw the young store clerk, Xiao Qing, eagerly waiting at the entrance. Wagyu, you're here, she exclaimed cheerfully, rushing forward to help him with his luggage. Li Feihong followed closely behind, taking another bag off Huo Ling's back, leaving him with free hands. Huo Ling followed Li Feihong upstairs. As they passed other rooms, a few heads peeked out, curiously eyeing their new teammate. Huo Ling responded with a smile and a nod. Li Feihong led him to a 2-bedroom suite on the 3rd floor, simple but cozy. This will be your new home, Huo Shueti, Li Feihong said, placing the luggage down. After settling in, the two headed down to the living room, where the other team members gradually gathered. Li Feihong began the introductions. "This is Duan Hongyi, a hunter and black iron elite," he said, pointing to a lean man in his 30s. Next were He Rueji, Luo Jini, and Duan Suxin, all also black iron elite hunters. Huo Ling quickly got a sense of the young team. Most members were in their 20s, including both current students and graduates. Among the 3 women in the group, 2 were already couples with other team members. Everyone was enthusiastic about Huo Ling joining as a mage, as having a mage significantly increased the safety of the crew. Although Huo Ling was often surrounded by mages at the Mage Academy, they were rare elsewhere. Even at Tiannan University, only 150 out of 1,000 new students had the potential to become mages. Other universities had even lower ratios, with only about 1 of new students at Class B universities, and as low as 0.2 at Class C universities being capable of casting spells. As a result, more than half of the hunting crews in New South City lacked a mage. "Alright everyone, get ready. We'll set out in 5 days to take on some beast-clearing missions," Li Feihong announced, clapping his hands. The Iron Fist hunting crew had a work cycle of 20 days of hunting followed by 10 days of rest, and they were just at the start of their rest period. During these days, Huo Ling took advantage of the downtime to prepare new spells for his skeleton mage, Marlowe, whose soul fire had calmed. As a 6th-tier mage, his skeletons could be up to 2 tiers higher than him, with the strongest reaching the advanced Black Iron 8th tier. After extensive hunts, Huo Ling had 6 advanced Black Iron skeleton warriors and 23 elite Black Iron skeletons under his command. Marlowe had also advanced to an 8th-tier advanced Black Iron mage. Previously, Huo Ling had inscribed Soul Whip, Bone Cage, and Mage Shield spells for Marlowe. This time, he planned to add lesser weakening spell. On the eve of their departure, Huo Ling finally completed this task. "Let's move out." Li Feihong, clad in enchanted armor and wielding a shield, led the way. His gear was impressive, with at least 2 magical effects. He also carried a massive backpack containing a tent, ropes, tools, and extra arrows. The others had more modest equipment, but Huo Ling's gear stood out as the most expensive. In just a few months, Huo Ling had earned over 1,000 magic stones. Although his expenses were high, his income was substantial. Unlike the others, Huo Ling carried nothing, thanks to his spatial ring, and as a distinguished mage, he didn't need to carry items himself. Instead of heading straight out of the city, the Iron Fist hunting crew made their way to the New South City train station. After a century of development, the outskirts were well established, with plantations and beast farms scattered throughout. Their destination was an outpost base over 400 kilometers away, where the real beast habitats lay. While airships were an option, the team unanimously decided on the train for safety reasons. On board, they looked out enviously at the passing potion plantations. Owning such an enterprise was a sign of high status, requiring significant investment and maintenance. Many hunters dreamed of owning their own potion plantation one day, but it was no easy feat. The challenges included not only financial constraints, but also the scarcity of suitable locations. Unlike regular crops, potion plants relied on the surrounding magic to grow. Therefore, each plantation needed to maintain a certain distance from the others to avoid growth interference. After years of development, suitable land near the city was scarce. Entering this market now was extremely difficult. While there were opportunities further out, the risk levels increased correspondingly. The journey of over 400 kilometers took nearly half a day, but the group finally arrived at the forward base. This fortress city stood majestically with its tall walls and formidable defenses, showcasing its invincibility. Within its walls were stationed 5,000 troops, organized similarly to the Grand Xia army, but structured into squads, companies, battalions, and brigades. The regular soldiers were apprentice-ranked warriors, while the officers were fully fledged professionals. At the heart of the city was a golden-ranked mage commander, flanked by 5 warriors of the same rank. The fortress was not merely for its own defense, but also to protect the vast plantations behind it. In times of crisis, they even had the authority to requisition the plantation guards to bolster their defenses. The Iron Fist hunting group took on a basic mission to clear magical beasts. The task required them to venture into the forest and hunt these creatures, with rewards based on the beast ranks. 10 magic stones for every 100 apprentice-ranked beasts, and 1 academic credit plus 10 magic stones for every 3 iron-ranked beasts. Though the reward seemed modest, the materials harvested from the beasts were the real prize. Fur, scales, and teeth were used to craft enchanted gear, and the magical organs were highly valuable. Some lucky hunters might even find magic crystals inside the beasts, essential for making advanced magical artifacts. Overall, the value of an iron-ranked beast ranged from 5 to 10 magic stones, with even higher value if it had a magic core. After accepting the mission, the Iron Fist hunting group set off immediately. The area around the forward base was bustling with various hunting groups, either departing or returning, creating a lively scene. Initially, the group walked on smooth roads, but the path became increasingly rugged as they ventured deeper. After a day's trek, The group stopped to rest when the moon was high in the sky. The forest at night was fraught with danger, as most predators became active. The hunting group chose this time to rest and conserve their energy for daytime hunting. Clearing a flat area, they set up camp and pitched their tents. Scouts and hunters busied themselves with preparing dinner from the day's catch. Not all creatures in the forest were magical beasts. There were ordinary animals too. The ecosystem adhered to the law of the jungle, but magical beasts could sustain themselves by absorbing ambient magic. They hunted mainly to satisfy hunger or to consume other beasts' magical organs to strengthen themselves. Scouts meticulously examined the surroundings and set up alarm traps. Huo Ling wasn't idle either. He scanned the area with his mental power and, after confirming their safety, signaled to Li Feihong. Huo Ling then cast a spell, summoning several bone teeth and shooting them into the distance. Shortly after, a skeletal warrior returned with a dozen rats. The rest of the group watched in amazement, realizing that this skeletal warrior was even stronger than themselves. Li Feihong, in particular, felt immense pressure as a warrior. Huo Ling ignored their reactions and focused on his plan. He quickly cast a spell to transform the rat corpses into skeletal rats, then commanded them to spread out and hide several hundred meters around the camp as additional sentries. Dinner was soon ready, and Huo Ling cautiously used a detect poison spell on the food before eating. The night watch was to be carried out in shifts by the hunters and scouts, but Huo Ling still summoned 3 skeletal warriors to guard the camp from 3 directions. Back in the tent, Huo Ling entered a light meditation state, restoring his magic while slowly training. In this perilous world, he remained highly vigilant, knowing that he could only truly rely on himself. The team had ventured deep into the forest for 2 days, officially entering hunting mode. As they advanced, the number and level of magical beasts noticeably increased. The trees grew denser, the air thick with magical energy, and the ground was covered with layers of fallen leaves. Occasionally, the roars of wild beasts echoed in the distance. Members of the Iron Fist hunting group moved cautiously, their eyes scanning the surroundings. The scouts led the way, clearing paths and conducting reconnaissance. Suddenly, one of the scouts whispered, "Boss, there are a few horned lizards ahead. 2 adults and 5 juveniles." Li Feihong gave a decisive order. "Let's go." The team stealthily approached, stopping a few hundred meters from their targets. Several hunters swiftly climbed the trees, taking advantageous positions. They channeled their inner energy into their bows, arrows poised to strike. The horned lizard family was feasting on a dead deer-like magical beast, completely unaware of the impending danger. Whoosh! Several arrows shot through the air, hitting the adult lizard's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. The energy infused in the arrows exploded, instantly lethal. Before the adult lizards could fall, the hunter's second volley rained down on the juveniles. In a matter of moments, the entire horned lizard family was annihilated. Huo Ling hadn't even had a chance to act before the battle was over. He couldn't help but admire the hunter's prowess. The team quickly moved in to take photographs as evidence for academic credits. The hunters who had used their energy took the opportunity to recover. Despite the limited number of shots, each arrow had required significant energy. Li Feihong directed the team to collect valuable materials. The horned lizard's horns were precious magical organs, each worth about 3 magic stones. However, given the early stage of their journey, they had to reluctantly abandon the heavy scales. Over the next 10 days, the Iron Fist hunting group repeated this process, slaying nearly 100 magical beasts, most of them of ordinary black iron strength. The black iron beasts in the area were scattered, with the largest group numbering only about 10, making the hunting process unusually smooth. However, this smoothness left Huo Ling feeling idle. Most of the time, he could only watch as other team members shot arrows and dissected materials. Despite his lack of contribution, the agreement entitled Huo Ling to a third of the team's earnings, which stirred discontent among the others. Back in New South City for the settlement, tensions finally erupted. After receiving her share, Duan Suxin murmured, "Is that all we got?" Her partner, Hirueiji, overheard and, glancing at Huo Ling, raised his voice, "We worked our tails off for this, while the mage here did nothing and took more than both of us combined." The atmosphere grew tense. Although everyone understood the benefits of having a mage for protection, the current profit distribution was hard to swallow. While the others remained silent, their discontent was evident in their eyes. Li Feihong's face darkened, as recruiting Huo Ling had been his idea. Just as he was about to speak, Huo Ling interjected, "Seniorly, I'll withdraw to make things easier for you. I'll forego my share of the loot this time, aside from the academic credits." With that, he turned and walked away. Li Feihong wanted to stop him but was held back by Duan Hongyi. "Captain, let him go. Our small group can't hold on to someone like him." Li Feihong hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Huo Ling quickly packed his belongings and bid farewell to the team with a smile. Before leaving, he gently patted the head of the store clerk, Xiao Qing, saying, "Xiao Qing, I'll visit you guys again when I have time." Xiaoqing barely had time to process what was happening before seeing Huo Ling step out of the store and disappear down the street. Moments later, Li Feihong rushed out, sighing deeply as he watched Huo Ling's departing figure with a complex expression. Leaving the Iron Fist hunting group didn't cost Huo Ling much. The atmosphere had become awkward after he joined, and the 20-day hunt felt more like going through the motions. Although he gave up his share of 20 to 30 magic stones, he hadn't done much work anyway and still earned nearly 20 academic credits, so it wasn't a loss. After resting in the city for 2 days, Huo Ling went to the Academy's exchange center and spent 20 credits to learn a new spell, Fear. This spell could cause targets with lower mental strength than the caster to experience 3 to 5 seconds of terror, as if facing a natural predator. The spell required 2 seconds to cast, consumed 20 mana points, and had a range of 15 times the caster's mental strength. After using potential points to learn the spell, Huo Ling began preparing for solo hunting. Only when he personally shopped for supplies did he realize how much he needed to prepare. After spending an entire day gathering what he needed, Huo Ling took the train back to the outpost base. Alone in the bustling mission hall, Huo Ling walked to the counter and pointed to 2 simple, frequently posted tasks. Hello, I'd like to take on the tasks of clearing low-level beasts and gathering magic herbs. The girl behind the counter asked without looking up. Which team are you with? Solo, Huo Ling replied. The staff member looked up and gave Huo Ling a once-over before handing over a mechanical camera. You know the drill. This is the mission item. Keep the camera safe. If it gets damaged, there's no way to record your results. Taking the camera, Huo Ling turned and left. It was still early, so he decided to head out immediately. Walking along the dirt road outside the fortress, he declined an invitation from a small team and used a speed spell to advance alone. Entering the forest, Huo Ling summoned 8 skeletal warriors to patrol within a 200 to 300 meter radius. Periodically, he would scan the surroundings with his mental power to ensure no magical beasts were overlooked. As night fell, Huo Ling camped in a sheltered spot. He set up a spell for alertness, placed bone sentries, used a fire-starting spell to light a campfire, and roasted an apprentice-level magical beast for dinner. 2 days later, Huo Ling entered an area frequented by black iron-level beasts. He quickly spotted a herd of over 20 black-striped deer, most of them at the black iron level. Huo Ling marked the stags with his mental power and began sniping them with bone spikes. With several stags shot in the head, the rest of the herd panicked and fled. Huo Ling swiftly processed the kills, cutting off the valuable antlers worth 3 magic stones each, and took some venison for dinner. The skeletal warriors hoisted the deer carcasses, absorbing their energy as they walked. Following the trail of the fleeing deer, Huo Ling soon heard the sounds of intense fighting and spell explosions ahead. Realizing the deer might have encountered other predators, he lightened his footsteps and cautiously approached the source of the noise. The forest was dense, filled with the refreshing scent of vegetation. Yet, beneath its seemingly tranquil surface lurked deadly dangers. The ecosystem of this magical world mirrored that of Earth, where roles of predator and prey often reversed. At this moment, a pack of thorn-tailed wolves was ruthlessly hunting a group of fleeing striped deer. These black iron-tier magical beasts typically formed matriarchal family groups of 7 to 15 members. The female wolves were larger and more powerful, with the alpha female often reaching the level of a seasoned black iron warrior. While ordinary thorn-tailed wolves couldn't cast spells, their bodies, strengthened by long-term absorption of magic, made them formidable predators. Huo Ling cautiously crept closer. The scene of the hunt before him was harrowing. 11 thorn-tailed wolves had cornered the striped deer, with several already clamped in their jaws, blood streaming from their wounds. The deer, gripped by panic, could think of nothing but escape, unable to aid their captured kin. Yet, the wolves patrolling the perimeter intercepted any deer attempting to break free, herding them back into the deadly circle. The most striking figure was the alpha wolf, over 3 meters in length and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. It prowled around the deer, and with a sudden roar, Huo Ling sensed a gathering of magical energy. In the next instant, the alpha wolf unleashed a thorn bind spell, causing a mass of thorny vines to sprout from the ground, ensnaring several striped deer. The trapped deer let out terrified cries, struggling desperately. Instinctively, their magic-enhanced bodies broke the binding thorns repeatedly. However, the thorn-tailed wolves seized the opportunity, their jaws tearing into the deer's flesh. Sharp teeth pierced skin and severed throats, blood gushing forth. Unable to bear the cruelty of the scene any longer, Huo Ling abandoned his stealth and began summoning skeletal warriors. In an instant, nearly 30 skeletal warriors materialized around him, moving to encircle the wolves under his command. Simultaneously, a skeletal mage appeared at Huo Ling's side, and the 2 spellcasters started casting defensive spells. Mage shields and minor defensive armor enveloped Huo Ling as he launched his attack. Several bone spikes shot forth, precisely striking the heads of the trapped striped deer. Huo Ling, unwilling to let these poor creatures suffer further, decided to end their misery. As the deer's lives faded, 5 potential points flew towards Huo Ling, as if in gratitude. Kill them all, Huo Ling commanded, and the hidden skeletal warriors charged forward. Armed with spears, swords, and shields, they launched a fierce assault on the wolf pack. Though their spear throws lacked precision, their sheer numbers forced the wolves to scatter. The alpha wolf roared in fury, both at the loss of its prey and the perceived threat. Being a cunning magical beast, it quickly assessed the situation and decided to lead the pack in a breakout. The wolves bolted towards the weakest point of the defense, the alpha leading the charge at full speed. A skeletal warrior stood in the alpha's path, sword raised and shield ready. The alpha's eyes gleamed with cruelty as it leapt, jaws wide open. Its claws clashed with the shield, and using the momentum, it vaulted to the warrior's rear. It bit down on the warrior's waist, its sharp teeth piercing the bone armor. However, the expected gush of blood did not follow, leaving the alpha momentarily puzzled. At that moment, several clouds of gray mist enveloped the battlefield, and the skeletal warriors surrounded the wolf pack. A thorn-tailed wolf attempting to break through the encirclement was struck by a series of spells. First, a lesser weakness spell, followed by a touch of fatigue, both weakened but still effective. Finally, a ray of enfeeblement pierced the wolf's body, leaving only a faint whimper as it fell. Despite being cornered, the alpha wolf did not give up. It mustered its remaining magical energy and cast another thorn-bind spell. The rapidly growing thorns ensnared several approaching skeletal warriors, their sharp barbs scraping against bones. Though it only ground away some bone dust, it bought the wolf pack precious time. The skeletal warriors struggled fiercely against the entangling thorns. They swung their bone swords and spears, trying to break free from the constraints. After expending his magic, the Wolf King noticed his pack being slaughtered one by one, a look of torment flashing in his eyes. On the battlefield, the thorn-tailed wolves fell one after another. Some were fatally struck by spells, while others, under the influence of negative magic, were besieged by the skeletal warriors. Even with their thick fur, the wolves could hardly withstand the relentless assault of bone swords and spears. Spell attacks were relatively merciful. Bone spikes and negative energy rays pierced through their bodies, killing them instantly. The forest echoed with the wails of the thorn-tailed wolves, as glowing orbs continuously flowed into Huo Ling's body, transforming into potential points to enhance his power. The Wolf King roared in fury, contemplating abandoning his pack to flee, but Huo Ling and the skeletal mage quickly cast multiple negative spells on him. Despite his formidable physique, the Wolf King struggled against the effects, feeling as though invisible tentacles were dragging him down, rendering his limbs powerless and leaving him wanting only to collapse and rest. Suddenly, a bone cage locked the Wolf King tightly. He howled in despair, feebly clawing and biting at the cage. Just as he was about to gnaw a hole through it, Huo Ling intensified his magic, swiftly repairing the damaged sections. Several skeletal warriors, having broken free from their bindings, approached and thrust their spears through the gaps in the cage. The Wolf King writhed and roared in agony, but ultimately, he could not escape death, as blood gushed from the cage. With the Wolf King's demise, the forest was left with only Huo Ling alive. He calmly walked onto the blood-soaked battlefield, took out a mechanical camera, and photographed the corpses of the black-striped deer and thorn-tailed wolves, preparing to claim his rewards and academic credits. Facing the sea of corpses, Huo Ling found himself in a bittersweet dilemma. There were too many bodies, but their value was low, and his wristband's storage space was limited. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Ling decided to forego collecting the bodies and instead instructed the skeletal warriors to absorb the essence and souls of these black iron tier corpses. Though he could have resurrected these corpses, he considered the limited capacity of the bone graveyard and the fact that resurrected creatures would be weaker than the skeletal warriors, ultimately abandoning the idea. As the skeletal warriors began absorbing the essence from the corpses, Huo Ling approached the Wolf King's body. Using a bone knife, he cut open the carcass and employed Mage Hand to extract a walnut-sized green magic core from the Wolf King's heart. This black iron tier nature core was worth at least 50 magic stones and could be used to embed in a magic wand or inscribe nature spells. After wiping the magic core clean, Huo Ling stored it in his wristband and began casting spells on the Wolf King's body. He intended to resurrect the Wolf King as a skeletal giant wolf, to serve as his mount for the coming days in the forest. Soon, a 2-meter-tall skeletal giant wolf stood up. Huo Ling used magic to create a saddle on its back, covering it with a piece of black-striped deer hide, crafting a luxurious ride. Once the skeletal warriors had absorbed all the essence from the bodies, Huo Ling recalled most of them back to the bone graveyard, leaving 7 or 8 to continue scouting for other magical beasts. He preferred to hunt beasts with spell-like abilities, as they were more valuable, albeit stronger in combat. Riding on the skeletal giant wolf, Huo Ling ventured deeper into the forest. For him, the fate of the thorn-tailed wolves was merely an easy hunt. He could cast spells from a distance, letting the skeletal warriors take the brunt of the melee risks. Even if the skeletal warriors were destroyed, it mattered little to Huo Ling. Over the next few days, Huo Ling tirelessly hunted magical beasts in the forest. Each time a beast fell, he ordered the skeletal warriors to absorb the remains, leaving nothing to waste. This method of full utilization starkly contrasted with other hunting parties, which typically only took valuable parts and discarded the rest. For Huo Ling, these days of combat were more exhilarating than those in the city of the undead. The potential points gained from the beasts were comparable to those from the undead, and more importantly, absorbing their essence significantly strengthened the skeletal warriors. Now, over 20 skeletal warriors had reached the level of seasoned black iron. Though limited by Huo Ling's magical power, they couldn't break through to the peak of black iron. Riding his skeletal dire wolf, Huo Ling traversed the forest, periodically releasing his mental energy to scan the surroundings for traces of magical beasts. Suddenly, his expression tightened as he detected something unusual. Urging his mount towards the source, he soon found fresh bloodstains and signs of a large animal fleeing. A smile appeared on his face, thinking this could be an easy opportunity to obtain a magic stone. Following the trail, Huo Ling unleashed his mental energy to its fullest, not daring to be careless. Before long, a low growl reached his ears, and he caught up with the wounded magical beast, or rather, the beast had deliberately stopped, waiting for him. Through his mental scan, Huo Ling saw a shadow panther licking its wounds. He immediately grew cautious, for this was no ordinary black iron tier beast but a silver tier beast that had somehow ended up here. Judging by its injuries, Huo Ling surmised it had escaped from another hunting party. But there was no time to ponder. The priority was to finish the fight quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Just a silver deer, Huo Ling thought to himself, confident that he could handle it. He summoned all his skeletal warriors, keeping a few close for protection while the rest formed a squad to approach the shadow panther. Seeing this, the shadow panther ceased its pretense. Despite its deep wounds, it stood up cautiously, lowering its body, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the shadow panther let out a piercing roar, unleashing a terrifying spell-like ability, Shadow Shock. The silver magic made the attack immensely powerful, instantly sending several skeletal warriors flying, their bone armor shattering. The soul flames within their skulls flickered violently, but thanks to their seasoned black iron strength, they weren't completely destroyed. Huo Ling immediately countered, casting several lesser weakening spells. Though these first-tier spells had limited effect on a second-tier silver beast, they still managed to weaken the Shadow Panther's strength and speed. The battle intensified in an instant. The Shadow Panther's claws struck like lightning, sending a shield-bearing skeletal warrior flying, and its tail swept another in half. Yet, the bisected skeletal warrior stubbornly crawled towards the panther with its remaining hands. A flash of cruelty and anger crossed the Shadow Panther's eyes. It pounced on the upper half of the skeletal warrior, biting down on its neck and flinging the skull away. Even with its head cracked, the skeletal warrior still tried to advance by snapping its jaw. Seeing this, Huo Ling quickly ordered the warrior to hide to prevent its soul flame from extinguishing completely. The remaining skeletal warriors swarmed the Shadow Panther, encircling it tightly. Although some were sent flying several meters away, they relentlessly got back up and charged again, unyielding and fearless. Hundreds of meters away, Huo Ling and the skeletal mages didn't pause either, continuously casting negative spells. At the same time, negative energy beams and bone spires relentlessly targeted the Shadow Panther. While some spells were neutralized by the panther's magical aura, many landed true, inflicting new wounds. The Shadow Panther, enraged, tried to break through the encirclement to attack Huo Ling, but the skeletal warrior's defense was like an impenetrable fortress. Ultimately, with a final anguished cry, the silver-deer beast fell under Huo Ling's relentless assault. A light point surged into Huo Ling's body, another 10 potential points earned. Despite 8 skeletal warriors being severely injured, with the worst reduced to just a skull, and the others bearing various wounds, the cost was worthwhile. The Shadow Panther's spell-like abilities indicated it possessed a silver-deer magic core, worth at least 200 to 300 magic stones. Huo Ling personally extracted the magic core, then moved the injured skeletal warriors to the corpse, allowing them to absorb its blood and essence to heal. As the body was consumed, the condition of the skeletal warriors noticeably improved. Though not fully restored, their soul flames were no longer in danger of extinguishing. The battle scars were from yesterday. The Shadow Leopard was dead. The group arrived at the scene where Huo Ling and the Shadow Leopard had fought the day before, and the sight before them left them stunned. "Who dared to steal our prey?" roared a burly man in anger. "The bloodline of this Shadow Leopard's corpse is crucial for Xiao Yi. What do we do now?" And Rurue, the leader of the Starfire hunting party, furrowed her brow. She turned to a young girl in druid robes and asked, "Xiao Yi, can your Xiao He track down who killed the Shadow Leopard?" Xiao Yi crouched down and gently stroked a black magical beast by her side. After a moment, she stood up, her expression somewhat helpless. Xiaohei can only find a general direction. There aren't many traces left here. We'll have to rely on the scent from the opponent's weapon. Damn it! Those thieving scoundrels dared to snatch our prey. Linja, clad in armor, punched a nearby tree trunk in fury, causing bark to splinter. Then Rurue took a deep breath and made a decision. Let Xiaohei lead the way. This shadow leopard had some spell-like abilities. It must have a magic core. The magic core would also nourish Xiaohei's bloodline. Thus, the Starfire hunting party followed Xiaohei's scent trail in the direction Huo Ling had gone. They tracked the blood and scent left by the shadow leopard after the battle, as well as the odor clinging to the skeletal warriors under Huo Ling's command. Meanwhile, Huo Ling was unaware of the trouble heading his way. He continued hunting in the forest with a few well-preserved skeletal warriors. At a recently concluded battlefield, the corpses of 3 iron-rank magical beasts lay on the ground, and several skeletal warriors with incomplete skeletal structures were absorbing their essence. Suddenly, Huo Ling's mental senses detected a group of people approaching. He furrowed his brow, quickly summoned all the skeletal warriors from the cemetery, and hid them around the area, casting a defensive spell on himself. Before long, the members of the Starfire hunting party emerged from the trees and appeared before Huo Ling. "Missin, what's this? Have you taken a fancy to me, chasing me all the way here?" Huo Ling looked at the hunting party, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. And Rurue forced a smile. "Mr. Huo, we heard the sounds of battle and came to check it out. We didn't expect it to be you. Seen enough? You can leave now," Huo Ling said indifferently, clearly not wanting much to do with this group. And Rurue's smile stiffened, but before she could respond, the druid Xiaoyi whispered in her ear, "Sister Un, I sense the shadow leopard's aura nearby." Seeing this, Huo Ling had one of his skeletal warriors step forward defensively. Then Rurue took a deep breath and asked directly, "Mr. Huo, did you kill a silver-rank shadow leopard yesterday?" Huo Ling tightened his grip on his staff, his eyes scanning the 7 people opposite him with an amused expression. "That's right, I did kill a shadow leopard yesterday. Why, is there a problem?" "You stole our prey," Xiaoyi shouted angrily, her face turning cold. "Hey, Missy, you can't just say whatever you want. That shadow leopard was hard-won by me," Huo Ling replied with a cold smile, shaking his finger. Linja stepped forward, his expression serious. "We discovered that shadow leopard first yesterday and severely injured it. It just happened to escape, and you picked it up." Huo Ling raised an eyebrow, his tone provocatively. "So what? I killed it now. What do you want to do about it?" Linja drew his long sword, his gaze piercing as he stared at Huo Ling. "I want you to hand over the Shadow Panther's corpse and its mana core," he said, his voice as cold as ice. "You should know better than to take what isn't yours. Killing a heavily injured Shadow Panther isn't much of an achievement. You can take the photo to the Hunter's Center for the mission reward, but the corpse and the mana core must be returned to us." Unfazed, Huo Ling clapped his hands slowly, a playful smile on his face. "Well said," he exclaimed theatrically. "What if I refuse? Are you all planning to cut me down?" As Huo Ling's words faded, the members of Lin Jia's Stardust Hunters unknowingly positioned themselves into a combat formation. Melee fighters stood at the front, followed by archers and druids, while the rogues silently gripped their short weapons, ready to stealth and strike at any moment. Lin Jia held Huo Ling's gaze, his tone serious and earnest. "We don't want it to come to this. After all, we almost became teammates once. I hope you can be reasonable. This is the wild forest. We have 7 people, and you are alone." Huo Ling burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Trying to outnumber a necromancer, are you? Seems like you haven't faced the wrath of a spellcaster." With that, he gripped his staff and, with a command, summoned skeletal warriors hidden in the shadows. These bone-armored, weapon-wielding skeleton warriors formed a semicircle, trapping the Stardust Hunters in the center. Each skeletal warrior was at least of iron rank. Though their combat power was inferior to warriors of the same rank, their sheer numbers compensated for this disadvantage. The faces of the Stardust Hunters members turned pale as they realized their hunting gear and weapons were not ideal for combating skeletal warriors. Unless they could destroy the soul fire, their weapons, effective against other foes, would only shatter a few bones or armor pieces of the skeletons. Seeing the situation, Linja gathered his battle energy and shouted, "Be careful, everyone. No need to talk honor with this damned necromancer." With that, he summoned a warhorse and was about to charge. At the critical moment, Rue grabbed Linja and pulled him back. She turned to Huo Ling, her expression serious. "Huo, is this really necessary? Killing the Shadow Panther was a stroke of luck and skill. Our druid needs the corpse and the mana core. Could you part with them?" Huo Ling's eyes roved over in Rue. She wore light armor, enchanted and gleaming, both beautiful and practical. The intricate design highlighted her impressive figure, and the protective chest piece drew attention. The narrowed waistline accentuated her curves, making her look like a valkyrie. Huo Ling withdrew his gaze, dismissively saying, this is a silver-ranked beast. It's not something I would just give away. We don't have that kind of relationship. And Rue frowned, clearly displeased with Huo Ling's gaze. She took out a silver-ranked mana core from her spatial equipment and continued, we won't ask you to give it up for nothing. I'm willing to trade. This is also a silver-ranked mana core. I want to exchange it for the Shadow Panther's mana core. What do you think? Huo Ling took out the Shadow Panther's mana core, playing with it thoughtfully. It looks nice, but why should I trade it? Unable to hold back, the druid Xiaoya asked, what do you want then? Her beast companion, Xiao He, growled, clearly eyeing the mana core. Huo Ling glanced at the young Shadow Panther, which was nervously pawing the ground. He said leisurely, that depends on what you're willing to offer. Xiaoya's face turned frosty as she glared at Huo Ling. And Rue sighed, her expression complex. I didn't think this through. How about I add 2 iron-ranked mana cores to the trade? Huo Ling seemed indifferent to the deal and said casually, throw them over, let me see. Seeing this, Linja tried to stop and Rue, worried. And, be careful. He might just take our mana cores. And Rue gently pushed Linja's hand away and smiled. It's fine. I trust Huo isn't that kind of person. She tossed the 3 mana cores to Huo Ling. Huo Ling had a skeletal warrior pick up the mana cores and inspected them, impressed by the Stardust Hunter's wealth. He weighed the cores in his hand and, after assessing their gear, decided not to make things harder for them. And, you're generous. Here you go, Huo Ling said, throwing the Shadow Panther's mana core to her. Deal's done. And Rue caught the core and inspected it carefully. Xiaoya urgently asked, what about the corpse? Huo Ling pointed to the skeletal warriors around. The corpse? Do you think a necromancer would leave a usable corpse lying around? Of course, they've absorbed it. Xiaoya fumed. Damn it. She was frustrated, knowing the corpse would have greatly benefited her companion, Xiao He. Seniorin, the deal is done. You may leave now, Huo Ling said, pointing behind him to indicate that Enrurue should go. His tone was flat, but a glint of barely noticeable smugness flickered in his eyes. Enrurue rolled her eyes at Huo Ling, a faint smile playing on her lips. Junior Hua, until we meet again. She grabbed the still disgruntled Xiaoyi and turned to leave. On the way, Enrurue kept comforting the druid Xiaoyi. It's alright, Xiaoyi. Let Xiao He absorb the magic core first. Next time, I'll find you a leopard-like magical beast. Xiaoyi pouted, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. And yeah, you're too nice. People like him deserve to be taught a lesson. She muttered under her breath, calculating that if Xiao He could devour both the magic core and the body, the chances of activating its magical organs would greatly increase. The huntress Xiaoya, walking beside them, spoke softly, Sister Yi, it's not entirely his fault. We did lose the prey ourselves, and we chased it all day without catching it. She still held the enchanted hunting bow in her hand, the first person Huo Ling had seen at the Xingho hunting group. Hearing this, Xiaoyi immediately grabbed Xiaoya's ear, teasing her, Xiaoya, are you siding with outsiders now? Sister Yi, let go. I know I was wrong. Xiaoya quickly pleaded for mercy. After the Xingho group had walked away, Huo Ling also left with the skeletal warrior. He was secretly planning, despite the delay, the rewards were substantial: 2 black iron tier magic cores worth over 100 magic stones. Plus, the shadow leopard's body absorbed by the skeletal warrior could be exchanged for mission rewards at the outpost, making it a triple win. Huo Ling smacked his lips, slightly regretting about the group of pretty girls, but quickly pushed the thought aside. He had no time for romance. His priority was to continuously improve his strength. After nearly a month of hunting, Huo Ling had amassed a significant haul. His wristband space was filled with magic cores and valuable magical beast materials, along with a considerable number of potential points. He decided to return to the outpost to cash in these spoils, and then focus on enhancing his abilities. Upon returning to the outpost, Huo Ling swiftly handled all his affairs and took the train back to Xianan City. For the next 2 months, he hardly left his residence, dedicating himself entirely to meditation and spell research. When Huo Ling opened his eyes again, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. His attribute panel showed that he was now a black iron level 9 mage, just a step away from the silver tier. His mental power and magic had significantly increased, and although he had few potential points left, it had resulted in a notable boost in his abilities. Looking at the attribute panel, a satisfied smile appeared on Huo Ling's face. In less than a year, he had grown from a newly awakened high school student to his current strength. Besides a bit of luck, it was mainly his talent and hard work. With the new year approaching, Huo Ling decided to take a short break from the spiritual realm and return to Earth to spend time with his family. As he stepped through the portal, the chill of blue stars winter greeted him, and the festive atmosphere was everywhere. Back at his hometown, Huo Ling spent quality time with his family, but it was soon interrupted by a stream of visiting relatives. Huo Ling sighed inwardly, thinking that this was just the black iron tier. If he reached a higher level, it would be even harder to manage. Despite this, the Huo family's life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Huo Ling could earn nearly 1,000 magic stones a month, equivalent to tens of millions of dollars. He didn't exchange all of it, only using a portion to improve his family's living conditions, buying a house in the county center, and providing a better environment for his two younger brothers. Huo Ling hoped that his brothers could also awaken excellent talents so that the three of them could support each other in the future. He planned to earn more money to prepare some enchanted equipment that even mortals could use, making their awakening journey safer. Recalling his own dangerous experiences, Huo Ling became even more determined in this plan. After staying at home for a few days, Huo Ling left again. The enthusiasm of his relatives made him a bit uncomfortable. He preferred the feeling of growing stronger in the spirit realm over exchanging pleasantries with family. Upon returning to school, he brought gifts to wish his teacher, Huo Han, a happy new year. Huo Han had chosen to stay in the school's lab over the holidays instead of going home. When Huo Ling mentioned that he had reached the 9th rank of Black Iron, Huo Han's eyes widened in surprise. "Looks like you've been making quite a bit of money in the spirit realm," he teased, explaining that advancing in the Black Iron rank wasn't too difficult as long as one was willing to spend money on magic stones and potions that accelerated meditation. Huo Ling's heart skipped a beat, realizing that his training speed might be considered abnormal. He cautiously replied, "I did earn a bit." He understood that compared to his peers, his progress was indeed too fast. Normally, students at Tiannan University wouldn't advance to Black Iron until their second year, while he was about to break into silver before the end of his first year. After spending 2 days with his teacher and addressing some accumulated questions, Huo Ling bid farewell and prepared to return to Xianan City in the spirit realm. Before leaving, he exchanged some credits for a few new spells: Death Armor, Enhanced Skeleton, and Blind Deafen. These spells enriched his combat repertoire. Upon returning to Xianan City, Huo Ling noticed that the city was much emptier, as most people had gone back to Blue Star for the new year. This made hunting easier and more profitable. Despite having nearly 1,000 magic stones on hand, he decided to save them for future needs. After taking on a new task at the outpost, Huo Ling ventured deep into the forest, feeling the denser magical energy there. He pondered the reasons for the lower magical concentration around Xianan City, including the consumption by numerous practitioners, large energy storage devices, and the demands of magic herb plantations and magical beast farms. 4 days later, Huo Ling encountered a large group of petrifying baboons. These magical beasts, standing about 2 meters tall, had claimed a steep mountain as their lair. They were omnivorous, and some even possessed the ability to petrify. Huo Ling weighed the decision to attack the tribe, knowing that success could earn him at least 100 potential points. Ultimately, he decided to stay and observe first, assessing the strength of the petrifying baboon tribe. Concealed in the undergrowth, Huo Ling meticulously watched their movements and potential weaknesses, preparing thoroughly for a possible battle. After a day of observation, Huo Ling determined that this tribe had about 100 petrified baboons, 3 of which possessed spell-like abilities. These 3 must have magic cores, while the others were powerful humanoid creatures. Huo Ling planned to selectively revive some of them after the battle, turning them into skeletal warriors due to their high cost-effectiveness. Suppressing his thoughts, Huo Ling began searching for a suitable battlefield. With his current mental strength, he could start casting spells from a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, launching attacks unnoticed. However, his current attack spells Bone Spear and Negative Energy Ray were linear, limiting his effectiveness. If the distance was too far, trees might block the spells, wasting energy. Eventually, Huo Ling chose a tree tens of meters tall. He carefully climbed up, selecting a position that avoided most of the trees that could obstruct his spells. He summoned a skeletal mage and positioned most of his skeletal warriors nearby as a final line of defense. Once ready, Huo Ling began casting. A bone spear hovered by his side as he pondered the necessity of learning metamagic. Whether it was speeding up casting, increasing intensity, or extending range, these techniques would greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. It was noon, the sun at its peak. The petrified baboons were scattered around the mountain, seeking shade to rest. Some were playing, while others were even mating. Huo Ling chuckled softly and selected his targets. He and the skeletal mage cast spells simultaneously. 2 bone spears flew out with a sharp whistle, precisely hitting a pair of mating baboons. The first spear shattered the male's magical defense and then exploded its head like a watermelon. Blood splattered onto the female, who screamed in terror but was quickly silenced by the second bone spear. Huo Ling and the skeletal mage continued casting, one petrified baboon falling after another. Although there were occasional screeches from the mountain, the baboons didn't notice anything unusual. It wasn't until Huo Ling had killed nearly 30 that the strong smell of blood finally alerted the other baboons. The baboon king roared furiously, running up the mountain and seeing the bodies of its kin, many of which were its mates. Standing on a large rock, it let out a deafening roar, pounding the stone with its powerful arms and sending shards flying. However, It could see only the bodies and not the enemy. A large group of petrified baboons gathered, chattering loudly. Huo Ling frowned, worried that they might locate him through the spell trajectories. But he didn't stop, continuing to cast bone spears and negative energy rays. Finally, a baboon spotted the direction from which the spells were coming and alerted the others. The baboon king roared again, activating the magic in its core and casting stone armor, forming a grayish-white shield. It leaped into the air, smashing Huo Ling's bone spear mid-flight. Following its lead, dozens of petrified baboons charged towards Huo Ling, destroying everything in their path. Faced with this scene, Huo Ling remained unfazed. His 30 skeletal warriors were already prepared, each at the peak of Black Iron Tier 9. They formed a tight battle formation, with spearmen in front and sword and shield bearers on the flanks, ready to attack at any moment. Their weapons glinted with a cold, bony light, exuding a strong aura of the undead. Huo Ling continuously cast spells to strengthen the skeletal warriors, further enhancing the front line's power. With these spells, the already formidable skeletal warriors became even stronger, ready for the intense battle that was about to unfold. Roar! The petrified baboon king charged at the front of its pack, flanked by 2 female baboons with similar spellcasting abilities. This king stood a head taller than its peers, reaching a height of 3 meters, with its body covered in dense, needle-like fur. Its limbs were muscular, radiating immense power with every stride, shaking the ground beneath. Petrification! With their roar, 3 grayish-white beams shot from the mouths of these magical beasts, instantly striking the front line of skeleton warriors. The hit skeleton warriors immediately transformed from bone to stone, their black-gray bodies turning an ashen hue. Boom! The petrified baboon king roared and charged forward, sending the 3 petrified skeleton warriors flying. As they soared through the air, stone fragments flew off their bodies, their armor shattered, and even the bones beneath cracked. They landed far away, motionless. The initial attack was effective, and the petrified baboon king roared in excitement as more of its kin swarmed forward. However, the skeleton warriors were not easily defeated. Though their defensive formation had a gap, other skeleton warriors quickly filled in. These silent warriors swung their weapons, spreading the message of death. Empowered by soul energy, their sharp spears and blades easily pierced the bodies of the incoming petrified baboons. The wounds inflicted quickly turned gray and decayed under the influence of deathly soul energy. The petrified baboons were formidable opponents as well. Their immense strength caused significant damage to the skeleton warriors with each punch. Shields rang under the fierce attacks, some already on the verge of breaking apart. The petrified baboon king was particularly fearsome, mastering 2 types of spellcasting abilities, an exceptional trait among magical beasts. Most Black Iron Tier beasts never develop a magic core, let alone gain spellcasting abilities. Even those with a magic core typically master only one type of spell. Stone armor! The baboon king roared, and a powerful petrified armor enveloped its body, rendering the attacks of the skeleton warriors almost harmless. However, the battlefield wasn't occupied by skeleton warriors alone. There were also more powerful skeleton mages and Huo Ling. They had descended from the trees, riding skeletal beasts and ready to retreat at any moment. Spells erupted from their hands. Weaken, fatigue touch, blindness deafness. Debilitating spells rained down on the petrified baboons. Roar! The petrified baboon king, hit by the weakening spells, became not only physically weaker but also lost its vision and hearing. It flailed wildly, striking indiscriminately. Its body surged with magical energy, gradually dispelling the negative spells. After 7 or 8 seconds, it managed to counteract the blindness, regaining its sight and hearing. Fireball! 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 Huo Ling activated several magical scrolls in quick succession, sending fireballs into the petrified baboon horde, erupting in massive flames. These magical flames were no ordinary fire. They clung to the baboon's fur, burning fiercely. The smell of charred flesh filled the air, accompanied by anguished howls. Seeing this, Huo Ling nodded to himself, thinking it was time to learn a spell capable of causing large-scale damage. Fireball was indeed one of the most cost-effective spells, strong in single-target attacks and even more effective when cast consecutively. The battle grew increasingly intense, with the skeleton warriors and petrified baboons locked in a stalemate. The skeleton warriors formed tight formations, making the disorganized baboons seem like a rabble. However, the petrified baboons had incredible defense and strength, akin to a heavy cavalry unit. Petrified baboons continued to fall under the relentless attacks of spears and blades, while some skeleton warriors were dragged out of formation by the baboons' immense strength, then surrounded and smashed to pieces. Roar! The petrified baboon king spotted Huo Ling in the distance. It broke through the skeleton warriors' defenses, charging at Huo Ling with a thunderous roar. covered in blood. Both its own and that of its kinnet was filled with rage, eager to tear Huo Ling apart. But Huo Ling wasn't about to give it that chance. With a slight mental command, his skeletal wolf began to sprint. Maneuvering skillfully, Huo Ling maintained a distance of over 200 meters from the Baboon King. Initially, Huo Ling planned to eliminate the Baboon King's minions first, then deal with the king itself. But with the Baboon King relentlessly pursuing him, he had no choice but to handle this threat first. Magic surged within Huo Ling, casting a series of debilitating spells on the petrified Baboon King. Blindness. Boom. Suddenly blinded, the Baboon King crashed into a massive tree, splintering it with a thunderous impact. Bone Spike. Negative Energy Ray. Soul Lash. Offensive spells bombarded the Baboon King. The Soul Lash, in particular, caused excruciating pain despite not harming its soul. Under continuous assault, the petrified Baboon King was thrown into disarray. Unable to catch up or land a hit, it was constantly being attacked. This relentless onslaught shattered its resolve, leaving it desperate to escape. Unlike its kin trapped among the skeleton warriors, the Baboon King was alone. Realizing it couldn't win, it let out a roar to alert its tribe, then cast stone armor for defense and fled. The petrified Baboon King ran for its life, ignoring the attacks from behind. This strategy worked. Its natural vitality, enhanced by magic, far surpassed that of humans of the same tier. With its defensive spells, Huo Ling's attacks could wound but not kill it. Boss, there's something ahead. Huo Ling was fiercely engaged in battle, the sounds of combat attracting a nearby raiding party. A scout hurriedly reported to their leader. Just one guy. Looks like a necromancer. The man called the boss, chewing on a stalk of grass, lazily inquired, "How many people?" The scout smacked his lips and continued, "This guy's tough. He's got at least 20 or 30 skeleton warriors, and is hunting 50 or 60 petrified baboons. Among them, 3 have magic cores. If he wins, he'll have quite the haul." The boss showed a hint of interest. "Just one mage?" "Yeah, just one." The scout detailed everything he saw. The boss turned to a companion in a light robe. "What do you think, Second? Can we take him?" Second thought for a moment and cautiously replied, "Let's sneak up and take a look. If we get a chance, we strike. Necromancers can be tricky." "All right, let's go." The boss slapped his thigh excitedly. "If we can beat him, we take him out. If not, we help him with the baboons. Either way, we get a share." The entire team, led by the boss, moved towards Huo Ling. This raiding party was common around the forward base of New South City. In the vast, sparsely populated forest, only professionals dared to venture in, mostly to hunt magical beasts. But some, like this group, hunted people. They usually hunted magical beasts, but when they encountered other hunting parties, they would seize the opportunity to attack. Their goal was to kill everyone in the other party and loot their enchanted gear. Each piece of enchanted gear was valuable, especially jewelry, which could be worth hundreds of magic stones. Hunting a party could net them 2,000 to 3,000 magic stones, far more than hunting regular magical beasts. As the 8-member raiding party approached, the sounds of battle grew clearer. When they arrived, they saw Huo Ling being chased by the petrified Baboon King. The Baboon King, enraged, unleashed its magic, nearly catching up to Huo Ling. But Huo Ling was no pushover. His giant wolf mount darted nimbly, eluding the Baboon King. The raiding party greedily eyed the fallen petrified baboons while observing the intense battle. 2 or 3 dozen skeleton warriors were entangled with the baboons, unable to break free. "How about it, Second?" The boss smiled. Second analyzed the situation. The necromancer's power is all in his summons. His skeletons are tied up, and there's a skeleton mage over there. It's doable. Then let's do it. With the boss's command, the team slowly spread out, and 2 scouts entered stealth mode. Huo Ling had long sensed the approach of these people, his wariness increasing. "Hey there, we'll help you out." The boss, with a hearty smile, summoned a spectral warhorse. This specially bred magical beast, strong and enduring, was favored by knight-class professionals. The boss, in armor and wielding a lance, charged at the petrified Baboon King. His lance, crackling with energy, posed a significant threat to the Baboon King. His warhorse burst into a high-speed sprint, maintaining its speed even in the dense forest. The knight weaved through the trees, his aura surging like a tiger descending the mountain. "No need," Huo Ling shouted, frowning, feeling an increasing sense of unease. He suspected this party was here to take a share. "Ha ha ha, don't be modest, watch this." The knight was already close, his black aura flowing through his armor joints. His lance, like a striking snake, threatened the Baboon King. Using his warhorse's momentum, the knight delivered a lethal thrust. Damn it! Sensing danger, Huo Ling quickly tried to distance himself on his skeletal mount. But the knight pursued relentlessly, his warhorse a black streak, bypassing the half-dead Baboon King and heading straight for Huo Ling. Bang! Huo Ling's mage shield saved his life, shattering with a loud crack like glass hit by a baseball. Crash! Meanwhile, a concealed scout revealed himself, stabbing with a poison-coated dagger. Their energy, different from the knight's, had higher penetration, more effective against mage shields. The deadly poison on the dagger was far more lethal than Earth's, capable of killing within seconds if it broke the skin. Under the combined assault of the knight and the scout, Huo Ling's shield shattered. He quickly activated the spell inscribed on his robe, generating a new shield. Boom, boom, boom. But the new shield didn't last long as several energy-charged arrows flew in. These were the hunter's attacks, raining arrows upon him. Mage shield. Huo Ling grabbed a magic scroll from his bracelet, tearing it open to activate another shield. Younger brother, what are you doing? Don't use my scrolls, Huo Ling exclaimed, but it was too late. The battle was in constant flux. The knight laughed maniacally, his lance striking like raindrops. Nearby, the petrified baboon king roared in vain, unable to grasp anyone. In a critical moment, the distant skeletal mage, Malo, quickly cast a protective shield around Huo Ling. Not to be outdone, Huo Ling enveloped himself in a death armor, barely gaining a moment to breathe. Suddenly, a barrage of spells rained down scorching ray, arcane missiles, kinetic cone. Huo Ling's shield trembled under the intense assault. In the distance, a mage wielding a staff relentlessly cast spells, posing the greatest threat. Well done, brother, the knight laughed, his attacks growing more ferocious. Cursing, Huo Ling retrieved several scrolls from his bracelet. He swiftly activated defensive spells while hurling fireballs at the distant hunter. His heart pounded like a drum. Adrenaline surging. This was undoubtedly the most perilous moment of his life. The hunter scrambled to evade, giving Huo Ling a brief respite. Without hesitation, he downed a mana recovery potion. However, the danger was far from over. Two spells, Lesser Frost Orb and Lesser Shock Orb, suddenly struck Malo, nearly shattering his shield. At that moment, a hidden rogue emerged, dagger gleaming with poison, swiftly stabbing Malo. With his shield broken, the skeletal mage was in grave danger. Despite swinging his bone staff in retaliation, it was futile. The rogue easily dodged and severed one of Malo's bone legs. Seeing Malo in imminent peril, Huo Ling decisively summoned him back to the bone graveyard. The rogue hesitated for a moment, then turned towards Huo Ling. The situation grew increasingly dire. Huo Ling unleashed a flurry of fireballs, targeting both the petrified baboon and skeletal warriors, aiming to take them all down. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. Reluctantly, Huo Ling also recalled his battered skeletal warriors. If that's how it is, then no one will have it easy, Huo Ling muttered to himself. He released a dark mist to obscure the enemy's vision. Deprived of the skeletal warrior's distraction, the petrified baboon troop fell into chaos, some roaring wildly, others fleeing in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Ling rapidly cast a series of spells at the knight. Soul Lash, Lesser Weakness, Fear. The knight howled in agony, and his warhorse, terrified, defecated and bolted. The enemy mage quickly cast Dispel Magic, removing some of the effects. Huo Ling took the chance to summon a few less injured skeletal warriors, ordering them to entangle the knight. Though these warriors were heavily damaged and only at 60% of their full strength, they could still temporarily hold the enemy. Realizing he couldn't win, Huo Ling focused solely on escaping. He continuously cast the dark mist, shrouding the entire battlefield. However, the enemy mage's sensing abilities were extraordinary. There he is, the mage shouted, pointing out Huo Ling's location to his teammates. In an instant, several energy-infused arrows whizzed through the air, striking Huo Ling's shield and drastically depleting its power. Riding his skeletal direwolf, Huo Ling fled through the arrow storm, praying desperately to survive. The enemy mage's spells came down like a relentless storm, shattering Huo Ling's death armor with successive hits of cold orbs and kinetic cones. In the midst of the crisis, a hidden rogue suddenly appeared, tearing through Huo Ling's mage shield with a short blade enveloped in black energy. Huo Ling reacted swiftly, raising his staff to block the rogue's attack. Though rogues excel in sudden bursts and stealth, they lack the physical strength of knights and warriors. Huo Ling, a mage with a body tempered by magic, was not to be underestimated. Bone Spike. Huo Ling cast the first-level spell embedded in his staff twice, wounding the rogue in front of him. However, before he could catch his breath, another rogue charged at him, the eerie blue gleam of their short blade sending chills down Huo Ling's spine. In the nick of time, Huo Ling reactivated the shield spell on his mage robe, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. This was the second time his equipment had saved him, and Huo Ling vowed to stock up on more enchanted gear when he got back. Blinding Spell. Under the threat of death, Huo Ling's casting speed increased significantly. The negative spell hit the rogue in front of him instantly, blinding and deafening them. The experienced rogue instinctively tried to retreat, waiting for teammates to dispel the effect or for it to wear off. But Huo Ling wouldn't miss this opportunity. Filled with rage, he rode his skeletal direwolf forward, swinging his nearly tumter-long bone staff with all his might in a skull-crusher attack. Bang! The staff smashed into the rogue's head, like a baseball bat hitting a watermelon, sending red and white splattering everywhere. Huo Ling didn't have time to collect the spoils. His priority was to escape. Dark mist, death armor. Desperate to flee, Huo Ling cast spells in quick succession to buy himself time. The enemy hunters and mages' long-range attacks were barely deflected by his shield, and catching up to Huo Ling on his skeletal direwolf was no easy task. The only enemy knight was currently entangled with the skeletal warrior Huo Ling had left behind, unable to break free. Meanwhile, a group of berserk petrified baboons attacked all humans indiscriminately, giving Huo Ling a chance to catch his breath. Damn it! The knight, besieged by the skeletal warrior and the petrified baboons, shouted in fury as he watched Huo Ling get further away. Seeing they couldn't catch Huo Ling, the others abandoned the chase and turned to deal with the remaining baboons. After the battle, a hunter dragged the headless rogue's body to the knight. The knight yelled angrily, "Useless! All of you are useless." A rogue getting his head smashed by a mage with a staff. Another injured rogue hung his head, saying nothing. The second mage muttered under his breath, "I told you to cover your face, but you didn't listen. Now look what happened." The knight calmed down and asked, "What's the plan now, second?" A cold glint flashed in Second's eyes. "Clean up the battlefield. We'll head back and circle around the outpost. Then we'll split up to gather information on that lone necromancer. We need to eliminate him. Leaving him around is a constant threat." Huo Ling ran non-stop, seething with anger. The battle had not only cost him his prey but also inflicted heavy losses. Out of more than 30 skeletal warriors, only about 10 remained, all severely injured. His skeletal mage had barely survived. A large number of spell scrolls and mana potions were depleted, amounting to a loss of 100 or so magic stones. The most infuriating part was that he gained nothing but potential points. Grinding his teeth, Huo Ling replayed the faces of those people in his mind, wishing he could tear them apart. The petrified baboons he had painstakingly acquired were almost his, only to have the prize snatched away. Worse, he had nearly lost his life. Huo Ling was grateful for his considerable strength, which had prevented the group from succeeding. He realized he couldn't underestimate the outlaws lurking in the forest. Despite his caution, he had almost been caught off guard. The continuous spell attacks from that mage suggested they were at least a seasoned iron rank evoker. And that knight charging at the front left a deep impression on Huo Ling. Thinking of the knight's arrogant face made his teeth grind in anger. "I'll remember you." Huo Ling swore silently. But he quickly calmed down, realizing now wasn't the time for revenge. Patience was key. He needed to bide his time and rebuild his strength. Huo Ling continued his escape, killing any lone magical beasts he encountered along the way. He used their essence to heal his skeletal warriors. Those apprentice-level beasts he once ignored were now all targets. A few days later, Huo Ling finally returned to the outpost. Without resting, he found an inn near the gate and checked in. He didn't report the attack to the authorities, knowing it wouldn't guarantee capturing the culprits. He planned to seek vengeance personally once he was stronger. Daring to target him, Huo Ling had already sentenced them to death in his heart. For the next 2 weeks, he watched the hunting parties returning from the forest daily, hoping to spot his attackers, but to no avail. After checking out from the outpost, Huo Ling returned to New South City. His magical power had reached the peak of the Black Iron tier, and his meditation technique revealed 2 new secret spells, the Tomb of the Dark Warrior and the Underground Prison of the Spectre. Both of these spells could be inscribed when breaking through from Black Iron to Silver, but Huo Ling could only choose one. Once chosen, the other spell would be hidden. Huo Ling carefully studied the effects of both secret spells. The Tomb of the Dark Warrior would grant a dimensional space to house dark warriors, while the Underground Prison of the Spectre would allow for a dimensional space to contain specters. Both Dark Warriors and Specters are Silver-tier summoning spells and are signature summons of necromancers. Dark Warriors are melee fighters equipped with sturdy armor, strong bodies, and exceptional combat skills, forming the backbone of the Death Kingdom's army. Specters, on the other hand, are ghostly undead beings with semi-transparent forms that can evade most physical attacks but are vulnerable to spells and enchanted equipment. Specters attack by possessing enemies and tormenting their souls with death magic. After weighing the pros and cons, Huo Ling ultimately chose the Tomb of the Dark Warrior. This decision considered not only the difficulty of creation but also reputation issues. On Blue Star, creating a specter required torturing a practitioner for a month, a practice that would be hard for the public to accept. Moreover, Huo Ling remembered his spirit realm teleportation beacon in the city of ghouls, where the Corpse King was an ideal material for creating dark warriors. After selecting the secret spell, the system listed the required materials: a tier 1-dimensional stone, a helmet of a fallen warrior, enchanted Styx water, and a tombstone from the netherworld. Huo Ling began collecting these materials, with the most expensive being the tier 1-dimensional stone, valued at 500 magic stones. He spent a day searching the black market and purchased an enchanted helmet stained with the blood of a fallen warrior. The other materials needed to be ordered from the academy. While waiting for the materials, Huo Ling didn't remain idle. He crossed back to the Green Vine tribe, now stronger than before. He first went to the city of ghouls to hunt ghouls and replenish his bone graveyard. Although the newly added bone warriors were only apprentice tier, Huo Ling planned to take them to the forest to level up later. Upon returning to the Green Vine tribe, the Goblin chief, Guy, led the tribe's warriors in a prostrate welcome for Huo Ling's return. Huo Ling coldly assessed the black iron tier Goblin warriors, briefly considering turning them into bone warriors. However, he soon realized that these black iron tier bone warriors would be of little use to him as he approached the silver tier. So he decided to keep the goblins for now. Lead the way and show me the magic herbs you've been cultivating these past few months, Huo Ling commanded coolly, following Guy to inspect the herb harvest, while the other goblins were dismissed with a wave of his hand. They arrived at the former shaman's hut, and with a sweep of their mental power, they sensed the female goblin inside, who was once a goblin assistant, now busy with her tasks. Feeling the presence of Guy and Huo Ling, the once busy goblin assistant, Sony, trembled and quickly knelt down. Sony, fetch the magic potions for the master, Guy reminded from behind Huo Ling. Sony, snapping out of her daze, hurriedly rose and retrieved a wooden box from the room. Inside, the box was neatly arranged with well-preserved magic potions, most of which were snakeweed used for making mana-stirring potions, roughly estimated to be worth around 100 magic stones. Master, we've also brought the magic stones we've recently collected, Guy said, bowing and signaling the goblins outside to bring in the harvested magic stones. Huo Ling picked up a magic stone and carefully examined the remaining stones in the box, estimating about 50 to 60 units. He couldn't help but think to himself, the goblin tribe's earning speed is really slow. They've only made less than 200 magic stones in half a year, while I can make several hundred in just a month in New South City. But then again, this doesn't require personal labor, so it's better than nothing, just some extra income. Huo Ling sensed Sony's condition and was surprised to find that she had reached the peak of the apprentice level, on the verge of breaking through to the black iron tier. After a moment of thought, he summoned Sony's mentor, the skeletal mage, Malo. Sony, you've been doing well lately. Keep up your training and aim to break through to black iron soon. I've summoned your mentor. Spend some time together. With that, Huo Ling left the hut with Guy to inspect his Green Vine tribe. Sony watched Huo Ling leave, then turned to the skeletal Malo, tears welling up in her eyes. Malo's body had not yet been repaired. His already small skeleton was now even more broken, with scars all over his bones and one leg even fractured. Teacher, Sony choked, gently touching Malo's shattered skeleton. The soul fire in Malo's eyes flickered. Though he possessed Malo's memories as an undead being, he couldn't understand why Sony, the female goblin before him, was so sad. He thought perhaps he should comfort this poor living being, so he reached out his withered hand and gently patted Sony's head. Teacher, Sony couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. A month quickly passed, and all the materials were ready. Huo Ling rented a training room in New South City and officially began his breakthrough journey, embarking on the final meditation for the black iron tier. Compared to others, Huo Ling was more confident in his breakthrough. While others might need a long time to overcome bottlenecks in their training, Huo Ling had an attribute panel that allowed him to break through bottlenecks by burning potential points, the only difference being the amount of potential points consumed. As the last trace of mana was replenished, the mana within Huo Ling began to transform. The boiling mana surged in his body, gradually turning from black to silver. Success. He had officially entered the silver tier. But this was not the end. More important tasks awaited. Huo Ling began to outline spell runes in his mana space, immersing and fusing the prepared materials one by one. These materials continually fused, eventually forming a small coffin, which Huo Ling then absorbed into his body. In the mana space, the coffin landed on the mana vines grown from the black iron tier secret technique, Seed of the Bone Graveyard. The vines surrounding Huo Ling's mana space seemed to sprout a new main trunk, growing more silver vines. Eventually, the coffin hung like a small fruit on the vines. The Tomb of the Dark Warrior. Success. Silver Mage, here I come. Huo Ling continued his meditation, and with a flick of his mental power, the magic stones in the training room shattered, releasing a large amount of mana. He greedily absorbed this mana, claiming it as his own. This was his first training session in the silver tier, the effect being the best, and the more mana he absorbed, the greater the advantage he would have in his silver tier training. After 4 days of continuous meditation, Huo Ling finally awoke from the training room, his body filled with dense mana. This was a sign of just having broken through, and not yet being able to fully control his mana. He called up the attribute panel to check his latest attributes. Name, Huo Ling. Race, human. Tier, second tier silver mage, rank 1. Strength, 18.3. Constitution, 17.5. Agility, 17.1. Mental power, 186.4 186.4. Mana, 1864 1864. Skills, Dark Breath Meditation. 0 tier spells, Bone Fong Minor Healing. First tier spells, Bloody Bones, Bone Shaping, Soul Reconstruction, Bone Revival, Bone Armament, Bone Spike, Mage Shield, Comprehend Languages, Light Healing, Negative Energy Ray, Bone Cage, Soul Whip, Eagle Eye, Lesser Weakness, Eye of Detection. Secrets, Bone Graveyard 4343, Tomb of the Dark Warrior 010. Potential points, 236. A first-rank silver mage with nearly 2,000 mana points. This mana was of higher quality, making the spell attacks at least twice as powerful compared to the Black Iron tier. For instance, Bone Fong, a 0-tier attack spell, had an attack power of about 7 units at the apprentice level, but now, after breaking through to the silver mage level, its attack power had reached around 30 units, comparable to the previous lowest version of Bone Spike, a first-tier spell. Not only had the attack power greatly increased, but the casting speed was also faster. On average, he could cast a first-tier spell in just over a second, and 0-tier spells were almost instant. Huo Ling nodded in satisfaction. His current strength was not yet his full potential. Once fully prepared, he would properly entertain those who ambushed him in the forest. As for seeking revenge during the Black Iron tier, that was sheer folly, not something Huo Ling would consider. He intended to crush them with overwhelming strength, leaving no room for accidents. There was no need to take risks. Given enough time, he could crush them with just a finger, so why gamble with his life? This time, his meditation also revealed new spells, which greatly excited Huo Ling. Eagerly, he opened his spellbook and scanned the names of the spells. Preservation of the Dead, Dark Warrior's Coffin, Warrior's Curse Mark, Cold Iron Armament, Dark Warrior's Soul, Tainted Spear, Negative Energy Burst, and Undead Lieutenant. The first 5 spells were for creating Dark Warriors, which aligned with the secret arts he had chosen. Huo Ling calculated that Iron tier spells required only a dozen or so credits, while Silver tier spells could cost hundreds of credits, or even several hundred magic stones if purchased externally. He was secretly relieved that he had just advanced to Silver tier and still had some savings. However, looking at those enticing spells, he couldn't help but worry about future expenses. The life of a mage is a constant cycle of earning and spending money. Spells, magical materials, and learning new skills all require substantial amounts of money. Huo Ling knew well that even though mages could earn money quickly, they often spend it even faster. After deciding to continue his seclusion to learn a few spells, Huo Ling focused on his spellbook. However, 4 days later, he emerged from his studies, exhausted. The difficulty of learning Silver tier spells far exceeded his expectations, with each spell requiring 100 potential points. Seeing his dwindling potential points, Huo Ling realized he couldn't master all the spells needed to create Dark Warriors. After some deliberation, he decided to learn 2 spells that would enhance his combat abilities, Tainted Spear and Negative Energy Burst. The power of these spells left Huo Ling in awe. He calculated that a single Tainted Spear could destroy all his previous defenses. Huo Ling recalled the practitioners on Blue Star who possessed bloodline abilities, such as Dragon Vein Mages and Celestial Bloodline Clerics. They might be able to fight across tiers, but for ordinary mages, this was nearly impossible. After mastering the 2 spells, Huo Ling decided to venture out to earn more credits and potential points. He gathered his equipment, took a ride to the outpost base, and then entered the forest outskirts. At this point, Huo Ling easily dispatched the once troublesome magical beasts. His skeletal warriors swiftly absorbed the essence of the beasts, continually strengthening themselves. Huo Ling realized that these Iron-tier skeletal warriors could only be used for clearing out minor enemies in the future. Only those like Number 1, who had awakened intelligence, had the potential to advance to Silver tier. Over the course of more than 3 months, Huo Ling continuously hunted magical beasts on the forest outskirts, accumulating credits. He even successfully slaughtered several medium to large magical beast groups. His identity as a necromancer gave him a significant advantage in pursuing scattered beasts, as his skeletal warriors could always cleverly surround and intercept them. Lately, Huo Ling has been cautious about venturing deep into the forest. His arsenal of attack spells includes only 2 at the silver level, and he hasn't mastered any supporting spells. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to operate in the outer areas instead. Over the course of more than 3 months, Huo Ling diligently hunted and accumulated nearly 1,000 potential points. His mechanical camera's film was nearly exhausted, capturing numerous scenes of magical beasts being slain. These photos could potentially be exchanged for several hundred academic credits, enough to acquire some new spells. Huo Ling pondered to himself that if it weren't for the low efficiency and the risk of encroaching on the survival space of lower-tier professionals, he would have preferred to continue this steady and cautious approach. Despite the slow progress, the safety factor was high. Upon returning to the forward base, Huo Ling immediately submitted the hunting photos and received over 800 credits. He then sold the harvested magic cores to the local guild. 3 months of hard work brought him more than 2,000 magic stones in profit, limited only by the space in his wristband, as a large amount of materials had been absorbed by the skeletons. From the hunted magical beasts, aside from keeping the magic cores, other parts were either absorbed or extracted for their soul essence and flesh essence. Now, Huo Ling's wristband space stored hundreds of these essence composites, which could be used as supplements for cultivating skeletons or other undead creatures. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Huo Ling rented a hotel room, deciding to take a few days off. 3 months of continuous effort had left him in dire need of rest. After resting, Huo Ling began studying spells for creating dark warriors. He focused on learning a series of spells including corpse preservation, warrior sigils, dark warrior's soul, cold iron armament, and dark warrior's coffin. Completing this entire process to create a dark warrior took at least a month, with most of the time spent waiting. In addition, Huo Ling exchanged for 3 advanced spells from the school: armor, blink, and human immobilization. Studying 8 spells in succession left Huo Ling mentally exhausted, and even with potential points to accelerate the process, it took nearly a month to fully master them. Without the acceleration, 8 months wouldn't have been enough. After finishing his studies, Huo Ling opened his eyes, his face showing clear signs of fatigue. He decided to take a good rest first. After recuperating, Huo Ling returned to Blue Star and reported his breakthrough to the silver level to his teacher, Huo Han. Huo Han was amazed at Huo Ling's rapid advancement from iron to silver in just over a year, believing that the inheritance from the spiritual realm was exceptionally well suited to Huo Ling's physique. Huo Han asked Huo Ling about his future direction, whether he would specialize in necromantic attack spells or summoning. Huo Ling expressed his intention to continue focusing on summoning undead creatures, particularly dark warriors. Upon learning that Huo Ling's inheritance included this set of spells, Huo Han felt quite pleased. Finally, Huo Han decided to personally guide Huo Ling in creating dark warriors, allowing him to learn through practice. Huo Ling was immensely grateful for this opportunity, as despite mastering the spells, he lacked practical experience and felt uncertain about it. Now, Huo Ling stood in the laboratory, intently watching every move his teacher, Huo Han, made. This hands-on observational learning was far more effective than figuring things out on his own. Huo Han pointed to the 3 hulking gnoll corpses on the ground and began explaining the steps to create a dark knight in detail. These Silverdeer professionals' bodies were procured from Shinan City, Huo Han explained. After all, only we necromancers have any use for such materials. As magic surged, Huo Han started performing a series of complex spells. Enchantments were inscribed into the corpses, their souls were extracted and fortified, and finally, a set of heavy cold iron armor was fitted onto the bodies. Huo Han pointed to the runes on the armor and continued, "The school has ready-made equipment and rune templates, which can save us a lot of time. I ordered 10 sets this time. You can take the remaining 7. Huo Ling gratefully thanked him, mentally calculating the value of this gift. Each set of equipment was worth about 150 magic stones, so 7 sets amounted to over 1,000 magic stones, a generous offering indeed. Huo Han continued his demonstration, infusing the runes into the armor and placing the bodies into specially crafted cold iron coffins. The entire process took a day, thanks to Huo Han's skills as a gold-tier mage. A month later, the 3 Dark Knights were successfully revived. With a comprehensive understanding of the creation process, Huo Ling officially left his teacher's guidance. Back in the city of the undead, Huo Ling began crafting his own Dark Knights. He chose the city's corpse kings as his raw materials. These mindless bodies with Silverdeer combat power were ideal candidates. To identify the corpse kings hidden among ordinary zombies, Huo Ling created over 200 skeletal warriors as detection tools. Leading this bony army, he arrived at a building housing over 1,000 zombies. Huo Ling cautiously hid in a building 100 meters away, directing the skeletal warriors to inspect each zombie one by one. Skeleton blades could easily slice through ordinary zombies. Those that couldn't be cut but would wake up were iron-tier zombies, and those that were unharmed and could retaliate were the coveted Silverdeer corpse kings. Using this method, Huo Ling finally found the perfect materials needed to create his Dark Knights. A zombie king was awakened by skeletal warriors, its blood-red eyes opening in fury. With a deafening roar, it raised its massive hand and smashed the nearest skeletal warrior into fragments, bone shards scattering everywhere. Unrelenting, the zombie king listened intently, nostrils flaring to catch the scent in the air. It then swept through the entire floor like a whirlwind, obliterating every skeletal warrior in its path. The moment Huo Ling noticed the zombie king, he immediately ordered all skeletal warriors to halt. This decisive action saved the remaining warriors. Once the zombie king calmed down, a victorious smile appeared on Huo Ling's face. "Zombie king, you are mine," he murmured, beginning to gather his magical energy, ready to cast a spell. With a gesture, a rune appeared in the air. infused with continuous streams of magic. Spear of corruption, he shouted, and a short spear formed from pure magic, shooting straight towards the zombie king's head with immense force. Despite the zombie king's incredible vitality, this lethal strike caused it to struggle briefly before finally succumbing to the underworld. Huo Ling ordered the skeletal warriors to transport the zombie king's body. This was his first acquisition of a qualified silverdeer corpse. Over the next month, Huo Ling continuously cast spells, eventually creating a prototype dark warrior. Time flew by, and a month later, Huo Ling stood before 15 coffins, ready to validate his work. As the final spell concluded, the first coffin creaked open from the inside. A tall, dark warrior, clad in heavy black armor inscribed with glowing green runes, stepped out. Green soul flames flickered at the joints of its armor, the source of its power. Within the cold iron armor, the warrior's body had transformed into a semi-energy form composed of soul flames and its corpse. The dark warrior was skilled in various melee weapons and possessed a range of combat skills such as cleaving strike, evil blow, and frenzied slash. Its soul power functioned similarly to a warrior's battle aura, enhancing the potency of these skills. With the sound of metal scraping, the dark warrior approached Huo Ling, knelt on one knee, and plunged its sword into the ground. Bowing its head, it spoke in a voice resonating with soul fire, "My master, I shall be your sword and shield until I return to the underworld." Over the next 2 days, the remaining 14 dark warriors also awakened. This formidable army gave Huo Ling a profound sense of security, their combat prowess comparable to warriors of the same tier. Now, Huo Ling alone commanded a force equivalent to a small squad of silverdeer warriors. Huo Ling decided it was time to make a comeback. Besides the 7 sets of equipment gifted by his mentor, he had purchased 8 additional sets and materials for crafting spell solutions. Huo Ling was now virtually penniless, having invested everything into these dark warriors. A rough estimate placed the cost of creating a single dark warrior at about 200 magic stones, and this was only because Huo Ling had obtained the silverdeer corpses himself. Buying such corpses would have been even more expensive. Huo Ling couldn't help but sigh at the massive financial requirements to maintain such a powerful force. He began to miss the skeletal warriors, which were far more economical, requiring little more than a corpse and ready for battle upon completion. With his newly formed army, Huo Ling returned to New South City, ready to seek revenge. Though the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, Huo Ling had little patience. He had planned his revenge ever since breaking into the silver tier, but at that time, his strength was insufficient, and he had many other matters to attend to. Now, with his enhanced power and no immediate goals for further improvement, it was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores while making some money. Finding his enemies was no easy task, especially since 6 months had passed, and there was no guarantee they were still in New South City. Huo Ling also lacked reliable sources of information, making his search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After careful consideration, Huo Ling decided to start with the black market. He recalled the war helmet he had previously purchased, which was likely stolen goods. Most items like these were of dubious origin, with only a few possibly retrieved by well-meaning individuals from the forest. With this in mind, Huo Ling made his way to New South City's black market. Located in the old northern district, it was an area that had existed since the city's founding. Over the years, as the city expanded, this zone remained undeveloped due to its low land value, becoming a shadowy place where the black market thrived. Huo Ling knew that such gray areas existed with the tacit approval of higher-ups. No matter how strict the laws, human greed was insatiable, and as long as there was profit to be made, people would always take risks. He approached a familiar stall, the same one where he had bought the war helmet. The stall displayed various enchanted items, mostly well-preserved and catering to warriors' needs for armor, shields, and weapons. The equipment bore the marks of battle, clearly having seen much use. Looking for something specific? The stall owner, a middle-aged man, greeted Huo Ling warmly as he stopped by. Huo Ling picked up an enchanted iron bracer and looked the owner in the eye. "I need to find someone." The stall owner's smile froze, and his tone turned cold. "You're asking the wrong person, pal. I just sell a few trinkets. If you're looking for someone, you better ask around the city. Put that down if you're not buying." Unfazed, Huo Ling set the bracer down and released his silverdeer magical aura. He took out 10 magic stones from his bracelet and placed them gently on the stall. The stall owner's expression faltered, though he tried to maintain his composure. "So you're a silverdeer. Big deal. I've got silverdeer backing me too." Huo Ling remained calm and added another 10 magic stones. "Are you sure about that?" The stall owner's eyes were glued to the stones, but he continued to resist. "There are rules in this line of work, pal. I just sell gear. I can't help you find someone." Huo Ling smirked and removed 5 stones from the pile. "Are you really sure?" Finally, the stall owner relented, grabbing the remaining 15 stones and forcing a smile. "Go to the Black Blood Tavern and find Fatty. He's a broker who sells information." Finding people is his specialty. Huo Ling tossed the 5 stones back onto the stall and walked away with a light chuckle. I knew you were a smart man. In Xian City, the streets are filled with people who live by the sword, risking their lives daily. Even fresh graduates, after a few years in this chaotic environment, become seasoned and adept. The constant gamble with life and death leaves them mentally and physically exhausted, making occasional entertainment a necessity. Without it, the relentless stress could easily lead to a breakdown. Bars, clubs, and other entertainment venues are ubiquitous in Xian City, offering high-quality services. Particularly, the trade of alcohol and companionship is rampant, both in the city and at the frontier bases, despite efforts to eradicate it. Where there is demand, there is a market, and where there is profit, there will always be those willing to take risks. Hey Shui Bar is a well-known establishment in the old town. Although Huo Ling usually has little interest in bars, the reputation of this one drew him in quickly. As he stepped inside, it felt like entering another world. Deafening music filled the air as people danced wildly. Under the dim, seductive lights, smoke swirled. The scent of alcohol was pervasive, enhancing the atmosphere of intoxication. Men and women of all ages and backgrounds gathered here. This scene was a refreshing change for Huo Ling, something he had never seen in the bars on Blue Star. Huo Ling approached the bar counter and glanced at the pricey drink menu, where even the cheapest drink cost a magic stone, with some going up to dozens or hundreds. 1 blazing blood, he ordered, handing over 3 magic stones. The bartender performed a series of elaborate maneuvers before presenting Huo Ling with a drink that looked like boiling blood. He frowned slightly and took a sip. To his surprise, it was cool and refreshing at first, followed by an explosive sensation, and finally leaving a hint of freshness. Moreover, the drink seemed to make his magic more active. Huo Ling couldn't help but wonder what the more expensive drinks would be like. I need to find someone, Huo Ling said to the bartender. Who are you looking for? The bartender asked routinely. I'm looking for Fatty. The bartender nodded towards a corner. If you're looking for Fatty, that's him over there. Huo Ling turned and saw a chubby man joking with 3 women in a booth. After thanking the bartender, he walked straight towards them, pushing aside a drunk girl trying to cling to him on the way. Fatty squinted at Huo Ling as he unceremoniously took a seat. A woman in a mini skirt and black stockings knelt on the sofa, giggling. Hey handsome, want to join us? Brother, have a drink with us? Fatty invited. I'm here to find someone. I heard you have good connections. Huo Ling declined politely. The woman in the mini skirt leaned closer, draping her arm over Huo Ling's shoulder. Who are you looking for? Handsome? Maybe it's me. You girls go out for a bit. Come back later, Fatty said, patting her on the butt. After the 3 women left, swaying their hips, he lit a cigarette and asked, Who are you looking for? You know the rules here? What rules? First, you pay a deposit. Whether I can help you or not, the money is non-refundable. Huo Ling frowned but quickly relaxed. I believe you can find them. Who are you looking for? Huo Ling described in detail the members of the 8-person raiding party that had attacked him before. Your enemies? Yes, they ambushed me earlier. The deposit is 50 magic stones. Once the job is done, you'll owe me another 150. Come back in 3 days for the information. Huo Ling paid the deposit. That's quite a price. I hope it's worth it. Don't worry, Fatty said, pocketing the stones. Seeing Huo Ling about to leave, he added, brother. Why not stay and have some fun? Those girls are pretty good. Huo Ling glanced at the 3 waiting women. They were probably hunters among the combat professionals, with slender and fit bodies, likely very flexible, and their strength was at the apprentice level. He waved his hand. I won't take your fun away. Enjoy yourself. Although the women were attractive, they didn't interest Huo Ling. With his power as a silver mage, finding a girl was a trivial matter, so there was no need to linger here. 3 days later, Huo Ling found himself once again in the dimly lit environment of the Black Blood Bar. He walked straight to the booth where the fatty sat, who was reclining lazily with a knowing smile on his face. I found the person you're looking for, Huo Ling said bluntly. The fatty remained silent, though a glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Huo Ling understood and pulled out the remaining magic stones from his pocket, pushing them in front of the fatty to complete the payment. With a wave of his hand, the magic stones disappeared as if they had never been there. You're looking for the light hunters, the fatty finally spoke, his voice low and raspy. Light hunters? Huo Ling frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. The fatty nodded in confirmation and continued. Yes, the light hunters. There were originally 8 members, but one of their rovers died in battle 6 months ago. They recently filled the vacancy. He paused, recalling the details. The leader is a seasoned Iron Knight, and the second in command is an experienced Iron Elementalist. They're brothers. The group also includes 4 elite Iron Hunters and 2 elite Iron Rovers. The fatty pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Huo Ling. They often sell equipment at the black market. Looks like they're a raiding group. Here's their address. Return it after you've read it. Huo Ling took the paper and quickly scanned the address. It showed that the light hunter's base was not far from the Iron Fist hunters. He memorized the information and handed the paper back to the fatty. They should be in the city now, the fatty continued, a cunning gleam in his eye. Not sure when they'll head back to the forest. If you're interested, you can stake them out. Or you can pay me to have someone do it for you and notify you when they leave. Huo Ling raised an eyebrow and asked, how much for the stakeout? Stakeout is cheap, 2 days for 1 magic stone, the fatty replied, holding up 2 chubby fingers. I'll get some apprentices to watch them. Once they leave the city, I'll let you know. Huo Ling shook his head. Isn't that a bit expensive? The fatty grinned slyly. Stakeouts need professionals. If they're spotted, it could alert them. How about this? 3 days for 1 magic stone. Fine. Huo Ling reluctantly agreed. Keep me posted. After leaving the Black Blood Bar, Huo Ling followed the address provided by the fatty and found the light hunter's base. It was an ordinary 3-story building with a modest yard. To Huo Ling's surprise, the house had an iron-tier defensive array capable of withstanding attacks of the same level. Huo Ling thought to himself that once activated, this defensive array could form a large protective shield, capable of absorbing significant damage from both melee and magical attacks. It seemed this group had made quite a profit, as he had yet to afford such an array himself. Even a small-scale array like this was quite expensive. To avoid alerting anyone inside, Huo Ling refrained from using his spiritual sense to scan the area. He waited patiently, and eventually saw 2 individuals emerge from the building. Squinting his eyes, he recognized them as some of the hunters who had ambushed him before. Confirming this, he quietly left and assigned the stakeout task to the fatty's people. Over 10 days later, the fatty finally sent word that the light hunters were leaving the city. During this time, Huo Ling had been studying spells and meditating, preparing for his revenge. As the light hunters exited the city gates, Huo Ling stealthily followed them. Upon reaching the outpost, the light hunters took on a mission from the hunter's center and set off into the forest. Huo Ling concealed himself and trailed them from a distance. Although he was about half an hour behind, the tracks left by the group were clear, making it easy for him to follow. Along the way, Huo Ling killed various small animals, turning them into tiny skeletons. These skeletons had weak signatures and were nearly undetectable, making them perfect for simple reconnaissance. He also didn't miss any low-tier apprentice-level magical beasts, using them to replenish the dozen or so skeleton warriors waiting in his bone field. Huo Ling kept his distance, wary of causing unnecessary trouble by seeking revenge too close to the outpost. He followed them for 4 days, observing the corpses of magical beasts killed by the light hunters. These bodies, with their most valuable parts removed, were discarded carelessly. Huo Ling didn't mind, and had his skeleton warriors collect them for absorption. On the 5th night, the light hunters had ventured deep into the forest. After a day of hunting, they were exhausted. Second, set up the array here. We'll make do for the night, the leader, the knight, said as he surveyed the surroundings. The second-in-command, the mage, wordlessly took out a large array core from his spatial equipment and placed it in the tent. With the placement of magic stones, the array activated, raising a protective shield around the camp. From a distance, Huo Ling observed and silently admired their caution. Clearly, this group of raiders was also wary of being ambushed. Huo Ling speculated that this portable defensive array might be the same one from their city base. If not, then this hunting group was indeed very wealthy. Huo Ling thought to himself that if he were still an Iron-tier mage, dealing with such a scenario would be quite challenging. Even a portable array like this could generate a shield with a capacity of 2,000 to 3,000 units. In comparison, fully fledged Iron-tier defensive arrays could have shield values of up to 10,000 units. Of course, the better the defense, the higher the shield value, and the greater the energy consumption. A fully activated array with a shield value of 10,000 could consume nearly 50 magic stones per hour. If under attack, even more stones would be needed to replenish the shield. Huo Ling guessed that the light hunters were using a simplified version of the defensive array. A complete array, even at the Iron tier, would be at least the size of a room. Even at the lowest energy consumption, maintaining the smallest shield effect would likely consume 5 to 6 magic stones per hour. The gains from the scavenger light hunting party's expeditions were quite unpredictable. They couldn't always find suitable targets for plundering each month, and most of the time, they survived by hunting magical beasts. To save costs, they carried only a simplified defensive array. This array didn't offer high shield value but consumed fewer magic stones in low power mode. A senior black iron rank would meditate nearby to provide energy, consuming only 1 or 2 magic stones per night. Though a small expense, it brought a sense of security, which should have been worth it. Unfortunately, they encountered Huo Ling, the Avenger. The attack power of a silver rank mage was far from ordinary, and the scavenger light hunting party was evidently outmatched. At that moment, aside from one hunter on night watch, the others were curled up in their tents or sleeping bags, resting. Huo Ling began his action. He skillfully drew runes, summoning dark warriors and over 40 skeletal warriors from the tomb. The dark warriors, standing about 2 meters tall, stood like terracotta soldiers around Huo Ling, their soul flames dimmed. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a cold, deadly glow on their armor. Following Huo Ling's command, 12 dark warriors led the skeletal warriors to surround the scavenger light hunting party, while 3 remained by his side for protection. Huo Ling knew the importance of putting in full effort, even against a weaker opponent, to ensure his revenge was foolproof. As the encirclement closed in, Huo Ling prepared to launch his attack. He knew the defensive array would have a warning effect, and the Night Watch Hunter would alert the others once the attack began. Thus, the dark and skeletal warriors kept their distance for now. Huo Ling began casting a spell, his fingers deftly tracing runes. Negative energy burst forth. He targeted the shield side, avoiding the defensive array's interior. As the runes took shape, a large amount of negative energy quickly gathered around the defensive shield, soon alerting the hunter and the warning array. Something's wrong. The hunter, though unable to pinpoint the attack source, sensed the disturbance with keen intuition. He didn't hesitate, abandoning thoughts of saving costs, and activated the shield to its maximum value. Normally, to save magic stones, they maintain the array at a shield value of 500, sufficient to withstand black iron rank attacks for a while. However, this brief hesitation gave Huo Ling an opportunity. The power of a silver rank mage far surpassed that of black iron, and during their momentary delay, the negative energy burst had fully charged. Boom! The negative energy burst, charged for 8 seconds, unleashed a 1200-degree spell attack, instantly shattering the defensive shield. The shield's reactivation required time. In panic, the second-in-command activated his personal mage shield and retrieved a scroll from his spatial equipment. The other members of the hunting party woke up in alarm, grabbing their gear and scattering to search for the enemy. Despite their quick response, it was too late. As Huo Ling's attack commenced, the dark warriors and skeletal warriors charged, their soul flames blazing fiercely. Dark warriors. A sharp-eyed hunter spotted the charging dark warriors, his face turning pale with fear. There's more over here. Another shout came from a different direction. Bang! A foul spear shot out from a distance, directly hitting the mage still trying to operate the defensive array. His multiple mage shields shattered under the spear's attack, leaving only a dissipating ball of magic. Despite continuously activating protective spells from his equipment and scrolls, the second-in-command couldn't save his life. With a short, agonized cry, he was pierced through the chest by the foul spear. The terrifying magic instantly destroyed his internal organs. The mage clutched the gaping wound in his chest, knees buckling, as blood mixed with organ fragments gushed from his mouth. Brother! The leader, a knight, roared in grief. The mage was his blood brother, now dead before his eyes. Blinded by rage, he summoned his warhorse, determined to avenge his brother. Mounting his horse, the knight drew his lance and charged towards the direction of the spell attack. However, Huo Ling was a kilometer away, out of immediate reach. Instead, a dark warrior intercepted him first, towering figure with shield and spear in hand. Die! The knight's eyes were bloodshot, powerful fighting energy surging within him, glowing through the gaps in his armor. The energy also infused his warhorse, enhancing its strength. The black iron rank warhorse, under its master's command, unleashed its magic, muscles swelling with power, speed soaring. Battle skill. Charge. The fighting energy concentrated at the lance's tip, and at high speed, the seasoned black iron knight's strike rivaled a silver rank attack. Yet, it was only a single strike. Without the charge, the knight's combat ability was no different from an ordinary warrior. Boom! The lance clashed with the dark warrior's cold iron shield, creating a deafening crash. The dark warrior's legs bent slightly, soul flames burning intensely, licking the cold iron armor. Deep grooves were left on the ground as the dark warrior forcefully withstood the knight's fierce attack. The knight let out a cry of anguish. His and his warhorse's strongest attack had been easily blocked. The impact left the knight's hands bleeding, the warhorse's muscles tearing, blood seeping through its fur. With the loss of speed advantage, the knight's combat power drastically decreased. At that moment, a bone spear pierced through from behind. It was a skeletal warrior behind the dark warrior who hadn't stood idly by, its strike piercing the knight's warhorse. The spectral warhorse let out a pained cry, collapsing and throwing the knight heavily to the ground. The dark warrior showed no mercy, brandishing his sharp cold iron spear and thrusting it forward. Enhanced by soul fire, the spear's tip gleamed with an icy light, effortlessly piercing the knight's armor and pinning him to the ground. The knight gripped the spear tightly, blood and bits of his organs spewing from his mouth as he struggled. With a flicker of soul fire, the spear drained the last bit of life from the knight. The other hunters and wanderers were terrified by the sight, but none escaped. Huo Ling quickly cast spells, killing 2 wanderers to prevent them from slipping into the shadow realm. The battle ended, and Huo Ling, riding his skeletal wolf, surveyed the shattered camp of the light hunters, where 8 bodies lay scattered. He paused by the corpse of an unfamiliar wanderer and sighed. Why join this group? This wanderer was particularly unlucky, having nothing to do with the original conflict but joining the light hunters just before Huo Ling's retaliation, meeting a silent end under the tainted spear. Huo Ling ordered the skeleton to gather the bodies and strip them of enchanted gear for the skeleton to absorb. He kept only the mage's body, intending to create a skeletal mage to bolster his ranks. He inspected the camp's remaining defensive array. Though the shield had been shattered, the array was still intact. Huo Ling confirmed it was a simplified version, about the size of a single tent, and stored it in his bracelet. He then set the camp ablaze and left with his dark warriors. In the following days, Huo Ling led his summons on a rampage, hunting magical beasts to urgently refill his depleted funds. Each night, he used his mental power to slowly break down the spatial equipment left by the light hunters. This group was quite wealthy. 5 out of the 8 had spatial equipment. Even though their owners were dead, opening these items was no easy task. It took Huo Ling 4 to 5 days to wear down the mental imprints inside. For a black iron tier mage, this time would double. For a physical warrior, it would be nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Huo Ling thoroughly studied the defensive array. This simplified version could generate a shield with 2,800 points at maximum activation, consuming 15 magic stones per hour. The minimum activation required 500 shield points and consumed 3 magic stones per hour. If a mage maintained it, relying on meditation to recover mana, the minimum consumption could drop to less than 1 magic stone per hour. Once the shield was shattered, it took a minute to reactivate, and each shattering damaged the array's runes, so it should be avoided. The array's maximum protective range was 120 meters, but the wider the range, the weaker the shield's defense. This array had changed hands many times and was quite old, with runes needing maintenance. After nearly a month of intense activity, Huo Ling left the forest with substantial gains. The profits from hunting magical beasts were dwindling. Black iron tier beasts no longer covered costs, and silver tier beasts were too elusive and dangerous. Joining another strong hunting group was no longer appealing. Running his own small operation was much more interesting. After submitting his beast-clearing tasks and earning credits and magic stones, Huo Ling returned to New South City. He planned to handle the remaining issues of the light hunters, especially their property in the city. As night fell, Huo Ling quietly infiltrated the group's house. Penniless, he cursed after searching. The large house held nothing of value. Clearly, the defensive array they carried was originally set up here. Like Huo Ling, they carried all their valuables with them, leaving the house empty. Comparatively, Huo Ling was in a worse situation. At least the light hunters had property in New South City, while he had to find lodging each time he returned. Unfortunately, the small house with a yard was hard to deal with. Equipment could be sold on the black market, but transferring property required the owner's presence, even in New South City. Moving in directly might attract trouble if any of the group's friends or family came looking. Reluctantly, Huo Ling left. Opening the spatial equipment, he found magic stones and materials worth about 2,000 magic stones. Huo Ling decided to sell the group's enchanted gear as well. Black iron tier equipment was useless to him and better converted into funds. The black market was the natural choice for fencing. Even if the prices were lower, it was better than letting the items gather dust. As for keeping the gear for friends or future brothers, Huo Ling didn't consider it. These blood-stained items could bring trouble. It was safer to sell them. Some might have been looted from other victims, and encountering a relative of the original owner could raise unwanted suspicions. Disguising his appearance, Huo Ling returned to Xi in Nanxing and immediately set about dealing with his spoils of war. He sold the more than 20 enchanted items he had seized from the members of the light hunting group to the black market. Given the special nature of such transactions, the equipment prices were already halved, and with some items damaged, he ultimately received less than 3,000 magic stones. Despite this, Huo Ling felt it was an unexpected windfall and couldn't help but understand why people were so keen on robbery. Apart from the equipment, the protective magic array was also quite valuable. Even the simplified version required around 3,000 magic stones. Considering its high cost-performance ratio and potential future uses, Huo Ling decided to keep this precious array, which could only be crafted by a gold-ranked mage, for now. After sorting through the magical beast materials from his hunt, Huo Ling had nearly 5,000 magic stones at hand. Knowing that money should be spent wisely, he decided to upgrade his equipment. His current black iron-ranked enchanted gear was no longer adequate for his growing strength. Both the attribute boosts and the shield on his mage robe were insufficient for someone of silver rank. Huo Ling spent over 3,000 magic stones to purchase a silver-ranked mage robe. This robe was inscribed with the second-level spell, Advanced Spell Armor, and had several powerful enchantments. Constant Cleanse 44, Constant Mana Droplet, Reduced Casting Time, Lowered Spell Cost, 1 less spell cast per day, Extended Spell Duration to 15 minutes, 2,500 Shield Strength, and a 14 increase in silver mana recovery rate. Although it was quite expensive, Huo Ling believed it was worth the investment. He cautiously kept the remaining magic stones as a reserve and planned to use his accumulated potential points and credits to exchange for more spells at school. Huo Ling understood that a mage's strength depended on the number of spells mastered, and his silver-ranked spell repertoire still needed to be expanded. After passing through the portal back to Blue Star, Huo Ling realized he was already in his second year of university but had yet to attend a formal class. Initially intending to exchange spells and leave, he decided to visit the classroom first. In the following days, Huo Ling immersed himself in classroom learning. Although these courses didn't directly enhance his combat abilities, they broadened his knowledge base, and for a mage, knowledge is power. He eagerly absorbed new information, and even though most of the instructors were silver-ranked mages, their extensive theoretical knowledge greatly benefited him. His classmates were somewhat surprised by Huo Ling's return to the classroom but didn't find it particularly odd. Some students had already broken through to the Black Iron rank, reducing their class attendance and spending more time on various practical tasks to earn credits. Those who hadn't broken through frequently traveled to the spirit realm for meditation and mana training. Ironically, those who could regularly attend classes became a minority. Besides his daily studies, Huo Ling exchanged for 5 new spells: Frost Hell, Touch of Waste, Negative Energy Blast, Wither Limbs, and Undying Necromancer. Each spell had unique characteristics. Some caused damage, others imposed negative effects on enemies, and some were healing spells for skeletons and dark warriors. This acquisition significantly enriched Huo Ling's spell arsenal, expanding his combat options. With the mastery of new spells, Huo Ling reviewed his latest attribute panel. He remained a human and had advanced to a second-level silver mage. His mental strength and mana had both reached 202.1 points. In addition to the 5 new spells, he had mastered several other second-level spells and 2 secret arts. At this point, Huo Ling had a potential point balance of 125 points. After nearly a month at school, Huo Ling finally had a moment to catch his breath. However, this brief tranquility was soon disrupted. A message from Huan Han sent Huo Ling rushing to the familiar laboratory. Pushing open the door, Huo Ling saw Huan Han with a serious expression. "Teacher, I'm here," Huo Ling said softly. Huan Han rubbed his temples and spoke bluntly. "Hua, you've just advanced to the silver rank. This is both good and bad news. War has begun. Anyone at the silver rank or above, whether student or teacher, will be conscripted. You may have just advanced, but you're still on the list." Huo Ling's eyes widened. "War? With whom? The gnolls?" Huan Han nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Our intelligence has discovered that the gnolls are gathering their forces, and they might attack New South City again." Huo Ling furrowed his brows. Although he had advanced to the silver rank, he was far from strong in this tier. Even with 15 Dark Knights at his command, he only had a mage robe for equipment, making him possibly the poorest in the silver rank. War was no game. Unlike hunting magical beasts in the forest, magical beasts had low intelligence and fixed territories, making the risks manageable with proper preparation. But gnolls were different. They were an organized spirit world race with a structured military. Battling them was far more dangerous than venturing into the forest. Sensing Huo Ling's concern, Huan Han reassured him, "Don't worry too much. After all, you're a mage. I'll pull some strings to assign you under my command. It'll be safer for you that way." Huo Ling nodded slightly, though he still felt bitter inside. Just as life was getting better, he was now facing hardship. But staying under Huan Han's command was certainly better than fighting in an unfamiliar place. "Teacher, are there any benefits to this conscription?" Huo Ling asked tentatively. Huan Han chuckled. "Benefits? You get military merit rewards, and you can redeem items at a 30% discount with your merit points. The school is really stingy." Huo Ling couldn't help but complain. Huan Han's smile faded as he sternly reminded, "Watch your words. It's fine to say that here, but not outside. The academy will soon be in wartime mode." "Yes, teacher." Huo Ling immediately restrained himself. Huan Han then gave Huo Ling a brief overview of Decisive's history and current situation. This country was founded by a powerful transcendent and had developed over 300 years into a system where the royal family, nobility, and academic factions shared governance. The academic factions were responsible for training a large number of low-ranked transcendent professionals who would eventually be absorbed by the royal family, nobility, or the academic factions themselves. Regardless of their destination, ordinary transcendent professionals were inevitably exploited, with higher-level transcendent knowledge always serving as a shackle. As Decisive began expanding into the spirit world, war became a constant. Ordinary transcendent professionals were merely pawns in the hands of the emperor, nobility, and academic factions. Once war broke out, academic factions had the right to conscript all professionals under their jurisdiction. Those who refused conscription would be charged with treason and sent to the most dangerous battlefields. This time, the school was conscripting professionals at the silver rank or above because the conflict was not yet intense. But if the situation worsened, even iron rank students might be conscripted. Compared to the nobility, the academic factions had a bit more conscience, but only just. Huo Han also explained the composition of Decisive's military. Domestically, the main force was the Class C Corps, consisting of apprentice-level soldiers. The Spirit World bases were manned by Class B Corps, with Iron rank soldiers and officers at the Silver rank or above. New South City had a unique situation, with its military primarily composed of private soldiers from the academic factions, mostly apprentice level. Additionally, there were many auxiliary forces made up of various Spirit World races. These soldiers were not very strong, but their losses were considered insignificant. Soon, the official conscription orders were issued, transforming Tian'an University from an educational institution into a war machine. A steady stream of professionals and supplies were sent into the spiritual realm, meticulously preparing for the impending conflict. Huo Ling followed his mentor, Huo Han, to a fortress named Kangchuan Fort. This mountain-built stronghold would be their defense point. Huo Han gazed at the structure with a complex expression. Kangchuan Fort was primarily constructed from concrete and stone, with tall, thick walls. Engraved on the walls were massive magical runes, which, when activated, could withstand Silverdeer magical attacks for a considerable duration. However, the walls alone were insufficient to fend off elite combatants, whose superior physical prowess allowed them to easily scale the fortifications. To counter this, the fortress was equipped with an anti-air array. This array forced combatants to climb the walls, significantly increasing the difficulty of breaching the defenses. Of course, the anti-air array had its limitations. Powerful professionals could break through its control, and to conserve mana, the array typically did not affect small flying objects, such as arrows enhanced with battle energy. Huo Ling and Huo Han meticulously inspected various parts of the fortress. Spanning over 30,000 square meters, Kangchuan Fort was a fully militarized combat stronghold, complete with barracks, workshops, warehouses, and mess halls. The stockpiled supplies could sustain over 1,000 people for a year, and a large number of defensive devices were also stored. Besides the walls and the anti-air array, the fortress boasted a gold-tier defensive array. When fully activated, it could form a protective shield over the entire fortress. The garrison comprised 2 battalions totaling 600 soldiers, rated as Class C, meaning the regular soldiers were peak apprentices, and the officers were Iron-tier professionals. The highest-ranking officer was a major battalion commander, a Silverdeer professional. Alongside Huo Han came 20 Silverdeer combatants, supplementing Kangchuan Fort's defenses. The defensive force now included 1 gold-tier necromancer Huo Han, 1 Silverdeer necromancer Huo Ling, 20 Silverdeer combatants, and the 2 battalions of soldiers. On the open ground of Kangchuan Fort, everyone gathered to hear Huo Han's address. As a gold-tier professional, Huo Han was not only the most powerful individual present, but also the highest-ranking commander. Our mission is to hold this position until we receive orders to retreat. I am Colonel Huo Han, and I will be the highest commander here. Major Huo Ling will be my deputy. Huo Han's voice echoed across the ground. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Upon conscription, all professionals received temporary military ranks from the school, facilitating the awarding of military merits and rewards and ensuring efficient wartime command. Huo Han began assigning tasks. Major Zhong Yixio, Major Zhou Tong. Here. 2 Silverdeer professionals stepped forward, each leading a 10-person support team. You will integrate your teams with the garrison as high-tier support forces, defending the north and south walls respectively. Yes, sir. Zhong Yixio and Zhou Tong responded promptly. Both were veteran Silverdeer combatants, and their team members ranged from ordinary to elite Silverdeer. Their addition would effectively counter elite enemies breaching the walls. Major Huo Ling. Huo Han continued. You are responsible for defending the west wall? Yes, sir. Huo Ling responded loudly and began summoning his minions. First, a group of Iron-tier skeleton warriors, followed by 15 dark warriors. After assigning tasks to everyone else, Huo Han also began summoning his minions to boost morale. First came 80 dark warriors, their armor battered and scarred from battles. These dark warriors lined up in formation, holding spears and shields. Next, several ethereal wraiths appeared, floating in midair and emitting eerie wails. Following them were 5 silver-tier dark mages, former spellcasters turned into undead by Huo Han. These summoned beings were all at the peak of Silverdeer, limited only by their pre-death abilities. Finally, the ultimate summoned beings emerged. With a surge of mana, 3 towering figures stepped out of the summoning array. 3 gold-tier Terror Knights. Terror Knights were favored by necromancers at the gold-tier level for their speed, attack power, impact, defense, and various spell-like abilities to weaken enemies. Mounted on nightmare steeds, the Terror Knights stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, surrounded by an aura of dread that instilled fear in their enemies. They wielded 5-meter-long lances, with secondary weapons including broadswords, kite shields, and throwing javelins. Both the knights and their mounts wore heavy armor, providing comprehensive protection. Imagine the sight of these nearly 4-meter-tall heavy cavalry charging at high speed. their terrifying aura alone enough to strike fear into enemies. Each time a terror knight killed an enemy, it absorbed the enemy's soul essence, further enhancing its fear aura. Huo Ling's power is nothing short of astonishing. The necromantic creatures he summons each exude an aura of dread. These summoned beings alone could easily decimate Consort Fortress. The other defenders are merely a bonus. However, these terrifying creatures are just the tip of the iceberg. Huo Ling's own spellcasting abilities have yet to be revealed. With the arrival of these fearsome yet reliable undead allies, the morale within the fortress soared. Compared to the ferocious gnolls, these skeletons and dark warriors seemed almost endearing. Under Huo Ling's command, over 80 skeletal warriors clattered as they mechanically ascended the walls, forming the first line of defense. Dark warriors were stationed at various defensive points, with 2 remaining close as bodyguards. Huo Ling also dispatched some dark warriors to the eastern wall, while the rest of the summoned creatures were kept as a mobile force, ready to support wherever needed. The original garrison of the fortress, while individually not very powerful, operated formidable mechanical ballistae. Powered by magic stones, these ballistae could fire 10 bolts per minute, capable of inflicting lethal damage on Black Iron Tier enemies. Of course, hitting such agile adversaries was another matter, given their remarkable speed. The design of Consort Fortress was ingenious. No matter the direction of the enemy's attack, they would face crossfire from at least 2 sides. This polygonal defense provided a significant advantage to the defenders. The clouds of war loomed heavy. As intelligence reports continued to pour in, Huo Ling gained a clearer understanding of the current situation. The gnolls had mobilized an army of nearly 200,000, preparing for a decisive battle with Xianan City. This staggering number caused the faces of those within the fortress to pale, their earlier confidence evaporating. The gnolls were not to be underestimated. A typical adult gnoll possessed the strength of an apprentice at their peak, and with some training, they could reach the Black Iron Tier. Among this 200,000 strong army, at least 40 to 50,000 were Black Iron Tier gnolls, with even more powerful ones likely present, possibly even legendary tier gnolls. This posed a severe challenge for Xianan City. Though Xianan City was built by a coalition of over a dozen universities, only Tiannan University had a legendary mage as its protector. The other universities, even if they had powerful individuals, could only boast those at the sanctuary level, who could not withstand a legendary tier attack for long. Among the thousands of students admitted each year, most struggled to break through to the Black Iron Tier by graduation. Many outstanding graduates had already joined the ranks of nobility or the royal court. This war was destined to be a brutal conflict. With so many enemies, why are we holding this small fortress? Wouldn't it be better to consolidate our forces and retreat to Xianan City? Why are we splitting our troops? Huo Ling asked, puzzled. Huo Ling patiently explained, our goal isn't merely to hold this fortress, but to inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible, serving as a strategic strongpoint. If our main force is trapped in Xianan City, although concentrated, we would surrender all external resource points and lose strategic depth, making defense harder. He continued, in contrast, there are nearly 20 similar fortresses and several large strongholds outside Xianan City that can support each other. Even if we are besieged, mobile units outside can harass the enemy and disrupt their supply lines. As long as these fortresses stand, the enemy won't dare to recklessly advance on Xianan City. Huo Ling remained doubtful, but the gnoll army numbers nearly 200,000, with many strong warriors among them. How long can we hold this small fortress? Huo Ling replied confidently, we have the fortress and a gold-tier defensive array on our side, giving us a significant advantage. With this fortress, I am confident we can withstand the assault of at least 10,000 gnolls. Even attacks from those at the sanctuary level can be repelled. The defensive facilities will cause substantial casualties among the enemy, and our fully activated gold-tier defensive array will be nearly impervious unless a legendary gnoll personally intervenes. He added, sanctuary tier opponents will face their counterparts, and legendary tier opponents will face theirs. Even if they break through the fortress, it will come at a cost. Indeed, the defensive shield of the gold-tier array was formidable. While its exact strength was unknown, it was estimated to withstand a few million degrees of damage. Such a robust shield would be difficult for the enemy to deplete quickly, even with overwhelming numbers. Huo Ling continued, I've brought a large supply of magic stones this time, enough for our defense, but we should still conserve them. If legendary or sanctuary tier enemies join the attack, even if we can't hold the fortress, it won't be our fault. In fact, we'll have done our part. He smiled and added, our shield, even against a legendary attack, will drain a significant amount of their energy and magic. As for sanctuary tier enemies, if they dare to attack, the legendary mage in Xianan City can severely injure or even kill them with spells. Can they reach that far? Huo Ling asked. Huo Ling smacked his lips, savoring the thought. Our principal's mage tower is in Xianan City, covering several hundred kilometers within his spell range. You're still too weak to understand the importance of a mage tower to a mage. In a great battle over a decade ago, the principal sat in his mage tower and slaughtered enemies left and right. Teacher, when will you be able to build a mage tower? Huo Ling asked eagerly. Han's tense nerves relaxed slightly at the question. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Me? Even if I sold everything I own, I wouldn't have enough to build even one level of a mage tower. Han's smile faded, revealing the typical look of a struggling mage. A mage tower sigh. It's hard to say if I'll ever manage to build one in my lifetime, he sighed helplessly. Then, Han explained the significance of a mage tower in detail. It wasn't just a symbol of a mage's status, but also a powerful fortress. The tower's walls could be inscribed with numerous defensive spells, providing an impenetrable shield. It could also store offensive spells, ready to be activated by the tower's master. More importantly, a mage tower could connect to elemental planes or the void, drawing vast amounts of energy. In short, Han concluded, a mage with a tower is on a completely different level in terms of combat power. He continued to explain the benefits of a mage tower for research and meditation, but quickly shifted back to the imminent crisis. Let's not dwell on that. In the upcoming battle, stay close to me and try to remain in the central tower of the fortress. Huo Ling nodded solemnly. Yes, teacher. Han's expression grew serious. Even within the fortress, we're not entirely safe. The gnolls are numerous enough to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. We must do our utmost to kill as many as possible. Understood, teacher, Huo Ling responded. Han handed Huo Ling a scroll, explaining that it was a random teleportation scroll for emergency escapes. Touched, Huo Ling asked what his teacher would do. Han smiled and showed his own scroll. They exchanged a knowing look, neither mentioning the others on the fortress walls. Over the next half-month, Kangchuan Fortress fell into an eerie calm. Huo Ling spent his days meditating and training in the central tower, occasionally assisting his teacher with experiments. Through the communication array, they kept a continuous watch on the battle situation. The Gnoll army, a coalition of 3 major noble houses, had swept through the disputed territories, eliminating numerous spirit world tribes. They launched probing attacks on the frontline fortresses of New South City, but had yet to commit to a full assault. New South City had 3 medium-sized fortresses that were its true strongholds. However, the gnolls still sent elite squads deep into the hinterlands, raiding many lightly defended plantations and magical beast farms. These raids inflicted significant economic losses on New South City, pushing many loan-dependent business owners to the brink of bankruptcy. The countermeasures in New South City swiftly unfolded, with elite squads hunting down gnolls across vast lands like hounds. Among them, the Mobile Division, as the most powerful mobile force, became the mainstay of this counterattack. The Mobile Division, a formidable force comprising 6 regiments and several independent units, boasts a total strength of over 10,000 soldiers. Within the military framework of Decisive, the Mobile Division is classified as a Class B combat unit. Ordinary soldiers must at least be at the Black Iron level, squad leaders are Silver Tier professionals, and officers above the rank of battalion commander must be at the Gold Tier. The commanding officers, such as the division commander, are of the Sanctuary Tier. This elite force did not simply defend the city, but maneuvered nimbly in the field. They operated behind enemy lines, delivering heavy blows when the gnolls attacked fortresses and strongholds, and also disrupted enemy supply lines deep within enemy territory. Recently, the Mobile Division dispatched multiple company-level units to conduct a thorough search within the borders, effectively clearing out the gnolls. However, the calm of war did not last long. Soon, a massive gnoll army appeared outside Kangchuan Fortress. Built against a mountain, Kangchuan Fortress occupies a strategic position, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Standing atop the high tower, Huo Ling gazed down at the sea of enemy soldiers below. The gnolls, numbering around 15,000, outnumbered the defenders by more than 10 times. These gnolls were well-equipped and carried distinct banners, clearly an elite force. Such a large army undoubtedly included many high-level combatants. Huo Ling frowned, knowing this would be a grueling defensive battle. In the largest tent of the gnoll encampment below, a dozen gnoll officers were holding a strategy meeting. The main commander, Marquis Bark, surveyed the group and said in a deep voice, "The Duke has ordered us to capture this fortress within 10 days. Does anyone have any good suggestions?" Marquis Bark was a powerful noble of the Gnoll Empire and a sanctuary-level general. Among the nearly 15,000 troops he led, over 6,000 were his family's private soldiers, with the rest coming from the private armies of other nobles present. Earl Atlee, an elderly Gnoll priest, slowly spoke up. "According to our intelligence, this fortress originally had only a few hundred troops. Although it has a silver-tier defensive formation, the humans must have reinforced it. I estimate there are now at least 1,000 soldiers inside, including many high-level professionals." Atlee worshipped Yeenagu, the Gnoll god of the abyss. Unlike orthodox deities, Yeenagu's priests specialized in spells that tortured enemies and summoned demons and abyssal gnolls. What are we afraid of? We have the numbers. Even if they have a silverdeer defensive formation, how long can they hold against us? Earl Warren interrupted disdainfully. He was a gold-tier shaman who followed the path of ancestral worship, often at odds with priests like Atli. Marquis Bark did not comment on their dispute, as long as they didn't fight openly. He turned to Warren and asked, Earl Warren, do you have any good suggestions? Warren grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Let's send the slaves to test their defenses first. We won't get any results just by discussing here. Marquis Bark nodded in agreement and instructed, Viscount Hood, please lead a group of slaves to launch a probing attack and scout the enemy's defenses. A gnoll officer clad in heavy armor stood up and responded loudly, Yes, my lord. With that, he grabbed his battle axe and exited the tent. Soon, the sound of a melodious horn echoed. Shortly after, hundreds of elite private soldiers from the Hood family assembled. Most of these soldiers were elite apprentices, with the best among them reaching the black iron level. Under their supervision, more slaves were driven out of the camp. These slaves, of various races including goblins, kobolds, boarmen, and lizardmen, were captives from small tribes recently conquered by the gnolls. Viscount Hood, clad in intricately inscribed enchanted armor, paced among the slaves. He grinned, his red tongue flicking between his sharp teeth. You wretched slaves are in luck. See that small fortress up there? If you break through it, I'll grant you your freedom. Viscount Hudetzi waved his hand, and the gnolls behind him immediately brought forth a heap of tattered leather armor and weapons. These mismatched pieces were low-quality items seized from various small tribes, with the better gear long since claimed by the gnolls. The slaves stared blankly at the pile of equipment, creating a moment of eerie silence. Viscount Hudetzi, wielding a battle axe, approached the slaves and with a swift motion, cleaved a lizard man in two. Blood spurted out as he roared, What are you waiting for? Move. The gruesome scene jolted the slaves into action, and they scrambled towards the pile of gear with frantic cries. A fierce brawl erupted among the slaves as they fought to grab the relatively better weapons and armor, some even drawing blood. The gnolls watched the chaos with amusement, making no effort to intervene. Once the distribution was over, the gnolls began herding the slaves up the mountain path. Most of the slaves donned ill-fitting, ragged leather armor and wielded bone weapons or damaged iron tools, offering little in the way of defense or offensive capability. As they climbed, the initial fervor from the scuffle began to wane, and many started to feel their legs weaken at the sight of the towering fortress halfway up the mountain. The gnolls acted as enforcers, using fists and kicks to hasten any stragglers. Finally, the slave contingent reached a vantage point from which they could assault Kongchuan Fort. The fortress, situated on a relatively flat area halfway up the mountain, had its eastern wall guarded by Huon Han summon creatures as the primary defense. Although the southern and northern sides, as well as the western side guarded by Huo Ling, were also attackable, they required a detour. A silver-rank gnoll officer gave the order to attack. Under the threat of the gnolls, the slaves charged forward with cries of desperation. Most were apprentice rank, with a few reaching black iron rank, yet their combat capabilities remained low. They had nothing but crude ladders for siege equipment, as the gnolls were unwilling to provide them with better ladders or siege towers. Nearly 1,000 slaves were divided into 4 groups to attack the 4 walls simultaneously. Even Huo Ling's side saw 200 to 300 slaves screaming as they charged. The garrison on the walls showed no mercy, operating the ballistae with precision under their officers' commands. With the anti-air enchantment activated, the slaves had no choice but to scale the walls heeding. Among them was Ada, a black iron rank kobold slave. A month ago, his tribe had been overrun by the gnolls, and only by surrendering promptly had he saved his life. He wore a piece of ill-fitting, damaged leather armor stained with congealed black blood, reeking of decay. During the climb, the starving Ada even picked off a scab and ate it, finding it surprisingly tasty. As the assault began, a gnoll shaman used a slave's blood to activate a charm, casting a mass bloodlust spell on dozens of slaves. Those affected became instantly ferocious and bloodthirsty. Despite being black iron rank, Ada struggled to resist the spell's influence, his eyes turning blood red and his muscles swelling. The ballistae on the walls continued to fire, their bolts easily piercing the slaves' flimsy armor and pinning them to the ground. Ada ran while trying to stay conscious, witnessing a black iron rank boarman being skewered into a meat skewer. Roaring, Ada climbed the ladder with a half-broken iron knife clenched in his mouth, using both hands and feet to ascend quickly. He narrowly avoided a bolt and finally leaped onto the battlement. But awaiting him was a line of skeletal warriors. 2 of them immediately attacked, one spearing Ada through the chest, and the other swiftly decapitating him with a sword. Ada's final thoughts were filled with disbelief before he plunged into eternal darkness. When faced with the slaves' assault, the ballistae on the city walls did not unleash their full firepower. This strategy aimed to lower the enemy's guard and prevent them from understanding the precise defensive capabilities. As time passed, the slaves' attack quickly subsided. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, and some slaves, their morale shattered, were ruthlessly slain by gnoll overseers. Beyond the fortress's range, Viscount Huo watched the assault on the well-defended fortress with a cold, expressionless gaze. He simply waved his hand lightly and led his family's private soldiers down the mountain. It was not yet the time for a formal attack. Meanwhile, in a large tent at the foot of the mountain, a gnoll officer who had observed the entire slave attack through a spell let out a sigh of relief. The fortress's defenses were not as formidable as feared. Marquis Bark left a command before departing. Speed up the construction of the camp. We launch the formal attack tomorrow. After the battle subsided, Huo Ling arrived at his section of the city wall. Gazing at the corpses scattered below, he pondered for a moment before beginning to cast spells. One after another, the spells poured down like there was no cost, causing the bodies on the ground to wither rapidly and turn into skeletons. With the final spell cast, Huo Ling whispered, "Rise, my skeletal minions." In an instant, 200 to 300 skeletons awakened from their deathly slumber. Huo Ling greeted the garrison on the other sections of the wall, and the newly risen skeletons started to move. They marched with clattering steps towards the other sections of the wall, absorbing the corpses there and leaving behind only fragments of bone. Finally, the skeletal warriors propped up the ladders that had fallen at the base of the wall and began to climb up one by one. Some of the garrison soldiers, witnessing the entire process, swallowed hard, their expressions tense as they watched the line of pale skeletons ascend. Noticing their reaction, Huo Ling chuckled. Most of these garrison soldiers had missed the chance to participate in the awakening ritual, which would have allowed them to leap through the Dragon Gate. Instead, they had come to New South City through a portal, barely activating a partial extraordinary physique, and had no chance of advancing to the Black Iron rank. The 200 to 300 newly created skeletal warriors undoubtedly enhanced the wall's defenses and slightly increased the garrison's survival chances. Huo Ling closed his eyes, linking his mind to the skeletal warriors to assess their strength. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Was lucky this time. One of the skeletal warriors had awakened with self-awareness, a key factor for advancing to the silver rank. Without self-awareness, a skeleton would remain at the Black Iron rank forever. He summoned this skeleton before him and found it already possessed the strength of a skeletal warrior, indicating it had been a Black Iron rank fighter in life. Huo Ling took this skeleton with him, remembering that he had another skeletal warrior name, one who had also awakened self-awareness upon resurrection. It had been so long that he had nearly forgotten. Bringing one and the newly awakened two back to the central tower, Huo Ling prepared to conduct the advancement ceremony. He retrieved hundreds of blood and soul essence crystals from his spatial ring, perfect for these two skeletal warriors to absorb. Soon, they were on the verge of advancing. With the final bit of soul essence absorbed, the advancement ceremony officially began. Two streams of soul essence emerged from the skeletal warriors' soul flames, indicating their advancement options. Skeletal warriors had two advancement paths: Skeletal Captain and Skeletal Knight. Skeletal Captains enhanced their infantry combat abilities and command intelligence, making them suitable as lower-level commanders. Skeletal Knights followed the cavalry path, summoning a skeletal warhorse and transforming into knights with greater mobility and impact. After some thought, Huo Ling chose the Skeletal Knight path. Not only did Skeletal Knights have superior combat power compared to Skeletal Captains, but they also looked more imposing. He couldn't help but admire the towering figure of his teacher's fearsome knight patrolling the castle. Moreover, his skeletal warriors and dark warriors were primarily infantry units, and he needed to boost his mobility. With the choice made, the two skeletal warriors began their formal advancement. They absorbed large amounts of blood and soul essence, their bones becoming sturdier, and their soul flames burning intensely, purging impurities. Simultaneously, they sacrificed part of their soul essence to summon skeletal warhorses from the undead plane. With the contracts completed, they successfully advanced to silver rank skeletal knights. The silver rank skeletal knights stood impressively, reaching about 3.5 meters tall when mounted on their skeletal warhorses. They wielded 4.5-meter-long bone lances as their primary weapons, with bone swords at their waists, and were equipped with throwing bone spears and bone shields. Huo Ling couldn't help but admire the sight of the skeletal knights before him. What pleased Huo Ling most was the significantly lower cost of skeletal knights compared to dark warriors. A dark warrior required at least 200 magic stones for various expenses, and purchasing a corpse could raise the cost to 300 magic stones. In contrast, skeletons had almost no expenses. As long as they awakened self-awareness, they could advance to silver rank with a sufficient supply of blood and soul essence. Huo Ling couldn't help but fantasize about the scene of leading a squad of dozens of skeletal knights if there were a way to increase the number of self-aware skeletons. He smacked his lips, realizing that the road ahead was still long. At this moment, Huo Ling commanded 1 silver-rank skeletal mage, 2 skeletal knights, 15 dark warriors, over 100 skeletal warriors, and more than 200 skeletal soldiers. Advancing a skeletal mage was relatively straightforward. It only required killing a silver rank creature. Huo Ling had already completed this task while hunting magical beasts in the forest. The following morning, Kongshuan Fort faced a fierce assault from a vast army of gnolls. Unlike the previous day, Huo Ling did not patrol the walls, but instead chose the central tower of the castle as his command post. This vantage point allowed him to oversee the entire battlefield and make full use of his spellcasting range of 3 to 4 kilometers, providing crucial support to the wall defenders. Down the mountain, the gnoll army swarmed like a tide, numbering around 4 to 5,000. Huan Han attempted to cast several large-scale attack spells, but they were easily dispelled by enemy spellcasters. Realizing the need to conserve his magical energy, he temporarily halted further spell attacks. The gnoll nobles had already reached the mountainside, brazenly surveying the fortress in the distance. Marquis Buck scanned the surroundings and issued the order to attack. Viscount Blue, initiate the first wave. As a gold rank warrior, Blue immediately sprang into action. Though he harbored some resentment for the dangerous task, he dared not show it. Unlike the hasty attack of the previous day, the gnolls were well prepared today. At the foot of the mountain, numerous soldiers were assembling various siege engines. Enchanted siege ladders equipped with small defensive arrays could withstand the initial attacks from the defenders. Powerful battering rams were specifically designed to breach the fortress's defensive shield, with each strike causing significant damage. Inside the fortress, Huan Han's expression was grim. He carefully monitored the enemy movements and discovered that they had not only a dozen gold rank warriors, but possibly a hidden saint-level powerhouse. Worse still, the enemy also had gold rank spellcasters capable of dispelling his magic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huan Han took a deep breath and activated the fortress's shield, enveloping the entire castle in a shimmering barrier. Earl Warren, observing the enemy raising their shield, shook his head slightly. As a shaman, he decided to personally test the strength of the enemy's defenses. He ordered his guards to select a dozen slaves, slit their throats with sharp knives, and place their hearts on the altar on the ground. Although most of Warren's gold rank shaman spells did not require materials, he chose this bloody method to enhance the effect. Warren danced on the altar, chanting incantations. With the release of the spell Witchcraft, Serpent's Bite, a massive surge of witchcraft energy formed a menacing serpent apparition, which shot towards the castle's shield like an arrow. Amidst the thunderous roar, the serpent relentlessly bit at the shield but failed to break through. Sensing that the shield was at least of gold rank strength, Warren informed the waiting gnolls, "Take your time." Marquis Buck then ordered the attack to commence. Thousands of gnolls pushed various siege equipment towards the castle. Huan Han adopted a more flexible defense strategy, shrinking the shield's range to protect only critical areas while intensifying enemy reconnaissance. He knew that the high-ranking enemies would not easily engage until they had control of the situation. Both sides understood that the key to this siege was attrition. The gnolls aimed to deplete the fortress's magic stone reserves through continuous attacks, while the defenders needed to allocate resources wisely to prolong their resistance. As the battering rams began to strike the shield, the battle reached a fever pitch. At this moment, weakening the enemy's forces as much as possible was paramount for both sides. Kongshuan Fortress was besieged on all sides, with at least 1,000 gnoll soldiers preparing to launch an attack from each direction. Below the city walls, a sea of gnoll soldiers surged like waves, their howls rising and falling in a deafening chorus. The gnolls' tactics were simple and brutal. Overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. To the high-ranking gnoll nobles, the lower-tier gnolls were mere cannon fodder. The Gnoll Empire's hierarchy was harsh and rigid, divided into 4 ranks from birth: Goldback, Silverback, Blackback, and Greyback. Goldbacks were royalty or high nobles, Silverbacks were common nobles, Blackbacks were natural-born warriors and officers, while Greybacks were the lowest class, the commoners. Greyback gnolls had poor innate abilities, with only a few ever breaking through to the iron rank. However, their vast numbers made them the primary source of conscripts. In this attack on Kongshuan Fortress, Greybacks made up at least 80% of the gnoll forces. To the nobles, these Greybacks were like crops, ready to be harvested and replaced. A sharp horn sounded, piercing the sky and signaling the start of the attack. Gnoll soldiers charged from all 4 sides of the fortress, their howls sweeping forward like a tidal wave. Kongshuan Fortress boasted unique defensive structures. Instead of simple 4-sided walls, the fortress was encircled by an octagonal wall, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The attacking gnolls had to face the concentrated fire of mechanical ballistae from multiple sections of the wall. Though the gnolls lacked archers, they brought siege ladders. The frontline Greyback gnolls wore crude leather armor, wielding swords and shields, and followed closely behind the ladders in tight formations. They raised their shields, attempting to block the arrows raining down from the walls. Dozens of gnolls carried shields on their backs and pushed the heavy ladders towards the walls. The uneven ground and the weight of the ladders made this task extremely difficult. Arrows flew continuously from the battlements, striking the gnolls pushing the ladders. As they fell with anguished cries, others quickly took their place, continuing the advance. Target those ladders with the ballistae, a commanding officer on the wall shouted hoarsely. Several massive ballistae adjusted their aim towards the approaching ladders. These ballistae were not only mechanically powerful but also enchanted, with each bolt resembling a giant spear. The combined mechanical and magical power of the ballistae could reach an attack strength of over 1,000 degrees. The ballistae were mounted on fortified platforms along the walls, encased in armored shields like modern warship turrets. While less effective against agile enemies, they were devastating against large siege equipment like ladders and rams. At the command, the ballistae fired in unison. Huge bolts whistled through the air, colliding with the defensive enchantments on the ladders, resulting in deafening explosions. Flames and shards of bolts scattered, falling among the densely packed gnoll ranks below. Cries of pain and terror echoed as the gnolls' crude shields proved ineffective against such fierce attacks. Many gnolls were struck by shrapnel, some even catching fire, their bodies emitting acrid smoke and a nauseating stench. Meanwhile, other defenders on the walls kept firing their mechanical crossbows, sending steel bolts raining down like black lightning. Some bolts were blocked by gnoll shields, but many pierced through, embedding deeply into gnoll bodies. The path to the walls soon became littered with corpses, blood soaking the ground. Many greyback gnolls lay dead in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in death. A defensive enchantment on one of the siege ladders exploded under the ballistae's fire. Before the shield could reactivate, two more giant bolts struck, causing a violent explosion that toppled the ladder. Debris flew everywhere, causing the gnolls behind to wail in agony. In the central tower, Huo Ling and his silver-ranked skeletal mage continued casting spells. Icy Hell. With the spell cast, ethereal runes appeared under the advancing gnolls' feet, followed by a bone-chilling cold. This penetrating cold slowed the gnolls' movements, and some weaker ones froze to death on the spot. Even iron-ranked gnoll warriors could only mitigate the cold slightly with their battle energy, shivering uncontrollably. Negative energy burst. Another area attack spell began to coalesce, with vast negative energy visibly gathering in the air. Disperse. A silver-ranked gnoll shaman sensed the dangerous energy but had no time to cast a dispersal spell, shouting a warning to the soldiers instead. These spellcasters did not participate directly in the brutal wall defense, standing at a distance to provide magical support. However, the gnolls affected by Icy Hell could not disperse quickly, barely managing to muster their battle energy in a futile attempt to resist the impending attack. Boom! The negative energy burst, charged for 8 seconds, unleashed its full power, sweeping through with over 1,000 degrees of force. This level of attack was beyond the iron-ranked and apprentice warrior's ability to withstand. The explosion's impact was like a bomb going off in the crowd, sending gnoll bodies and armor fragments flying. The surviving gnolls stared in shock at the devastation. This single attack had wiped out dozens of their comrades. Those in the rear were drenched in blood, as if they had been through a rainstorm of gore, already blood-soaked before even reaching the walls. Spread out, a silver-ranked gnoll officer shouted from the rear. As a lower-ranking commander, he was responsible for overseeing and directing the soldiers. Upon receiving the order, the gnolls, previously tightly grouped with shields raised, had to scatter under the rain of arrows, forming smaller groups. This way, even if they faced another spell attack, the losses would be less severe. Huo Ling shook his head regretfully and refrained from continuing his attack. For him, the mana consumption of Silverdeer spells was still considerable. At this moment, his total mana pool was just over 2,000 points, and even at full power, he couldn't sustain many Silverdeer spells. To maintain prolonged combat effectiveness, he needed to enter a light meditation from time to time to recover mana. As for using potions to speed up recovery, the situation wasn't dire enough yet, especially since he was in the central tower, which was quite secure. Below the city walls, a series of siege ladders were shattered by the defensive ballistae as they approached. This massive loss pained the gnoll nobles watching the battle. Although the siege ladders themselves weren't particularly expensive, even with the inclusion of various magical materials, the cost was still within an acceptable range. However, the gnolls lacked mages. They only had shamans, warlocks, and priests. The crucial defensive enchantments on the ladders could only be crafted by hired mages from other races or purchased from guilds. In the Gnoll Empire, each defensive enchantment on a siege ladder was quite valuable. Every time a ladder was destroyed, the next ballista bolt would precisely target the core of the enchantment, leaving the gnolls no chance to salvage it. Accelerate the attack. Count Warren's claws clenched, trembling with pain from the enormous loss. A short horn blast followed, signaling the order to quicken the assault, reaching the ears of the nobles commanding beneath the city walls. These gnoll nobles had no choice but to order their private troops to speed up the attack. The gnoll soldiers then lifted their long ladders and began charging the walls. The combined assault of the siege ladders and long ladders temporarily gave the defensive shields on the siege ladders a breather. The gnoll soldiers, having endured constant bombardment, finally found an outlet for their fury. With shields in hand and battle knives clenched between their teeth, they climbed the walls with all their limbs. Once the gnolls started scaling the walls, the defenders on the front couldn't shoot at them due to the angle. However, soldiers on the sides could effectively target these climbing gnolls. Arrows rained down, leaving the gnolls on the long ladders almost nowhere to hide, and casualties mounted rapidly. Bodies continuously fell from the ladders, sometimes dragging down those behind them. With a loud crash, the surviving 2 siege ladders finally reached the walls. The ladders, taller than the walls, had several gnoll warriors skilled in throwing javelins standing at the top. The front panels of the ladders were lowered, and the hooks at the ends securely latched onto the walls. The gnoll soldiers, packed like sardines inside the ladders, roared as they charged out, leveraging their height advantage to assault the wall's defenders. The javelin throwers atop the ladders also got busy, hurling their weapons with force. A garrison soldier, continuously shooting, was suddenly struck by a gnoll's javelin. The javelin, imbued with battle energy and thrown with great strength, pierced a large hole through his chest and abdomen. The soldier only managed a single scream before dying. The gnolls emerging from the ladders were all formidable warriors, at least Iron Tier. As the vanguard, they were well equipped and tasked with holding the wall's position to provide a foothold for the following troops. These gnoll warriors wielded shields and swords or single-handed axes, swinging their weapons with great strength and skill. Howl! The gnoll soldiers, having been cooped up in the ladders for a long time, charged at the enemy like unleashed hounds, howling in excitement. However, they were met not by weak garrison troops, but by fearless skeletal warriors and dark knights. The dark knights, clad in cold iron armor, served as the defensive bulwarks on the walls, specifically waiting for these elite gnoll climbers. With soul fire blazing under their cold iron helmets, the dark knights charged to meet the gnolls. One dark knight swung his iron shield, striking the fastest gnoll warrior and leaving him dazed. The gnoll warrior saw the approaching iron shield, even noticing the faint runes on it. With a heavy thud, the shield smashed into his face, sending him reeling backward with several yellowed, broken teeth flying out, bloodied. The dark knight pressed his advantage. After the shield bash, his battle sword followed swiftly, targeting another gnoll warrior. The gnoll, howling, disregarded defense, swinging his single-handed battle axe at the dark knight. His battle energy burned intensely, unleashing tremendous power with this strike. The gnoll warrior was fearless, especially after having received bloodlust and iron skin enchantments from the shamans at the rear. Bang! Crack! The gnoll warrior's counterattack and the dark knight's strike landed almost simultaneously. But the outcomes were vastly different. The gnoll's powerful axe strike only left a deep mark on the dark knight's shoulder armor, failing to penetrate it. Although the battle axe was a potent armor-piercing weapon, it should have at least caused internal injuries through the impact. But the dark knights were immune to such injuries. They were corpses animated by soul fire, their cold iron armor more a part of their bodies than mere protection. The gnoll's attack had no significant effect. In contrast, the dark knight's strike was devastating. Empowered by soul fire, the battle sword unleashed tremendous force, slicing through the gnoll's thick armor and leaving a massive gash. The wound, tainted by soul fire, turned gray and lifeless quickly, as though drained of vitality. With a light push, the dark knight sent the severely wounded gnoll warrior tumbling off the ladder. This once fervent gnoll warrior, now slashed and fallen from a height, lay twitching on the ground, unable to stand. He soon succumbed to his injuries, breathing his last. The number of gnoll warriors was not to be underestimated. The cramped space of the siege ladders was already filled with over a dozen gnoll champions, with more climbing up from below. Under the influence of spells, they disregarded any defense, focused solely on reaching the top of the walls. Faced with such a fierce assault, a few dark warriors alone were indeed struggling to hold the line. However, the necromancer's strength lay in numbers. Each dark warrior was accompanied by 8 or 9 bone warriors of black iron rank, along with nearly 20 apprentice-level bone soldiers. These undead troops formed a solid defensive line. Gnolls who managed to dodge the mechanical crossbows and climb to the top were met with a barrage of bone spears. The bone soldiers fearlessly charged forward, creating opportunities for other undead to strike. The walls turned into a gruesome meat grinder, devouring the endless waves of gnolls. In the central tower, Huo Ling continued casting spells. He released Undying Officer to empower the Dark Warriors, granting them command authority. These temporary officers directed the undead horde through soul fire fluctuations, coordinating their efforts more effectively. Gnoll warriors on the ladders hurled short spears, each strike shattering a bone soldier. But such damage was negligible to the undead. Severely injured bones would temporarily retreat from the battlefield, absorbing corpses to repair their wounds and soul fire. Huo Ling then cast the Silverder spell Undying Necromancy, enveloping the fiercest part of the battlefield. The dense necromantic energy helped the undead regenerate their bodies and restore soul fire. He followed up with Reinforced Bones, further enhancing the Bone Warrior's defense and strength. Suddenly, a Silverdeer Blackback Gnoll officer climbed onto the wall. Clad in enchanted armor and wielding a two-handed battle axe, he let out an earth-shaking roar. The officer charged forward, his battle aura swirling around him, effortlessly cleaving a Bone Warrior in half with his axe. He crushed the Bone Warrior's skull underfoot, sending out a shockwave of battle aura. A Bone Warrior's spear thrust was deflected by his armor, and the Gnoll officer smirked as he turned to cut the attacker in two. However, a Silverdeer Dark Warrior had already set his sights on him. Empowered by the Undying Officer spell, the Dark Warrior's strength had greatly increased. He directed several Bone Warriors to surround the Gnoll officer, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the Gnoll officer shattered another Bone Warrior, the Dark Warrior seized his chance to attack from the side. He unleashed the Evil Strike technique, runes glowing on his cold iron armor, with soul fire seeping from its seams. His sword, imbued with immense power, slashed fiercely at the unsuspecting Gnoll officer. The Gnoll officer, though on guard, found himself in a predicament after shattering a skeletal warrior. His old strength depleted, and new strength yet to come, he was vulnerable. At that precise moment, the Dark Warrior's attack arrived as expected. The officer hastily raised the long handle of his battle axe to block, the clash of metal ringing out deafeningly. Immediately following, the Dark Warrior unleashed the combat skill, Frenzied Slash. His sulfur-enhanced blade fell like a torrential storm, the relentless barrage overwhelming the Gnoll officer. The savage onslaught even tore open his grip, causing blood to gush from the wound. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Warrior delivered a powerful cleave, the forceful strike sending the Gnoll officer staggering back. Roar! You damned puppet! The Gnoll officer bellowed, eyes blazing with fury. At this moment, the Gnoll shaman in the rear cast supportive spells. Bloodlust, Stone Skin. With the shaman's magic, the Gnoll officer's combat power surged. He roared, I will tear you apart, as his muscles brimmed with energy, the heavy double-edged axe in his hands feeling as light as a feather. Ferocious Strike. The battle axe traced a graceful arc, its shadow infused with combat energy, slashing madly at the Dark Warrior. Following up, the Gnoll officer let out a Hungry Wolf Howl, a unique Gnoll combat skill that not only boosted his own combat power but also inspired his kin. The Dark Warrior raised his shield to withstand the Gnoll officer's ferocious attack, the cold iron shield resounding with each impact. As an undead being, the Dark Warrior showed no emotion. Even when temporarily on the defensive, his combat effectiveness remained unaffected. At this moment, Huo Ling from the tower noticed the battle situation and cast the silver spell, Touch of Weakness, on the Gnoll officer. The negative magic took effect instantly, causing the Gnoll officer to feel his combat energy falter and his muscles weaken. Damn it! The Gnoll officer was alarmed. Realizing he had been hit by a negative spell, panic creeping into his heart, Huo Ling pressed the advantage, casting 2 consecutive Bone Spikes. These first-tier spells, enhanced by Silverdeer magic, packed a punch. The Gnoll officer struggled to muster his combat energy, barely managing to shatter the incoming Bone Spikes with his axe. Taking advantage of the situation, the Dark Warrior launched a fierce counterattack. His blade cut through the Gnoll officer, leaving him covered in wounds. Despite his rich combat experience allowing him to adjust his stance at critical moments and occasionally counterattack, the prolonged fight had significantly drained his strength. The Dark Warrior's armor was also scarred by the Gnoll officer's strikes, revealing the green glowing soul fire and partial corpse within. However, as an undead, as long as his limbs were intact, these injuries did not hinder his combat ability. In contrast, the Gnoll officer was in a dire situation. The Dark Warrior's skilled swordsmanship, combined with the sulfur-enhanced blade, seemed to drain the life from every wound, turning the surrounding flesh gray and the blood blackish-brown. Worse, the undead's toxins were continuously sapping the Gnoll officer's strength. Breathing heavily, the Gnoll officer felt the urge to retreat. The once slight double-edged axe now felt unbearably heavy, each swing and block causing his muscles to scream in agony. Yet the Dark Warrior pressed on relentlessly, giving him no respite. Around them, the Gnoll warriors were also entangled with skeletal warriors, their situation equally grim. At this moment, an encouraging shout came from the ladder behind. I'm here to help you. It was another Silverdeer Gnoll officer. However, the Dark Warrior's reinforcements had also arrived, with 2 more Dark Warriors joining the fray. One of the Dark Warriors erupted with soul fire, green flames enveloping his short spear as he hurled it with force. Arg! The Gnoll officer, just seeing a glimmer of hope, was struck in the thigh by the spear. The violent force and soul fire's burn tore his leg apart instantly. Blackish-brown blood gushed out, and the gnoll officer groaned, stumbling to the ground. The dark warrior who had been fighting him seized the fleeting opportunity, his blade descending mercilessly. The fallen gnoll officer tried to block, but his impaired movement left him unable to evade the dark warrior's relentless strikes. Crack! With a sharp sound, the gnoll officer's head was severed. His face, etched with terror, eyes bleeding, died with a look of disbelief. Blackish-brown blood spurted from his neck, staining the ground. The fierce battle raged on. Gnoll warriors fell continuously, slain by skeletal and dark warriors or shot by the garrison's ballistae. Likewise, the skeletal warriors on the front lines suffered heavy losses, their soul fire nearly exhausted from the prolonged fight. The gnolls, bolstered by the shaman's magic, fought fearlessly, biting chunks off the skeletons even when gravely injured. Even the garrison, positioned relatively safely, paid with a dozen lives. Though away from the melee, they operated the ballistae, taking down many apprentice-tier gnoll warriors. Overall, the defenders held the upper hand. Utilizing the defensive advantage of the walls, they managed to create local superiority despite being outnumbered. The battle continued, with both sides paying a tremendous price for the ultimate victory. Soon, the gnolls could no longer bear the heavy losses and retreated from the city walls. On the first day of the assault alone, over 400 gnoll warriors were killed by Huo Ling's forces. Such heavy casualties would have caused an ordinary army to collapse, but the gnolls were different. Their warriors had been enchanted by shamans before the attack, allowing them to fight selflessly and relentlessly, even as their losses mounted. However, as time went on, the gnolls eventually began to falter. The front lines were the first to crumble. Even without using spells, Huo Han's summoned creatures decimated the gnolls. On Huo Ling's side, the necromancer's advantage was clear, at least in terms of numbers. The other two walls faced greater difficulty, and even a silver-tier warrior was killed in action. Huo Han had to send dark knights and mages to support them. After the battle, Huo Ling's work had just begun. The piles of corpses on and around the walls became valuable resources for the necromancers. Any gnolls daring to retrieve their dead were driven away by mechanical crossbows. Huo Han joined in the creation of skeletal warriors, reviving one corpse after another with his spells to bolster the city's defenses. The distant gnolls roared in fury as they witnessed this scene. Marquis Baku, seeing everything through his enchantments, slammed the table in rage. He realized that continuing the fight in this manner would only strengthen the defenders. After a heated discussion, the gnolls decided to launch an all-out assault the next day. At dawn, more gnolls swarmed the mountain path, pushing siege engines. Marquis Baku rose into the air, using his battle aura to amplify his pre-battle speech. The gnoll warriors, having already taken their boiling blood potions, were filled with fervor and determination. The following days saw even more brutal combat. The gnolls attacked in relentless waves, exhausting the defenders. Huo Ling had to consume large quantities of mana restoration potions, constantly casting spells to replenish his undead forces. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, with even several silver-tier dark knights falling in battle. On the battlefield, alongside the gnolls, there were frequent appearances of demons and powerful abyssal gnolls. These were summoned by the rare Yenagu priests and shamans among the gnolls. Each of their strikes carried the corruption of the abyss, making them far more formidable than ordinary gnolls. For these creatures from the abyss, the blood-soaked battle before them was just another ordinary day. On the fifth day, beyond the battlefield, the priest Adalai bowed his head in devout prayer, sacred markings rippling around him like waves. Under his masterful spellcasting, an intricate magic circle gradually took shape, its black runes emanating a foreboding abyssal aura. As the circle completed, a rift suddenly appeared, exhaling a faintly foul wind from another realm. From the rift, a sharp blade thrust out, followed by the edge of a battle axe. The two weapons strained, tearing the rift wider. A head crowned with writhing serpents emerged, followed by an armored torso, and finally, a massive serpentine tail. Roar! The material plane. I have returned, bellowed a six-armed serpent demon as it stepped out of the summoning circle, its voice filled with exhilaration. Six-armed serpent demons are a common species in the abyss, resembling the Naga of the spirit realm with their human upper bodies and serpent tails. They are born with the strength of the iron rank and grow additional arms as they advance to silver and gold ranks. With 6 arms, they can wield multiple weapons simultaneously, excelling in both melee and ranged combat as well as using shields. Known as weapon masters among demons, they are particularly adept with heavy weapons, combining immense strength with swift movements. This particular 6-armed serpent demon stood 4 meters tall, with a thick, 6 to 7 meter long tail. It scanned the nearby battlefield, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Where are my sacrifices, gnolls?" the serpent demon roared. Adalai waved his hand, and the gnoll guards behind him immediately acted, beheading a dozen slaves marked with runes on their foreheads. These were the sacrifices required to summon the serpent demon. The slaves' spirits and souls were drawn out, like wisps of smoke, and inhaled by the demon. Hiss! Such delicious souls! The serpent demon moaned with a shiver. For creatures of the abyss, souls are not only the most beloved food but also a source of power. Countless demons dream of invading the material plane to slaughter and harvest souls. Compared to devouring other demon souls, which is like chewing old, dried sugarcane, the souls of the material plane are like fresh, juicy grapes. Break through that fortress, and I will offer you more souls. Adalai commanded, pointing to the distant Kongchuan fort. As a summoned entity, the serpent demon had to obey Adalai's orders within the summoning duration, as long as it did not violate their contract. This summoning spell is a high-level divine art mastered by the followers of Yenagu, occasionally summoning other powerful demons like succubi, flame demons, or berserkers. As you command, little dog, the serpent demon smirked menacingly, flicking its forked tongue. Demons have two main passions, devouring souls and engaging in bloodshed. Having satisfied the first, it was time to indulge in the second. The six-armed serpent demon possessed various spell-like abilities, including an aura of evil, teleportation, true seeing, and projection. It used teleportation to instantly appear on the fortress walls amidst intense combat. Roar! Kneel before me and beg for mercy, insects! The serpent demon shouted excitedly as it materialized. With a casual swing of its battle axe, it effortlessly cleaved a skeletal warrior in half. Two of its other arms drew a war bow, the string pulled taut, and an arrow shot out with a deafening bang, striking a garrison soldier. Boom! The soldier exploded like an overripe tomato, blood and limbs scattering. A dark warrior of the silver rank charged with a cold iron spear, its sharp tip gleaming. The serpent demon's shield-bearing arms easily blocked the attack. Then, its axe-wielding arms slashed down, creating a massive gash in the spear. This was another of its abilities' weapon infusion, granting ordinary weapons enchantment effects to enhance their sharpness. The serpent demon's tail swiftly maneuvered, closing in on the dark warrior for another strike. The sharp axe cut through the heavy armor, creating a gaping wound in the warrior's chest, revealing the burning soul fire within. Roar! I can smell your foul soul. Damn undead insect, the serpent demon sneered, thrusting another blade into the dark warrior's soul fire. With a slight twist, the violent abyssal energy infused in the blade dispersed the soul fire. Deprived of its soul fire, the dark warrior crumbled, its armor losing its luster and scattering on the ground. Who can stop me? The serpent demon slithered rapidly along the fortress walls, leaving a trail of fallen skeletal warriors, garrison soldiers, and dark warriors in its wake. Its thick tail moved with otherworldly agility, providing both nimble positioning and counterattacks. The tail's sturdy scales offered defense comparable to enchanted armor. Whack! A tail strike sent a skeletal warrior attempting a sneak attack flying. The iron rank warrior shattered midair, its soul fire extinguishing instantly. Insects, offer your souls, and I will grant you the final reward of death. The serpent demon laughed maniacally, its weapons spinning and slashing. No garrison soldier, near or far, could escape its carnage. Occasionally, even the gnolls were not spared. Those in its path who failed to evade were either cleaved in two or crushed into a bloody pulp by its massive tail. The serpent demon's bloodthirsty rampage on the battlefield filled it with exhilaration as it continued its merciless slaughter, roaring with unrestrained glee. Inside the central tower, Huo Ling stared in shock at the six-armed serpent demon mercilessly slaughtering on the city wall. Is this the power of a gold-tier warrior? He murmured in awe. Beside him, Huanhan's face was grim as his mental energy surged. In an instant, a massive defensive shield, like a transparent dome, enveloped the entire fortress. As the shield activated, the enemies outside lost their ability to assault the city walls. Those who had already climbed up found themselves isolated and vulnerable. This sudden turn of events enraged the insectoid army, which let out a cacophony of hissing sounds. The six-armed serpent demon flicked its tongue, glaring at the shield before it. Realizing that its teleportation spell had failed and it couldn't breach the barrier to escape, it remained undeterred. After all, this was merely a projection of its true form in the abyss. Its real body would remain unaffected even if this projection perished. Summoning demons is essentially a contract, calling forth a projection using a soul. To bring a demon's true form into the material world requires a more powerful demon to open a spatial rift or portal. Gold-tier demons cannot independently enter the material realm, which is why the six-armed serpent demon acted so recklessly. Even though the projection only had 70% of the original strength, it was still enough to rival a typical gold-tier gnoll warrior. Moreover, the six-armed serpent demon possessed various spellcasting abilities, an advantage gnoll warriors did not have. Outside the city, The gnoll nobles immediately ordered the siege engines into action. These weapons, designed specifically to attack shields, finally came into play, each strike dealing significant damage to the barrier. Inside the central tower, the mana stones were rapidly depleting as they struggled to repair the shield's damage. The stage was set for a prolonged battle. Inside the city, Huo Ling didn't let the six-armed serpent demon off easily. With a mental command, 3 terrifying knights sprang into action. One of them, riding a nightmare steed, effortlessly leapt over the 10-meter-high wall. The wide battlements provided ample space for the steed to charge. Clear the way. Huo Ling's command echoed clearly in everyone's mind through mental transmission. Most people and undead creatures quickly moved aside, except for a few soldiers who were either locked in combat or too frenzied to react. The terrifying knight couldn't afford to wait. The nightmare steed, wreathed in black flames, galloped along the wall. The knight's aura of fear was fully unleashed, and its lance pointed directly at the rampaging six-armed serpent demon. Along the way, any gnolls or soldiers who couldn't move in time were brutally trampled by the nightmare steed. A silvered gnoll officer, unable to dodge, raised his shield and unleashed all his battle energy in a desperate attempt to block. But the impact from the charging knight was not something easily deflected. Without even using its lance, the nightmare steed's armored head sent the gnoll officer flying. The sound of bones shattering filled the air as the officer's chest caved in, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, sealing his fate. Living beings, I shall grant you eternal death. The terrifying knight's soul fire vibrated, emitting a deep voice. The knight was like a heavily armored tank at full speed, unstoppable. Charge. Evil strike. Shadow bind. The terrifying knight released a mass of shadowy tendrils that entangled the six-armed serpent demon. The demon's movements were immediately hindered, its tail ensnared by countless tendrils, each twist requiring more strength and stamina. Boom. The charging knight had not yet reached the demon, but its lance had already struck. The lance tip was enveloped in dense soul fire. The six-armed serpent demon barely managed to lift its shield to block, the collision sound deafening. Though the demon's craftsmanship was crude, the abundant magical resources of the abyss meant that even poorly made shields could withstand such an attack. Despite blocking the strike, the impact was immense. The six-armed serpent demon was knocked off the wall. The 10-meter fall didn't bother it much, but 2 more terrifying knights awaited below. Seeing the demon fall, the other 2 knights began their charge. The open space below the wall favored their attack. Ha ha ha. The six-armed serpent demon laughed maniacally instead of panicking. Summon demons. It used its once-a-day spell-like ability. As magic surged, for silvered-ear scythe demons emerged from the summoning circle. Scythe demons, mid-level demons from the abyss, stood about 3 meters tall, covered in black scales. They had natural scythe-like arms, sharper than many enchanted weapons. As competent abyssal warriors, their physical strength was formidable. The newly summoned scythe demons, still disoriented, were commanded by the serpent demon to charge at the terrifying knights. Death shall bless you. A terrifying knight, like a hurricane, rushed at the demons, shrouded in black, shadowy fear aura. Roar. The approaching scythe demons screamed in terror as if facing a high-ranking demon lord. Splat. The terrifying knight, swinging its broad-bladed sword, decapitated one of the demons with the momentum of the nightmare steed. The severed head flew, and the scythe demon's neck spurted blood. Before the blood hit the ground, both it and the demon's body disintegrated into chaotic magic. As projection beings, their deaths left no corpses, erasing their presence from this world. Kneel. Obey the command of death. A terrifying knight's roar pierced the sky. Encased in heavy armor, the knight's soul fire blazed fiercely through the gaps in his armor. Mounted on a nightmare warhorse, he charged toward the six-armed serpent demon with the force of a hurricane. The knight's lance struck the serpent demon like lightning. The demon blocked with 2 of its swords, but the impact forced it to bend. From the city wall, another terrifying knight swiftly drew a throwing spear from his saddle. Enveloped in soul fire, the spear whistled through the air towards the serpent demon. The demon raised its shield, but the spear pierced through it, lodging itself within. In the next instant, the soul fire exploded, leaving one of the demon's arms a mangled mess. Despite being a master of close combat, the six-armed serpent demon found itself at a disadvantage. Its thick, flexible tail, which could normally strangle enemies, was now useless. The terrifying knights employed guerrilla tactics, never allowing the demon to get close. Using the speed of their nightmare warhorses, they constantly charged and struck. Meanwhile, the 4 silvered-ear scythe demons summoned by the serpent demon were easily dispatched by another terrifying knight. 3 terrifying knights attacked from 3 directions in quick succession, their lances making it difficult for the serpent demon to defend. Suddenly, one knight's lance pierced the demon's body. As the knight tried to withdraw his weapon, he found the serpent demon gripping the shaft tightly. The knight decisively abandoned the lance and drew a broad-bladed sword from his saddle. Using the momentum of his warhorse, he swung his sword sideways, executing a wicked strike that severed two of the demon's arms. Before the demon could react, another terrifying knight charged in. His lance, sharp as a serpent's fangs, aimed straight for the demon's head. The snakes on the demon's head screeched and snapped as the soul fire blazed on the lance's tip, exploding the demon's head with a single strike. The six-armed serpent demon only managed a sharp scream before collapsing into a chaotic mass of magic. With the golden tier serpent demon slain, the three terrifying knights swiftly climbed the city walls, slaughtering all the gnolls that had breached the defenses. Huo Ling then dispelled the magical shield, allowing the gnolls to resume their assault. The city's ballistae began to precisely target the siege engines. The gnoll nobles outside the city witnessed the terrifying knights rampage on the walls, their imposing figures leaving a deep impression. This was one reason why those above the golden tier dared not attack directly. If they charged together, the defenders would activate magical shields to isolate them. If they attacked in waves, the defenders would wait until they reached the walls, then activate the shields to trap and overwhelm them. Moreover, the defenders had terrifying knights and their sinister necromancer. Useless. Atli cursed as he sensed the death of his summoned serpent demon projection. He began to pray to his deity for the restoration of his divine power, protected by his guards. Moments later, Atli cast another summoning spell. With the gnolls now hesitant to charge the walls, relying solely on mid to low-tier gnoll warriors to siege would take too long. Summoning demons became a more attractive option. As he cast his spell, arcane divine runes appeared, forming a pitch-black summoning circle. This time, he called forth a berserk demon. The berserk demon was tall, with moist, scaly skin. Their insect-like eyes were filled with a thirst for slaughter. Fighting them required not only skill but also resistance to their overwhelming stench. Mortals, kneel before me! The berserk demon roared as it emerged from the summoning circle. Atli frowned, urging the demon through their contract to quickly absorb sacrificial souls and join the battle. Just then, the berserk demon's expression changed, as if sensing something terrifying. Moments later, other high-tier gnolls began to scream in fear. Legendary spell. In the sky, a massive fireball hurtled towards the gnoll camp. It was the meteor swarm, the ultimate version of the evocation spell fireball. An eternally burning meteor descended from the heavens, poised to obliterate the gnoll siege forces. All the high-ranking gnolls abandoned their plans to besiege the city. Their only thought now was to escape with their lives. They scrambled away on all fours, desperately wishing they could grow a few extra legs. If the legendary spell hit, it would incinerate about 70 to 80% of the gnolls on the hillside, and the unlucky ones might even have their souls destroyed, losing their chance to enter the river Styx. At this critical moment, a faint light appeared in the distance, speeding towards the blazing meteor like a shooting star. It turned out that there was also a legendary shaman among the gnolls, who had timely cast a counterspell. The faint light collided with the blazing meteor, runes clashing continuously, and the power of the meteor gradually weakened. Just as the spell was about to be completely neutralized, the energy of the counterspell was exhausted first. This was because the legendary mage in the mage tower had cast the spell with immense power, enhanced by multiple metamagic techniques. Legendary spell penetration, destruction, extension, maximize, and empower. Such a powerful spell could not be completely negated by an ordinary dispel. The remaining spell energy continued to burn, threatening to fall. In a moment of desperation, Atli commanded the golden rank berserk demon through their pact to jump and intercept the spell. The berserk demon screamed in terror but leapt up involuntarily. Using teleportation spells repeatedly, it finally reached the spell itself. The berserk demon's skin and scales dried and cracked instantly. It collided with the remnants of the blazing meteor, creating an explosion that lit up the sky like a second sun. The demon's projection was destroyed, and more terrifyingly, its true form in the abyss was severely injured. The berserk demon, which had been enjoying a feast of souls in a swamp, suddenly burst into extraordinary flames, running and howling in agony before finally turning to ash. Even though the spell's power had diminished, it remained terrifyingly potent. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, each as powerful as a silver rank spell, with some large enough to rival gold rank spells. When he quickly deployed a thick, magical shield over the fortress. The fireballs bombarded the shield, causing ripples and rapidly depleting its defensive power, while the magic stones powering it melted away like an avalanche. In contrast, the gnolls outside the city were in a far worse state. Without a shield to protect them, they were engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground and screaming but unable to extinguish the fire. Those hiding in siege equipment fared slightly better, but their shields soon depleted, and the equipment caught fire, turning into giant fireballs. Some mid to high-ranking gnoll officers and nobles fled desperately, using various means to fend off the flames. Marquis Buck, a saint rank warrior, ran across the battlefield, trying to extinguish the fire with his battle aura but soon found himself overwhelmed. He had to flee with a few nobles, watching in anguish as many of his private soldiers were burned to death. This battle had resulted in heavy losses with no gains to show for it. As the last flames fell, the defensive shield of Kangchuan Fortress shattered like broken glass. Huo Ling waved his hand to dispel the remaining fireballs and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The survivors inside the fortress wore expressions of relief, having barely escaped the suffocating terror of the Inferno that had seemed moments away from consuming them whole. Quick! Restart the defensive array, Huo Ling urgently commanded. The servants immediately sprang into action, piling magic stones into the array. If the gnoll forces were to seize this moment to counterattack, the consequences would be dire. Outside the fortress, the gnolls suffered even more devastating losses. In addition to the casualties from the siege, many more were burned alive by the fire, their charred bodies a chilling sight. The surviving gnolls had already fled to the foot of the mountain, showing no intention of lingering. Minutes later, the defensive array was reactivated, and the shield rose once more. The people inside the fortress finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huo Ling stood on the high tower, his legs weak and heart still pounding with fear. He looked around and sighed, shaking his head. The scorched corpses scattered everywhere could not be revived as skeletons, and most of the enchanted equipment was destroyed. Boom! The main gate of Kangchuan Fortress swung open, and 3 terrifying knights charged out like a whirlwind, pursuing the fleeing mid to high-level gnolls. They ran with relentless speed, leaving a trail of devastation. A severely injured golden-ranked gnoll general cried out in desperation, "Marquis, save me!" But before he could finish, a terrifying knight impaled him with a lance, lifting him high into the air. "I'll tear you apart!" Marquis Buck roared as he dashed out of the camp, his eyes blazing with fury. Seeing this, Huo Ling quickly cast a negative spell, draining the Marquis's abilities. Marquis Buck felt his strength rapidly fade and fell helplessly from the air, watching as the terrifying knights retreated back into the fortress. Huo Ling happily received the golden-ranked corpse, storing it in his spatial equipment. To him, it was valuable material for creating new terrifying knights. Meanwhile, Huo Ling was busy dealing with the battlefield's aftermath. He directed the skeletons to clear the bodies from the walls, turning low-ranked corpses into skeletons and carefully preserving the high-ranked ones. Then, the skeletons began absorbing the charred bodies outside the fortress, with some skeleton warriors advancing to skeleton champions from time to time. Huo Ling even dispatched skeleton warriors along the mountain path to search for fresh corpses until they were discovered and driven back by the gnolls. After tallying up the results, Huo Ling's ranks of skeleton champions had increased to over 200, with more than 500 skeleton warriors. He assigned these skeletons to various sections of the walls to bolster the defense. After the intense battles, the defenders of Kangchuan Fortress had suffered heavy losses. Only about 300 soldiers remained, and 7 of the 20 silver-ranked professionals had perished. Despite this, the defenders had secured a crucial victory in the Battle of the Inferno. Huo Ling pushed open the warehouse door in the central tower, and the sight before him took his breath away. Piles of corpses stood like mountains, each one having been a silver-rank warrior. This was a treasure trove built from death, and Huo Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. These were precious resources he had meticulously collected. Unlike these silver-rank corpses, the iron-rank bodies were of no value in his teacher's eyes, and Huo Ling could dispose of them as he pleased. Had the battle not been so fierce, he could have turned those bodies into skeletons. But now, these silver-rank corpses were the real treasures, especially the dark warriors among them, which would be invaluable to Huo Ling. Huo Ling carefully counted the bodies 33 in total, including 2 spellcaster gnoll corpses. These unlucky shamans must have been too slow to escape and were burned to death on the mountainside. Fortunately, the bodies were not too badly damaged. Huo Ling quickly cast a preservation spell on each corpse and hurried to the upper floors of the tower. Huo Ling was intently working on a gold-rank corpse. Huo Ling respectfully reported, "Teacher, I've collected all the silver-rank corpses 30 own warriors and 2 spellcasters." Huo Ling looked up, scanning the entire tower with his mental energy. He frowned at the gold-rank corpse before him, feeling the pressure of time. There was not only this precious gold-rank body to handle, but also a large number of silver-rank corpses, not to mention the enemies lurking outside. Pre-treat these corpses as dark warriors. I'll handle the final steps. I'll give you 10 of them, Huo Ling instructed concisely. "Yes, teacher," Huo Ling responded, barely able to contain his excitement. Most of these silver-rank corpses were killed by his teacher, and he himself had only taken down 4 or 5. Now he was gaining 5 extra corpses, a delightful surprise. "By the way, there are 2 spellcasters, right?" Huo Ling suddenly asked. "Yes, teacher. They seem to be silver-rank shamans," Huo Ling quickly replied. Huo Ling pondered for a moment, then looked warmly at the student who had followed him through thick and thin. All right, process those as well. I'll give you one. Thank you, teacher. Huo Ling couldn't hide his excitement. Enough with the formalities. Get to work, Huo said, waving him off with a slight smile. After bidding his teacher farewell, Huo Ling immediately got to work. He first meditated to restore his magical energy, then began the intense process of creating dark warriors. Aside from the final steps involving the coffin of the dark warrior and the soul of the dark warrior, he could handle all other steps, especially the time-consuming warrior sigils. In the following days, Huo Ling worked tirelessly, casting spells, meditating, and casting spells again. Meanwhile, the gnoll army outside, having suffered heavy losses, finally decided to retreat. The devastating legendary spell and continuous battles had cost them nearly half their forces. On the third day after the legendary spell attack, the gnoll army broke camp and withdrew, bringing immense relief to the defenders of Kangchuan Fortress. With the external threat gone, Huo Ling and Huo could focus entirely on their work. Previously, they had to conserve magical energy while processing the corpses, but now they could give it their all. Over the next 2 weeks, the fortress's defenders remained on high alert. Occasionally, gnoll scouting parties were spotted in the hills, but no one dared to venture out. The remaining defenders were barely enough to hold the fort, and the only ones capable of fighting outside were Huo and Huo Ling, who were too busy with the corpses. Soon, the 30-plus warrior corpses were processed, followed by the 2 spellcaster bodies. Huo Ling had 2. One was a mage from a raiding party he had killed in a previous revenge mission, and the other was a silver-rank gnoll shaman. After several days of meticulous work, these bodies were successfully reanimated. With that, Huo Ling's forces were bolstered by 2 more spellcaster undead-owned silver rank and 1 iron rank level 9. Although there was a power gap, given the chance to kill a silver rank monster or warrior, the iron rank skeleton mage could also advance. Feeling the growing strength of his forces, Huo Ling was filled with joy. He alone was now comparable to an elite squad, with 4 spellcasters under his commando lineup that even large adventuring teams would envy. These skeleton mages and dark mages had their soul fires inscribed with attack and debuff spells, making them formidable in both offense and support on the battlefield. While he could also inscribe spells for creating skeletons and dark warriors, the limited capacity of soul fire made it impractical. The main constraint on expanding his dark warrior ranks wasn't spells or corpses, but rather the cold iron armor and weapons. Without this equipment, no amount of corpses could be turned into dark warriors. After finishing all the corpses, Huo Ling finally had a moment to breathe. Besides routine patrols, he spent most of his time meditating in the tower. The defense of the walls was left to the officers, while his undead minions guarded key points, ready to respond to any threats. Although the enemy at Kangchuan Fortress had retreated due to heavy losses, gnoll forces surrounding other fortresses remained a constant threat. Huo Ling monitored the latest battle updates daily through the communication array, his anxiety never abating. The battle for New South City was particularly brutal. Support from legendary mages was no longer as timely as before, and the Gnoll Empire had sent a legendary archbishop to reinforce their troops. This cleric's arrival bolstered the Gnoll army, enabling them to launch wave after wave of fierce attacks. Whenever the legendary mages cast their spells to provide support, they were invariably countered by the combined efforts of the Gnoll's legendary cleric and shaman. Fortunately, these 2 Gnoll leaders were reluctant to launch direct attacks on the border fortresses. They feared that depleting their divine and arcane powers would leave them vulnerable to a decapitation strike from the legendary mages in their towers. Thus, the mid to low-level forces on both sides engaged in fierce battles without high-level interventions. In just half a month, 5 border fortresses had fallen to the Gnolls. The entire defensive line was on the brink of collapse, causing Huo Ling and his mentor at Kangchuan Fortress to live in constant fear. Although they had managed to repel the enemy, they knew it was a stroke of luck. At this critical moment, reinforcements arrived at the fortress. Blue Star Academy had conducted a large-scale mobilization, summoning many on-campus and graduated Black Iron Tier students. For current students, the summons were mandatory. Graduates had the option to refuse, though the lucrative military rewards enticed many to volunteer. The reinforcements brought 2 battalions to Kangchuan Fortress, totaling 600 regular troops. Additionally, there was a company of Black Iron Tier professionals, mostly students temporarily conscripted and organized according to the mobile division structure. This included 90 Black Iron Tier professionals and 10 Silver Tier officers, led by an experienced Silver Tier mage as their temporary commander. While these reinforcements did bolster Kangchuan Fortress defenses, they were still insufficient compared to other fortresses, some of which had received support from Gold Tier professionals. This was partly because the Academy had great faith in Huo-Han's combat prowess, believing he alone could match several Gold Tier professionals. While Huo-Han was busy with official duties, he instructed Huo Ling, "Xiaohua, the reinforcements have arrived. Go and settle them in, then bring their commander to see me." Huo Ling cautiously asked, "Do we need to verify their identities?" Huo-Han waved his hand, "No need. I've already scanned them with my mental power. There are some familiar faces among them. Just bring them up. Yes, sir. Huo Ling replied and quickly made his way to the city wall. Outside the city, the reinforcements were lined up and waiting. Despite being kept outside, they showed no complaints. The bloodstains, shattered armor, and weapons, along with the battle-scarred terrain, all told the tale of a fierce battle, one that the fortress's defenders had successfully endured. A Silverdeer warrior quietly asked the spellcaster next to him, "Captain, I heard the officer here is from your Tian University?" The captain nodded. "That's right. The officer here is an old friend of mine." The warrior marveled. "Then we're in luck." Seeing the aftermath of this battle, their strength must be impressive to have driven off the gnolls. The captain beamed with pride. "They've repelled the gnolls here, so they probably won't attack again anytime soon. You should be grateful to be here. I pulled some strings to get us assigned to this relatively safe place." Several Silverdeer lieutenants behind them chimed in with praise. Huo Ling ordered the messenger beside him, summon the 2 battalion commanders and open the gates. Although they had temporary jurisdiction over the garrison, the deployment of the garrison troops was best coordinated by the garrison officers. "Open the gates." With a loud command, the heavy gates slowly opened, driven by the mechanical power of enchanted stones, emitting a deep rumbling sound. "Move in," the officer outside commanded, and the orderly ranks marched inside. They were met by Huo Ling, dressed in his mage's robe, flanked by 2 dark warriors and the 2 battalion commanders of the garrison. The dark warriors, with their battle-scarred black armor, radiated a formidable presence, silently narrating the brutal battles they had endured. Huo Ling, with a stern expression, surveyed the reinforcements before him. "I am Major Huo Ling, Deputy Commander of Kangchuan Fortress. Commanders, please step forward and present your orders." Among the 700-plus individuals, the garrison troops were easy to identify, while the Black Iron Tier professionals were a mix of young and old, indicating a blend of graduates and current students. Suddenly, Huo Ling's gaze froze upon recognizing a familiar face. The person across from him also recognized Huo Ling, the captain looking increasingly familiar. "Damn, what is he doing here?" the captain thought, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. "Professor Li," Huo Ling exclaimed, surprised to see a familiar face. Professor Li and the 2 battalion commanders stepped forward and handed over their orders. After carefully verifying them, Huo Ling smiled. "Professor Li, and you 2 majors, please follow me to settle the troops. Then come with me. Colonel, he is waiting for you in the tower." After settling the troops, Huo Ling led them to the central tower. Along the way, he smiled at Professor Li. "Professor Li, I didn't expect you to be our reinforcement." Recalling how this professor had promised to introduce him to a gold-tier mentor, only to disappear once he reached the academy, Huo Ling almost thought he had been scammed. If not for the help he received from his mentor and the professor before enrolling, he would have spread the word about them at school. Professor Li gave an embarrassed smile. "Huo, you don't have to tease me. You've advanced to Silverdeer now, so just call me Brother Li. I'm a bit older than you, after all." Internally, he marveled. "Damn, what are kids eating these days? How did he reach Silverdeer in just over a year?" Ignoring the comment, Huo Ling asked, "Professor Li, where's Senior Guan? Why didn't he come with you?" Li Chengji's face showed a trace of pride. "Xiao Guan has also advanced to Silverdeer and has been assigned to defend another fortress." "Congratulations." Huo Ling sincerely congratulated, feeling genuinely happy for Guan Borong. During his early awakening stage, Guan had provided him with valuable guidance and experience. As they entered the room, He Wenhan greeted them with a smile. Oldly, although they were only acquaintances at the academy, the memory of high-tier professionals was indeed extraordinary. Since the reinforcements arrived, Kangchuan Fort has fallen into an unusual calm. While the surrounding fortresses are engulfed in flames of war, Kangchuan Fort enjoys a rare tranquility, with only occasional sightings of gnoll scouting parties. This unexpected peace is a great relief to Li Chengji and his team, who would have been in grave danger if assigned to other fortresses. Despite the lull in enemy activity, He Wenhan, the commanding officer, remains deeply engrossed in his experiments day and night. The task of patrolling falls to Huo Ling, who personally leads the inspections each day, using real actions rather than just spiritual scans to ensure the garrison stays vigilant. With the supply lines now open, Huo Ling seized the opportunity to exchange military merits for 15 sets of cold iron equipment for Dark Knights. Although the existing Silverdeer corpses were only enough to make 10 sets, having a few extra on hand for future needs was wise. Huo Ling performed spells to create coffins for the Dark Knights, and in about a month, his power would expand once more. After completing his patrol, Huo Ling returned to the central tower. Recently, He Wenhan had been staying there, focused on his research. He had already dealt with a precious gold-tier corpse and was now working on the resurrection process of a Dread Knight, which also required time. He Wenhan had cleverly packed his experimental equipment into spatial storage, so despite the somewhat crude environment, his research was unhindered. When Huo Ling entered, he saw Huo Han meticulously performing surgery on a gnoll test subject. These subjects were prisoners captured alive on the city walls, who had avoided a grim fate only to become experimental specimens after the gnoll army retreated. Seeing the gnoll on the operating table, Huo Ling couldn't help but recall the first time he met Huo Han. Back then, Huo Han was also dissecting a gnoll, but it was a more powerful silver tier gnoll, whereas the current one was merely iron tier. Huo Ling didn't stand by idly. Instead, he stepped forward to assist his teacher. After a busy half-day, the surgery was finally complete. After stitching the wounds and casting a few minor healing spells, the gnoll looked almost the same as before, except for the shaved fur. Taking advantage of the break, Huo Ling finally voiced his curiosity. Teacher, I remember you were conducting this experiment when we first met over a year ago. Why hasn't it been completed yet? Huo Han chuckled and replied, Completed? I'm afraid it's not that simple. This project isn't just my work. Our school has been investing in it for over 30 years. Huo Ling asked in astonishment. 30 years? What kind of project takes that long? Huo Han explained as they walked. It's a field you may not be familiar with yet. Usually, only researchers at the gold tier level can truly participate. However, since you've advanced to silver tier, you're more than qualified to be my assistant. This research is called flesh modification, aiming to enhance the combat abilities of spirit realm creatures through bodily alterations. It's a long-term experimental project, with many people at our school working on related studies. Huo Ling glanced back at the operating room and asked curiously, So, will this gnoll's strength be enhanced after your surgery? Huo Han nodded affirmatively. Yes, but success is not guaranteed. Many professors at the school are involved in this research, each responsible for different experimental creatures. My focus is on gnolls. Of course, my research builds on the work of predecessors. The primary researcher on the gnoll project is a saint-tier spellcaster at our school. Huo Ling eagerly followed up. So, how much can your modifications enhance this gnoll's combat strength? Huo Han responded with a touch of pride. This is an ordinary iron tier gnoll. If we're lucky, the experiment will elevate its strength slightly above veteran iron tier. When it continues to train and reaches veteran iron tier naturally, the surgical enhancements could bring its power up to match a standard silver tier. Huo Ling was amazed. That's incredible. Huo Han continued. In the path of the extraordinary, not everyone has the chance to keep advancing. Most people, even if they awaken, might remain at the iron tier for life. Each rank advancement eliminates many, even with systematic teaching for humans on Blue Star. For gnolls, except for those with noble lineage like silverbacks or goldbacks, or those from military families like blackbacks, ordinary grayback gnolls are likely to remain iron tier for life, with little chance of breaking into silver. Now, through modifications, they can leap a rank, which is truly remarkable. However, this is not the pinnacle. Our gnoll project has reached its limit at this point. I've heard that the team researching half-dragons can elevate silver tier half-dragons to standard gold tier levels, Huo Han said, shaking his head in awe. What? Gold tier? Huo Ling was stunned. Gold tier was considered high tier among professionals, while silver tier was still mid to low tier. The difference in power and social status between them was vast. Huo Han smiled. Yes, gold tier. But this is just hearsay. They haven't officially announced the experiment's success, so I suspect the cost is too high or the success rate is too low. Huo Ling excitedly asked, So, teacher, has your technique for enhancing iron tier gnolls to silver tier matured? Huo Han displayed a rare look of pride. Indeed, the technique is mature. Our current research goal is to reduce the cost. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.